This guy right here is our main character, an SSS rank assassin. Because he escaped the organization's brainwashing, he was hunted down by them. You'd think the story ends there, but the author said nope. He immediately reincarnated as a baby. But the moment his grandfather walked in, an incredibly powerful pressure radiated out, shocking even a seasoned assassin like him. Turns out, this baby is the young master of the strongest family on the continent. And the grandfather standing before him is none other than the king of destruction. As if a formidable family background wasn't enough, he started cultivating before he could even walk. By age 2, he had already become the family's magic genius. This story is amazing. If it's not, pretend I never said anything. Whether it was the biting, cold wind in the dead of night, the moonlight peeking from behind high clouds, or the instincts of a seasoned assassin, everything was whispering. Under the bright moonlight, inside a magnificent architectural structure, there was a figure clad in black. He was kneeling, wearing a hood. He was receiving praise from his master. Once again, well done. The young man raised his head. His eyes shone with a deep, cold chill, combined with an expression as lifeless as a corpse. He replied, "Thank you, my lord." Lord Darius. That was the name of the master standing before him. This man had long blue hair, shining brilliantly under the moonlight. He possessed cold eyes, but they held the noble authority of a monarch. He was Darius Robert. They say I will die by this man's hand tonight. Lord Darius spoke up. You have shown me results worthy of the position of a shadow leader. Thanks to your contributions, our family has been able to make tremendous progress. The figure in black closed his eyes and replied, I only did what I had to do, my lord. I am truly curious. Rayon. Lord Darius smiled and asked, do you believe that a shadow also needs freedom? This loaded question was aimed straight at Rayon. Rayon answered seriously. The Shadow Squad only knows how to execute the Master's orders. Among us, there is no such thing as thought, emotions, or a heart. Darius nodded. So you are well aware of that. But if you know that, he continued speaking in a leisurely tone. Why did you dare to act on your own? The final words came with a terrifying pressure. The surrounding air thickened, making it hard for Rayon to breathe. He glared with sharp eyes at his subordinate and continued. And how were you able to escape the brainwashing? Rayon broke out in a cold sweat. How? How does he know about that? Speaking of brainwashing, that is how the Robert family optimizes the Shadow Squad assassination unit. By kidnapping or buying children, turning them into assassins who dedicate their lives to doing the Robert family's dirty work. In other words, they raise loyal dogs for the family. I was also brainwashed once. But thanks to a chance encounter during a mission, I was able to break the chains binding me. But how does he know I'm no longer brainwashed? Rayon asked directly. How do you know about that, my lord? Lord Darius raised his hand to answer. All assassins, including you, have two chains tightening around their necks. First is the brainwashing, which you somehow escaped. And second, saying this, he snapped his fingers, is this. Immediately, an intense pain erupted from Rayon's chest. In an instant, Rayon coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Finally, unable to endure it, Rayon collapsed to the ground. Blood poured from his body like a fountain. What is this pain? Rayon clutched his chest tightly. The pain didn't subside, it only increased. It felt like his heart was being torn apart. Darius smirked. He explained, that is the wrathworm. Even though Rayon heard the answer, he couldn't understand what it was. The wrathworm is a type of goo worm implanted in the body. It obeys my commands and is slowly devouring your heart. The vilest dark art that can read even the emotions of a slave. Was brainwashing not enough for you? You had to force me to ingest a wrathworm too? You do things like this and still act high and mighty? Rayon gritted his teeth in pain and cursed. You truly are a despicable bastard. Darius laughed. That is called caution, not despicable. Don't forget, you're the one who escaped the brainwashing. People say everyone wears a mask. It's just that my mask is thicker and more special than others. He said those words with a treacherous smile on his lips. Rayon only regretted not being able to tear the man before him to shreds. Darius Robert, I was kidnapped when I was too young to remember anything, then raised like a hunting dog for the Robert family. Even when I became a shadow leader, I lived without a heart or emotions. But thanks to a fateful encounter, I learned a technique called the Ring of Fire. And that technique was the special ability of the strongest swordsman on the continent from ancient times. It helped me escape the brainwashing. I once thought I could leave the Shadow Squad and dream of freedom. I had finally seen hope. So why is it that what awaits me at the end of the road? Is death not freedom? What crime did I commit? Why must I die such a meaningless death? As his life faded away, Rayon lamented his miserable fate. He clenched his teeth. Mustering his remaining strength, Rayon clenched his fist and punched the ground. Damn it, I can't let everything end like this. If I'm going to die here anyway. Rayon clutched his chest tightly, trying to use his last bit of strength to stand up. Even Darius didn't expect this action from him. How can you stand up in that condition? Rayon didn't say a word. He lowered his body into a stance. A faint purple energy manifested around his body. He told himself, if this is the end, I have to take one of his arms, or at least injure him before I die. In an instant, Rayon's eyes glowed. He shouted loudly and charged forward. I won't die a pathetic death. Rayon turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Lord Darius. He didn't flinch at all, gently reaching out to draw his weapon. Then Rayon only saw Darius swing his sword. The next second, his head was severed from his neck and fell to the ground with a thud. Darius silently looked at his subordinate's corpse. In his eyes at that moment were mixed emotions. Even when I blocked that strike, although he was just trash, he not only escaped the brainwashing, but also endured the pain of the wrath worm to attack me. Darius exclaimed, How long has it been? How many years since I was last injured? Darius raised his right hand. The back of his hand had a cut a few centimeters deep. Blood was oozing out. Bitten by the hunting dog, I trained myself. Unbelievable. But there's no need to worry now, because he is dead. Darius glanced at Rayon's head and clicked his tongue. Dispose of him, he ordered. Immediately, other figures in black appeared beside Rayon's body. The last image in Rayon's lifeless eyes was the back of Lord Darius. He is considered one of the strongest warriors on the continent. My failure was inevitable. He is the strong one, and I am the weak one. How could I possibly fight back? Darius walked forward, where a gate was emitting a dim light. Rayon died, full of resentment. But I do not accept this result. I regret living a meaningless life. Regret being spun around like a top by that Darius my whole life. And deeply regret not being able to complete the ring of fire. Whether it's a god, or even a demon. Anyone, please, do something. Give me a chance to take revenge on Darius. Suddenly, a pendant falling next to Rayon's body shone with a glittering light. Then, a strange system voice echoed in Rayon's head. You have been chosen by Wrath. Wrath will enter your body. Body deceased. Error detected. The space began to blur. Then flashed bright. The scene shifted to a place full of fragrant flowers and fluttering butterflies. Rayon, Rayon, look at mommy, sweetie, my little sunshine. In front of the main character was a blonde woman, holding a shaking baby toy. She smiled gently and cooed. A tiny hand reached up, accompanied by babbling sounds. Ah, bah, good job. Now what is this? This infant had blonde hair and a pair of red eyes. At a glance, he looked incredibly innocent and adorable. The woman saw her son trying to talk and couldn't help but hug the little boy tightly. Oh my, mommy's lovely sunshine. Who do you take after to be this cute? The little one responded with meaningless sounds, but a clear sense of resignation could be seen in them. This child is the main character. I still haven't gotten used to this. The woman holding me is Sylvia. Sylvia lifted the baby up and joked. Say, mommy. The baby just raised an eyebrow, looking awkward. I still can't believe it. That I've been reincarnated as this woman's child, even though I still retain my memories from my past life as an assassin. At first, I thought this was a dream and slept for 100 days. However, no matter how long I slept, I eventually had to accept the truth that I had been reborn. At that time, Rayon was still skeptical. Why haven't I woken up yet? Back to the present. He was being held by his mother by the window to catch the sunlight. Sylvia looked down at the courtyard and smiled. The weather is beautiful today, isn't it? I hope the Lord will return soon. It's been a boring 100 days. Only then can he give you a beautiful name. Rayon looked up. Being called Little One all the time is a bit strange. And it's been 100 days, yet he still hasn't come to see his child. He must be very busy. Rayon wanted to say something, but the only sound that came out was, Abu. I haven't explored much since being reborn, but at least I know this is a very wealthy upper-class family. This is evident through the furniture and the architectural style of the place I'm living in. Being reborn into a powerful family is probably better than an ordinary one, because I need to take revenge. The only thing I remember clearly is the rage and hatred in my heart before I died. But I need to be patient, because so far, I've only been confined to this room. I don't know where this is, nor do I know what my status is, or what kind of situation I'm in. Moreover, since I haven't perfected the Ring of Fire technique, I have to be even more patient. Unconsciously, Rayon clasped his hands together as if practicing the Ring of Fire. I was once known as the Robert family's greatest assassin. To wait for the day I can take revenge on Darius. I can suppress all emotions and desires until the time is right. But what makes me more curious is the magnificence and scale of this mansion. It far exceeds the standard of ordinary nobility. While he was relaxing, suddenly Rayon noticed someone outside the door. A maid rushed in frantically. "Lady Sylvia, the Lord is returning," the maid hurriedly announced. Sylvia looked surprised. "Father?" Rayon thought to himself. "Father? Does that mean the Lord is my grandfather?" Sylvia started to panic. What should we prepare?" The maid replied, "It's too late. He's already at the door." Sylvia sighed. "Oh no." Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped the space. Sylvia and the maid looked towards the door, waiting. Rayon's face turned pale. "What the hell? What is this presence?" From behind the door, a loud voice rang out, announcing the return of the Lord. The door burst open, revealing a blinding light. Then the silhouette of a grand figure appeared. He walked in slowly. Rayon seemed to have realized who this was. Just his presence alone radiates such terrifying pressure. The man was draped in a large cloak, with brilliant epaulets on both shoulders. Rayon exclaimed inwardly. He frowned, observing. "Impossible. If I'm not mistaken, this person is—" The man walked up to Sylvia. He asked a question in a deep, steady tone. "Is this the child?" When seeing him, Rayon was even more certain of his guess. It really is him. An older man with hair shining like the sun, eyes carrying the red color of fire, and a face colder than ice. The master of the strongest family on the continent. The king of destruction of the north. Glenn Sieghart stared intently at his grandson, as if intending to say something. It seems that somehow, the baby Rayon thought, "I have been reborn into this continent's strongest family. Do you wish to hold the boy?" A voice spoke up. What a cruel fate. Glenn took his grandson from Sylvia's arms. Then he declared, "From this day forth, the boy's name shall be Rayon. True to his name, live and exist silently like a ghost, as if he were never present here." Rayon stared wide-eyed at his grandfather. "After crossing the line of life and death, I have a new name." After naming his grandson, Glenn left immediately. It wasn't until midnight that Rayon opened his eyes and looked around. They must be asleep by now. The baby sat up. "It's been a boring 100 days, but now I have a chance. Sometimes I suddenly feel sleepy. And every time I wake up, Sylvia is always by my side. I still can't control mana or anything. At least it's a relief to be able to sleep alone in the crib. All right, let's begin." Rayon took a deep breath and stretched his legs, condensing the ring of fire. Rayon clasped his hands together. His body began to emit heat energy. Normally, warriors of the continent use breathing techniques to accumulate natural mana and aura into their dantian. But the ring of fire obtained from special catalysts is different. Like a wizard creating a mana circle, it creates a ring around the heart, which increases endurance and promotes physical development while enhancing will and mana compatibility. Thanks to that, this method creates ideal conditions for becoming a warrior. That is the ultimate cultivation technique. Another advantage is that even a genius like Darius cannot detect the presence of the ring of fire. Above all, if I train both my body and mind with the ring of fire, and make the Sieghart swordsmanship my own, then taking revenge on Darius Robert will no longer be a pipe dream. Perhaps it's due to the constitution of this body. But my mana circuits are incredibly cold. Rayon looked at his cold palms in confusion. This is why my body is always cold, even though I sleep for many hours. He tried to focus and analyze. Is it mana blockage? Or is it the Nineteen body? This is serious. At this rate, I'll die from the cold accumulating in my magic circuits. I need to use the ring of fire to clear the meridians. On the other hand, if I completely remove this bone-chilling cold, it would be a waste. I will combine it with the heat in my body and circulate them. I don't know how much time has passed. The moon is high in the sky. All right, It's a bit slow, but everything is gradually stabilizing. Next is, Rayon started nodding off. Then he fell onto the bed and drifted into sleep. I only cultivated a little. Why am I so tired already? My man, impossible. He tried to open his eyes, but had reached his limit. Just like that, Rayon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know that at this moment, his grandfather was secretly coming to check on him. He placed his hand a few centimeters from his grandson's body to probe something. Just like that, morning came again. Baby Rayon started crawling on the floor, babbling a few meaningless sounds. Sylvia saw that scene and was extremely happy. Our Rayon is so cute. Crawl a little more, sweetie. Rayon was lamenting inwardly. Playing with this mother is really tiring. My soul is an adult, but I'm forced to act like an infant. I'm going to die. A moment later, Sylvia picked Rayon up and laughed radiantly. There's nothing Rayon can't do, right? So cute. So adorable. Rayon silently cried out in misery. I'd rather endure the cold than this. Mommy's cute, Rayon. While she was playing with her son, a man's voice came from outside the door. Is Sylvia here? Hearing this person's voice, Sylvia exclaimed. Old man. No. Saint. The person who just appeared was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a long gray robe. Seeing Sylvia, he immediately smiled brightly. Why are you here, Saint? Just call me old man. Rayon recognized this old man's background at a glance. This person is the Saint of Judgment. His holy power and holy art skills are top tier on the continent. He is the most famous healer in the world. But because of his wandering nature, meeting him is harder than ascending to heaven. The old man looked at the baby and widened his eyes in surprise. I was passing by for a walk and stopped by because I heard you gave birth. Is this the little one? Yes, that's right, Sylvia replied. The old man happily lifted Rayon up high. Blonde hair, red eyes. Just like you. Sylvia was extremely proud. Yes, isn't he very adorable? The old man looked at the baby intently and praised. He really is cute. Completely different from Glenn. Completely different. So what is this child's name? Sylvia stammered. His name is Rayon. The old man frowned upon hearing the name. He didn't intentionally give him a name meaning darkness, did he? Sylvia replied sadly. That is correct. The old man looked confused. Naming a child darkness? What is Glenn thinking? Rayon was also carefully evaluating the person in front of him. He doesn't look like his title at all. There must be some connection, right? I heard the King of Destruction of the North and the Saint of Judgment are friends. But if that's true, Rayon, let this old man take a look at you. The old man turned to Rayon and smiled. Then he placed his right hand on Rayon's stomach. A pale yellow light emitted from his hand, spreading throughout Rayon's body. Sylvia waited anxiously for the result. The saint's eyebrows knitted tighter and tighter. The boy's condition isn't good. Seeing his expression, Sylvia became worried. Is there something wrong with him? The old man didn't hide it either. This child has the curse of frost inside him. His mana circuits are blocked by shards of ice, let alone whether he can become a swordsman in the future. He explained thoroughly and then handed the baby back to Sylvia. Sylvia hugged her son to her chest. Still in shock from the bad news she just received. If not treated, the boy will die. At this rate, he won't live long. Sylvia's face turned pale. Muttering, "You're lying," the old man said sadly. "I will give you some medicine to maintain his condition." "Sir Saint, excuse me." Just then, a servant rushed in to announce, "The master is calling for you. I will lead the way." The saint nodded. "I'm done here, let's go." The maid urged again. "The master said to bring you immediately." He shook his head. "This guy always calls at the wrong time." "I know, let's go." Unable to do anything else, he followed the maid. After hearing the saint's words, Rayon realized. Now I know. It is the curse of frost. Well, knowing the name doesn't change anything. Don't tell me it's because of the ring of fire. While he was still thinking, suddenly a drop of water fell on Rayon's cheek. Sylvia was trembling uncontrollably. "It's a lie," she wept, looking at the baby in her arms. "My own flesh and blood." She tried to wipe her tears away. "I can't lose you like this. Who says you will die?" "It's nonsense. Mommy will do everything to save you." Sylvia tensed up and screamed. "Your mother will do whatever is necessary. You can't leave me." "Rayon, don't get sick." Rayon focused on observing. "What is this feeling? My heart aches. It hurts so much my whole body is tired. It hurts. I don't want to see this scene." "Don't cry." A hand reached out to stroke Sylvia's face. That hand tried to wipe away her tears. Looking closely, it was her son's hand. The little boy was trying to reach for Sylvia's face. Then he babbled. Mommy. The word pierced straight into Sylvia's soul. Over where Glenn and the saint were discussing business. Noise came from outside the door. Lady Sylvia, you cannot enter. Stop, please. Glenn asked in annoyance. What is that noise? You cannot enter. The maid tried to run after and stop her. But Sylvia had already barged into the room. Lady Sylvia, the master is... Glenn shouted angrily. What is this insolence? You clumsy, shameful child. He glared at his daughter. Sylvia knelt on the floor. I beg you, father. Please save Rayon. Please save Rayon. Sylvia repeated it once more, interrupting the elder's conversation. She bowed her head low. Tears stained her cheeks. Surely father already knows the boy's condition. But he is everything to me. Please save my Rayon. Glenn replied sternly. The boy certainly cannot survive as a warrior. Why should I save a child who is of no use to the family? Sylvia tried to argue. Isn't he your grandson, father? Glenn spoke angrily again. The grandson you brought back after running away from home? The only thing I did was allow him to bear the name Zeekhart. Consider that my final mercy. But that will be all. Sylvia cried her eyes out. Glenn huffed and shouted. I have nothing more to say. Take her out. As soon as he finished speaking, two officers immediately dragged Sylvia away. Father, please, please. Please, father, save Rayon. Sylvia cried out miserably. Please, Rayon. But the cold father still pushed her out of the room, without being moved in the slightest. Only when there was no more sound in the room. The saint still looked back at the door. He sighed. Well, you're as stubborn as ever. Is being honest that difficult? Why do you act like that when you were the one who told me to check on your grandson? The saint frowned and turned to speak to the person opposite him. Glenn silently took a sip of tea and went straight to the point. Shut up and tell me the details of the child's illness. Only then did the saint explain. As I said, the boy's 9 mana circuits are frozen due to the cold wind. The older he gets, the more dangerous the condition will become. Since you pushed back the cold with your aura, he is fine for now. But as I said, your grandson will not be able to become a warrior. Glenn heard this without changing his expression. He took another sip of tea and replied, As long as the boy is alive, that doesn't matter. The saint smirked and asked back, You're acting completely different from just now. You still love your grandson, don't you? He asked about another issue. But if that's what you intended, then why did you name him Rayon? There are plenty of good names. Why that name? Glenn picked up the teacup. He was about to drink, but stopped, answering the saint's question. Rayon doesn't just mean darkness. He looked into the tea water. Deep in thought, he continued. 1,000 years ago, it carried a completely opposite meaning. Back at the mother and son's house, Sylvia was feeding medicine to Rayon. Baby, this is the elixir the saint gave you. It's a bit bitter, but please try to endure it. Rayon took the medicine. Sylvia and the maid closed their eyes tight, waiting for a loud cry from the child. Ah, boo-boo. She opened her eyes. Unexpectedly, her son not only didn't cry, but seemed to be asking for more medicine. Both she and the maid burst into tears. He swallowed it. Rayon endured the bitterness and drank the medicine. Helen. That's right. Even though the medicine is very bitter for a small child. The young master surely understands your heart, madam. Sylvia shed tears, hugging her son emotionally. Actually, Rayon understood the current situation clearly. It's a bit bitter, but a fire tribute elixir is exactly what I need right now. The heat will push back the cold in my mana circuits. He stared intently at his mother, making Sylvia feel curious too. Do you understand mommy's heart? Give me more medicine. Time flew by. It's been 2 years since I started training and taking medicine. Thanks to them, I achieved the Ring of Fire faster. My Ring of Fire has reached 1 star. The 2-year-old Rayon was lying in his crib. Just by exerting a little force, his hand was covered in fire. Clearly, this is what he calls the Ring of Fire. And another 2 years of persistent training passed. My normal schedule is playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning, napping, and spending the whole night training. There probably isn't another child on this continent as busy as I am. Time just passed like that, and I am now 5 years old. 5-year-old Rayon was sitting intently checking the system panel. It clearly stated, Achieve 2-star Ring of Fire. Your soul has strengthened slightly thanks to the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Magic power has increased thanks to the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Willpower has increased thanks to the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Strength has increased thanks to the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Rayon smiled, reading the information displayed there. He couldn't hide his joy. I finally did it. I created the 2-star ring of fire. With this 2-star ring of fire, the flame has now rotated into a cross shape. My sensitivity to mana has increased a bit. It's all thanks to these notifications. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from outside the room. "Oh my young master. You're awake already? I'll take your clothes to wash." It was the maid, Helen. Rayon nodded. "Go ahead." Helen diligently bent down to pick up all the dirty clothes in the room and took them away. Rayon observed Helen's expression and thought to himself, just as I predicted, she can't see this message window. Thinking back to before, I've been seeing this status window since I achieved the 1-star ring of fire. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but I quickly realized this is a convenient system that helps me grasp my condition in the blink of an eye. When I first achieved the 1-star ring of fire, my body condition was still affected by the curse of frost. My physical strength back then was very poor, not like it is now, and judging by Helen's reaction at that time, it seemed she couldn't see these messages. Rayon rested his chin on his hand, thinking anxiously. Even though I've reached 2-star, the weak physical condition and the curse of frost haven't changed. If not for drinking the fire tribute elixir, how difficult would it have been to reach 2-star? And it's not just the elixir. It's definitely thanks to Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the annex. They have also contributed a lot over the past 5 years, because they always constantly checked if I was uncomfortable or sick. Their care certainly helped somewhat. The more he thought, the more embarrassed Rayon felt. He scratched his head in confusion. Then he let out a sigh and told himself, "Anyway, I'm only 5 years old. I still have plenty of time. No need to rush. The curse of frost is really troublesome. And this poor physical strength too. That's why I get tired easily even with normal movements. However, in my past life, I was the best assassin. Now I even know the best training methods. With experience as a foundation along with the ring of fire. As long as I level up the ring of fire, those bad conditions will disappear completely. Plus, if I learn the family sword techniques, I will definitely be able to kill Darius. However, I must not be impatient. Darius is a candidate for the title of the strongest on the continent. It would be very dangerous if I impulsively seek revenge too early like this. The number of people capable of taking him down can be counted on one hand. Even if it's slow, I have to gradually increase my strength. Until the opportunity arises. I will end him once and for all. Now, let's train a little more." While he was lost in thought, Sylvia walked in. "You're up?" Rayon looked up. Sylvia was as youthful as ever. Now even more elegant. She smiled at him. "Do you remember Mommy said we have to go somewhere together? Change your clothes and get ready to go to the main building." Rayon looked up at the sky and muttered, "Is today that day? 6 kings and 5 demons are maintaining the balance of power on the continent. The Sieghart family, the family I reincarnated into, is one of the 6 kings. While the 6 kings bring prosperity, the 5 demons are a threat to peace. Besides that, other forces also have a ritual. Judgment to decide whether a person is a genius or trash. And today is the Sieghart family's ritual. After a long journey, the carriage finally arrived in front of a magnificent mansion. Inside was packed with people, all belonging to the noble class. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Long time no see. This is the first time we've met since last year's ritual, right? I've been too busy with missions abroad. Haha, are there any direct descendants participating this year? I heard Lord Karun's 4th son is there. Haha, I also heard about Sylvia. People kept chatting noisily, and then they switched the topic to the children of the families. What? Sylvia? Did that failure actually come here? Just then, Sylvia walked in and heard those sarcastic words. Everyone's eyes turned towards her. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Some gazes even clearly showed hostility. Sylvia just walked through the crowd, ignoring the disparaging remarks aimed straight at her. So that's Sylvia's son? The boy looks so small. Rumor has it he's sick. The rumors must be true. What can you do? After all, he carries the blood of a failure. Or should we call him the child of a reject? I can't believe she was allowed in here. Is it necessary to perform the ritual for the child of a failure? I really hope I won't have to see them again. Honestly, the family standards have dropped a lot. Sylvia just silently listened to every venomous word, even when they were aimed at her little son. Rayon heard, but pretended not to understand. The direct members are insulting me terribly. Is there something I don't know? I don't care about being insulted. She really has no shame. Rayon frowned. He only felt pity for his mother. It's okay, Rayon. Suddenly, his mother spoke up. Rayon looked up. Sylvia kept a bright smile and instructed, "Just look at Mommy." Rayon lowered his head. He held his mother's hand tightly. Just then, an announcement rang out. The family head is entering. The entire hall instantly fell silent. From outside, majestic footsteps were heard. Rayon held his breath and looked in that direction. It's been a long time, probably 5 years, right? The person walking in was an elderly man, wearing glittering epaulets on his shoulders and a majestic cloak. He sat on the throne placed in the center. He was Glenn. Glenn spoke. "It seems everyone is here." No one dared to utter a word. He tapped his hand once. In the middle of the hall, a giant sword suddenly appeared, stabbed into the ground. Rayon felt the atmosphere become heavier. That is the sword of judgment. At the same time, Glenn spoke. "Begin the judgment ritual." Rayon marveled inwardly. Is it the sword of judgment? If you place your hand on the sword, it will reveal the level of a person's talent for using mana. An official next to Glenn began to announce. "Let's begin. The first person is Bun." Up on the balcony, a boy stood up and shouted, "Present." The child then walked up to the sword and placed his hand on it. To add, the fontanelle of a child is not yet fully closed until they turn 4 years old. It then begins to close and take shape. After that, the talent for using mana will not change. That is why the children are gathered to determine their talent level. In this judgment ritual, as soon as that boy touched the sword, a blinding light emitted, followed by a cool breeze surrounding the sword. The surrounding witnesses applauded in praise. The boy has the wind attribute. Look, the whole sword is glowing. The quality of the boy's mana is also top tier. Truly an outstanding talent. Truly Lord Karun's son. Glenn nodded and commented. This attribute is not bad. Very suitable for becoming a swordsman. You should focus on feeling the energy of the wind. Next is Juna's Sullian from the vassal family Sullian. In another corner, a white-haired girl hurriedly jumped down. Rayon observed the kid and analyzed silently. I can figure out how this sword works. The light on the blade represents the purity of mana, and the mana attribute is shown at the hilt. Instantly, a white light appeared covering the sword. Rayon focused on observing the subsequent events. So this is how you determine others' talent, Sieghart. On the other side, the crowd began to cheer. Another genius from the Sullian family. It's not for nothing that she bears the name Sullian. She's on par with Bun. Rayon watched the scene and could only click his tongue. People in this family are obsessed with the word talent. I guess my result won't be anything good, even though I successfully achieved the 2-star ring of fire. There is still a lot of cold energy from the curse of frost left in my mana circuits. Anyway, I don't really care. Time has passed by until the manager announced. The last person is... Needless to say, all eyes turned in one direction. The boy Rayon Sieghart. Glenn Sieghart's grandson. Please step forward. Sylvia smiled and said to her son, "Let's go, Rayon." The boy obeyed. In reality, he didn't expect much. Telling himself he just needed to check which attribute suited this body and which direction I should develop in the future. Sylvia saw Rayon zoning out and thought he was scared, so she followed to guide him. Did you see how the other children did it before? Just do exactly like that. Rayon nodded. Yes, I know. As soon as Rayon placed his hand on the sword, he felt the sword emit a cold air like ice. Then, strange crystal-like lights began to emit from the sword. Then an explosion sound rang out. These crystals caught fire, centering on Rayon and radiating violently outwards. Rayon was also surprised by this intensity. What is that light? In his vision, a strange scene suddenly appeared. A blond man, wearing a red cloak, standing amidst countless giant monsters. What scene am I seeing? These monsters are glaring at that man. It seems they are still wary of him. Rayon was bewildered, looking at that back. Who is this person? Then this man raised his sword high into the sky. A terrifying heat energy radiated from the sword. That heat energy was released when the sword swung down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Rayon immediately snapped out of it. Only then did he see the strange scene unfolding in front of him. Why did the stone sword turn out like this? The buzzing whispers replaced the answer. Look, the light hasn't even reached half the sword yet. Glenn shouted, interrupting. The judgment ritual is over. You may leave. The nobles of the branch families left. Everyone wore a sarcastic smile at Rayon's result. In another corner, the butler said to a boy, Let's go, Masterbun. The last person also walked away. The door slammed shut. In the room, Only Lord Glenn and the Sword of Judgment remained. Glenn looked at his assistant and said, "I guess nothing can be done." The assistant just bowed his head. "Sir, I think the boy is only at that level. Anyway, I don't demand anything from this child." Suddenly, a strange flame erupted from his sword. Glenn was also startled. That flame instantly engulfed the entire room. Violent as a raging wave, Glenn stared wide-eyed. The stone sword is emitting the golden light of the sun. He recalled something he himself had almost forgotten. The aura that the ancestor of Sieghart possessed was an earth-shattering power, strong enough to harmonize even magic energy. Golden mana and golden fire. This dazzling golden mana has only appeared once. Glenn had read this in an ancient book. Throughout the history of the Sieghart family, it shines with a blinding golden light. Like what Glenn is witnessing. The light enveloping. This brilliance is golden fire. His mouth went dry, muttering the name Rayon. This grandson, back to Rayon. At this moment, he was checking the status panel. Still the same, no title. Status, Curse of Frost. Poor physical strength, reduced physical energy. Reduced mana affinity. Attribute, unknown. Ring of fire and water resistance both reach 2 stars. He clicked his tongue. All right, looks like I'm about to reach the 3rd ring of fire. 7 years have passed since the first judgment ritual. Now I'm 12 years old. Thanks to regular training, my 2 rings of fire are about to increase to 3. My water resistance ability has reached 2 stars. And the phenomenon of frost spreading throughout the body is gone. So my limbs are no longer stiff. Of course, moving is still very difficult. But compared to before, it's much better. At this moment, Rayon was sitting in the field thinking idly. If I can neutralize the curse of frost, my growth speed will be much faster. I also have to start physical training. Suddenly, there was a voice calling. Rayon. It turned out to be his mother. Sylvia called. You have to get ready. What are you doing here? Let's go, or we'll be late. Rayon frowned. Yes, so it's time for me to participate in the 2nd judgment ritual. I guess I'll have to see those confusing things again. As before, he and his mother went to the family gathering place. Finally, Sir Zisserletter, you have worked hard. Thus, the judgment ritual ends here. Rayon was also sitting on a chair like other teenagers. Perhaps because only members of the branch families are here. So everything happened faster than I thought. It wasn't until this moment that his grandfather called his name. Rayon Sieghart, surely you also received the order to participate in basic training as a family member? So why haven't you responded for a month? He questioned, but Rayon didn't understand anything. What was he talking about? Basic training? Hearing this, Sylvia immediately stood up to explain. Father, Rayon is different from other children. The boy still has the curse of frost in him. So training is too much for him. Rayon was surprised. Sylvia already knew about this? This is Sieghart territory. There are no exceptions or refusals from those bearing the name Sieghart. Glenn said sternly. If he can't walk, then crawl there to train. A Sieghart family member must have that kind of spirit. Sylvia still tried to beg. No, please, father, give me a little more time. Glenn angrily blurted out. If not, do you plan to run away again? Planning to take that child with you? These words made Sylvia freeze involuntarily. On this land, you can only live as a Sieghart. If you don't like it, get out of here immediately. The harsh words left Sylvia unable to argue further. At this moment, she was recalling every cruel word aimed at her before. Is she planning to run away again? This will be very interesting. Now she doesn't even have mental energy or mana circuits to break anymore. Unbelievable that someone like that carries the direct lineage. Rayon watched his mother's hunched back. Now I understand. The reason Sylvia is treated like that is because she once left this family. Sylvia has no aura, even if she learned martial arts. That means her energy center and mana circuits were completely destroyed. Mother ran away from home to meet my father and married him. But after becoming pregnant with me, my father passed away, and she had no choice but to return home, because she once gave up her position as a direct descendant and now returned. So she has to receive treatment even worse than those from the maternal line. However, that is other people's perspective in their situation. But as Sylvia's son, I cannot stand seeing my mother treated like that. Rayon just walked past Sylvia, making her seem to see a silhouette from years ago. When she realized, Sylvia shouted, Rayon, what are you doing? Come back here, son. Mommy will handle this. But Rayon ignored all those words, just walking straight ahead. It's okay, Mom. His words surprised Sylvia. Rayon stood in front of his grandfather and declared loudly, "By your order, I will participate in the training starting next month, as you have commanded." But I didn't even know there was such training. A man sitting nearby spoke up. It was the head of the Hall of Martial Art. "Hey kid, whatever it's called. Basic training is not at a level a sick person can endure. You should withdraw immediately." Rayon remained firm. "I already carry the name Sieghart, so I will have to pay the price for that name. I will participate in the training." "You dare tarnish the name Sieghart? Do you understand the seriousness of mentioning the name Sieghart?" Glenn spoke slowly. His words contained no small amount of pressure. This power directly surrounded Rayon. In an instant, sweat was pouring down. A few drops of blood dripped onto the floor. It was blood from the corner of Rayon's mouth. He also felt a chill down his spine. It felt like his flesh was being torn apart piece by piece. Just a gaze creates such terrifying pressure. My heart feels like it's tightening. This pressure is even heavier than Robert's. As Rayon thought, his hand clenched even tighter. Is this the warrior, the one known as the Reaper of the North? Seeing Rayon collapse, Sylvia and the maids hurriedly ran to support him. "Sir, Rayon is still young. He doesn't understand things yet. That's why he spoke like that." Daniel also hurriedly spoke up to defend him. "Sir, the boy is just a child who knows nothing. Please withdraw the pressure weighing on him." "I am asking," Glenn repeated. The pressure he emitted did not diminish at all. Daniel also broke out in a cold sweat from fear. "I apologize." Sylvia gritted her teeth to endure the pain, hugging Rayon tightly and begging. "Father, Rayon's health cannot withstand the training. I beg you, Father, please withdraw the pressure." Rayon's eyes were wide open at this moment. In his head, he was recalling the past. Assassins are those who must live in the shadows, always closer to death than life. They absolutely must not reveal themselves. Rayon imagined his past self standing and looking at his current self. Then the Rayon of the past patted his shoulder and pushed him forward. "But currently, I am no longer an assassin like before. I will not live in the shadows anymore." Just like that, after that push, the Rayon of the past faded into the darkness, and the Rayon of the present stepped out into the sunlight. It was like an affirmation, the intersection between past and present, between Rayon's previous life and this life. "I won't live as an assassin anymore." Rayon bit his lip tightly. He had made a decision in his heart. "I am Rayon Sieghart, and I will restore Sylvia to her rightful position." Without realizing when, Rayon had left his mother's arms and advanced towards Glenn. "No, I don't know, because I grew up in the annex, not the main palace. I don't know how noble the name Sieghart is. That is why I want to see with my own eyes what a true Sieghart is like, through participating in the training." Rayon replied loudly to his grandfather. He told himself inwardly, "I must protect them, protect the happiness and smiles of the most important people. I will definitely reclaim everything with my own hands." Glenn asked slowly once more, "You mean you want to evaluate the Sieghart family through that basic training?" Rayon trembled all over, but he still tried to reply. "At this moment, that is the only way for me to learn about the Sieghart clan. Then I need to check thoroughly to ensure the instructor is ready." Glenn continued. Rayon's breathing became heavier and heavier, so as not to disappoint you. Immediately after hearing his grandfather's last words, Rayon couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground unconscious. "In my past life, I was the #1 assassin, and now I am the possessor of the continent's legendary knowledge. Ring of Fire, if I can utilize its full power, then achieving a high position in the family is entirely feasible." Even after fainting, deep down, Rayon was still thinking about what needed to be done next. "I will show you how hard the pebble you look down on really is." Scene shifts to the training ground, where a man was focusing on observing. "Isn't that boy a cripple who can't move?" The master of the Hall of Martial Art. Karun couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing the latest news. The subordinate also broke out in a cold sweat while reporting. Yes, only a few maids overheard the conversation between the lady and the family head. The young master definitely fell very ill. Karun was deep in thought. When I saw that boy before, his body clearly had problems. How could he withstand the pressure from father? He put his hand on his chin and muttered, "Come to think of it, Sylvia was also once a top-tier genius. Send someone to the annex." He ordered his subordinate. "Yes, we will act immediately." As for Rayon, he was currently jogging with his mother. "Rayon, don't overexert yourself." Rayon was exhausted by now. He had to open his mouth to gasp for air, greedily inhaling every gulp of air. He had no idea that Karun had issued a secret order. Report everything that happens there. Sometime later, at training ground number 5 of the Sieghart family, a loud greeting rang out. Everyone, welcome to Family Head's visit. Welcome, my lord. The person who just appeared was Glenn. Unexpectedly, at this place, there was still a young man sleeping soundly. Glenn walked up to him and called out, "Stop pretending to sleep. Get up, Rimmer." The long-haired young man immediately jumped up. "Oh my, unbelievable. You're the only one who can see through my ultimate fake sleeping technique, Family Head." This long-haired man was Rimmer. "Sort of light," Glenn scolded. "The instructors are running around working hard, yet you are lying here leisurely?" Rimmer replied casually. "Of course, they have to listen to my orders. I am the one using my brain, and they're the manual laborers. It's not the same. 50 years have passed, and you still act like child." Glenn scolded, but Rimmer just laughed it off. "If a person changes, it means their time has come. But I am an elf. You must be here for your youngest grandson, right?" Rimmer guessed the purpose as soon as he saw Glenn. "Lady Sylvia also came to ask me for a favor, but I didn't expect the family head himself to drop by." Glenn was surprised. "Sylvia came here?" Rimmer replied. "She asked me not to let Rayon get hurt. If you also have that intention, then perhaps this trip is in vain, Family Head. You yourself once said, no one is allowed to interfere with training ground number 5. Even if it is you." Rimmer put his hands on his hips, speaking frankly to Glenn. "No matter how worried you are about your grandson, I won't make an exception," he affirmed once again. Unexpectedly, Glenn said, "Of course, don't reduce the training intensity. Just increase the intensity to a level you see fit, and eliminate the weak ones." He instructed carefully. Rimmer asked worriedly, "Like that, your grandson will be kicked out?" "Family Head, do you mean?" Rimmer seemed to guess something. He covered his face and smiled brightly. "Oh my, you love your descendants more than I thought. Is it because you couldn't take good care of Lady Sylvia that you're pouring all your love into that child?" Glenn turned angry from embarrassment. "If you were my old comrade, I would have severed your head from your neck already. Don't go easy on that boy, and clearly distinguish between the capable and the incompetent. You must keep those who meet the standards to continue training." Glenn repeated once more. Rimmer smiled and replied, "Then your wish is my command." Glenn turned to leave. "Just do what you want." "I'm leaving." Rimmer smiled brightly and saluted. "Yes, take care, Family Head." Only when Glenn was out of sight did Rimmer chuckle to himself. Rayon, I'm very curious about you, kid." Back to Rayon. At this moment, he was checking the status panel. He had received the 3rd ring of fire, meaning he had reached the level of a 3-star ring of fire. All stats skyrocketed thanks to the effect of the 3-star ring of fire. Especially, one of the 9 ice curse strands had disappeared. Rayon saw this and had to exclaim, 3-star is truly a completely different level. The body's sensory ability has clearly increased. The mind has also become clearer than before, remembering when training with his mother. "Why did you push yourself like that in the first few days?" "I just suddenly wanted to." Rayon made an excuse. "Thinking back, thanks to Sylvia stopping me, my limb muscles have started to develop more favorably. Besides, this magic status panel also accelerates my growth even more. But this is just the beginning. The Sieghart training course is famous for being arduous and harsh. 3-star is just the necessary foundation to start as a trainee in the family. Only with a solid foundation can one build a fortune and survive later. By showing superior achievements to others, I will silence those who once mocked me. Ultimately, Holy Sword Darius Robert, I will never stop until I slit your throat." Just sat down to rest for a moment. There was a voice calling. "Rayon, it's Mom." She stood at the door and asked, "Why haven't you slept yet?" "Is it Mom?" Rayon replied. "Why are you here at this hour?" Sylvia sat on Rayon's bed and answered, "Tomorrow you will go to the training school to start basic training, right?" "I came because I have something to tell you." "Do you really have to go?" Sylvia asked with a confiding look. "Honestly, I still want to stop you. You always suppress it even if it hurts. I don't know what to do if you get hurt all over during training. It's not that I won't let you go, but just for 1 year. Can we postpone it for just 1 year, son?" Sylvia said while placing her hand on Rayon's shoulder. Unexpectedly, the boy said, "I cannot back down. Whenever I see relatives meeting you, Mom, whenever I see their expressions as if looking at a weakling, when they look down on you, I feel very angry, so I cannot falter." Rayon placed his hand on his chest and spoke his feelings. As long as I train well, they won't be able to look down on you anymore. He looked sincerely into his mother's eyes and said. Sylvia smiled happily. Then she praised. You're very smart, Rayon. You must have realized it too. The reason I have to live alone. And why people curse me. I met your father while on a mission and fell in love with him. But because of your father's status as a knight, it was very difficult for the two of us to be together. So I destroyed my own mana circuits in my energy center and left a family. Actually, you had an older sister. She was 2 years older than you. Her name was Sia. While we were living peacefully, we were discovered and assassinated by an army from Eden. Your father wasn't that strong, and I was pregnant with you, so he couldn't do anything. Fortunately, my father always secretly sent guards to protect me, but they were too far away. When they arrived, it was too late. By then, your father and sister had lost their lives. I had nowhere left to go, with no other choice. I was forced to return to the family. That's why I am considered a sinner of this family. I don't know what to say to your grandfather. Speaking of this, Sylvia's voice became choked up. So selfish. Rayon felt that after hearing the whole story. Sylvia is truly selfish. She abandoned her family responsibilities to pursue her own happiness, returning only to beg for shelter. I understand why she's treated so harshly, but she's also the person who gave me this new life. For the first time, I met someone who truly loves me this much, even if everyone thinks she is selfish. But at least to me, she is my only precious, irreplaceable mother in both lives. Rayon turned and asked, Do you regret it, mother? Do you want to go back to the time before you ran away from home? Sylvia smiled and replied, No, I don't regret it at all. I used to live like a ghost in this house. Only when I left here did I truly feel alive. That is enough. I was truly very happy back then. And now I'm happy to have you in my life. I am very sorry, Rayon. I'm not a good mother. It's okay, I'm fine. Don't worry. Rayon comforted his mother to reassure her. He also smiled involuntarily. Even if others criticize you as selfish, you are still my precious, irreplaceable mother. Revenge will be perfect after I help her regain her position in the family. Seeing her son smile, Sylvia suddenly felt embarrassed. Then a tear rolled down her cheek. When Sylvia burst into tears, Rayon panicked. Mother, why are you crying? It took a long time for him to comfort her. Rayon breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Mama's calmed down. Now he was alone in the room. Rayon told himself, I should check the progress of the Ring of Fire and then sleep. Training will start soon. Rayon began to sit cross-legged, hands forming a seal. An energy slowly began to rotate around Rayon's body. He evaluated. Also good. The rotation speed of the Ring of Fire has become faster after reaching 3 stars. If it's like this at only 3 stars, how fast will it be when reaching intermediate level? Suddenly, sparks flared up and began to condense in front of him. A voice spoke from the void in front of Rayon. The time has finally come. That ball of fire seemed to have sentience. A face appeared within the giant fireball. It smiled at Rayon. Your rage has reached me. In the name of the Monarch of Essence, the second Demon King of the Demon Realm, I will help you execute your revenge. Rayon was stunned by this event. He muttered, This thing, what is this? Just then, the system announced. Hidden trait activated. Trait, Wrath, has been created. Wrath has awakened. The fireball, calling itself the Monarch of Essence, raised an eyebrow, observing Rayon. Your body and soul smell delicious. But why is it a child here? Rayon asked warily. What are you? The Monarch of Essence asked back. I should be the one asking that. Who are you? The rage I felt is not something a brat like you can emit. Then the Monarch of Essence realized. No, it is you. Deep in your heart, you are hiding a very deep resentment. He used special eyes to look into Rayon's martial path. Then the Monarch of Essence circled around Rayon and whispered in his ear. So offer your soul to me. In return, I will help you take the revenge you desire. Rayon tried to recall everything. Did he appear because of my rage towards Darius before I died? But now it's too late. After thinking, Rayon replied, No, I don't need your help. I will take revenge myself. The Monarch of Essence was also startled. Rayon thought to himself, I will never get a second chance like this. I can't let someone else take revenge for me. He repeated, I will be the one to take Darius's head. The Monarch of Essence kept circling. It seems you are mistaken about something, kid. I didn't come here to negotiate with you. He smiled strangely. I, the Monarch of Essence, have made a decision. The fireball rose to the ceiling. The fire in the room also became denser. Rayon hugged his body. This fire is a bit special. What is this? Why is this fire so cold? Could it be? You just need to sacrifice your body to me. Finished speaking, the monarch of essence shot straight at Rayon. The boy momentarily didn't know how to act. Just like that, the monarch of essence's fire rushed into Rayon's body. In an instant, it enveloped Rayon and then slowly disappeared. The temperature in the room also dropped abruptly. Rayon collapsed onto the bed. He clutched his chest. So cold. My body. No. Even my mind feels like it's being frozen. His elemental attribute is definitely ice, not fire. The monarch of essence, after penetrating Rayon's body, began to whisper. Think about him. Release your rage. Even if they are gods, the monarch of essence, will finish them off. Rayon hugged his arms tightly. He was shivering. Thanks to the water-resistant skill, I can endure a little longer. But this attack isn't simply affecting the temperature. He is constantly provoking my anger. At this moment, the image of the moment he was killed by Lord Darius in his past life kept replaying in Rayon's head. The monarch of essence kept whispering in his ear. I will smash his head and drink his blood. Surrender and offer your body to me. Rayon gritted his teeth to endure, because he had another worry. If I give him this body, who knows what he will do to Sylvia and the servants in the house? Even if I die, I cannot sacrifice my body to him. The monarch of essence still tried to persuade. If you release your rage and accept me, you will feel comfortable. But you choose to continue struggling meaninglessly like this. I didn't want to damage this body, so I could use it later. But I think doing so is useless. I won't go easy on you anymore. Might as well devour your soul and be done with it. Rayon collapsed on the bed, feeling like his body was about to crumble. I've reached my limit. This body can't hold out much longer. At this rate, I'll die. If I want to live, I have to do this. Rayon suddenly thought of something. If I can resist the ice aura thanks to the water-resistant skill, then there's a possibility I can also withstand the physical and mental pain when using the Ring of Fire. Rayon began to form a seal with both hands. He started summoning the power of the Ring of Fire. If I want to live, this is the only way. In an instant, red flames from the Ring of Fire enveloped Rayon's body, pushing back the blue flames of the Monarch of Essence. Seeing this, the Monarch of Essence also began to worry. He gritted his teeth. I just awakened. How can that happen? A lowly human dares to challenge me? Rayon saw that his action was effective. He slowly raised his head and declared once again, I will take revenge myself. I refuse to let a wandering ghost possess my body. Wandering ghost? How dare you call the demon king of the demon realm a wandering ghost? The Monarch of Essence shouted angrily. Blue flames began to swirl around Rayon. He just smirked. Still daring to call yourself a demon king when you can't even defeat me? Or is the real demon king dead? Get out of my sight. Being mocked, the Monarch of Essence was furious. How dare you mock me? Rayon was curious, but also very worried. He tried to use the little time he had to analyze the current situation. Just now he said he had only just awakened. Maybe that's why he can't use his full power. The system screen suddenly popped up. Rayon was surprised. Supplementary trait? What is this? Why did it suddenly appear? The Monarch of Essence screamed. That is my power. The status window. Why do you possess it? Rayon was bewildered. My stats are clearly displayed. What is the status window? Does it have anything to do with you? Rayon tried to interrogate. The Monarch of Essence hovered around, unwilling to answer. Of course it's related. That system was created by my own hands. But do you know why you can use it? Rayon continued to wonder. What is this system used for? The Monarch of Essence shook his head repeatedly. I have no reason to tell you. This is also to promote growth. Rayon asked back. How do you know? The Monarch of Essence stammered upon hearing this. Rayon found it funny seeing this. He can't even control his own emotions. No wonder he is the embodiment of wrath. Strange, the effect of the Ring of Fire is even stronger than in my past life. So it's all thanks to the system? Thinking about it makes me mad. The Monarch of Essence screamed. Sacrifice your body and return my power to me. Give it back. Before he could finish his sentence, the Monarch of Essence was blown away. He was furious. What do you think you were doing? Turns out Rayon just punched him. It was worth a try, even though I didn't use much mana in that punch. Is he an invisible spirit? Then aura won't do anything to him either. Rayon pondered. The Monarch of Essence was still raging. He's been showing off like that all this time, yet no one has appeared. How dare a human treat me like this? Maybe I'm the only one who can see and feel him. Rayon waved his hand to shoo the monarch of essence away. Take this. The monarch of essence thought of something. He rushed straight at Rayon's arm. Blue flames began to wrap around Rayon's wrist. Finally, it turned into a tiny bracelet. Rayon looked at the bracelet in confusion. What is this, a bracelet? The monarch of essence spoke up. My seal has only just been broken, but my power will return soon. When the time is right, you will have no way to stop me. I will haunt you until you have no resentment or rage left. Rayon broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is really annoying. I really want to kill him. But if I force him to separate from me, the system might disappear. Besides, who knows what he will do to Sylvia and Helen to force me. Keeping him by my side to monitor is better. I will trust in my ability to improve. Hopefully, I can suppress him. While thinking, Rayon stared intently at the bracelet. It's a bit unrelated, but why did you choose a flower-shaped bracelet? It doesn't suit you at all. Rayon uttered a sarcastic remark. The monarch of essence replied in annoyance. My personal preference. Don't judge. Rayon sighed. Fine, whatever. The next morning, Sylvia and Helen were waiting at the door early. The young master will be fine. I know, but I'm still worried. I'm ready. Both of them looked upstairs, where the voice came from. I'm going. Rayon slowly walked down the stairs, carrying a satchel on his shoulder. He smiled and said, Training school, here I come. Before leaving, his mother and the maid were still reluctant to let Rayon go. Young master, remember to be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. I remember, Helen. I'll be back soon. Helen turned to look at Sylvia, seeing her red eyes. Lady Sylvia, if you send the young master off looking so sad, the young master will feel heavy-hearted. Sylvia sat down, placed her hand on her son's shoulder, and instructed. Rayon, be safe on the way. The boy smiled to reassure his mother. Don't worry, just like you told me. If it's too hard, skip it. Don't overdo it. And so, Rayon began to leave, heading to the training school to start the course. Sylvia kept watching him anxiously. Everything will be fine, right? Helen comforted her. The young master has improved a lot. He will pass the training and return. That's right, compared to before, he is much better. But this child... Sylvia watched Rayon with worried eyes. Lady Sylvia, the teacher this time is famous for being very strict. With young Master Rayon's efforts, he will surely make it. Helen stayed by her side to reassure her. Sylvia hugged her son tightly again, reluctant to part. Rayon smiled wryly. I know, Mother. I promised. I won't let myself get hurt. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. Sylvia couldn't hold back. Tears flowed down her face. Just trust in me. Now that the boy had left, Sylvia still couldn't suppress her emotions. Rayon, please come back safe and sound. Sylvia had to accept it anyway. It was time for her son to grow up. The training location was training ground number 5. At this moment, many children appeared in front of the door. Buzzing noises were everywhere. Which family are you from? They won't be too strict with the students, right? My parents told me to get into the top 10. Only Rayon stood alone. He didn't strike up a conversation with anyone. True to the rumors. There really are a lot of people here. Not only relatives coming to the training school, but also those recommended by vassal families. According to Helen, because it's too crowded this year, they had to open 6 training schools at the same time. While thinking idly, suddenly Rayon noticed someone pointing at him. Isn't that him? Not far away. 2 boys were laughing at Rayon. Look at his shriveled muscles. They'd probably shatter at a touch. A sick guy like him will probably give up halfway. Why does he have to come here to show off? And what era is that flowery bracelet from? So outdated. At this moment, Wrath, hiding in the flower bracelet, looked annoyed. What are you guys saying? Trash, you blind nobles. I, the monarch of essence, will smash your bones and gouge out your eyes. Wrath hovered in front of the 2 boys and cursed. It seemed the 2 kids couldn't see him. Rayon wasn't the type to endure humiliation either. He spoke up. If you 2 have something to say it straight. Say it right to my face. He just cut in between the 2 of them. Rayon scolded bluntly. Don't you know that talking behind someone's back is wrong? The 2 boys were startled and panicked when scolded like that. How dare you? You are clearly a spoiled brat thrown into the annex. Just a child from a branch family. Not a direct descendant at all. Rayon calmly retorted. What status do you have to use the word dare when you yourselves only belong to a collateral line? Isn't that word reserved for opponents of lower status than oneself? The 2 boys were speechless upon hearing that. One couldn't hold back and grab Rayon's shirt, intending to assault him. You ungrateful bastard. Rayon wasn't a pushover. He glared, his arm tensing up, ready to unleash the ring of fire. Just then, someone intervened. Stop immediately. The training session is about to start. What are you doing? How dare you embarrass the Zieghart clan in front of outsiders? This boy is a legitimate descendant. His name is Bun. The two boys immediately looked wary upon seeing him. Clearly, there was fear mixed with respect. Young Master Bun, I apologize. And you should know your place too. Bun stood opposite Rayon and scolded. You're just a tiny grain of sand that I can brush away whenever I want. If you don't want to be kicked out of the annex, then live quietly. Bun lectured arrogantly. Actually, this boy already had a grudge against Rayon. The foolish kid in front of him had attracted all the family head's attention. But that was due to circumstances, not true ability. An uneducated brat with no chance of being trained dared to show his face here. Bun had held a grudge against Rayon since then. Back to the present. Bun was still acting high and mighty. If you don't intend to participate in the training, then get out of here immediately. Otherwise, stay on my site, because you will never pass this training course. I've heard enough of your nonsense. Rayon let Bun finish his rant before speaking up. You belong to the direct lineage, but you don't have any rank yet. You plan to kick me out of the annex? You think you can do that when you're not even an official student yet? Rayon hit the nail on the head. I guess you only have a chance to do that if you go crying and begging your father. Bun pursed his lips in anger. He turned angry from embarrassment. A collateral descendant dares to be insolent. Suddenly, someone kicked open the wooden door nearby. A loud bang drowned out everything. Wow, you guys want to fight already? The person who appeared was Rimmer. He smiled brightly. I guess it's because you have the spirit of youth, right? Rayon recognized this man's background at a glance. Isn't that Rimmer? The once famous Sword of Light of the Zieghart clan. I heard he retired after his energy center was damaged. Rimmer gave a friendly smile and suggested, how about you continue fighting after the opening ceremony? Rayon didn't expect this person to be here either. The training instructor has appeared. Bun could only click his tongue and walk away. A moment later, everyone gathered. Rimmer began to introduce himself. Welcome, students. I am the head instructor, the one who will supervise your training process. My name is Rimmer. I hope we will have a smooth cooperation. This teacher looked at the students and grinned. I heard there are 160 students participating in the training, but there are only 8 instructors. Looking at it anyway, it's overloaded. So I will reduce that number with test. With a cheerful face, Rimmer announced important news, and somewhat scary for all the students. Specifically, I will only keep a quarter. Rimmer held up a finger to explain. Immediately, the students were in an uproar. Only keeping that many? Impossible, what is this about? I'm just filtering out the empty husks. You know, I just want to select those who are truly outstanding. Rimmer explained leisurely. This arrogant bastard. You dare look down on the elite of the Empire? I will tear this elf apart. Wrath scolded angrily for being looked down upon. Rayon had to punch the bracelet lightly. Be quiet, he's on the podium. Rimmer leaned back on the wooden chair and smiled. In this training school, I am the law. If you have any complaints, feel free to go meet the family head and complain. Now let's start right away. What are you standing there for? Run. Rimmer squinted and smiled, pointing at the students. The group looked at each other in confusion. Endurance and willpower are the foundation of martial arts. Rimmer shouted, run around the gymnasium until I say stop. Run at maximum speed for me. The students started running for their lives. If you want to run, you have to get ahead. Why are you lagging behind like that? Wrath popped out to scold Rayon. Among the students, whispers started. Why did he suddenly make us run? Rayon whispered. This is not a competition. There's no need to surpass others. Actually, Rayon had researched and knew well. What Rimmer evaluates is a person's potential and character. He doesn't care about flashy appearances. Those who can persevere to the end will pass this test. I will definitely last until the end. Among the students running, the 2 leaders were being praised by the judges. Young Master Bun and Lady Juna are truly unrivaled. Everyone is doing very well. But those 2 kids are still the most outstanding. This isn't even their maximum speed yet. At that pace, they could run for hours. Only 12 years old and already at that level. Just thinking about the future of these children gives me chills. And is that kid the boy from the rumors? Only then do they notice Rayon. Not surprising. The boy can't keep up. He is constantly falling behind. That child is inherently sick. Running at that speed is already impressive. The boy looks exhausted. He'll probably be eliminated soon. These comments all reached Rimmer's ears. He didn't say anything, just smirked. Interesting. Have I ever met a child like him? It seems what Rimmer saw was completely different from others. I thought those whose potential couldn't be seen were the strongest, because their depth couldn't be fathomed. I can see the characteristics and colors of other children, knowing what kind of person they will become in the future. But Rayon, why? I cannot see any color. In Rimmer's eyes, Rayon was just like a black and white entity, unclear. Seeing this, Rimmer became even more excited, meaning this boy's potential lies beyond my perception. He blurted out, really interesting. Down on the field, those guys from earlier saw Rayon falling behind and mocked him. See, he was so arrogant earlier. Now look at him trailing behind. He should be grateful he's still standing. He's about to be eliminated anyway. Look at his clueless appearance. I bet he won't last another 10 minutes. As for Rayon, he had other thoughts. Impossible, is this just training? Why do they only make us run? In my past life, they released starved monsters to chase us. I had to run for my life to survive. Is it really just running like this? Too simple. Thinking about the present, Rayon smiled involuntarily. Not sure how much time has passed. The students began to get tired. Rimmer was still intently observing the boy Rayon. He stared blankly. Isn't that kid tired? How can he still continue running? His stamina should have been depleted long ago. This has far exceeded the limits of perseverance or stubbornness. That kid shouldn't have any strength left to take another step. Such strong will only exist in seasoned warriors who have stepped through death's door countless times. How can a kid possess such terrifying will? Rimmer put his hand on his chin and muttered. Rayon, really interesting. Down on the field, the number of students still running could be counted on one hand. Rayon had gradually caught up with Bun by now. Seeing this, Bun was extremely furious. Why, how can he still run? I was sure he didn't have the conditions to train. According to the saint, Sylvia's son is likely to die early, so forget about becoming a warrior. And the last time I met him, he was even worse than this. But why? All of them are so annoying. Bun gritted his teeth in anger. Finally, he made a bold decision. All right, I will show you. Mana control. Bun activated his power. Immediately, his body seemed to be fueled by a powerful energy. His eyes emitted a flickering light. I will show you the difference in class between us. To the point where you want to give up and surrender immediately. Just like that, Bun immediately accelerated to take the lead, just when the stamina of all other contestants was exhausted. Rayon didn't care in the slightest, only showing a slight surprise. Running right ahead of him was the girl Juna. On the contrary, Rayon found it ridiculous, despite that noble demeanor. He is just a kid. Mentally, Juna is much more mature than him. We are not competing with each other in this test. This is a confrontation with oneself. There is no reason to be influenced by him and disrupt my own pace. Time continued to pass. Most contestants had given up, gasping for breath. Only now did the group feel strange seeing Rayon still running. Damn it, what the hell is this? How can he still run? I'm sure people said he was a sick person. Does he not know what fatigue is? As for Rayon, his running speed remained the same as before. His whole body was burning hot. Obviously, fatigue was unavoidable. He constantly reminded himself, don't babble as if this is easy. I'm dying from the cold inside my body right now. It feels like my heart and lungs are being squeezed tight. But somehow I can still maintain my stamina thanks to optimizing the Ring of Fire. The only lucky thing is that the Ring of Fire is developing very quickly. I guess I need to give it my all for it to be maximally effective. If I keep going like this, while thinking idly, suddenly Wrath spoke up. How pathetic you are. Although your body will be possessed by Wrath. But not only are you left behind, look at your despicable state. Give it to me. Give your body to Wrath. At this moment, Wrath turned into a will-o'-the-wisp hovering around, tempting Rayon. Just past that blue-haired guy. Rayon glared at him. Deep breath. Damn it. This is the worst time for this. Wrath screamed, then opened his giant mouth to bite Rayon. I will make them completely immobile. Rayon's whole body felt like an electric current ran through it, making him pause for a moment. His face showed misery. I have to endure. Rayon gritted his teeth to bear the pain. My senses are leaving me because of the rage. But I need to pretend nothing happened. Actually, the events just now all happened in Rayon's head. On the outside, he still kept a calm appearance. Focusing on running, he silently reminded Wrath, stop your stupid tricks and leave me alone. That thing has no effect on me. Wrath just smirked with delight. Don't make me laugh. How can you not be affected? No mortal in this world can withstand the wrath of the monarch of essence. Let's see how long you can hold out. Rayon involuntarily grabbed his chest with one hand. He endured the dull pain transmitting through him. I need to endure it. If I show weakness at this moment, he will rush in to tear me apart immediately. Seeing Rayon still acting normal. Wrath is cool, getting madder and madder. This stubborn bastard. Why? Why does the wrath of the monarch of essence have no effect on you? Rayon panted heavily, not bothering to answer him. It really hurts. Feels like I'm about to die. I can't even control my body anymore. My vision is blurring. I can't even breathe properly. Rayon's vision went dark. He was about to collapse. His pupils blurred. Rayon wondered, is this the furthest limit I can reach? Hey, you can stop now. The judge announced. The last people stopped as if saved. Someone couldn't take it and sat on the ground, gasping for large gulps of air. Bowen rested right next to Rayon, scolding him. You are really stubborn. Rayon was busy breathing. No time to listen to that scolding. He had a more terrible worry. I almost collapsed there. This life won't be easy either. Juna turned to look at Rayon with strange eyes. Different. As for wrath, he kept flying around Rayon several times. Truly a monster. How could you? Rayon answered him. That's why I told you it was useless. It has no effect on me. On the contrary, Rayon felt differently. Even so, it clearly helped the growth of the Ring of Fire. Plus, my body has also developed thanks to the status panel. If I continue training like this, I will definitely be able to. Suddenly, before the astonished eyes of Wrath and Rayon, the status panel appeared. Conditions met. Extreme movement exceeding physical limits. Stats have been enhanced. Strength, agility, stamina all increased. Wrath saw the notification and screamed in dissatisfaction. What the hell is happening? Why does it give you more stats for overcoming Wrath's attack? Rayon was so surprised he couldn't speak. He shared the same sentiment as Wrath's curse. This is ridiculous. Back to Instructor Rimmer. He stood in the middle of the podium and began his speech. Well done, everyone. We will end the test here. Regarding what I told you before running, about preparing to fail. The contestants heard this and lowered their heads sadly. Rimmer laughed gloatingly, waving his hand a few times. I was lying about eliminating everyone and only keeping a quarter of you. Immediately, countless protests rang out. What? I ran my heart out just because of that? Rimmer continued speaking. No way I would eliminate so many students on the very first day. They wouldn't let me continue teaching if I did that. Plus, I didn't say I would eliminate you after this test. Speaking of this, he suddenly became serious. But if you keep training like today, then most of you will be eliminated. Everyone swallowed in fear hearing this sentence. Rimmer paced back and forth and analyzed. Clearly, I told you to run at full speed. However, not a single one of the 160 of you ran at full speed until the very end, except for one person, and someone among you was sneaky enough to dare use aura. Bowen felt guilty hearing that. Rimmer stopped in front of the boy Rayon. He squatted down and squinted with a smile. Actually, what you do doesn't matter, because the ones taking the test are you, not me. However, you will definitely not fail as long as you follow my instructions correctly, so don't worry about that. While speaking, Rimmer used his hands to form a circle, aiming at the boy Rayon. Well, it's not easy to do either. Finally, Rimmer declared, from this moment on, you will become temporary recruits. I will remove the word temporary if you pass the test in 6 months. By the way, I was planning to choose a leading recruit, but I won't rank you. You will experience the top-class accommodation the family has prepared. There's also an indoor training ground on the left, so you can go check it out. At the end of the session, Teacher Rimmer briefly introduced the training school campus to the new students. A moment later, in the nearby forest, Rimmer was taking a walk to meet an important person. Seeing the glittering epaulets, Rimmer smiled and said, I have a guest waiting at my rock, huh? My lord. The person Rimmer met was the Sieghart family head. He turned and asked, how is everything? Rimmer walked on and replied, you shouldn't be the one asking me that. You must have seen everything, since you came all the way here. You know how good I am at judging others. As expected, Bowen and Juna have the most outstanding talent. And the other children also have the potential to become pillars for the family in the future. However, Rimmer paused for a moment. I couldn't see anything from Rayon. I don't understand how the kid could continue running at the end. His stamina should have run out long ago. This is the first time I've seen something like this since the last time I observed you, my lord. Every day passed boringly since my energy dissipated, but I have a feeling this will be interesting. The lord jumped down from the rock next to Rimmer. You are the one who demanded to become the guide for those recruits. Your job is not to find fun, but to raise those children to become warriors of the Sieghart family. He finished speaking and turned to leave. Rimmer replied, Of course, my lord. Plus, I have a feeling I will be able to entrust my future to one of those recruits. Rimmer spoke those words with hidden meaning. Glenn heard and understood his words were aimed at his grandson. He replied, It's just a coincidence. That kid will find it hard to become a true warrior. Neither said another word. Just like that, Glenn slowly left. Rimmer just smirked. You know that's not the truth. Back to the recruits. Rayon breathed a sigh of relief. The basic training session is finally over. Let's go back to the training area. Wrath noticed the scornful looks directed at Rayon and pouted. After all that, and still like this? That brat is really mean. Other students stared at Rayon's back. All looked at him with envious eyes. Ridiculous. The sun gradually set. Complaints rang out in the space. The group of 3 students from earlier were gathering and complaining. He definitely pulled some trick. No way someone like him could last that long. You're right. I definitely heard about his illness. These 3 belonged to branch families. Among them, the leader was the orange-haired guy. Kreen Sieghart. Kreen pondered and said, It must be thanks to the elixir. I heard rumors that the saint himself gave him medicine. The other 2 heard this and were surprised. Huh? Did he really do that? So the 2 of them became furious. So he ran that long thanks to the power of the elixir? And yet he dares to pretend he's talented for lasting until the end? Shameless bastard. So I'm thinking like this. Kreen smiled slyly. Should we teach that smug bastard a lesson? Thud. Rayon was knocked into a tree by someone. He looked up at the opponent and asked, Why are you suddenly doing this? Opposite Rayon was Kreen. He smirked. You don't even know why? The 2 henchmen started chiming in. A reject from the main family, like you dares to brag, while only relying on the power of the elixir. If not for the elixir granted by the saint, there's no way you could run like today. How dare you pull those tricks in front of us? Trash from a branch family with no spiritual power like you. Rayon was bored and didn't bother explaining. Kids will be kids. What a ridiculous reason. The other 2 saw Rayon silent and assumed he admitted it. They continued to laugh mockingly, starting to wave their hands and threaten. Well, no need to be scared. We just brought you out here to chat a little. That's right. We just plan to talk to you a bit. Don't worry. This happens often. Kreen cracked his knuckles. You heard the instructor. We have to interact and learn from each other. Kreen clenched his fist and threw a straight punch at Rayon. Wrath immediately appeared. What? My host is being treated like that and can still tolerate it? Even if this isn't a big deal. Suddenly Rayon countered immediately, striking later but arriving first. He punched the leader, Kreen, straight in the face. The 2 henchmen saw that scene and were completely shocked. A weakling like Rayon could land a preemptive strike on Kreen? The most shocked one was Wrath. Talk. You're right. Rayon spoke coldly only then. On the other side, Kreen was knocked down flat on the ground. Let's talk with our fists. Rayon cracked his knuckles. He smiled with satisfaction. The other 2 relied on numbers and rushed in to attack. But Rayon just dodged lightly, avoiding all attacks. He launched a kick, kicking straight into one guy's stomach. The remaining guy trembled in fear and asked, What are you doing? While the other guy, after taking the full force of the kick, couldn't breathe. How could I lose? Just as he finished his sentence, Rayon punched him right in the face. Kreen, who had just struggled to get up, also didn't escape the beating. Only Wrath stared wide-eyed in admiration. You actually hit him. This scene is truly once in 1,000 years. Rayon didn't say a word, still focusing on feeding onions to the 3 branch family brothers. A while later, the massage session ended. The young men all collapsed on the ground, retching continuously. The 2 henchmen rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. I can't breathe anymore. Kreen bowed down to apologize to Rayon. We were truly wrong. Stop. Rayon didn't say anything, but stepped straight on Kreen's hand. He bent down and mocked. Before ending everything here, I want to ask you just one question. Kreen was in extreme pain, but didn't dare to groan a word. Okay. Rayon asked straight away. Who put you up to this? Was it Bun? Hearing this name, Kreen's eyes clearly showed panic. Kreen bowed his head low and replied softly. No, We did it behind his back. Bowen has nothing to do with this. Rayon exclaimed inwardly. Surprising. I thought he disliked me that much. Turns out he's not as bad as I thought. Rayon asked one more question. You won't go back and tell other classmates about today's chat, right? Kreen turned pale with fear, immediately replying. Of course not. Rayon grabbed Kreen's head. He brought his face close and threatened. If you don't want to continue talking tomorrow, you'd better know your place and stay away from me. Kreen trembled in fear and replied. We won't dare come near you again. We truly know our mistake. If you understand, then get out of my sight. Rayon shouted, and the group ran away in panic. Only Rayon remained standing alone in the forest. He didn't know that not far away, Instructor Rimmer had observed the whole incident. He just smiled and commented, truly a beautiful scene. Feels like witnessing the image of the Lord when he was young. The blood flowing in that boy is real. He truly has innate martial arts talent. He muttered, a hidden gem among geniuses? I look forward to what you will show. Kid Rayon Zieghart. Night came. Everyone returned to the training camp to rest. Rayon was checking new notifications from the system. Conditions met. Wrath is very pleased with your recent reaction. Agility stat increased by 1 point. Wrath saw this and screamed in anger. What is this? You get points for pleasing me? This system is definitely broken. Rayon replied indifferently. Aren't you the one who created it? Could it be you don't know its mechanism? Wrath immediately retorted. Of course. I've never tested this system on anyone else. This is definitely because you stole it from my essence. Ah, I see. Rayon mocked. Wrath cursed in annoyance. You ungrateful brat. But right after that, Rayon silently turned away. Wrath regained his composure and said, I have a suggestion for you. Suggestion? Rayon asked back. Make a bet with Wrath. He began to propose. If you win, I will reward you with stat points. But if you lose, you will have to receive my wrath. As soon as he finished speaking, the system also displayed a response. Wrath proposes a bet with you. Condition: pass the test for official students. Must achieve first place to succeed. Reward: all stats +2 and receive a random attribute. Penalty: for failure, receive 10 points of wrath emotion. Rayon read the terms carefully and asked back. You mean I have to get first place in the competition to become an official student that Rimmer mentioned? Wrath replied, that's right. He said there would be a first place, so the result is obvious. What about the random attribute? Wrath explained. One of Wrath's attributes will be granted to you. Of course, the level will be lowered to suit a mere human like you. Rayon still had questions. Then I have one last question. What does receiving 10 points of wrath emotion mean? It's exactly what it says. You will have to bear the emotions of wrath. It is the power that wrath possesses. The feeling of wrath that wrath passes on to you is nothing pleasant. Wrath smiled seductively. But if you harbor wrath's rage, you will lose the ability to control your own emotions, no matter how strong your will is. Rayon thought silently, saying nothing more. So that is his true purpose. Looking at how he always behaves like a man of his word, I don't think he's lying. He even answered very honestly. Compared to the huge reward, the risk of failure is quite small. Maybe this is a poison apple one have to eat. With a body full of illness like this, achieving the top position will certainly be extremely difficult. But I'm someone who has been revived once more. Rayon thought for a long time and finally replied, this condition isn't bad at all. Fine, I accept this bet. Wrath cheered. Very good, the system responded. You have accepted the bet with Wrath. Immediately, Rayon's palm erupted with blue flames like Wrath's. He was confident. If I use the experience from my past life, I will never lose. The next morning, in the middle of a training ground, the recruits were panting. Every single one of them was exhausted. My legs are about to explode. No strength left to stand up. Had to run until coughing blood in the morning, and now this. A few minutes earlier, Rimmer was still lecturing. What you're doing is the horse stance. Even though it's just a medium stance, don't underestimate it. This is the most basic stance in martial arts. Everyone has to go through this exercise. Hold that position until I say stop. I'm going to sleep. In front of him, the recruits began to hold the horse stance. Of course, it's not mandatory. So I repeat, the ones resting are you. Not me. Back to the present. A recruit screamed. Too hard. I'm not doing it anymore. When will we get to learn swordsmanship? Forget it. So far it's just been running in horse stance. Bun stood next to him and reminded. Then stop complaining. Basic training is over. Let's go train. Because if we only learn these basic exercises, your swordsmanship will rust. They left. Wrath hovered around Rayon and said, they're going to practice swordsmanship. Aren't you going to follow? He asked. Rayon just shook his head. I don't need to go right now. With these shabby skills, practicing swordsmanship is just a waste of time. What I need right now is not a sword, but foundational strength and stamina. Because of the ice curse, my physical condition is currently much weaker than others. Regarding growth and training, the foundation is still the most important. Rayon was currently doing planks. Sweat soaked his body. He still tried to train hard. Now I have to focus on training my body more than anything else. Rayon was training. Not far from him, another recruit was hiding. It was the girl Juna Sullian from the Vassal family. She watched Rayon intently. Is that Rayon Zieghart? He improves really fast. His weights are heavier than yesterday. I definitely heard he was sick. The girl noticed every little thing about Rayon, but day by day, the amount of weight he can lift gets heavier. Clearly, he must train very hard to lift like that. But increasing intensity like that every day is absurd. How can he lift 10 more kilograms in just a week? Maybe it's because he's different? Why is a patient so persistent? Juna thought vaguely. Finally, she walked over to where Rayon was training. This guy definitely has a secret. Juna walked straight up to Rayon. Rayon recognized her immediately at a glance. Juna Sullian, why are you here? The girl didn't say a word but just stared into Rayon's eyes. Rayon was surprised when someone stood right in front of him. Rayon asked, why are you here? The two looked at each other, without saying a word. Juna thought to herself, what is wrong with this child's growth? She felt something unusual. She smelled a refreshing, gentle scent. Juna realized she had approached Rayon unconsciously. She calmly walked past Rayon, then sat down with a shy expression. Then she started lifting weights. Seeing this, Rayon stood up and turned away, surprising Juna. While both were training, Juna trained while looking at Rayon and thought. Indeed, it was that feeling just now. The refreshing scent radiating from Rayon just now. After smelling that scent, my body became lighter. She clenched her fist. Thanks to it, I can now lift heavier weights than last time. Juna was busy thinking when Rayon spoke up. Do you have something to say to me? No, Juna replied hurriedly. After hearing that answer, Rayon scratched his head and walked away. It seems Juna's answer confused him. Juna surely had something to say, but couldn't say it. She watched the boys retreating back. Rayon Zieghart, I need to follow you a little longer. At the student training area, a group of young men appeared. Leading the group was Bun. The whole group was looking towards Rayon, or rather, paying attention to Juna clinging to the boy Rayon. Whispers started. Why is Juna following that guy? Hanging out with a reject from the main line like him is no good. Bun didn't say a word. Bun spoke up. Useless. Repeating those simple health exercises won't help. Basically, Rayon lacks strength. That's why he needs those simple exercises. But no matter how hard he tries, he stands no chance against us. I don't know what the test content is, but at least to prepare for that day, if it's just for basic martial arts training, it's quite fine. They continued practicing swordsmanship. Bun looked at the wooden sword in his hand and said, let's go. No need to pay attention to that trash. The result will speak for itself on the test day. Having said that, Bun led the group away. A leaf fell into a puddle in the silence of the night. While Rayon was training to prepare for the upcoming test, a person with moss-green hair appeared to greet him. Young Master Rayon. The boy introduced himself. Hello, I am Dorian. Can I train with you guys? I want to learn the correct training posture. The moss-green-haired person was Dorian from a branch family. Rayon replied, I don't mind. Thank you. Then, although there isn't much here, Dorian said while reaching into his backpack to take something out, to the curiosity of Rayon and Juna. But please eat this. It's very delicious. Turns out it was a cookie. Rayon intently observed the strange shape of the cookie. He refused. I'm Fina. So you just put it away. Rayon glanced over at Juna. At this moment, Juna was staring at the cookie. Seeing this, Rayon broke out in a cold sweat. Juna's eyes widened even more. It seems the cookie really attracted her attention, and that made Rayon even more confused. Finally, he gave the cookie to Juna, silently crying out in misery. Now there's another weird person by my side. Just like that, the training group had 3 members. April passed, and May began. The training group also became closer. But inside didn't rest for a single day either. Finally, 6 months passed. Since training began, spending every day with the determination to train on the line of life and death. The backs of the obstacles in the first days of training, no longer seeing them. Breathing heavily, I only focused on those in front of me. Only 2 people left in front of me, and then time finally passed. The morning of the test day arrived. Thank you for coming here. In the middle of the bustling stadium, the greeting of the host rang out. Dear guardians of the participating candidates, please follow the guidelines and move in order. Following the instructions, the nobles began to settle into their positions. Everyone carried their own thoughts. Rayon Zieghart, I wonder if you remember the bet with me. Wrath was circling around, probing Rayon. In the end, you still couldn't surpass those 2. So be ready to accept my wrath. He smiled slyly. Well, every test is different, so you never know what will happen. Rayon waved his hand to dismiss it. More importantly, hey Dorian, what are you doing down there? Rayon looked down and asked. Dorian was currently shrinking down on the field and replied, No, it's just that I'm a bit too nervous because today is the test day. Ah, just one exhale and even the weakest person can do it. Rayon, Juno wanted to say something. I brought cookies. Eat up. The girl held out the cookie towards Rayon. He broke out in a cold sweat and replied, No, I'm fine. Suddenly he noticed Bun looking at him. Why am I surrounded by people like this? Bun silently lamented, seeing the training group standing right behind him. Up on the stands, the area for guardians. Sylvia said excitedly, Helen, look. Our Rayon is standing there full of confidence. Of course, the young master has trained hard for the past 6 months. It seems Rayon has friends now too. With young Master Rayon's personality, that's only natural. Sylvia and Helen saw Rayon standing and talking to Juna and Dorian and were extremely happy. Young Master Rayon never complained once because although he is young, he is very sensible. Sylvia was happy to see her son like this. Making friends and everything. I'm so proud of him. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. The figure of a man in a red cloak was entering. With a very noble-looking beard. The family head is entering. The family head personally came to see. The crowd began to bustle. The newcomer was none other than Glenn. Didn't he never personally come to watch before? Everyone was surprised by his appearance. Everyone was surprised by the family head's presence. Sword of Light Rimmer was no exception, so he wondered and asked immediately, Why did the family head come here? This is an event that will shape the future of the family. You react as if this is a place I shouldn't come to. Haha, of course not. Welcome, sir. Rimmer was a bit awkward. Well, since the family head is here, we won't beat around the bush anymore. We will immediately begin the selection test for official trainees. Rimmer raised his hand to declare. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, the criteria everyone has been quite curious about will now be revealed. In an instant, Rimmer's eyes changed, eyes shining with green light. A terrifying pressure directed straight at the recruits. The green pressure resembled the leaves of a dense forest. It carried the freshness of nature, but also equally majestic and terrifying. Rayon himself felt a chill run down his spine. Overcome my pressure. Rimmer declared that was the test today. Rimmer began to release pressure, directly suppressing all the recruits present at the scene. He explained, Pressure is simply something inseparable from a warrior's life. This test will evaluate the level of that ability. Wait a minute. I object. The children have only learned mana for a short time. Why test pressure so early? A spectator voiced their dissatisfaction, followed by a series of whispers. In fact, there are children who haven't even learned aura yet. A simple pressure test is too unfair. That's not to mention the words of a few kids. That all you did in class was sleep. What is this test about? Rimmer sighed. Pressure isn't simply about using mana. True pressure is the level of spiritual power a warrior has built through their achievements. It is proof that a warrior can demonstrate their level without needing aura. What are you saying? Before this person could say anything more, he was interrupted. He's not wrong. My lord, this person was startled because the one interrupting him was the family head. Glenn explained Rimmer's method. One can only truly comprehend pressure through the way that person has lived and trained. Rimmer was pleased when Glenn supported his method. Even someone without aura can possess immense pressure depending on their persistence and training. Glenn just finished speaking. Rimmer continued, truly worthy of the Lord. You truly understand everything. So that's it. I'm sure no one here has any objections to the test anymore, right? Let's ignore the troublemakers and start the test right away. Juna, please step forward. The rest of you, step back. The first candidate called was Juna. Now, Juna, the pressure I am about to release is at a level you can overcome if you have tried your best during the training period. If you can overcome the pressure and touch me, you pass. Rimmer explained briefly. And he just smiled. The test starts right now. A green light was released from Rimmer. This green light grew stronger, clearly showing on Juna's face. The pressure forced Juna to curl up to resist. You will fail if you use aura to resist this pressure. I want you to pass the test with the will you have built up until now. Rimmer reminded the girl. The increasing pressure made Juna squeeze, both eyes shut, gritting her teeth to endure, trying to take each step towards Rimmer's position. Juna's hand was gradually reaching the instructor. Finally, Juna succeeded in grabbing Rimmer's wrist. Teacher Rimmer placed his hand on Juna's head, acknowledging the achievement the girl had made. He praised, passed easily. I can see the sweet fruit of your hard work. I want you to continue moving forward steadily with that will. At this moment, Juna was still panting, sweating all over after the test just now. Next is Dorian, just called by name. The boy was shaking like a leaf. Me? What kind of ranking is this? Dorian seemed unprepared with a bewildered look because he didn't think it was his turn next. I rank however I like. So get your butt up and come out here. Dorian trembled as he walked up to the podium. Sweat dripped down his face. You saw what Juna did, right? I want you to use the willpower built through the training period to overcome the wall of pressure I create. Rimmer tried to encourage, but Dorian still asked tremblingly, do you really think I can do it, sir? I'm quite infamous for having zero willpower. If you don't have it, I'll simply fail you. Simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Rimmer radiated pressure from within his body, as he did with Juna. A cry of pain came from Dorian. The pressure was too strong, causing Dorian to collapse. Rayon stood outside observing and realized something from Teacher Rimmer's test. The level of pressure he releases is adjusted according to the subject. He is adjusting the pressure based on the children's level and their training efforts. So he really observed each person in detail. Huh? Rimmer, see? All you need to do is come here. You passed Dorian. The boy was currently hugging the teacher's leg, trembling. However, you still lack confidence in yourself. I advise you to hold your head high and face it from now on. Dorian completed the test, immediately vomiting violently. Rimmer also broke out in a sweat. Well, I think you've heard enough. All right, next person. Just like that, the test proceeded steadily. Bowen, yes. The boy shouted loudly. Let's start right away. Rimmer's stern eyes seemed to see through Bowen's nature. The pressure he created this time was no less strong than the previous ones. He wants me to advance towards him while enduring this? Bowen was scared. It's completely different from what I saw from the outside. How did Juna overcome this thing? The strong pressure also made Bowen collapse. I can't take another step. You certainly have talent far superior to others. The number of people who can confront you among the 160 students here can be counted on one hand. However, Rimmer began to lecture. You, like the other students following you, have wasted your time. What's the point of honing swordsmanship without a goal? What you should have done was not practicing swordsmanship, but training your body and will. You always rely on aura when things get tough. If you use it now, you will fail immediately. Hearing Teacher Rimmer's warning, Bowen told himself, I cannot fail here. No way I can forget that moment. The moment my father refused to let my brother inside. I can't forget his sharp, cold eyes. If I can't overcome this, I will also be thrown away. After a period of recalling the past, Bowen jumped up. He exerted all his strength to move towards Teacher Rimmer. Finally succeeded. Bowen grabbed Teacher Rimmer's shin. He also declared simultaneously, you passed. You're still just a 12-year-old kid. I want you to stop acting like an adult and train at an intensity suitable for your age. If the only thing you do is look forward, you won't be able to notice the thorns piercing your feet. Having said these words, Rimmer felt like a burden was lifted, because finally he could touch the heart of this arrogant student. Now Rimmer turned to the candidates to continue the test. Finally, Rayon Zieghart. Yes, when his name was called, Rayon slowly stepped up. Rayon seemed very confident and ready. Teacher and student looked at each other. You're the last one. Ready? Of course, sir. Rayon replied confidently. Then let's begin. This time, the green light emitting from Teacher Rimmer was much stronger, like a raging wave, shooting straight at Rayon. Those waves of pressure spread over a wide range and were so strong that people around could feel them. His mother exclaimed worriedly, "Rayon, what the hell is that pressure?" Glenn was also surprised by this level. Is this really the test for him? Rayon stood tall before the terrifying pressure as if nothing had happened. I don't know either, but the talent I see in him is definitely above Juna and Bun. Rimmer smiled radiantly. Try enduring this. Teacher Rimmer glared at Rayon. Rayon also started sweating, having to raise his hand to brace himself against it. Soul rank is not something contained in the physical body, but belongs to the realm of the soul. Right now, I not only have the soul rank of Rayon Sieghart, I also possess the level from my previous life as an assassin. Rayon began to walk towards Rimmer. The scene before him made Teacher Rimmer widen his eyes in surprise. How can he overcome this much pressure? Even his grandfather was surprised by that image. How can you? This is absurd. Right at this moment, even Teacher Rimmer had moments where he stammered, something that should have exceeded the bounds of impossibility. Rayon gently placed his hand on Teacher Rimmer's stomach. Everyone in the stands stared wide-eyed in surprise, seeing Rayon overcome that terrible pressure. The most surprised were probably Rimmer and Glenn. Rayon smiled confidently. Is the test over, sir? The other recruits were all surprised. Did he just walk through that pressure? Impossible. Did he break through it? That red-haired kid? The whole scene was buzzing with discussion. Teacher Rimmer himself was now standing dumbfounded. How can a cripple with no aura? Rayon waited for the instructor's verdict. Hey, Teacher Rimmer spoke up asking, "What are you?" He frowned. "I've been watching you train for the past 6 months. I am Rayon. I asked that because you did better than what I taught in the past 6 months. I created pressure exceeding your ability. I intentionally made it difficult, but I didn't expect you to break through." Rimmer didn't hide it and spoke his thoughts straight out. Rayon shook his head, looking towards the stand to signal. Teacher Rimmer suddenly snapped out of it. "I know." He returned to his daily laughing and joking demeanor. "Ha! It seems the family head's majesty distracted me. Rayon Sieghart is the last candidate. The official student selection session is over. I will announce the top student you are curious about. The valedictorian of Training School Number 5 is..." Everyone waited anxiously to hear the final result from Teacher Rimmer. And that is Rayon. "Awesome. Our Rayon got first place. Lady Sylvia. Master Rayon did it." Rayon's mother burst into tears from emotion. "Unbelievable. Rayon Sieghart is the top student? If he could walk through that pressure, then it's definitely true. But how did he surpass young Master Bun?" People kept discussing the result Rimmer gave. Suddenly a voice spoke up. "I do not accept it. This is not right. You are lying." Bowen disagreed with the above result. Seeing this, Teacher Rimmer wondered, lying about what? In terms of endurance, strength, and talent, Rayon is inferior to me. I do not accept someone like him getting first place. Bowen argued. Clearly he used a trick. He definitely used underhanded methods. That sounds reasonable. The audience began to show agreement. How can someone with the Curse of Frost rank first? I heard he doesn't even have aura. Or did he bribe the instructor? The gossip went further and further. Rimmer was bored hearing it. If judging by the rumors about Teacher Rimmer, it seems correct. We are all warriors of the Sieghart family. Instead of a test like this, I think we should have a duel to decide who is more worthy. Bowen pointed at Rayon and suggested. Rimmer just chuckled. Do you crave the top recruit position that much, Ben Sieghart? Hit by the truth, the boy stammered. No, that's not it. Unfortunately, the test is already over. Family head, what do you think we should do? Rimmer pushed the responsibility to Glenn. He just frowned, not yet making a decision. Finally, he said, Rayon, the others don't seem to accept this result. Do you want to duel with Bowen? Bowen stood behind, smiling smugly when seeing the family head suggest a duel. But the answer received from Rayon was, no, the test is over. The result is also out. Why should I duel without gaining any benefit? You always talk about legitimate lineage and honor. Bowen, I didn't think you would lose so miserably. Rayon uttered a provocation. Bastard. Rayon's sarcasm made Bowen blush with anger. Then let's do this. Duel for the position of top recruit. If you win, I will give you a bronze tablet. Glenn understood the hint and raised the reward. Bronze tablet? Rayon immediately thought about the reward the family had set. The Sieghart family awards gold, silver, and bronze tablets, depending on each person's achievement. Each tablet corresponds to a different reward, even if it's just a bronze tablet. But this is a tablet awarded personally by the family head. I'll probably get something decent. It seems he isn't happy about me getting first place either. I understand. Rayon accepted the duel with Bun for the family head's reward. Glenn declared, "Then let's begin. This match will decide who is the most talented student. This is a one-round duel. Anyone using aura or weapons will be disqualified. Only physical combat is allowed." Rimmer began to explain the duel rules to the two candidates. "All right." Teacher Rimmer raised his voice. "Start." After Teacher Rimmer's command, Rayon and Bun immediately rushed into battle. Bun was the initiator. He threw a punch straight at Rayon's face. Fortunately, Rayon managed to dodge in time. However, right after that, what awaited him was a follow-up kick. Rayon had to raise his hand to block this blow. Just that much made Rayon's arm feel numb. This is the Void Tiger Fist that my father personally taught me. There is no rule prohibiting the use of fist techniques, so this is not a violation. Bun screamed. His fist began to glow. Rayon took this blow directly. Only a loud bang was heard. Truly young Master Bun. That kid Rayon won't be able to lift his head. The recruits watching the battle cheered excitedly. Someone weaker than me, and belonging to a collateral line, throwing a flurry of punches. Bun kept thinking in bitterness. You dare aim for my first place position? He began to recall. Forget it, Bun. The Sieghart clan does not need weaklings. That was the memory. When his father disowned Bun's older brother. Don't disappoint me, Bun Sieghart. He had reminded the boy like that. Back to reality. That was Bun's psychological burden. Father's watching me. I must prove myself. I cannot lose to someone like you here. Bun constantly applied pressure, but Rayon managed to block almost everything. Every punch thrown, Rayon tried to dodge as closely as possible. To save energy. At this moment, Rayon was extremely focused. I could see it. From the fist to his rhythm. All attacks are clearly visible. Do you give up yet? Rayon, I will finish you with this blow. Bun screamed and lunged forward. This time Rayon took a stance. He also prepared to throw a punch. Why should I surrender? He clenched his fist tight. A powerful punch was unleashed from Rayon. Two fists collided. Result, Bun was knocked back. Rayon's punch continued to strike straight into Bun's chest. What is this? Bun's right fist was trembling, and Rayon continued to clench his right hand, preparing to throw another punch. The surrounding air seemed to condense with this punch. Boom! A direct hit. Bun was sent flying. He was beaten until he foamed at the mouth. Impossible. The audience panicked. That was the Void Tiger Fist. How? Everyone shouted in unison. Glenn was also surprised by this result. How do you know the Void Tiger Fist? Bowen recognized the familiar move and tried to ask back. You just showed me. Rayon simply replied. I just mimicked your fist technique. Did he just use the Void Tiger Fist? This is ridiculous. How can he use the Void Tiger Fist? The audience gasped at the unexpected ending. Or was it secretly taught to him? Otherwise, how could? Some people started guessing wildly. This is impossible. No matter what, that is unthinkable for the kid Rayon. Bowen collapsed in front of Rayon under the witness of Teacher Rimmer. This kid really has talent. Even Rimmer couldn't have predicted this scenario. He neutralized the spinning motion of the illusion Tiger Fist by creating a fist technique with an opposing vortex. Just seeing through the opponent's martial arts is enough to be called a genius. But the boy even made that skill his own. This is the kind of talent that can stand at the peak of this continent. This is what the Sieghart family has always been looking for. Rayon's image seemed to shine brightly in Rimmer's eyes. He is a true genius. I think this match is over. As everyone has seen, the result is all too clear. Teacher Rimmer spoke to end the match. The winner is Rayon Sieghart. With this result, today's test officially closes. Upon hearing the result, Sylvia and Helen rushed down from the stands to the field to congratulate him. Rayon couldn't help but be surprised. Sylvia rushed over to hug Rayon. At this moment, the boy also felt extremely moved. Helen was also crying tears of joy. Only Wrath was still hovering around complaining of hunger and demanding to go home. Other students also started being picked up by their parents. Juna's parents were also crying and hugging their daughter. Only Bon was being supported by the butler. He looked worriedly toward his father. He just stood watching from afar, then coldly turned and walked away. Seeing this scene, sweat poured down Bun's face. Clearly, his father was very disappointed with this result. A faint light amidst the night emanated from a room in a magnificent castle. That lit room was Bun's father's office. A sad look was clearly visible on his face. Of Bun in the gloomy atmosphere. In the silent space, a voice spoke up. Bun. Yes, father. Do you remember the words I told you? Bun replied. You told me to return with the title of top recruit. And absolutely not to lose to anyone. That wasn't too much to ask. I told you to defeat the branch families and, after trampling on that Rayon, return as the top of the class. Bun's father swiveled his chair around. Don't talk about inheriting the family. Did you lose to a piece of trash thrown out of the main family? The father clearly showed anger and disappointment at Bun's result. Do you plan to make me a laughingstock? Or do you want to share the same fate as your two older brothers? This threat made Bun panic. He replied softly. That's not it. I just missed the first opportunity. They will choose the top person after totaling the points on graduation day. Make sure you bring that position back here for me. Bun's father instructed carefully once again. Go. Finally, he coldly chased him out. Bun could only bow his head and accept the order. Yes, if I still want to survive in the Zieghart family. Don't fail at this last chance. Those threats kept haunting Bun's mind. Damn it. He punched the wall hard to vent his rage. It's all because of that cursed bastard. Unbelievable that things turned out like this because of that trash Rayon. Bun glared and gritted his teeth, cursing. Damn it. Why did it turn out like this? I definitely have to train frantically so I never lose again. Muttering, Bun walked slowly. Lost in thought, Bun had walked to the gym without realizing it. He peeked inside, then asked himself, why did I come here? Did I walk here unconsciously while thinking? Bun gently pushed the door open and walked in. The gym was empty, not a soul in sight. Is no one here because the test just ended? Bun sat down, picked up a dumbbell, thinking vaguely. Suddenly something caught his attention. It was the student's locker area. But what caught Bun's attention the most was the personal locker labeled Rayon. Bun approached the row of lockers. If I just look a little, it probably won't matter, right? That's right. I'm not stealing anything. Just taking a look. Bun curiously opened the locker door. Then his eyes widened in surprise. What is this? What's with all these shoes? Inside Rayon's locker was piled with worn-out shoes. Just counting roughly, there were more than 10 pairs. Did he wear out all these shoes in just 6 months? Well, I only had to change shoes twice. Holding a pair of old, tattered shoes, Bun pondered. Looking towards the stone bench he sat on earlier, Bun visualized the image of Rayon always diligently training there. Everything seemed to burst open in Bun's mind, right? Come to think of it, he always threw himself into training, while I only cared about skipping the basics to swing my sword and show off to others. Or when I was enjoying comfort in my luxurious room. Even though he carries the essence of the Zieghart lineage. But I did completely opposite things. After a moment of thought, Bun snapped out of it. The space was still quiet as before. The dumbbells still lay there. No one was training. Bun picked up the pair of shoes, then carefully put them back in their place. Then gently closed the locker. Bun then walked away. He looked up at the night sky. His eyes also became more determined and serious. Oh my, truly unbelievable. I, the monarch of the mortal realm, have lived for hundreds of years. Yet I've never met anyone like you. At this moment, Rayon was sitting alone in his room, checking the system again. What are you? Wrath wondered. Rayon replied indifferently. Who knows? You can think whatever you want. First, tell me what this trait is. Rayon pointed at the system panel. Information displayed on it. You have won the bet with Wrath. Reward has been granted to the winner. All skill stats increased by 2 points. The owner of Wrath receives a random trait. Trait 1-star Snow Flower Intuition has been created. The monarch of the mortal realm explained. Snow Flower Intuition? You received a trait too good for your mediocrity. This trait helps expand your perception range. Even though it's only 1 star now, but it also increased by about 10%. This king has a perception range 10 times that of a normal person. Rayon exclaimed. Really? That's great. But why is it named Snow Flower Intuition? Rayon continued to question the monarch of the mortal realm. I named it that because I liked it. Doesn't it sound good? Rayon prepared to leave. Not forgetting to leave a teasing remark. No matter how you think about it, you are terrible at naming things. Huh? You dare say that to me? Wrath heard this and went crazy with anger. The next morning when Rayon was chatting with his mother, he received a notification from the butler. Young master, the family head requests to see you. Sylvia worried. He summoned you suddenly? Did Rayon do something wrong? The butler immediately reassured. Don't worry too much, miss. The butler's attitude showed this wasn't anything bad. The family head just wants to personally award the bronze tablet to the young master. At this moment, Glenn was sitting waiting for Rayon to arrive. Rayon knelt down to pay respects. Greetings, family head. Even though I don't want to, I will keep my promise. Glenn just finished speaking, and the butler understood immediately. Yes, family head. The butler brought the bronze tablet to Rayon. Rayon Sieghart, as promised. You will be awarded a bronze tablet. Later, when you return it, you will receive a corresponding item or favor. Rayon carefully received the tablet. Holding the tablet in his hand, Rayon thought about what he should do with it. Without taking too much time to consider, Rayon made his request. Then I have a request right now. The butler looked at Rayon with curiosity, not knowing what he would ask for. The family head was also surprised by Rayon's words. What must I do to restore the status my mother once had? Both of them felt confused after hearing Rayon's request. Original status? You must mean her position in the direct lineage. Glenn asked back. Rayon replied, yes, correct. Noticing Glenn's attitude, Rayon was also a bit surprised. It seems he suddenly became easier to talk to. What is going on? Achievements. Glenn answered without hesitation. If you achieve something that the whole family has to acknowledge, then it's possible. But that is not simple at all. Gaining recognition from others is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. Almost impossible, especially for a kid like you. Hearing Glenn's words, Rayon looked at the bronze tablet in his hand. As you said, there is still a possibility. He affirmed confidently. Rayon placed the bronze tablet back on the tray to the butler's astonishment. That is enough. Thank you for your answer, family head. Rayon turned and walked away without regret. Wait, Glenn called out. Rayon politely turned back to answer. I haven't asked about my reward yet. That was just a question. No need to use the tablet. I can still grant your wish. Rayon was quite surprised to hear what the patriarch had just said. He never expected to hear such words from the Northern King of Destruction. Tell me what you desire. Glenn repeated himself once more. Well, there's something I've thought about. The one thing I need most. Rayon thought to himself. He clenched his fist. I would like a cultivation technique. As soon as Rayon finished speaking, Glenn immediately replied. The instructors will teach you that when you begin basic training. I need an aura cultivation technique better than what is taught in basic training. Please grant me a secret technique worthy of this bronze plaque. Rayon placed a hand on his chest and repeated his request. The shadow aura cultivation technique from my past life is not enough. To restore Sylvia's position and take Darius's head, I need an aura that is far more powerful and exceptional than that. So what you want is a cultivation technique, is that right? Glenn said slowly. With a snap of the patriarch's fingers, a massive door opened before Rayon. It looked like a library. Countless books were on display. Rayon was overwhelmed, unable to believe so many books were stored here. The bookshelves were stacked so high in tiers that they reached the ceiling. Rayon was dumbfounded. This is one of the family's archives. If you place your hand on the central pedestal, the book you need will appear instantly. Glenn explained. I understand. Rayon nodded. After receiving the instructions, Rayon immediately followed them to find the book he desired. I just need something better than the shadow aura cultivation technique. I hope something useful appears. A bright light suddenly flared from Rayon's hand. Waves of light flowed through the neatly arranged rows of books on the shelves. That wave of light pulled a book from a shelf. The book floated in midair, presenting itself before Rayon. Rayon wondered to himself, what is this tattered old book? The unfolding events left everyone with a look of surprise. So much so that Glenn couldn't help but exclaim, what is this? How did you obtain that book? He shouted as the book slowly drew closer to Rayon. Then it opened on its own. This book is 10,000 Flames Cultivation? What kind of technique is this? Rayon placed his hand on the book. At that moment, the book flared with light. Then, its pages began to flip continuously. And then it exploded. The pages scattered everywhere. Rayon instantly became the center of a vortex. He was completely surrounded by the book's pages. It seemed that at this very moment, Rayon was absorbing the knowledge within the book. Glenn could only stare, wide-eyed, at what was happening before him. He was utterly astonished. Do you think Sylvia is being ostracized by the family? Glenn recalled the past. That is not my concern. The prosperity of the family is the top priority right now. Go and attend to other matters. Sylvia got involved with another man and left home? Do not report such trivial matters to me. After days of thinking only of the family and setting aside my feelings, I built an army that could overcome the wall of demons. My family grew stronger and stronger. So what did I lose? And then, one day, bad news arrived. My lord, there are reports that your son-in-law and granddaughter have been attacked. The attackers appear to be the twin demons of Eden that Lady Sylvia was investigating. The young lady seems to be unharmed, but the other two died on the spot. Reporting, because the attack was so sudden, it was impossible to... Patriarch. The patriarch's eyes grew increasingly furious. How pitiful. I finally feel something again. But things can never go back to the way they were. So, Rayon, even if you and Sylvia come to hate me, this time I must protect you. Back in the present, Rayon stood with his face turned to the sky. His arms were outstretched, embracing each page. What is this? My body and mind are being pulled along with them. Suddenly, a voice cut through. Rayon snapped back to reality. He was still standing before his maternal grandfather. Glenn asked, "What did you just do?" Rayon answered honestly, "I don't know. I only remember the secret technique book vanishing in my hands." What was the name of the book? Rayon tried to remember. He looked at his hand and replied, "It was the 10,000 Flames Cultivation." At that moment, the system window appeared. 10,000 Flames Cultivation. You must face the eternal flame. You have completely memorized the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. You're saying you remember its contents? Glenn stood up and asked again. Rayon replied, "Yes, sir." "I see," he said, relieved. "Very well. You have received your reward for the bronze plaque. You may leave now." Rayon replied politely. Rayon left, but he still felt uneasy. Glenn and the butler watched Rayon until he was completely gone. The secret technique that young Master Rayon received, was it? Only then did the butler ask. Glenn nodded in confirmation. Yes. He continued to recall images from the past. It is the secret technique of the first patriarch. In the history of our family, no one has ever been able to retrieve or read that secret technique. I never imagined the boy would learn the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. If this gets out, young Master Rayon and Lady Sylvia could be in danger. The butler worried. Glenn said, "You don't need to worry. No one knows about the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. The secret technique book has vanished. What should we do?" "It's fine. It has been passed on to someone else." After receiving the secret technique, Rayon was pleased with the result. Besides, no one else could learn the 10,000 Flames Cultivation anyway. If it wasn't passed on to the boy, it would have just been lost to time. Glenn looked up at the library and spoke to himself. "I have a feeling a new wind will blow in the future." Back in his room, Rayon sat deep in thought. No matter how I think about it, this is too strange. Why would he grant me something like this? Never mind a silver plaque. Even a gold plaque wouldn't be enough to trade for this secret technique. Rayon questioned his grandfather's actions. This is in no way inferior to the Ring of Fire. I must learn it properly. However, in a dark space, Rayon was walking toward a speck of fire. Curiously, Rayon reached out to touch it. Soon, the flame was resting in the palm of Rayon's hand. And now, he was trying to feel it. But unfortunately, Rayon did not succeed. He couldn't hold on to the speck of fire, and it vanished. I failed again. Even after trying so many times, it's so difficult to gather aura. I didn't expect to learn such a high-level secret technique in one go. But Rayon's train of thought was interrupted by the King of Essence. "It seems you're having some trouble. Give it your all. You must be careful. It would be a huge problem if someone interrupted you during your cultivation. It would be a sad thing to become crippled just by touching a secret technique." He warned. What is this guy plotting? Wrath is right. The 10,000 Flames Cultivation absorbs the energy of nature and accumulates aura in the energy center. If I were interrupted at a critical moment, my mana circuits or my energy center could be severed, and I would become a cripple. It's even more dangerous for me, because my mana circuits contain frost energy. All right, if you know that, then don't interfere. Rayon warned. The King of Essence squinted and smiled. I wonder what would happen. Wait, don't tell me. Suddenly, Rayon had an idea. Just once. Let me, the King of Essence, interrupt you just once while you're cultivating. The King of Essence said with a strange smile. It wouldn't be much fun for you to have a crippled body, would it? It's fine. Unexpectedly, The King of Essence replied in such a way. You are human, so you can't overcome it. But even if your 4 limbs were severed, and both your energy centers exploded, I, the King of Essence, can still restore everything. When you're crippled, and have given up on everything, that will be my, the King of Essence's, best opportunity. I see. You said just once, right? I'm looking forward to seeing what trick you'll pull this time. Rayon provoked him. You're bluffing again. Tremble in fear every day. Because you'll never know when I, the King of Essence, will strike. The King of Essence circled around, leaving a threat for Rayon. Through their conversation, Rayon realized the King of Essence's intentions. This guy is truly an enemy. He is a demon from the demon realm, always ready to possess my body whenever he gets the chance. And he is the embodiment of wrath. I thought his silence meant he had given up on that idea. From now on, I'll have to be wary of him again. Rayon sighed. All right, later. I need to deal with something more urgent first. Are you finally going to deal with her? Rayon nodded and walked toward the window. It can't be a coincidence. She comes here every night. Rayon and the King of Essence looked out the window. I have to deal with her. He thought to himself, it's been a while since I've done my old job. In the dead of night, a maid was sitting on an empty patch of land by the lake, her purpose unclear. I have nothing to report except that he keeps muttering to himself. But this time, I really have something to report. This person was the annex building's maid, Yahello. I can't believe he was able to obtain such a high-level cultivation technique with just that bronze plaque. Moreover, the flow of mana was extremely intense while he was cultivating his aura. Unbelievable. This is truly important information for the Central Martial Palace. I'm only doing this because it's an order. But he's just a child. I wonder how much longer I can deceive him. After finishing the letter, Yahello folded it and let it float down the water. Then she let out a sigh. Time to go back. Suddenly, a knife was held to her throat. If you dare to speak, I'll kill you. The newcomer threatened. If you move, you'll die too. As he spoke, he slowly moved closer to Yahello. Lower your gaze and look at the lake. Yahello felt helpless. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Who is he? Who could emit such a murderous aura? Yahello trembled as she followed his instructions. Looking down at the lake's surface, she recognized the face of the person holding the knife, and her own. Rayon? How did this kid manage to follow me? She was completely shocked. I felt your prying eyes on me ever since I returned to this annex building. So, did you get any information? Rayon interrogated her. Impossible. He knows everything. Yahello swallowed hard. I thought I hadn't left a single trace. So he was just pretending not to see me? Why? Speak. Rayon pressed the knife closer to Yahello's neck. The threat wasn't working. Rayon shoved a pill down Yahello's throat. Irk. The pill immediately slid deep down her throat. Yahello instantly felt something disgusting happening inside her body. She immediately collapsed to the ground, trying to vomit but couldn't. Rayon's attention was then drawn to the letter floating in the water. He picked it up. When Rayon opened the letter, he only saw strange characters. He turned and asked, I can't read the contents of this letter. This type of paper requires a special method to be read, doesn't it? Fire, stone, moonlight, sunlight. Yahello listened as Rayon read the contents of the letter. She could only frown in discomfort. She clutched her stomach tightly. So it's moonlight. Rayon's words startled Yahello. How did you know? Rayon didn't bother to answer. He continued to read the contents of the letter. Dark aura. Family. So this is Cajun's order. Rayon concluded. Yahello was immediately terrified. Impossible. My expression didn't show the slightest flaw. I spent years training to become a master spy. He couldn't have read that much just from my expression. Yahello was horrified by Rayon's discovery. Wait, no. The pain is writhing inside my body, and the fact that he can so easily read my thoughts. Yahello suddenly had a thought. There's only one way to explain this. The thing he shoved down my throat. Could it be a frenzy goo? Infiltrate the annex building and send me all information about Rayon and Sylvia. Previously, Cajun had given Yahello her orders. If you carry out this mission well, I will give you that thing. Back in the present, Yahello made a guess. Did you feed me a frenzy goo? Oh, you even know about the frenzy goo? Rayon was surprised. The fact that you know about the frenzy goo surprises me a little. Rayon's words made Yahello suddenly feel hopeless. She mumbled a few sounds and covered her mouth. Then she tried to vomit everything in her stomach but couldn't. By introducing it into the target's body, the poisoner can know not only their location, but also their thoughts. The goo worm is one of the most terrifying curses in this world. The poisoner can kill the target whenever they wish with extreme agony. That expression, there's no doubt, it's definitely a frenzy goo. Her knowledge of the frenzy goo only made Yahello more terrified. You sent this letter to Cajun, so you must be a spy from the Central Martial Palace. And this mission must have started 7 months ago, after the judgment ceremony. You've investigated thoroughly, haven't you? Rayon turned to speak to Yahello. Not just me, but my mother as well. Helen and all the other maids. As Rayon spoke, he wore an inscrutable smile. Yahello couldn't believe that Rayon knew everything she had done. I thought this was a simple mission. Just gather information on the child Rayon and the crippled Sylvia. I thought I could complete the mission easily. But there's a monster living in this annex building. In Yahello's eyes, he was no longer the sickly boy Rayon. I'll change the contents. I'll report false information. Yahello screamed in fear. Rayon dismissed her. Forget it. Even if you change the intelligence, Cajun will eventually find out about me anyway. It will only make him realize your incompetence, he said as he approached Yahello. Then, Rayon stared deep into Yahello's eyes with his crimson gaze. He said, from now on, you will be a double agent. You will report to him any information that he would soon discover anyway. Hide the important information and do not reveal it to anyone. In return, you must bring me valuable information from his side. Rayon laid out the entire mission in one breath. I will do as you command. In her current situation, Yahello had no choice but to agree to Rayon's request. Rayon was satisfied when Yahello accepted his request. Until we meet again, Rayon said his farewells and left. I hope to receive some useful information. Yahello just sat there on the ground. Fear made it impossible for her to stand up. On the way back, the King of Essence asked Rayon curiously, how did you summon a frenzy goo? Rayon replied, I wouldn't use something so disgusting. I just fed her a poison pill. It just causes her temporary, intense pain. Wait, so you were able to read her thoughts just now? The King of Essence's eyes widened. Rayon answered nonchalantly, you can probe others based on a few factors. Others might not see it, but I can. Hearing this, the King of Essence's face darkened. He was beginning to see the person before him in a new light. This one is the real demon. After that, while I was still engrossed in my training, the day to return to the training ground arrived. During that time, I never stopped trying. By the day of departure, I still hadn't been able to create an aura. On the training grounds, everyone was chatting lively. Rayon thought to himself, 42 people passed. Only a quarter of the original number remains. Rimmer, you really are strict about results. Rayon, a voice called from behind. It turned out to be Juna. Just like last time, the two faced each other awkwardly, neither speaking first. Juna was thinking about something. She remembered her mother's words. So, young Master Rayon helped our daughter with her training? A few days ago, at the Sullian family mansion, Juna was relaxing and eating cake when she heard the question. She replied, and the silver-haired woman sitting opposite her asked, did you greet him and say thank you? When he gave me snacks, yes. What about when he helped you with your training? Juna answered casually. No. Her mother asked again. Why not? Did your father tell you not to talk to boys first? Her mother squinted and smiled. Aha, I see. Juna, when showing gratitude, gender is not important. If you've received help, you must always respect and be grateful to them. That's common courtesy. Juna was stunned by her mother's lesson. Remember? Don't forget it. Juna carefully committed the advice to memory, remembering her mother's words. She finally spoke. Thank you. Rayon was surprised to suddenly receive thanks from Juna. Why is she thanking me all of a sudden? The King of Essence appeared and asked. Rayon's face twisted as he mumbled a reply. I don't know. How would I know? Having successfully thanked him, Juna felt a sense of accomplishment. She turned and walked away. Just then, not far away, another voice called out. Young Master Rayon. Dorian whined. Young Master, how are you? As for me, I think I'm going to die. When I was just a provisional trainee, I already felt like I was about to die. So I can't even imagine how much harder it's going to be now that I'm an official trainee. I keep having, yes, nightmares. I tossed and turned all last night and couldn't sleep. I'm just afraid I won't be able to do it. By the way, it's really woe. The boy's whining was like a punch to the ears. Rayon's face just went blank. Even the King of Essence found it annoying. Why are you even talking? But I'm very happy that young Master Rayon is the top trainee. If young Master Ben were the top trainee, while he was still rambling on. From behind Dorian, a familiar boy appeared. It was Bun. Seeing the face of the person he had just been bad-mouthing, Dorian panicked. Perhaps what Dorian said didn't bother Bun. He walked toward Rayon. The two looked at each other, waiting to see who would speak first. Bun gave a slight bow. I apologize. I admit my defeat last week. I let everyone see a shameful side of me. His action surprised Rayon. However, I will not give up. Bun affirmed, no matter how much effort it takes. I will stand proudly before you. Bun declared, I will not retreat, nor will I give up. With that, Bun coldly turned and walked away. The King of Essence appeared. Rayon waited until Bun was far away before muttering. I never thought a 13-year-old boy would know how to admit his mistakes. It's different when you're raised by a great family. He got beaten to a pulp and still doesn't know his place. Go follow him and gouge his eyes out. The King of Essence, with the same furious attitude, shouted angrily. This is good enough. You need to calm down. Rayon had to step in to stop him. Who cares about that? The King of Essence was still fuming. Just then, a voice cut through everything. Sorry for being late. Instructor Rimmer walked in, scratching his head sheepishly. I overslept because I had a little too much to drink last night. Have you all had a good rest? First, congratulations on becoming official trainees. We will begin official training today. Overall, it will be the same as before. But from now on, there will be a few additional training programs. For the first session, we will learn about aura cultivation methods. Suddenly, a loud rumble was heard. A long-haired woman walked in. She captured everyone's attention. Her opening line was a curse. Damn it, the door just wouldn't open. That was almost a problem. Dorian saw this person and became anxious. That person must be. Rimmer just smirked. You finally made it. Everyone pay attention. I'm not the one in charge of instructing her. But she is a trainee who failed the last round. Since you'll all be training together from now on, please say hello. The woman introduced herself. I'm Marta. Of the direct line, Martha Lujat. She may not look it, but she's a very kind girl. Rimmer introduced Martha. But he was immediately cut off. First of all, who's the top trainee? Martha looked around and asked. I can't have someone of a lower class standing above me like that. I have to see which bastard is holding that position. Some eyes began to focus on Rayon. Come on out. Let's have a match. As for Martha, she looked around with eager eyes and declared her challenge. Why don't we have a fight right now? Martha walked around, provoking. Is there something wrong with the feng shui here? Why do I always have to get involved with people like this? Rayon sighed, exasperated. I am Rayon Zieghart. I'm a number 1 trainee. Rayon stepped forward and spoke. Martha let out a delighted oh. You don't look like a number 1 trainee at all. All right then. Martha began to size up Rayon. She cracked her knuckles. No need for words. A fight will settle it. Martha, Bun immediately warned her. Why are you so rude? Martha snapped. You little brat. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to your senior? She irritably approached Bun, about to say something. If you say any more stupid things like that, you'll die on the spot. You'd better choose your words more carefully next time. Martha threatened. Bun was no pushover either. He retorted. Rayon Zieghart was recognized as the top trainee in front of the Lord and the instructors. Are you saying you doubt their decision? I thought you made a scene about that too. Am I wrong? Martha deliberately brought it up again. That's exactly why I did it. Unexpectedly, Bun retorted immediately. I don't want to see that shameful side of myself again. He declared, watching from the sidelines. Rayon secretly marveled. Bun has really changed. Suddenly, Juna jumped in front of Rayon, her intentions unclear. She immediately spread her arms to protect him, preventing Martha from getting to Rayon. She said calmly, stay away from Rayon. How nice. What a beautiful friendship. Birds of a feather flock together, huh? Martha looked back and forth, then sneered. If I continue like this, I guess I'll be the one in the wrong, huh? Martha scratched her head and walked away. Fine, I'll be the bad guy then. But you know, I really... Suddenly, Martha flashed a devilish smile. Hate cowards who hide behind others. They're even more pathetic than the arrogant ones. The words had barely left her mouth when Martha zipped past both Bowen and Juna. Appearing right in front of Rayon, both of them turned their heads in shock. Martha swung her right arm. Her fist seemed to glow. Block this. Rayon was very calm. With just a small movement, he made Martha's punch miss. Surprise was written all over Martha's face. While Martha was still stunned, Rayon prepared to counter with his own punch. Martha quickly defended against Rayon's counterattack. However, the punch was so powerful that even though Martha had actively defended, she was still pushed back several meters. Bowen, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but be surprised, only managing to let out a gasp. Rimmer seemed to have anticipated this. He just smiled without saying anything. No exception. Martha, pushed back, was just as surprised as the others. She didn't think that punch would be so powerful. Oomph, Martha muttered. That smile. A dark aura erupted around Martha's body. Hey, Martha began to walk step by step toward Rayon. Each step left a terrifying crack on the ground. Don't think you could just walk away from this. Martha was still stubbornly determined to settle the score with Rayon. But the Sword of Light, Rimmer, managed to grab her hand in time to stop her. That's enough. When did he get here? Martha raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, Martha, it seems you're underestimating me a bit. Huh? Even if you think I'm easygoing, don't act as if I'm invisible. Bayan and Juna have probably already learned to use aura. But Rayon hasn't. Don't you think winning with such an advantage isn't something to be happy about? These words struck a blow to Martha's pride. She began to tremble. I'll let you fight Rayon as much as you want after he learns to use aura. Martha shamefully shook Rimmer's hand off. I was about to stop anyway. After that, Instructor Rimmer requested of Rayon, return to your position. Rayon, yes, sir. What are you doing? How dare you let that little brat attack me? You should have torn her limb from limb and imprisoned her in ice for 1,000 years. The King of Essence furiously scolded. I already fought back. Rayon replied. The King of Essence was still annoyed. How was that enough? You should have made her head roll. The King of Essence grumbled, dissatisfied with the outcome. No, it's not the right time anyway. Rayon's face remained as calm as ever. He slowly walked away. It's better to fight when I can get something from her. Lure her in with this title of #1 trainee. In fact, he also had his own calculations. Just wait. Next time, I'll show you a good show. Rayon sent a message to the King of Essence. The Academy's training ground under the sun. The trainees were engrossed in their practice. The instructor's voice rang out. All right, everyone take a 10-minute break. The training exercise seemed very strenuous. As soon as the break was called, Bun drank down to the last drop of water. It was clearly visible on Bun. He was drenched in sweat. Just as I thought. It's not easy at all. Since I've learned a high-level fist technique, it's not that difficult for me. But reaching 3-star is tough because it requires combining many different advanced techniques. But Rayon? Bun looked toward Rayon, thinking to himself. Even though it's only been a month, Rayon was still training diligently, even during the break. It took even me a month to learn the 7 forms fist. And yet he learned it at the same time as swordsmanship. It seems I'm not the only one feeling pressured by his progress. Bun turned his head to look at a spot where someone was frantically practicing with a sword. He asked, Are you feeling like you're being left behind too? The person practicing frantically was Martha. This damn swordsmanship. Martha lowered her sword, exhausted. Even though this is his first time learning fist techniques. How can he be progressing so quickly? While resting, Martha pondered to herself. She couldn't believe the process. It doesn't look like he's been taught before, by people like Bun or Juna. His body isn't normal because there's still cold energy inside him. How can he train all day with a body like that? I can't let myself fall behind like this. She gritted her teeth in anger. My talent is formidable. That's what people have always said about me. Ever since I was adopted by the Sieghart family, I have always been a hunter. I surpassed all the direct and collateral lines. Those good-for-nothings who always brag about being geniuses. I always sneered when I saw them in despair. I'm the real genius. I am the best. That used to be my pride. But now I'm worried I can't control the situation anymore. After training, Martha was heading back when she received encouragement from her butler. You performed very well today, Lady Martha. Unconcerned, Martha just replied perfunctorily. The butler watched her go, not knowing what else to say. You don't need to worry, my lady. He suddenly spoke up. What did you say? Martha immediately spun around with an annoyed look. As I said, because he has shown his good side, everyone has forgotten. But young Master Rayon will never have a chance of defeating you, my lady. The butler spoke directly to the worry in Martha's heart. He will never defeat me? She repeated the sentence. On what grounds do you dare to make such a claim? The butler, seeing he had caught Martha's attention, pointed out. Because young Master Rayon has a fatal weakness that he can never overcome. In the training hall, it seemed Rayon was still diligently practicing without a break. Phew, he let out heavy breaths. I wanted to ask you something for a moment. Suddenly, an unfamiliar trainee approached to ask for a favor. Could you take a look at my stance? No, I can't help you with that. Rayon immediately refused. The others showed clear disappointment on their faces. But his swordsmanship is so good. Suddenly, a girl appeared. She clapped as she approached. Excellent. I didn't expect you to be able to train with me in such a short time. You're even better than a genius. You learned so fast. The girl was none other than Martha. She deliberately praised him first to get the upper hand. Her expression immediately changed. But with your weak mana sensitivity, no amount of training will be of any use. What a pity. Perhaps in the future, you can only become a mediocre swordsmanship instructor. The other trainees stood by, looking bewildered. And on a bench in the training hall, Instructor Rimmer maintained a calm demeanor. He was also sitting and observing what was happening. No one said anything. Just as I predicted, Martha glanced around. She realized that what she did had indeed achieved its effect. No one thought this fool still hadn't mastered his aura. Even after 4 continuous months, she remembered the previous night. It was the butler who had pointed it out to Martha. Young Master Rayon has no talent for aura whatsoever. Martha was very surprised by the information the butler provided. You probably don't know because this happened after you were adopted. But at the ability assessment ceremony, young Master Rayon's mana sensitivity was only at the lowest level. The only one who hasn't learned aura in this 5th training hall is young Master Rayon. The bronze plaque only got him the most basic training method. It's only slightly better than the introductory method everyone else learned. But he still hasn't mastered any method yet. So perhaps the result at the assessment ceremony was completely accurate. He may be the best at swordsmanship and combat, but if he can't use aura, he can never become a true martial artist. Martha smiled triumphantly. I'm still angry about losing to that guy. But now it seems he's not even worth my concern. While she was laughing with satisfaction, Martha was suddenly startled. Juna, with a cold expression, had appeared in front of her at some point. Do you have something to say to me? A cold question from Juna. Go away. Is that all? Martha still maintained a mocking attitude. Go away, Juna repeated sternly. Martha didn't bother to argue further. I'm leaving. I still have to attend the main family's class. Before leaving, she deliberately spoke loudly to provoke. Juna looked off into the distance. It was already dark outside, but the lights were still on in the academy's training hall. On a bench was the silhouette of a trainee who had just finished a long, hard day of practice. It was none other than Rayon. That should be enough for today. He let out a heavy breath. Despite the sweat pouring down his face, Rayon wore a satisfied smile. This is fun. On the battlefield before, I didn't learn martial arts, only how to survive and kill. Only my assassination skills improved. I never even had the chance to learn anything else. I never thought it would be this much fun, to learn martial arts to train myself. Have you come to your senses yet? I can't believe you just stood there while being humiliated. The King of Essence appeared and flew around a few times. He cursed loudly while Rayon calmly asked back. But that black-haired girl, she kept bad-mouthing you. The King of Essence explained with an annoyed look. Rayon still replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? I wasn't paying much attention. I was too focused at the time. You need to pay more attention. If she dared to talk to me like that, I would have frozen her solid. The King of Essence kept nagging. In contrast, Rayon remained very calm. I've already said it. Fighting her now wouldn't benefit me at all. Even without using the 10,000 Flames cultivation, I could easily defeat her. As he spoke, Rayon walked toward the door. Rayon opened the door, intending to leave, and ran into Juna. Juna was holding a box in her hands. It was late and dark outside, so Rayon was quite surprised. Why are you still here? Juna opened the box and offered it to Rayon. The box in Juna's hand was a box of cakes. Eat. Rayon took the cake. A cool, refreshing sensation spread from his fingertips. It's cold. What is this? Juna simply replied with a single word. Rayon was a bit hesitant. Oh, right. I'm an assassin. I shouldn't eat things given to me by others, but I'm sure she wouldn't poison me. As soon as the cake went down his throat, Rayon's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, what is this? The King of Essence was also delighted, his eyes wide and mouth agape. In the demon realm, I've never tasted anything as sweet as this. And it's so cool and refreshing. What is this? What do you think? Juna asked. The King of Essence was like a little cat begging for a treat. More. I want to eat another one. Rayon stammered in reply. It's delicious, so delicious. Is this an ice cream ball? Juna nodded slightly. Then she quickly turned and walked straight away, leaving Rayon still bewildered and confused. Stop! The King of Essence was still greedily shouting. Give me one more before you go. She's really strange. Why didn't she give me another one? The King of Essence tried to follow the girl's figure with his eyes. Even Rayon didn't understand what was happening. Is she worried about me? Juna likes sweets, just like a child. It seems there were only 4 balls in the box. It looks like she gave one to me. She must have had a fierce internal struggle. But I'm not in any trouble. Rayon smiled to himself. I guess I'll have to find a way to repay her later. The King of Essence didn't forget to remind him. Then next time, asked her for another one. In a quiet night, a voice came from the still-lit mansion. I'm back, Rayon. It's been so long. Why did it take you so long to come back? It's only been a week. Are you hungry? I'll go make you something to eat right away. No need. Hurry up. This is the report I was going to send to the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall. Rayon was holding a secret letter in his hand. He read every detail inside carefully. What did they say? Rayon asked. Udell bowed her head and replied. Nothing much. They order me to investigate a little more thoroughly. Because the speed of your progress in swordsmanship and combat skills is too fast. But it seems they've lost interest now because you still can't use aura. What about my mother? Rayon changed the subject. Udell answered cautiously. I think they've also paid less attention to Lady Sylvia. At this rate, they'll help me get home early. She speculated. Rayon immediately felt that something was wrong. No, I still have a use for her. The maid stammered. Young master, are you intentionally not learning aura? Rayon was surprised by this question. Rayon smiled cryptically. Who knows? What do you think? Udell trembled at his answer. It's nothing, sir. I apologize for asking such an impertinent question. All right, you may leave. Rayon ordered. Udell nodded and bowed. After Udell left, the King of Essence appeared. They actually think you're intentionally not learning. Rayon also replied to him. Using the situation and environment to one's own advantage is a very smart thing to do. Why is it so hard for you to cultivate aura? I've never seen a case like this before. The King of Essence honestly didn't understand the current situation. Rayon sighed. I don't know. Then let's go train. The King of Essence was startled. Again? He said anxiously. This guy. Go to sleep. Rayon pushed open the window and stepped outside. I have to train. As soon as he opened the door to go out and train, Rayon froze. In front of Rayon, Instructor Rimmer was sitting and playing with some birds, waiting for him to appear. Instructor Rimmer. Can't you sleep? Why are you here, sir? Rayon asked. Rimmer stood up and replied nonchalantly. I came to teach you. Instructor Rimmer patted Rayon's shoulder. I'm going to show you your attribute. In the silence of the forest, a footstep appeared. That footstep belonged to Instructor Rimmer. Rayon was eagerly awaiting Instructor Rimmer's guidance. I thought you were going to teach me about attributes or something. Why are we just taking a walk like this? Stop complaining. Just wait. I may be a bit lazy, but I'm an excellent teacher. Rimmer replied slowly. How are you going to teach me about mana attributes in a place like this? Rayon asked impatiently. Instructor Rimmer glanced over. I still can't forget the first time I saw his cultivation technique. Like a fire as hot as lava. Completely different from normal cultivation techniques. He was trying to adapt to the coldness of his body, with fire, instead of removing it from his mana circuits. If Rayon can truly master this cultivation technique. Instructor Rimmer saw Rayon suddenly stop and lean against a tree trunk. It seemed Rayon was tired. This should be enough. Rayon was bewildered by Instructor Rimmer's last statement. Now, the two of them were surrounded by trees. Perhaps this was a suitable location for the two of them to practice together. In the middle of the forest? Why here? Rimmer was curious. Instructor Rimmer raised his hand. Green winds began to appear, radiating out more and more strongly in all directions. These winds centered around Rimmer, swirling like a hurricane. I want to create a wind blade to protect its master. What you're seeing now, Rimmer began to explain, is the wind I chose. Following Instructor Rimmer's words, the wind grew stronger. Rayon reached out his hand to feel the wind, a hint of nostalgia for the day of the test in his heart. I did weaken it to let you get used to it, but you seemed completely unafraid. Instructor Rimmer affirmed, You're not childish. I've been able to feel this wind since birth because I'm an elf, but you are human. Furthermore, your mana circuits are filled with cold energy, so it will be more difficult for you. There are many types of wind, warm or sharp. I wanted a wind blade that could pierce through anything. And I got it. You must find your own. Think of the fire you want to obtain. But this is the north. Unless you set this forest on fire, you won't be able to see a real flame. Rayon replied with disappointment. Instructor Rimmer waved his hand and replied, if we did that, we'd be beheaded on the spot. But then he looked at Rayon and gave a strange smile. But there's a place that's perfect for you. As he spoke, the scene shifted to a stone house, where someone was sitting by a fire. Hey, old man, I'm here. From outside, Rimmer led Rayon into the house. The man sitting by the fire replied, I was wondering why the fire was acting up. Turns out it was you. Looks like tonight's another failure. Rimmer smiled wryly. Rayon looked around. Sweat broke out on his brow. Where are we? This is the place with the hottest and brightest fire in the north. Rimmer introduced a charcoal forge. What did you bring this time? The blacksmith asked. Hey, this is the patriarch's grandson. Rimmer reminded him of Rayon's status. I'm just a decrepit old man in retirement. Unless the patriarch himself comes here. Rayon stood to one side, listening to the two of them talk. His mind seemed to be drawn to something else. What? Is this really fire? All his focus was being drawn to the flames in the forge. In my past life, I saw countless flames. The bonfires, I started myself. High-level fire magic created by mages, and so on. But this flame, this heat, this image, the flame, this is the image of the flame I want to obtain. Unconsciously, Rayon reached out to grasp the image of the flame before him. Suddenly, he saw the flame diminish sharply. He was surprised. Turning his head, he saw the blacksmith chuckling to himself. He turned down the fire. Just then, he was also introducing his name. My name is Vulcan. This name stunned Rayon. If you want to be polite, you can go somewhere else. Vulcan didn't turn his head. He bluntly shooed Rayon away. Vulcan. Rayon was still dazed upon hearing his name. The artisan famous throughout the world for his craftsmanship. Is this really Vulcan? The one who created Glen Runcandle's true heaven sword? But he disappeared 30 years ago. And yet he's here. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Rayon. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Did you tell him about me? Vulcan turned to Rimmer and asked. Not all, Instructor Rimmer replied. That old man is the family's artisan. He's retired. Yes, he's a retired artisan. But he's been tending the fire here for 10 years. He tends his fire all year round, so that the children won't see a true flame anywhere else. Rimmer explained, could you do me a favor? Only then did Rimmer turn to ask Vulcan. He replied irritably, why don't you go to those other blacksmiths? There are too many prying eyes there. I don't want others to see this cultivation technique before he masters it. Vulcan was puzzled by Rimmer's request. What do you mean? Because Rayon is Sylvia's son. No one will notice. At that moment, something seemed to change in Vulcan's eyes. He quietly turned to look at Rayon again. At this time, Rayon also placed his hand on his chest and asked for permission. I won't disturb you. Please let me feel this flame. Vulcan just observed Rayon without saying anything. I'm making charcoal. He spoke up. Golden charcoal. It creates a much stronger fire than white or black charcoal. I've been doing this here for 10 years. As long as you don't bother me, you can do whatever you want. These words were also a tacit agreement. Rayon was overjoyed. Thank you. A moment later, Vulcan and Rimmer were standing outside the forge, talking. Rimmer grinned. You're really kind, though I didn't expect you to accept so easily. If you treat him well, I'll bring you some good wine. Rimmer slapped Vulcan on the shoulder and promised. It's not because of you. Unexpectedly, Vulcan replied in such a way. He then told the truth. The fire in the forge blazed up when that child walked in. So strong that it shattered the charcoal underneath. That child has the ability to control fire. If it's him, at this moment, Vulcan was stammering. Then I think he can make my dream come true. Inside, Rayon also began to meditate, preparing to unlock his own cultivation technique. He thought to himself, in the 7 months I've been coming to the forge, I've thought about the image of the flame I want to obtain. Rayon sat motionless. Fire. I understand. A blazing fire. They say that fire is the most terrifying and powerful element. But if one can control it completely, that's another story. In Rayon's mind, facing that blazing fire, a tame flame is stronger than any element, and the 10,000 transformations technique has also been awakened. An image of Rimmer standing beside him and saying, imagine the flame you want to obtain. This sentence jolted Rayon awake. The flame that I need. Images of his family appeared in his memory amidst his goals. To heal Darius's throat. To help Sylvia obtain the title of the main lineage. The path leading to his own goals was shrouded in darkness. Nothing could be seen. The more he thought, the more his goals appeared before his eyes. A torch to light the way. A flame to defeat the beasts. The closer he got to the flame, the more fiercely it burned. A persistent flame. He gazed at it with fascination. The more he looked, the more he seemed to understand. That is the flame that I have always desired. He was almost immersed and became one with that abundant energy. His physical body was also gradually feeling it clearly. A stronger than usual fire energy was flowing through his body. The heat from the forge was seeping into his flesh. I must concentrate to grasp it, to feel it a little more. In his mind, Rayon was amazed by a new power. Is this a state of complete nothingness? I can see my own subconscious right before my eyes. If I concentrate a little more, suddenly, a strange blue energy appeared in his left hand. A ghastly laugh and a voice spoke. It's my turn. This thing appeared dangerously, as if wanting to take over Rayon's subconscious. Didn't I tell you that I would wait until you were at your weakest? The ice covering Rayon was trying to resist. He was utterly surprised. Was I too careless? Why at this moment? He began to remember. I forgot that he's been too quiet lately. But he is not my ally. He is a demon who wants to take my life. Facing the demonic power that threatened him, he realized it was wrath. He struggled in his mind. Damn it. It feels like my body is breaking into pieces. It's so hard to breathe. He tried to find a way to deal with it. But if I move now, I'll die. But if I stop circulating the technique, I'll also die. I must focus my aura. Rayon gritted his teeth with determination. He tried to move, but the situation was not easy as ice had covered half of his body. To survive, I have to use my brain. I need to think, but my mind is so muddled. Wrath was grinning and teasing. Your struggle is so beautiful. Do you think you can withstand my power like before? It's useless. Your body and soul are now mine. His eyes gradually blurred before the overwhelming power. Wrath continuously uttered words to crush the hope in his mind. All your efforts to fight for your life are in vain. You're no different from that guy working in the furnace. He continued, but don't worry. I will surely avenge you. Hearing him say this, Rayon suddenly realized something. The furnace? The furnace? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Thanks for the suggestion. In his last glimmer of hope, he tried to seize the opportunity. It's all or nothing. If I do nothing, I'll die anyway. Instead of absorbing the natural mana heated by the furnace, I will directly absorb the mana from the furnace. A much stronger and hotter flame. One that can burn everything. Absorb it. With that, he made his decision, and in his inner world, a blazing red flame appeared. Wrath shouted in panic. What are you doing? He just replied coldly. Shut up. Outside, the old man was adding some more wood to the furnace. Then he sat down on the chair in front. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Unexpectedly, the flames flared up, forcing him to step back. Falling to the ground, he looked at the strange phenomenon before him and thought, what's happening? Why did the fire suddenly shoot up so high? I've never seen a flame this strong before. He looked around. What's wrong with the furnace? Looking at the young man meditating in front of the furnace, he didn't know if this was caused by him. Rayon, seeing him shivering, he also felt uneasy. How can he be cold when the fire is burning so big? He started to approach and ask, Hey kid, are you okay? Seeing no response from the other party, he felt even more worried. Why are you shivering like a leaf? Say something. Before he could finish, Rimmer stopped him from getting closer. The old man was puzzled. Rimmer, the red-haired young man replied that. Just leave him be. Don't touch him. The old man could no longer keep his composure. What are you talking about? He could die. Rimmer tried to explain. He's currently in a state of selflessness. We can't do anything. If we touch him, he'll vomit blood and die. Both of them were at a loss. Is that the cold energy you were talking about? Can we really not do anything? Rimmer also felt the difficulty. It's too dangerous. He could only pray. Rayon, please don't die. At that moment, in his mind, he was using all his strength to fight against the deadly cold. Fire energy enveloped his body. Wrath continuously attacked his spirit. Stop it right now. You can't do anything. Rayon fought back fiercely. Nonsense. I've already died unjustly once. His eyes grew more determined. My past life was too meaningless. In the end, I still died with regret. I will definitely not let that happen again. The layers of ice freezing his body couldn't stop him from reaching for the flame. Outside, the temperature gauge had maxed out and exploded. The old man was horrified. The temperature is too high. At this rate, the furnace it can't withstand such a sudden jump in temperature. Rimmer, standing beside him, could do nothing else. He looked straight at Rayon, sitting in front of the furnace. The mana in the furnace is gathering in one place. Rayon, he realized something astonishing. Is he absorbing mana? Inside Rayon at that moment. He roared fiercely. Wrath, even with all his might, couldn't stop his will. Finally, after so much effort, he succeeded in grasping the flame. It caused an explosion both inside his mind and in the outside reality. The overwhelming power caused the entire house to explode, erupting in smoke. Rimmer only cared about his condition, shouting loudly. Rayon, are you okay? Answer me. The old man also shouted his name. Rayon Sieghart. After a closer look, Rimmer saw something incredibly amazing. A beautiful flame enveloped Rayon's body. Rimmer immediately recognized that source of power as 10,000 flames. Rayon reached out to receive the new energy as the system announced. You have learned the 10,000 transformations technique. And then a series of other notifications appeared. The 10,000 transformations technique has reached 2 stars due to the high temperature. Fire resistance has been created after leveling up. The curse of frost has melted. The poor stamina attribute has disappeared. The cold energy has gathered into a glacial aura. A snowflake appeared in his hand. He raised his hand to catch in his palm. The glacial aura has reached 2 stars thanks to the cold wrath. After the crisis, everything has become better, he thought to himself. Things progressed better than I thought. I could develop right away. I didn't expect to achieve so much. Suddenly, he glanced at the system and was surprised. Reading the system's notification board, he was stunned. Faced with a series of achievements, Rayon was frozen in astonishment. Is this a dream? Did it give me everything? In just a moment, I've obtained what would have taken years to achieve. In wrath, he has now become Rayon's spirit beast. He cried out, damn it, then flew around, complaining with dissatisfaction. What the hell are you? Your spirit was always so weak. How could you withstand it? Rayon was extremely pleased. Did I say I couldn't? Don't misunderstand that. But that didn't mean he wasn't wary of this entity. That said, I really almost died this time. I'll definitely have to be more careful after this. Even if we're a bit closer, wrath is still an enemy. He was certain that. I can't let him see my weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, a hesitant voice asked, Are you okay? It turned out to be the old man. He turned and replied, I'm Fine. The old man, still not fully recovered, asked, You got your aura? Rayon was very modest. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Then he turned to look at the surrounding ruins. I'm sorry, the furnace broke because of me. The old man let out a sigh of relief and said gently, It's okay, as long as you're all right. I could just build a new one. As he spoke, he looked back at the furnace, where a fire was still smoldering. Suddenly, he noticed something. Both of them paid attention to it. Rayon asked, What is that? That is. He picked up a nearby shovel and put it inside the furnace. Suddenly, 3 lumps of shimmering golden charcoal appeared. Their beauty made everyone stare. Golden charcoal? The old man unconsciously recalled the past gossip. He must be at the furnace again. Did he say he wants to make golden charcoal? People whispered endlessly behind his back. It's been years, but golden charcoal is only a legend. I thought he retired. He must be bored. He looked at the result he had been searching for his whole life and said to Rayon, It seems you're not the only lucky one. He introduced it while holding out the shovel for him to see. This is golden charcoal. It burns stronger than white charcoal and longer than black charcoal. Thanks to you, I've created something I've been trying to make for decades. Thank you. Rayon reached out his hand to feel the warmth of the charcoal. I didn't do anything. The old blacksmith nodded. Then he explained, Every time you practiced here, the fire would burn stronger, and your breathing made the fire flare up. The heat from it spread throughout this place. I'm just a rough man who only knows how to work with a hammer. But I still know what you did. It's all thanks to you. He continued, So I want to ask you a question. Rayon, what is your goal? Faced with this question, he hesitated slightly. The old man asked again more clearly to help him visualize. Yes, what kind of swordsman do you want to become? At that moment, he gave a firm answer. I want to become a swordsman. who never gives up, no matter what opponent I face. This answer made the old man look at him with an expression of respect. I didn't expect a child to say something like that. A swordsman who never gives up. In 3 to 5 years, you can have a sword. And when you think your mind is ready and steady, come find me. I will save them for that day. What he was talking about were the hot lumps of golden charcoal. Rayon, not understanding, asked again. You mean you'll forge a sword for me? I heard you retired. The old man cut him off. People often come back after retiring. So try to live until then, Rayon. This meeting also had to come to an end. The old blacksmith raised his hand in a farewell wave, wishing him a safe journey. Standing on a high cliff, witnessing their parting, Rimmer let out a sigh of relief. I was wondering what happened. Turns out the kid finally got his aura. He seemed to be more at ease now. He really knows how to make people worry. He said to the person behind him. Am I right? Standing behind him was the patriarch, Glenn Sieghart, Rayon's father. Rimmer, trying to ease the tense atmosphere, said with a laugh. You came here every day because you were worried about him. You must be very relieved now. Glenn maintained his stern demeanor. I didn't come here out of worry. Rimmer continued. Perhaps it's because of the heat from the furnace, but the quantity and purity of his aura are extremely high. The boy has already stabilized his aura. He's truly talented. But Glenn replied with a very cryptic sentence. It's not good. He has turned his weakness into an advantage. Rayon continued to walk, raising his hand to feel his power. At the 5th training hall, a girl was standing, holding a box in her hands. It was Juna. She had been waiting and thinking. Rayon, when are you coming back? She remembered the whispers and gossip about him. Have you heard about Rayon's aura? It's been 7 months. Maybe he's not as good as the rumors say. Young Masterman or Lady Martha should take his place. He's probably not that good anyway. She clutched the box in her hand, lost in thought. I want to help him. Mother said I have to repay those who have helped me. She was deep in thought. Then she suddenly looked up at the gate and noticed something. The gate had opened. Before her stood Rayon, who had returned. She didn't hesitate and quickly walked over. Rayon was teasing the King of Essence. I told you not to try. The little demon wouldn't give up, retorting. Don't be so arrogant. One day, he didn't care what it said next and cut it off to shut it up. Yeah, keep trying. When he realized it, Juna was already right beside him. He wondered about her appearance. Juna, she just stood there silently, looking at him. Slowly, she opened the box. Inside were the delicious cakes she had been wanting to give to Rayon. Juna gently encouraged him. Keep it up. She suddenly noticed something new about Rayon. He picked up a cake and said, it's the ice cream from last time. Thanks. She discovered a flow emanating from Rayon's body. This cold energy, it's much stronger and more pleasant now. Now that Rayon had an aura, he gently picked up the cake and looked at it for a long time. This time, Rayon didn't stand on ceremony. He said, thanks. Then he put the whole piece of cake in his mouth and ate it. The King of Essence beside him saw this and salivated. So delicious. It immediately felt it. It's been a while since I've had it, but it's still as good as ever. Eat the other two as well. Rayon couldn't stand its gluttony and had to whisper a reminder. You know this is her food, right? Don't be so greedy. Get a grip on yourself. With that, he closed the cake box himself, not forgetting to say, it's delicious. Thank you. The girl wondered, aren't you going to eat more? Rayon politely refused. One is enough for me. Thank you. Juna, with great concern, asked about his health. Are you feeling better? For a moment, he seemed dazed, and then he let out a sigh. Yes, I'm feeling better. Hearing this, the girl felt much more at ease, replying happily with sparkling eyes. Then she hugged the cake box and shyly left. Standing behind, watching her gradually disappearing back, Rayon just smiled to himself and marveled. What a strange girl. Rimmer stepped onto the podium in the school courtyard. He spoke loudly and clearly to the students. Everyone, just training like this all day is boring. So this month, I prepared something more special. You've been training your fundamentals and cultivating for 7 months now. It's time for you to activate your energy centers. The students below wondered and whispered among themselves. Why is he suddenly doing this? I was wondering the same thing. What is he planning to do? Amidst a flurry of whispers, Rimmer just smiled faintly. Then he announced to the crowd, you will be sparring with each other for a month. It seems the happiest person after hearing these words was Martha. Rimmer continued, the results of these matches will affect your graduation rankings. I advise you to prepare carefully for the upcoming month. Below, A hand interrupted the instructor. Wait, Martha said with a teasing tone. What about those who are falling behind? Those who still haven't created an aura? As soon as she asked this question, everyone who heard it had a look toward Rayon Zieghart. Rimmer just smiled gently and replied, Fortunately, I heard that those students have also managed to create an aura. Martha was shocked to hear this, only muttering. Huh, when? Rimmer then just gave a perfunctory answer. Maybe yesterday or today, I'm not sure. Martha turned back arrogantly and said to Rayon, Finally, a chance. I thought I was going to die of boredom. It's been too long. Hearing those words, Rayon just remained coldly silent. Getting carried away, Martha approached and continued to speak. Do you remember what I said? I don't take orders from those weaker than me. She continuously issued challenges. I put up with you for long enough. I'm sure it's been hard for you too. That position is beyond your capabilities. I'll take this opportunity and deal with you. Before she could say another word, an arm stopped Martha. The person who stopped Martha from going further was Ben. He spoke up to defend Rayon. Martha, back off. He hasn't even had his aura for a full day. Do you have any honor as a swordsman? Being warned like that, she looked very angry. Martha patted Bun's shoulder, her tone still very arrogant. Ah, our young master Bun. Growing up with such prestige, you must value honor very much. Honor is for those who deserve it. He quickly stopped her from saying more. Martha pointed to the students behind her and said, They also learned to use aura in just 1 month. But our top student took a whole 6 months. Even with an advanced technique, it should only take about 7 months on average. Which means this guy is very untalented. You two attended the assessment together, so you should know. Even Bun couldn't stop Martha's insulting words anymore. She continued, A swordsman who hasn't learned to use aura can never become famous. No matter how talented your swordsmanship is, if you can't use aura, it's useless. The instructor came up with this dual idea because he wanted to change the top student, didn't he? After speaking, Martha turned her head to look at Rimmer. The instructor just shrugged. Who knows? I don't know. Martha aimed straight at him and said, Rayon Zieghart, you've been in the top position for too long. It's time for you to step back. So as I said, let's fight to determine who is the top. Rayon flatly refused. No. Martha's eyes widened in surprise. Rayon finally spoke up. How can you make a bet without any money? If you want to aim for my top position, you have to offer something of equal value. Martha looked at Rayon like he was crazy and said, Do you still not understand your position? Are you stupid? No one here is on your side. Without letting Martha continue, Rayon issued a challenge. Are you scared? Rayon, with a calm expression, smiled after issuing the challenge. Martha couldn't seem to believe her ears. What did you just say? Then she clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Hilarious, truly hilarious, she said, putting her hands in her pockets. All right, I'll let it slide. You want me to offer something too? This is the heavenly pill, a divine medicine my father gave me. It will strengthen the body and aura. The white, pearl-like pill was carefully stored inside a luxurious box. Martha opened the box in front of Rayon and said, If you win, I'll give you this. What do you think? Not bad, right? Rayon, as if he had anticipated this, whispered to the King of Essence. Do you remember when I said we should wait until we could deal with Martha? The King of Essence asked back, puzzled. What are you talking about? I have something I want to get from Martha. This is our chance. Rayon secretly rejoiced at having achieved his goal. Time passed very quickly. A month had already gone by. Martha was alone in her room. Holding a calendar with this important day circled, she said, It's been a month. I finally have a chance for revenge. She rotated her wrist to warm up. Remembering the time she was defeated by Rayon. Before coming here, I had never been beaten by someone my own age. That was the first time someone had hit me. This is my chance to avenge the humiliation he caused me 8 months ago. The more Martha thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She frowned. That bastard Rayon has only been learning aura for a month. He can't possibly win against someone who has been training for 3 years like me. But waiting for such an untalented person is just a waste of time. With that, she recalled her painful past. I have to get stronger quickly, because I need to save someone. Martha's expression became very determined. She stated with certainty, This is the end for you, Rayon. Meanwhile, Rayon calmly scrolled through the system. The time for the competition has finally arrived. Rimmer said to the group of trainees, Everyone, listen up. Observing a match has the same effect as participating in a sparring session. You should watch the other trainees' matches carefully and think about your moves in advance. Don't worry, just do your best. While the trainees below were sweating bullets, Rimmer announced the first match was between Bun and Dorian. Bun quickly responded to the order. Present. From below, a trembling hand was also raised. Sir, Rimmer replied. What is it? Dorian's face was pale, his attitude fearful. I surrender. Everyone who heard was stunned. We haven't even started yet. Dorian sat clutching his stomach, offering a lame excuse. I'm not feeling well. I caught a cold yesterday, so I still have chills and aches all over, and I couldn't sleep last night, either a cough. It's true, sir. The king of essence behind Rayon saw the boy's act and became angry on his behalf. If he were my subordinate, I would have beheaded him on the spot. Rayon wasn't very surprised. I could see he would do that. Rimmer came over and comforted him. Dorian, you should try to fight Bun. You'll definitely learn something, even if you lose. Seeing no way out, young Dorian had no choice but to accept. Yes, I understand. The match ended quickly, and the victory naturally belonged to Bun. Dorian lay collapsed on the ground, muttering. I surrender. Rimmer approached and reminded him. Bun, you still haven't controlled your emotions. If you had fought properly, you would have defeated him in 5 moves. Bun explained. I got angry at his attitude without realizing it. Rimmer turned to comfort the boy lying on the ground. Dorian, why do you keep running away? I told you could do it. If you had fought back, you would have lasted longer. But the fat kid's face was still pale. I'm sorry, but it was too scary. Rimmer quickly continued the competition, saying loudly. All right, next. The next pair was introduced. Juna versus Crane. This seems to be an evenly matched fight. Announcing the battle. Begin. Immediately, Crane closed in and slashed. Juna stood still, not yet in a hurry to dodge. With swift movements, she drew her sword. With a single stroke, she deflected Crane's sword. Her opponent was surprised by this lightning-fast counterattack. Crane's sword was knocked back and flew behind him. Rimmer also spoke up to stop the fight. Enough. He came over to offer advice. Crane, you're too tense. You need to relax when you hold your sword. As for Juna, that was a beautiful counterattack, but your aura still won't last until the end of the match. Juna only replied with one word. Rimmer didn't elaborate. Next is, the students witnessing this match paid close attention. The sound of 2 swords clashing filled the air. This match was fierce. This must be the match everyone was waiting for. Between the 2 who provoked each other even before the battle began. Martha and Rayon. Under Martha's storm of attacks, he responded in kind. Martha attacked with a vertical slash from above. Rayon quickly blocked it with ease. The force of their swords clashing sent them both flying back. Unexpectedly, it was beyond Martha's control. While she was still trying to regain her balance, Rayon had already seized the opportunity to strike. Martha was startled by the dangerous attack that could have finished her. But her strength was not to be underestimated. She managed to dodge the fatal blow in time. She retreated, creating a situation where both paused their attacks. Martha praised Rayon. I didn't expect you to block all of my attacks. I have to admit, you've got talent. But your talent is limited to swordsmanship. She pointed out his weakness directly. A warrior who is not good at using aura like you will never be able to shine. She began to use her power, swinging her sword high. Her feet pushed off strongly, launching her forward. As fast as the wind, she closed in on her opponent. And just like that, she attacked. With a triumphant attitude, she didn't hesitate to slash down. Rayon hurriedly raised his sword to defend. Martha's aura power made Rayon's defense incredibly weak. She pressed her advantage, her mouth never ceasing its taunts. Oh, you blocked it. But how much longer can you keep this up? The ability to use aura is extremely important, even more so than swordsmanship. After 7 months, your special ability has only produced an aura the size of a pea. With that, you have no chance of becoming a warrior. Once again, the 2 swords clashed and were knocked back. Martha threatened, if you don't surrender, my next blow will shatter your bones. Before she could finish her sentence, Rayon's sword was right beside her. She hurriedly used her sword to block the attack. Only then did Rayon speak. You keep talking about talent. The people in your family seem to value their talent a bit too much, don't they? Martha's tone was contemptuous. You must find it annoying since you don't have any talent. That's why I want to show you what real talent can do. Faced with these harsh words, Rayon just stated one thing. If that's the case, then I'll show you the opposite. Talent is not the most important thing. With that, He tightened his grip on his sword, and a red flame erupted around him. Martha, witnessing his body emit this powerful aura, was so surprised she could only utter a single sound. He announced his aura clearly. 10,000 Flames Union. Witnessing Rayon's incredible power for the first time, the person she thought was useless was that flame. It's dangerous. It's definitely not an ordinary fire. There's something hidden behind those flames. A look of fear now appeared in Martha's eyes. She asked herself, why is it so chillingly beautiful? Rayon was ready to let everyone witness his power. Martha was now a little shaken, speechless, unable to say anything. She resolutely tightened her grip on her sword. I guess I have to get serious too. Her aura was the ultimate dark point crystal form. Brownish energy radiated from her body. Rayon saw it and had to marvel. The ultimate dark point is when one concentrates their aura into a single point. To be able to use it at this age is truly impressive. I guess she's planning to put all her strength into the next blow. At this moment, Martha became serious. I admit you are very strong, but you won't be able to block this move. Rayon was ready, waiting for the next attack from his opponent. Once again, she gathered her strength and launched forward, charging straight at her target to attack. Rayon was just waiting for that to launch a counterattack, causing chaos all around. The onlookers were horrified. The ground is cracking. What's happening? The clash of the two swords just now created a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone standing around watched intently, waiting for the dust cloud to disappear. The dust cloud gradually dissipated, revealing a broken blade. The loser lying on the ground was Martha, while Rayon still stood firm. Everyone was surprised. Rayon won? Impossible. Martha lost again? What's wrong with his aura? Rayon had clearly won the match and said a few words to his opponent. I see that even though you're unconscious, you're still clenching your fist. You have something even greater than skill or talent, and that is your mental strength. Elsewhere, Glenn sat on his throne, having just received the news. So Rayon defeated Martha. Rimmer continued. Yes, he completely defeated Martha, even though she had been training her aura for 4 years before him. It's truly unbelievable. Glenn had to marvel. The flame I saw that day was truly beautiful, like a flower made of fire. Its power far exceeds its size. At this point, he became worried. I'm sure everyone in the family knows about this by now. Guide the boy so he doesn't become arrogant. Rimmer happily accepted. Of course. Glenn didn't forget to ask. But how's Martha? Rimmer reported on her condition. She seems a bit shocked, but her wounds are easy to heal. The biggest problem is the psychological shock. In her large room, Martha sat huddled on her bed. Her face was dark and lifeless, her head always bowed. I hope she can overcome this. In the garden, a hand was gently tending to flowers of a soft pink hue. Rayon was trying to plant this flower bush. Behind him, the King of Essence was screaming loudly. Can you be a little more careful? Be careful, or I'll freeze you. He found it annoying and turned to retort. You can't do anything. Stop being all bark and no bite. The King of Essence felt slighted and argued back. It's because of your elemental resistance. Rayon was in no mood to argue with it, and just replied. Good thing you know that. Rayon thought to himself. The night after I defeated Martha, the magic pill I received greatly increased my stats. The system displayed it clearly. The 4th ring of fire has formed. The ring of fire has reached level 4. The level 4 ring of fire is strengthening the body and soul. Strength, agility, and stamina have increased. The stamina reduction effect has disappeared. The reduced mana sensitivity has disappeared. He thought further. To be more precise, what I've accumulated until now is only now taking effect thanks to this pill. Many things were enhanced, but the most prominent was level 4 ice resistance. That's why the King of Essence's attacks are nothing to me. Since today is the last day of break, I want to go to the garden for a bit. He thought as he tilled the soil and cared for the flowers. The King of Essence was still chattering away. You fool, you have to dig deeper. Not like that. What are you doing? He felt even more annoyed. Why do I have to listen to this guy ramble on even when I'm gardening? The King of Essence continued to talk nonstop. You have to use your hands so the roots don't break. His skills weren't bad, which made Rayon marvel. How does he know so much about gardening? The blue flame continuously showed off. When I was in the demon realm, I always filled my garden with ice. All the demons who saw the garden respected me greatly. But Rayon paid no attention. What caught his attention was another matter that made him feel awkward. He had seen Martha standing right at the gate. She stood rooted to the spot and seemed very awkward, unable to speak. Rayon already had a bad impression of her. Every time they met, she would say something harsh. She can't be here to cause trouble, can she? What are you doing here? Looking at Martha's innocent expression, he thought to himself, what is she thinking? I thought she was very mature, but now she looks so childish. No, that's not important right now. Martha finally revealed her true purpose. I want to fight you again, Rayon Zieghart. He ignored her, not paying any attention. Pathetic. You still haven't admitted defeat? Martha shyly made an excuse. I didn't say I didn't admit defeat. I just don't understand why I lost, so I came to find out. Rayon replied, what's in it for me? Martha's jaw dropped. He continued to tease her with a serious attitude. When a loser comes to challenge the winner, at the very least, they should bring some kind of gift. Martha felt confused. Nonsense. Why should there be a fee for fighting? Rayon replied nonchalantly. But for me, it's necessary. She was so angry she gritted her teeth. It seems he doesn't want to fight at all. What should I do? With that, she glanced around and her eyes landed on a flower bush. To get his attention, she wondered, should I step on these flowers? She probed out loud. You must really like flowers. That's surprising. But his answer shocked Martha. Not really. Hearing those words, Martha could only exclaim. He said those heartless words so coldly. I don't like flowers. I don't understand why people like flowers either. I only garden for my mother. Seeing her initial plan had failed, Martha felt very annoyed. She pulled her foot back, abandoning her intention to stomp on the flowers. Helpless, she left resentfully. TCH, whatever, I'm leaving. Suddenly, a blonde woman spoke up from behind them. Rayon, there you are. He turned around in surprise, muttering, Mom, that's Sylvia. Rayon's mother continued speaking. I was wondering where you'd gone. Then she noticed Martha and said cheerfully, Oh, is that your friend? Your new friend from training? Martha realized it was Sylvia, the woman who left her family for the man she loved and returned to save her child, the one who had acted bravely for her son. Based on the description she knew, golden eyes and black hair. She approached them immediately. You must be Martha. It's a pleasure to meet you. Rayon tried to stop her. She's not my friend. I can handle this. But his mother insisted. I just want to talk to your friend. She was incredibly friendly, walking over, taking Martha's hand, and starting to ask questions. I heard you fought with Rayon. Are you hurt? Martha was too surprised to know how to react. I'm Yufine. Really? I was so worried. Sylvia continued. I heard Rimmer brought a talented child here. Then she raised her hand and gently touched Martha's cheek. You're also beautiful. You're so lucky to be both talented and beautiful. She praised her, then asked, But why did you come here? Martha stammered. I just want to talk to Rayon. Then she tried to find a way to escape. I'm done talking now, so I'll be going. But Sylvia didn't give Martha that chance. She took her hand and led the awkward girl inside. You should stay and have a meal with us. We can't let Rayon's friend go home on an empty stomach. Martha became even more embarrassed. What? She couldn't find the words to refuse, only hesitating. Well, about that. Martha was clearly unsuccessful in refusing Sylvia. She ended up sitting at the dining table with an extremely awkward expression. Rayon's mother cheerfully brought out plates of delicious food and placed them in front of the two. On the outside, Rayon appeared cold, but inside, he was extremely confused. What is this? Why is Mom being so friendly? She talked to Martha about Rayon nonstop. Rayon loves meat stew, so I always make this dish. It made it impossible for Martha to focus on eating. Yes, she sat down and started asking questions. From here, their conversation began. You're a year older than Rayon, right? Yes, I'm 15. Are you having any difficulties with your training? Not really. We have a great chef, but the meat here isn't as good as the meat at the main house, so it might be a little different from what you're used to. Martha started to put a piece of food in her mouth. Sylvia gently touched her shoulder. She advised her thoughtfully with a kind gaze. Chew carefully, you don't want to get stomachache. At that moment, an image of her own mother flashed in her mind. She had said the same thing. Chew carefully, you don't want to get a stomachache, dear. That was before everything happened to her. She had happily obeyed her mother, ready to enjoy the meal. Yes, Mom. She ate, choked up with emotion. After finishing the meal, Martha thanked Sylvia and left. That was delicious. Thank you, ma'am. Sylvia saw Martha to the door and said goodbye, not forgetting to add a reminder. Please look after Rayon for me. Seeing Martha so meek, Rayon whispered to Wrath in confusion. What's with her? I was sure she came here to pick a fight. Did she eat something weird? The blue flame was just as clueless as him, only replying, perhaps. Martha walked home slowly, her mind filled with thoughts. Rayon must think I'm crazy, but her eyes, they were so much like my mother's. I couldn't refuse her. Thinking back, she remembered Sylvia's image. Her face, her hair, and her voice are all very different. But at that moment, I had a feeling, just like when I was with Mom. Martha recalled the feeling of being with her mother. She began to remember what she had been through. After Mom was kidnapped by those bastards from the White Blood Cult, and I was adopted by Sieghard, I decided I would never lose until I found her. And I've kept that promise until now. Her mind felt like it was shattering. But today, I lost to Rayon. They adopted me for my talent. But if I keep losing like this, I could be kicked out. The thought made her more and more anxious. Father is a gentle person, but what if that's just an act? Then I'd have no hope of finding my mother again. Martha gritted her teeth. I shouldn't have lost. When she got home, the butler was there to greet her. Lady Martha, you're back. You're later than I expected. Martha was surprised. You were waiting for me? The butler continued. I was waiting to deliver a letter that Sir Daniel wrote for you, my lady. Holding the letter in her hand, Martha was still in a state of shock. Father wrote me a letter? The butler replied, yes, it was written right after the match ended. The letter's content was as follows. Martha, congratulations on your first defeat. One loss doesn't make you a failure, so don't be too upset. But reflect on why you lost. It will help you improve. I really wanted to come and comfort you myself, but the mission is taking longer than expected. Father is sorry for not being able to be by your side at this time. The letter seemed to dispel all her doubts about her adoptive father. The letter continued. I'm still working hard to find your mother. I have never given up, so you mustn't either. After reading these lines, Martha just coldly told the butler, tell Father that I will remember this well, and that I am very grateful to him. The butler quickly bowed his head. Yes, my lady. When she got to her room, she shut the door tightly, her mind racing. I lost miserably. It wasn't because I was careless or anything. I simply failed. She gently picked up a small knife. She stood in front of the mirror and lifted the hair at the nape of her neck. Now I need to accept defeat and move forward. I can't keep wallowing in this humiliation. If I pretend it never happened, I won't learn anything. Francis was too ashamed to face his father. Long strands of hair began to fall to the floor. Martha had cut off her jet black hair. Let's start over. I will give my all to move forward. I will leave this foolish and pathetic past behind me. A burning determination and a new look helped her regain her spirits. I will become even stronger. The next day, when all the trainees gathered for practice, everyone was stunned by a sight. A male student couldn't hide his confusion. What's going on? Another male student replied. What happened to Lady Martha? It turned out everyone was shocked by the haircut she had just given herself. She approached and called him. Rayon, I won't make excuses for what I did, but I will keep my promise. Rayon asked back, a promise? She turned away and replied coldly. I mean the promise that the loser must obey the winner. I just wanted to say that. I'm leaving. Leaving Rayon standing there, thinking to himself. Surprising. Even though she promised, I didn't think she would accept it so obediently. Martha must have changed a lot in that short time. Even though she's young, that quality is truly admirable. But just as he thought that, he saw Martha kick and scold another male student. How dare you stand in my way? It terrified him. I'm sorry. Rayon immediately understood. It seems she's only nice to me. After a long time, finally, the new year had arrived. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Martha kept her promise even after the new year passed. Now they had all grown up, wearing new outfits. Bun had become calmer and more reliable. Juna's sword had also become sharper, though her expression remained as blank as ever. As for me, putting my life on the line to train had become a daily routine. Rayon was looking more and more mature, making everyone see that his growth was not fading. It made the other male students admire him. Impossible. We just learned that technique, and he mastered it in half a day. He must have learned it before. How could he master it so quickly? Rimmer stood to one side, observing, and happened to overhear the conversation. But he just stood there with his eyes closed for a moment, right? His posture is even more perfect than the instructor's. The male students were completely overwhelmed by Rayon's skills, they exclaimed. Truly unbelievable. Rimmer reported Rayon's situation to Glenn. The boy must have used his mind to memorize the entire image. He's truly a monster. Rimmer talked so much that Glenn felt annoyed. Are you his personal butler or something? Every time you see me, you only talk about him. Rimmer explained with a cheerful grin. My lord, I know you also really want to hear news about him. Suddenly, while observing the castle from above, he noticed something. He asked Glenn, by the way, the servants in the main building seem very busy. Are they preparing for some event? Glenn replied, it's nothing major, just some guests coming to visit soon. Guests? Glenn introduced. The envoys from the Owen Kingdom will be here in a few days. A brief introduction to this kingdom. The Owen Kingdom, one of the 6 kingdoms located in the center of the continent. One of the parties that still maintains a friendly relationship with our family, and they rarely interact with other parties. It is a kingdom of knights, where the values of swordsmanship and martial arts are highly regarded. Rimmer wondered, the Owen Kingdom? Who is the envoy? Glenn answered. The announcement says the 3rd prince, but Duke Tayton is likely the real representative. Rimmer repeated the name. Tayton? That madman finally became a duke? Well, the 3rd prince must still be young then. He's probably around the same age as Rayon and Bun. Glenn wasn't sure either. I don't know. I haven't looked into him. You should also tell your students to behave themselves. Rimmer was surprised that this involved his own class. Training ground number 5-2? Glenn announced. The apprentice knights will be escorting the 3rd prince, and they said they want to observe how our swordsmen and knights train. We can't let them see any unsightly images of the family. Rimmer began to calculate. The 3rd prince and the apprentice knights of the Owen Kingdom, and they're the same age as Rayon, too. With that, he flashed a mischievous smile. This could be interesting. Glenn realized it immediately. You look like you're plotting something. A male student suddenly exclaimed. Huh, we're going to have to fight the apprentice knights of the Owen Kingdom? It seems this was indeed Rimmer's scheme. He said to his students. Yes, I'm sure you've heard that their delegation is arriving soon. The 3rd prince will also be coming, and he said he wants to interact with you all. The trainees were surprised. But why so suddenly? Rimmer began to use a provocative tone. What? Are you scared? I've already taught you. A swordsman must always be ready to draw his sword, even while sleeping. I heard he initially wanted to visit training ground number 6 instead of us. Why the sudden change of mind? It seems Rimmer was recalling what had just happened. He pushed aside the tent flap and said, Your Highness, I heard you visited training ground number 6. Judging by your expression, they must have disappointed you. If you have time, please visit my training ground number 5. I guarantee I will impress you. Rimmer continued speaking to his students. It's understandable that you're surprised, since I announced it rather abruptly. With that, he turned his head to look behind him. Make your conclusions after you meet them. From the tunnel leading to the training ground, a troop emerged. Rimmer called to them. You can all come in now. A blonde knight and his escort emerged to Rimmer's introduction. They are the pride of the Owen Kingdom, the apprentice knights. The blonde young man in the lead began to speak. A pleasure to meet you. I am Jed Owen. This person was the 3rd prince. Rayon looked up at the blonde young man, silently assessing him. So that's the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom. He looks very distinguished despite his young age. Just a glance shows he has the strongest presence among them. Seeing Rayon observing intently, Rimmer spoke up. Rayon, what do you think? Are you eager to compete with him? Facing the 3rd prince and the knights of a friendly kingdom, Rayon thought. That prince in the middle. He would be a good opponent to practice the tidal hand technique and spirit sword technique I just learned. Then he replied, Yes, I want to fight him. Before the students could recover, Rimmer continued. If the top student is this enthusiastic, I'm sure you all agree. Let the matches begin. We need a total of 20 people. Follow Rayon's lead and choose the opponent you want to fight. At this point, he suddenly put his hand to his chin as if in thought, then announced. I forgot one important thing. Then he said in a very frightening tone, I bet my entire month's salary on you all, so you absolutely must win. If you lose, I'll deal with each and every one of you. The students, both confused and terrified, exclaimed. Finally, they gathered enough 20 people to participate in this match. Rayon looked at the newly assembled team and said, This should be enough. Rayon reminded everyone, Observe the knight you will be facing carefully. Especially pay attention to their hands. Rayon quickly noticed. Are they trembling? He said to everyone. On the outside, they seem confident, but in reality, they're just like us. They are just apprentice soldiers our age who are nervous before battle. We are not inferior to any kingdom in terms of hard work. Your sweat and tears will surely be rewarded. Then he shouted to boost the team's morale. Don't worry, just give it your all. Show them how good we are. The students who were just sweating bullets from fear now became more determined and bold, shouting in unison. Rayon announced, I will decide the fighting order. He began to observe the situation and calculate. The first match is extremely important because it will boost the morale of the entire team. That's why I will send out the person who is certain to win for the first match. He gave the order, and the name called was Martha will fight first. Rayon asked for her opinion before the battle. Martha gestured to show she understood. All right, I'll finish this quickly. When you're ready, step into the center of the arena. The announcement rang out as the students exclaimed in astonishment. Wait a minute, is he really the same age as us? Why is he so big? Martha's opponent this time was a tall knight, looking much older than his age. He looks like a real knight. He began to introduce himself. I am Taesai, a fighter from the Owen Kingdom. Your body is in excellent condition for your age. I think we'll have a good match. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. The size difference is too big. Even for Lady Martha, it will be very difficult to... Suddenly, Martha spoke up in response. A good match? The girl showed a clear look of contempt. She said in an arrogant tone, I'm going to win. Stop talking nonsense and come at me. Their match exploded into action. The blonde prince, Gremory, watched with astonishment. Looking at the battle where Martha was continuously attacking, he exclaimed, She's overwhelming her opponent. The swordsmen from the second training area are really strong. They live up to the name Sieghard. In terms of skill, they are certainly on par with the knights in this kingdom. However, the sixth training area was truly disappointing. Despite being well-trained, they couldn't even compare to the apprentice group of the Robert family. But now, the prince could no longer look down on them. It seems this training area also has some very talented apprentices. Martha spun quickly, continuously aiming at her opponent to gain the upper hand. The man approached and spoke to Rimmer. Yesterday, you suddenly appeared and invited me to the fifth training area. Was it for this, Rimmer? Rimmer replied, Facing one of the 6 knight orders of the Empire is a rare opportunity. I thought this would be a good lesson for them. The man said, It's hard to believe those words came from the mouth of someone called a genius of swordsmanship. Seeing this, Rimmer teased him. So, should I go back to my usual behavior? Want to make a little bet with me? The man was annoyed. You still haven't given up that gambling habit? What do you want to bet on? Seeing that his opponent had taken the bait, Rimmer said, There will be a total of 20 matches, and there's even a prize for the winner. Wouldn't it be more fun if we bet a little something instead of just watching? The man was extremely confident. They have all been properly trained in Owen. Do you think your kids can win? Rimmer didn't back down either. It seems you have a lot of faith in your apprentices, but I have my own faith as well. Rimmer replied with a nonchalant attitude. Back to the fight, the overwhelming advantage still belonged to Martha. The man, Taesai, blocked the blow, but his sword shattered in two. It made him exclaim, How is she so strong? Martha charged forward triumphantly. She jabbed the hilt of her sword into his stomach, nearly disabling his ability to attack. He took a blow and cried out in pain. He clutched his stomach and knelt down. The announcement rang out loud and clear. The winner, Martha. Rayon, seeing Martha's fierce fight, thought to himself, I take back what I said. I thought her swordsmanship had softened after her fight with me. On the contrary, both her speed and power have increased. Meanwhile, Martha continued to taunt him, only relying on strength, yet you didn't even dare to use your full power on the first blow. You idiot. Rayon marveled. This match is really interesting. The King of Essence showed his disgust. Interesting? You find watching 2 ants fight interesting? It's boring as hell. Rayon didn't bother with him, just replied with one sentence. The pot calling the kettle black. He began to boast. Just remember when I was in the demon realm. Even fights between young demons were more interesting than this. As he was speaking, he screamed. It turned out Rayon had made him disappear. You're ruining the fun. Be quiet for a bit. The announcement rang out. Next, prepare for the new match. It's already time. The 18th match, Juna and Idalia. Rayon turned and said, Juna, it's your turn. The girl turned back and nodded. Juna's opponent was a red-haired girl. Idalia spoke first to greet her. You're Juna? That listless look in your eyes. I really don't like it. With that, she unleashed her aura. A red aura enveloped her like fire. Juna, with her listless eyes, showed her annoyance. I don't like fire. Gripping her sword tightly, Juna also activated her aura, a cold blue energy surrounding her. This was truly a battle between ice and fire. Both charged at each other to attack. When their swords clashed, dust from the arena floor flew up, obscuring everyone's vision. Idalia gradually emerged from the dust cloud. From the dust behind her, Juna's figure appeared. She quickly sensed and detected it. She turned around, swung her sword, and shouted, "There!" But the blade only cut through the air. She realized she hadn't hit anything and thought to herself, "An illusion?" Just as she was distracted, a blade was held to her neck. By the time Idalia realized it, it was too late. Juna had appeared behind her at some point, pointing her sword at her and ending the match. The announcement rang out. The 18th match. Juna is the winner. Even though she lost, Idalia still spoke politely. "I lost. That was a great match." Juna paid her no mind, just turned and walked straight back to her spot, leaving the red-haired girl stunned. Juna returned to her spot as if wanting to show off her recent victory to Rayon. "Did you watch the match just now?" The main character praised her. "Your footwork has improved a lot. Well done." Juna maintained her cold demeanor and sat down on the ground. "Thanks." Rimmer, on the other hand, was clearly very happy and excited. Whether they won or lost, they were all beautiful matches. The atmosphere is really heating up now. Let's continue with the 19th match. Bowen and Sarun, both of you step forward. The two knights faced each other, their attitudes and demeanors evenly matched. The young man opposite spoke first to introduce himself. "I am Sarun Kalshan, an apprentice knight." The other side also introduced themselves. "I am Bun Sieghart, a trainee," Rayon observed. Assessing before the match even began. "This Sarun guy is pretty strong. Aside from the third prince, he's the strongest among the rest." The announcement rang out. "Begin." The word had barely been spoken when the two opponents charged at each other instantly. Their clashing swords sparked. The battle became more intense as both poured their strength into this matchup. Their techniques were quite similar. If either of them lowered their guard for even a second, they would hit the floor, and he must be thinking the same thing. With that thought, both charged at each other with determined eyes, shouting loudly. After a single slash, the final result was clear. Both of them had their swords pointed at their opponent, but both blades had broken in half. The observing students quickly realized. Both of their swords are broken. "Well then," Rimmer announced. The result of the 19th match is a draw. But deep down, neither of them was satisfied. As Bun walked by, Rayon also encouraged and praised him. "Well done, Bun." That apprentice knight was the strongest on their side. Bun couldn't be happy. He gritted his teeth. "What does that matter? When I stand to fight for the honor of Sieghart, I must win at any cost." Rayon placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll win this final match." As he spoke, he walked toward the arena and bring glory to the house of Sieghart. Rayon was full of confidence. Facing him was the third prince, Gremory. Gremory looked at the opponent before him and thought to himself, "I have to fight him? The martial power I sense from him is too ordinary." Gremory spoke up. "Are you a direct descendant of Sieghart?" "Rayon de Plaive." "No." This made the prince extremely annoyed. "I can't believe I have to fight such a meaningless match." Then he looked toward the group of Sieghart's three strongest. "I want to fight one of those three." Then the prince turned and said, "Instructor Rimmer, I have a proposal." Rimmer was curious. "What proposal?" He turned to gesture at Martha and Juna and said, "I don't think those two are tired. Can I fight them after I defeat him?" Rimmer happily agreed. I'm fine with whatever, but you have to win first." Gremory started to get excited, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Tell him to warm up. This match will be over quickly." Facing Rayon, the prince showed no fear. "I won't use my aura to conserve strength." The brown-haired man turned back and asked, "What's with that monster, Rimmer?" "I almost didn't notice him because he was so unremarkable." Rimmer introduced him while teasing. "You're not that blind, are you? If you knew, why didn't you warn the third prince?" The third prince seems to be underestimating Rayon a bit. The man beside him replied, "He will soon become the future of the Owen kingdom, but he has never known the taste of defeat. Teaching him a little about failure here is a good idea. But the third prince is very strong. Even a genius of swordsmanship won't win easily." Seeing Rayon like this, I feel a bit more at ease. It's truly not easy. At this point, Rimmer began to speak provocatively. "How about we make a little bet? It's simple, a jug of wine." The man beside him replied, "Again? You're really addicted to betting. All right, what's the bet?" Rimmer held out his hand and said, Rayon will defeat the prince within 5 moves. On the other side of the battlefield, Rayon had already taken the initiative to attack. He charged forward at extreme speed, aiming to finish the opponent as quickly as possible. The third prince, faced with that speed, couldn't react in time. The man who had just confidently accepted the bet looked at the battle and was stunned in astonishment. With just one swift move, Rayon's blade had already slashed the third prince's side without him even realizing it. It made him cry out in pain and fall to his knees in humiliation. Rayon coldly and slowly sheathed his sword. Rimmer smiled and said amidst the man's utter astonishment, "Oh my, it wasn't even 5 moves." In his moment of defeat, the prince suddenly realized, "I made a mistake in my judgment. I was wondering why he was ranked last. It turns out it's because he's too strong." Rayon's figure appeared extremely dangerous and terrifying. The man shouted in astonishment, "Is that really a cadet? His hand techniques and swordsmanship have already reached perfection." Rimmer replied, "That's why I said Rayon would win." Rimmer said as he dreamed of his sweet winnings, "I'll find a really fancy place to enjoy this." Suddenly, the third prince struggled to his feet and ordered Rayon, "Stop right there. I haven't lost yet." The people around tried to persuade him. Your Highness, the match is—" Without letting anyone finish, the third prince shouted with regret, "I haven't shown you my true skills yet. If I had gone all out from the beginning." Martha interrupted, "Where's that dog barking from? Why can't a prince accept defeat? How annoying. Just like someone I know." Bowen felt a sting as if he had just been called out. The third prince was surprised that someone dared to be disrespectful to him, turning and stammering, "You are—" Before the opponent could finish, Martha cut him off. "Hey, Prince, I'm trying to be nice to you." With her familiar haughty voice, she said, "Get out of here now. You lost." Eden, seeing Martha's disrespectful speech, shouted loudly, "Shut up. You're talking to His Highness the Prince." Martha was not to be outdone, raising her voice challengingly. "So what if he's royalty? I'm from the main line of this family. Why should I have to be deferential?" Rimmer spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. "That's enough. Let's hear Rayon's thoughts first." "Rayon, you can choose what you want." Only then did Rayon speak up. "You've already made your bet. The match is over. There's no reason to continue fighting." The prince was finally forced to say what he didn't want to. "I accept my defeat." The third prince bowed his head. "I misjudged you. I underestimated you from the beginning. I feel very ashamed about that." But he made another request, placing his hand on the sword lying on the ground. "Please fight me one more time. If I leave like this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I'm begging you, Rayon Sieghart." Rayon was very surprised by the third prince's persistence. "I didn't expect him to apologize and lower his sword like that. I thought he was just an arrogant prince." Rayon was convinced and agreed. "All right, but only this once." The prince's attitude was much more relaxed now. He replied, "Of course." The two of them faced each other, preparing for the new match, clutching the royal insignia tightly in his hand. The third prince told himself, "I underestimated him because I was careless, which led to my defeat." Clutching the insignia, he was more determined than ever. "This time I will fight with all my might." The third prince began to channel his aura. His body was enveloped by lightning. Rayon was surprised by that powerful aura. Even those standing on the sidelines like Martha had to be surprised by this power. The man hurriedly spoke up as if to stop him. Third prince, that sword technique is—" The third prince remained firm in his decision. "This is not the time to hide my strength. I will fight him with my full power." Wrath appeared beside Rayon and said, "This guy's a real fool. He doesn't even know you're also holding back." Rayon remained calm and confident. "I'll win this time too." But it seemed Wrath didn't have faith in him this time. "His aura is greater than yours, and he's even stronger than before." Rayon was not fazed. "Want to bet?" The fire spirit replied immediately. Of course. Rayon had already assumed a fighting stance. The system notification appeared. Wrath wants to make a bet. Winning condition: defeat the third prince of the Owen Kingdom. Reward: +4 to all stats. Penalty: Wrath stat increases by 10. The third prince commanded. "Well then, let's begin." This time, he was the one to attack first. He leaped much higher than Rayon, intending to strike from above. Rayon easily read that move. When their blades clashed, an explosion erupted on the arena floor. It startled all the onlookers. The third prince continuously pressed his attack. But because of that, he realized the true disparity. "I've used all my strength, but he hasn't retreated even a single step. Looking straight at his opponent, his attitude remained unshaken. Rayon Sieghart. Is he a genius? It's more accurate to call him a monster. The third prince made his decision, taking a deep breath. All right, I'll fight him with everything I've got. The prince's aura was now stronger than ever. He was trying to unleash everything he had. Rayon recognized it immediately. That's definitely the boar's swordsmanship, something only passed down to the successor of the Owen kingdom. Looking at the magic gathering on his sword, the next blow will surely be the decisive one. Rayon didn't just stand there waiting to die. He channeled his aura, ready to receive the blow. All right, bring it on. The third prince warned. This is my full power. Take this, Rayon Sieghart. The amount of aura the third prince had accumulated was immense. Rayon suddenly realized. So that's the boar's secret technique, the secret swordsmanship of the Owen royal family. He's planning to put all his strength into the next attack. I have memorized everything. The techniques the third prince has used. 10,000 Suns record, Taishan secret technique. He held out his sword, and an aura enveloped the blade. The third prince, who was charging forward, also had to be wary. Golden Flame, Heaven Breaker. He clearly recited the name of the technique in his head, preparing to counter with an even more terrifying blow. The prince thought to himself, impossible, but with high determination, he still believed victory was his. I still have this skill, he shouted with spirit. Rayon also displayed his power. Both charged at each other. The first clash of swords seemed evenly matched, as neither would back down. The two continuously displayed their skills, one slashing, the other blocking, with no clear winner. Suddenly, Rayon's footing faltered. The third prince seized the opportunity. I've pushed back his sword technique. I have the advantage. Due to a misstep, Rayon had difficulty facing the next attack. A sharp clang of metal rang out. Clearly the one attacking and having the advantage. The third prince's sword shattered to his surprise. He was stunned. My sword light. Rayon silently and swiftly delivered the finishing blow. Are you planning to block my attack this time as well? The third prince took the finishing blow and quickly collapsed. The announcement rang out. The winner is Rayon Sieghart, faced with the complete defeat of the third prince. But this time, it seemed he was truly convinced. I'm definitely superior to him in both speed and strength. He no longer had any regrets and accepted his defeat. Did he use a true sword to counter my light sword? After the match, the third prince was the one to initiate conversation. This world is truly vast. He extended his hand in goodwill. Thank you. I learned a lot from this match. I admit I lost. Rayon didn't hesitate to shake the third prince's hand. I also learned a great deal. The two began to chat more cordially. I apologize for underestimating you earlier. Just consider my judgment to be flawed. It's all right. May I ask your age? I am 14 this year. The third prince's voice was now more serene. I lost to a younger swordsman in both swordsmanship and character. With that, he held something out in front. Take it. Rayon was surprised. What is this? He placed the insignia of the Owen royal family into Rayon's hand and said, that is proof that the third prince of Owen, Grimmery Owen, is always willing to help with whatever you may request in the future. Rayon was even more surprised. Why are you giving me something so precious? The third prince explained. I lost, but you truly helped me see the light. I feel like I've just been enlightened on many things. I think I'm very lucky to have lost to someone like you. With that, he turned to leave and left a farewell. We will surely meet again one day. I hope you will still be stronger than me then. I think trying to catch up to your strength would be quite interesting. Rayon held the insignia tightly in his hand and watched the princes retreating back. The third prince left the arena and said goodbye to Rimmer. Instructor Rimmer, we lost. You all have one. Rimmer replied with a nonchalant attitude. All right. After the announcement, the third prince ordered the man accompanying him. Duke Tayton, let's go home. The man quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, your highness. Rayon announced, I have something to do right now. Rayon was still surprised by the reward he received from his recent victory. In the past, completing a mission without getting paid was a very normal thing. Now, being rewarded like this is quite surprising. He looked at the insignia in his hand and marveled. It feels strange. In this life, I keep encountering unexpected surprises. At the main building of the Sieghart family, Glenn listened as the third prince recounted the recent match. So that is the lesson you learned from the match? The third prince admitted. Yes, I used to think I was the best, but he helped me reevaluate and learn many things. He fights like an experienced, mature swordsman. I have participated in many battles on this continent. But this is the first time I've seen a trainee as strong as Rayon. He is younger than me, yet I was able to learn so much from him. Glenn confirmed again. I see. The third prince continued. That's why I plan to return immediately after this meeting. I want to start training as soon as possible, based on what I learned from him. Glenn saw the third prince off with a word of advice. All right, please send my thanks to the king for the letter. Owen agreed and took his leave. All right, thank you. The Owen trainee delegation mounted their horses to leave as dusk fell. Tayton, as if wanting to say something, turned to address the third prince. Your Highness, Owen asked back. What is it, Duke? Do you have something to say? The Duke got straight to the point. The fact that you revealed your power and even used the Barrett sword technique in a battle with Rayon. I think that was a bit too much, Your Highness. Concealing one's strength is truly very important. The third prince just smiled and said, I know. I also think I went a bit too far. Tayton continued, and giving him that plaque as well. The prince interrupted. No. Rayon Sieghart showed me goodwill. He had every right to be angry for being underestimated, but in the end, he treated me very politely. So I was just returning that goodwill. Moreover, Rayon even showed me his secret sword technique. That's true, but... And that plaque is an investment. Tayton still didn't understand the prince's meaning, so he asked again. What do you mean, Your Highness? Owen explained. He possesses skills, character, and spirit far beyond his age. He will surely become an outstanding person in the future, even if he's not from the direct line. Wouldn't it be very beneficial for me to befriend someone like that? Only then did the Duke understand. You've thought that far ahead? The third prince replied modestly. I grew up in the royal family. If I can't think like that, I might as well be dead. After speaking, the third prince thought to himself about the image of Rayon Sieghart. I'm very curious to see how strong you'll be the next time we meet. On Glenn's side, as he sat on his throne, the butler suddenly spoke. You must be very happy to see your grandson acknowledged by the prince of another country. Glenn tried to hide his emotions. What are you talking about? But he couldn't fool the butler who had been with him for many years. He said, It's been a long time since I've seen you smile so warmly. Glenn quickly touched his mouth, embarrassed at being caught off guard. Yes, you were smiling when the prince mentioned young Master Rayon's name. Glenn still denied it and said to the butler, Ren, you're getting old, so you're seeing things. But the butler brought up a more important matter. Patriarch, I'm a bit worried about what Duke Tayton said. What are your thoughts? With that, he recalled that moment. Duke Tayton announced a very important matter. I have something to report to you besides the prince's letter. I have a message from the Emperor of the Owen Kingdom to deliver to you. Glenn prepared to listen to what seemed to be not so good news. The Shadow Assembly has started to move again. The dark figures were clearly visible under the blood moon, carrying a terrifying breath of death. In class the next day, Rimmer praised the students. You all did very well in the sparring session with the trainees from the Owen Kingdom. It seems you're all ready, aren't you? Next week, I will prepare a special skills training session for you. The students below buzzed with discussion. SP special skills? The blue-haired boy stammered a question. Sir, what is this special training session about? Rimmer replied, Well, calling it special training isn't quite right. It's more accurate to call it a real battle. Prepare to sweat blood and tears. In the southern part of the Sieghart territory, deep in the mountains, there is a bandit group that calls themselves the Snow Tiger's Claw. Their accomplices are scattered throughout the south and north. They make a living by collecting tolls on the roads here. But recently, they have become more and more rampant. They kill and rob merchants more frequently. The students asked worriedly, So our mission is to eliminate them? Rimmer replied with a cryptic tone. That was the original plan. The students below clamored. What do you mean did the mission change? Why don't we ambush them? Only then did Rimmer continue. We can't. They struck first. They just wiped out a village in the south. The bodies of innocent people lay scattered beside burned-out houses. Then they burned everything. Hearing this, the students were utterly horrified, unable to believe the bandits' cruelty. Rimmer announced, That's why the mission has changed to tracking them down before eliminating them. Although they're just a bandit group, they are all individuals who can use aura, so you must not be careless. We will depart tomorrow night. Be ready. In another corner, a swift and nimble sword stroke just cut a leaf in two. The person with such masterful swordsmanship was Juna. Her cold face and decisive sword stroke showed that she had matured a lot. But suddenly, her attitude changed. I want to practice a little more before we leave. But things aren't going as I wish. Rayon's sword thrusts are so fluid and smooth. I don't know where my problem lies. She couldn't stop thinking. She looked off into the distance. Rayon is probably still training in there right now. Should I go ask him? She stared at the main building. Then she dismissed the idea and looked at her sword. No, I don't want to bother him. She picked up her sword and continued her work. I have to train by myself. The sun had begun to set. The bright light gave way to a gloomy sunset. The puddles of water rippled with Juna's every move. It seemed a long day had tired her out. She lay on a large rock and thought, I feel weaker than before, but my movements are smoother. This is enough for today. She suddenly remembered the person she admired. Rayon is probably still training. I'll just say hi to him before I go home. Then she suddenly exclaimed as if she remembered something. She remembered her family's reminder. Come home early this weekend. I bought some ice cream. Because she had something urgent to do, she hurried home immediately. I'll just go home. I'll ask him tomorrow. When I see him tomorrow, I'll give him some ice cream. On her lonely walk home, suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. The person called out, Juna. It startled her, and she turned around. She asked reflexively, Who is it? Recognizing the familiar figure, she was immediately terrified. The mysterious figure in front of her greeted her. Long time no see. Her mouth trembled as she mumbled a name. Yeah. He had the same white hair and purple eyes as her. This person was... Yeah. He approached and started talking. Aren't you happy to see your older brother again? You're making me sad. Juna was so scared her body couldn't move. The man continued. Didn't I tell you not to make that face? Hearing this, Juna trembled even more with fear. He knelt down, completely unconcerned that he had terrified his sister to the core. He continued. Anyway, Rimmer's training is pretty good. You become stronger than I expected. I'm very proud of you, Juna. His expression then became extremely terrifying as he warned her. But you won't risk your life to participate in reckless battles, will you? That face terrified Juna so much that she had to step back and scream. As he spoke, he reached behind his back as if to grab something. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? I guess I'll have to remind you. The squirrel you used to have was named Ruby, right? Juna remembered a painful memory and fearfully tried to stop him. You don't... He held out his hand. In his palm was a peacefully sleeping squirrel. He smiled triumphantly. You remember now, don't you? The way Ruby died because you didn't listen to me. This insane and cruel statement made Juna beg incessantly. You, please. She rushed towards him, trying to stop him. Wait, but it was too late. The small creature in his hand was cruelly crushed. Witnessing that scene brought back a dark and terrifying memory of this brother. She remembered the image of the squirrels lying lifeless on the ground. She felt her knees in despair. In front of her was her brother with a cold, cruel expression. A flood of memories rushed back, causing her to lose all reason. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and screaming desperately. Her painful, helpless screams echoed in the dark night. Her mind was in complete chaos. All she could do now was clutch her head and scream in hopelessness. The man named CIA still wouldn't let her be. He leaned close to her ear and said, Juna, remember this well. You are mine. Until the very last day of judgment. Don't do anything dangerous. The only thing you need to do is survive until I allow you to do otherwise. He kept rambling on, completely unconcerned with Juna's unstable condition. Suddenly, something shot between the two of them. An explosion erupted, forcing CIA to step back to avoid it. He maintained his cold expression amidst the thick cloud of dust. Juna no longer had to face her cruel brother directly. Rayon had appeared in time and stood protectively in front of her. Only then did Rayon speak. With a resentful tone, he tilted his head and asked CIA, Who are you? Rayon Zieghart demanded. Who are you? The white-haired young man just smiled and replied, You should introduce yourself before asking for someone else's identity. It's hard to have a conversation when you just barge in and interrupt like that. Rayon Zieghart maintained his serious demeanor. You're the one blocking the way in this small alley. Don't try to twist things. Are you a thief or a robber? The white-haired young man's face suddenly hardened. The smile on his lips vanished. He spoke up. I understand why you would think that, but I'm not a thief. Actually, I'm her older brother. Rayon glanced at the trembling Juna behind him. She was still extremely panicked. She could only let out dazed cries. Rayon frowned. Juna seems very scared. Are you really her brother? The other man reluctantly replied. Ah, I guess I joked around a bit too much. It's been a while since I've seen her. Rayon continued to question him. You consider crushing a squirrel to death in front of your sister a joke? The other guy just scratched his head. Aha, so you saw that? It wasn't a real squirrel, just a toy. He opened his hand. See? There's nothing in my hand. There's no way I'd kill a real squirrel. You're overthinking things. But Rayon had already figured out the truth. He used his aura to incinerate all the blood and flesh of that squirrel. The person opposite him continued to act. I just came here to give my little sister some snacks. He set down a box. I have a rather time-consuming mission coming up, so I came here to visit her. Then he spoke to her privately. Juna, it seems you found a good friend. You two should continue to be good friends. After speaking, he turned to leave. Sorry for joking around too much. Remember to live healthfully. See you later. Rayon remained silent, observing and assessing. I know that man. He is the sword genius of the Sullian family. One of the 12 monsters expected to become the next generation of heavenly swords of the continent. The blue sword, CIA Sullian. Before my reincarnation, I had only heard of his reputation. This is the first time I've faced him in person. He's a madman pretending to be a wise hero. He emits a disgusting stench, just like when I faced the King of Essence. Then he reached his hand toward Juna. Juna, let's go. I'll take you home. Juna nodded slightly in agreement. The atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward as they said their goodbyes. Juna got into the carriage and said coldly, Thanks for taking me home. Rayon replied, Yeah, you should get some rest tonight. See you tomorrow. He watched the carriage as it gradually disappeared. Juna was now bowing her head in the carriage. Her hand still clutching the box EIA had left behind. When she got home, she locked herself in her room and fell into deep thought. The dim moonlight shining into the room made everything seem dreamlike. Juna hugged herself in extreme anxiety. He came again. He's exactly the same as before. He hasn't changed at all. She recalled the horrifying memories. Her hand had a slight scratch on it at the time. Back then, she was just a child trying to protect a small squirrel from her brother. CIA, Ruby is just a little sensitive because she's pregnant. I'm Fine. But the corpse of another squirrel lying on the ground revealed the terrifying truth. CIA, with a soulless look, looked at his sister and said, You are mine. You are not allowed to get hurt. It will be the same in the future. You just need to breathe and live well for me. Those words echoed in Juna's head like a curse. If you dare tell our parents, I'll kill them all. Even if it's your family, I will destroy everything. I will burn everything to the ground, except for you. From then on, an obsession formed in Juna's mind. Someone will be in trouble if I mention them. It's best if I live in silence. Everything will be fine, as long as I don't open my mouth. I thought I was the only lonely person in the world. The only one who had to endure this pain. But then there was someone I wanted to share everything with. That's when I met Rayon Sieghart. I know what a good person he is. I know how much he has struggled and endured. When I witnessed him change everyone's perception through his own efforts, I thought I could do the same. I tried my best alongside him to become a better person, but it seems I can't do it. She returned to a painful and lonely reality. She reassured herself. It's okay as long as I can still endure it. In the southernmost region of the Haben territory, in the village of Zal at this time, Rimmer was leading the group and instructing the trainees. We will rest here tonight. You all did well moving through the spatial gate. You must be tired. Rest well, as this is your last chance to relax before the mission begins. The representative of Zal village came out to welcome them. Welcome, swordsman from Sieghart. This way, please. I will lead you to the rest area. Rimmer responded on behalf of the youths. Thank you for your hospitality. A fire had been lit for warmth. Rayon was relaxing in his room with the spirit of the King of Essence. Thank you, King of Essence. The King of Essence asked curiously. What did you just say? Rayon replied. If it weren't for your warning, I wouldn't have noticed yesterday. I had no idea he was hiding his true strength. The King of Essence replied. I only did it for that ice cream girl. Rayon was lost in thought. He won't be back for a long time because he's busy with a mission. But Juna will never escape her trauma as long as he is still her brother. The King of Essence suggested. Give me your body, you fool. I'll return it right after I take care of him for you. Rayon was surprised. What? Since when did the King of Essence? This king repays kindness twofold and takes revenge tenfold. That girl introduced me to that delicious ice cream. so I will act on her behalf. Rayon immediately dismissed it. Are you crazy? I refuse. How can I give you my body? The King of Essence still tried to persuade him. I'm being completely serious. But Rayon remained firm in his refusal. Even if you're telling the truth, it's not happening. He hurt Juna. Even if you kill him, it won't change what she's been through. The King of Essence frowned in annoyance. Rayon was lost in thought again. Juna was the first person to genuinely care about me. In both my past life and this one. If anything happens to her, I will personally destroy the one responsible. 2 days after leaving the Haben territory, we arrived at the village ravaged by the snow tiger bandits. Everyone was shocked. Some even vomited. Charred bodies lay scattered among the ruins. Everyone voiced their outrage. What is this? How could they do this? The group exclaimed in horror at the sight of the piled bodies. So cruel. Bowen, though very concerned, still tried to observe the situation. Rayon also examined the surrounding ruins. Too cruel. They beheaded them before setting the fire. Martha showed no signs of being flustered at the sight of the bodies. Perhaps she had witnessed too many scenes like this, or perhaps her own hands had been stained with blood before. Suddenly, he turned and asked, "Wait, where's Juna?" At that moment, Juna was standing frozen in front of a house, a charred body before her. She was so horrified she felt nauseous, only able to clutch her stomach and cover her mouth. Over here, Rimmer was gathering everyone to give instructions. The terrible scene you are witnessing here is the result of the White Tiger Bandit group. Engrave this moment in your minds and never forget it. Be on maximum alert if you encounter them. Then he took out a small flute. This is a silent flute. It won't make any sound no matter how hard you blow. Only those with special training can hear it. So if you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to use it immediately. The instructors will come to your aid as quickly as possible. Juna stared nervously at the flute. It was clear she still hadn't recovered from witnessing the horrific scene. Rimmer continued his instructions. Their swords and spears are extremely ruthless. If you let them take you down, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, instead of immediately blowing the flute, you should try your best first. Try to fight them without our help. Don't hesitate to strike them down when you have a chance, because their crimes deserve death. The group responded in unison. Understood. Only Juna remained standing there, dazed. Rimmer began to give orders. Now, divide into groups as ordered by the team leaders. Martha will lead Group A, and Bun will be in charge of Group B. You will move in formations of 3 to 4 people. Juna was now deeply immersed in her horrifying memories. Her brother's voice echoed in her ears again. Remember this well, Juna, you are mine. Don't do anything dangerous that could get you hurt. You just need to keep living until the day I need you. I will kill anyone who dares to hurt you. Rayon's voice suddenly pulled her out of the nightmare. Juna, Rayon gently suggested, will you be in my group? Juna hesitated for a moment. Then she finally gave a slight nod in agreement. The two of them were now scouting the assigned area. Rayon looked up at the mountain peak and thought to himself, is that Mount Dutton? That high vantage point would probably make it easier for us to observe the situation below. And if we find ourselves in a disadvantageous position, it would be easier to escape. It would be a perfect place to hide. Then he looked around. But because that place is so perfect, the bandits won't hide there because it's too conspicuous. There's no way they would choose such an obvious location when they know many people are after them. They must have anticipated being discovered there and found another safe hiding place. This means that hiding in that hill area is their only option. From the outside, it looks open and easy to observe. But perhaps there's another hiding spot inside. Then he spoke up. Juna, let's go. We should check that hill area first. Let the other teams worry about the forest. She also agreed. Yeah, okay. Rayon looked at her retreating back with some sympathy. Wrath appeared and said, it's quite obvious that you're worried about her. Aren't you going to say anything to her? Rayon sighed. I'm not sure what to say to her either. Besides, this is her family's private matter. Because I haven't even fully understood my own feelings for Sylvia. So there's no way I can give her good advice about family. But I know what CIA did to Juna in the past. Maybe I can solve this problem if I get the chance. But finding that chance will be difficult. Moreover, everything is within my expectations. After passing through the hill section, they continued to move downward. Rayon continued to analyze the situation. There's a hidden forest behind the hill that outsiders can't see. It's located quite deep inside. He paused for a moment and looked around. It seems all human traces have been erased, so no one can find them. Even so, these tricks can only fool amateurs. They're useless against me. Then he bent down and picked up some snow to observe. Just knowing how to kill doesn't make you the best assassin. Following trails and gathering information is the pinnacle of a professional assassin. They might be able to fool ordinary hunters, but it's useless against me. Then he spoke up. Juna, I think the White Tiger's base is nearby. Follow me and try to be as quiet as possible. Juna agreed. The two of them cautiously moved forward. Rayon noticed the bear traps placed around. He observed cautiously, but besides the traps at the entrance, there's nothing special. They probably think no one can get this far because the area is full of animal tracks. It seems they've underestimated us. The bandits appeared right in front of a cave entrance. They were holding a child captive. Rayon was curious. Is that boy a hostage? The guards at the gate are quite muscular, but I don't sense any strong aura from them. These guys are just low-level warriors. As for the big guy lying near the hostage, he's strong enough to make a living with his swordsmanship. The bandits must be gathered inside the cave. There's no way they would leave their only hostage in a simple watchtower like this. Then he speculated. There are probably dozens of bandits inside. Should I blow the whistle to alert everyone? I could retreat now and wait for the main force to arrive. He noticed a child. The hostage's condition is extremely critical. At this rate, the boy will die from a cold. The boy won't be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Then he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. They still haven't noticed my presence. The best course of action right now is to rescue the hostage before being discovered and deal with them quickly. The two of them were still observing from behind the bushes. Juna appeared extremely anxious. The main character spoke up to reassure her. Juna, look at me. Don't worry too much. We can save that boy. But I need your help. Once I give the signal, use your magic to block the sound immediately. I'll take care of the main part, and you keep an eye on the minions. Can you do it? Juna was a bit doubtful. It seemed she was worried about herself. Can I really change like him? Then she agreed. Yeah, I'll try. The minion with the bandaged head started to complain. I'm so sleepy, man. When is this shift over? How much longer, ugh? The two were surprised when Juna appeared and cast a spell. The middle-aged man shouted, Who are you? But Juna coldly cast her spell. Release aura. Complete soundproofing. The minions started to panic. Damn it. The sound can't get out. Did that girl just block the sound with magic? Why is there someone who can use magic in this godforsaken place? Rayon took the opportunity to rush towards them. This is my chance. Before dealing with the big guy behind me, I must deal with these two first. Then he swiftly moved behind the two minions. A sharp blade swung up. Two heads fell to the ground, to Juna's astonishment. She suddenly froze. The scene of the squirrel being killed by her brother years ago flashed back. Haunted, she bent over and screamed, waking the big guy. Rayon was annoyed. Damn it, the sound barrier is broken. Her psychological trauma had to resurface at this moment. When Juna came to her senses, she immediately covered her mouth. The main character was worried. At this rate, they'll discover us. The big guy with the sword rushed towards the kneeling Juna. Rayon gritted his teeth in worry. A sword stroke almost touched Juna's head. But very quickly, Rayon had subdued the man under his foot and held a sword to his neck. He threatened, If you're smart, you won't scream. If you dare to open your mouth without my permission, you're dead. You must answer my questions. If you don't obey, I'll pull out your bones. The other man trembled in fear and agreed. Then Rayon glanced at the trembling Juna. She's very scared, but it was thanks to her that I was able to act. Even though she was scared, she did very well. Then he began to interrogate the other man. You're part of the White Tiger gang, right? He was obedient. Yes. The main character asked again. How many men are in your gang? Where are they? The other man was honest. 39 in total. They're all in the forest. He continued to interrogate. How many hostages are in there? He answered. There's one left. The main character was pensive. As expected, there's still one more hostage. The little boy approached and said, Mr. Swordsman, the hostage inside is my little sister. Please save her. Juna reassured the boy. Don't worry, kid. We'll save her. Don't worry. Rayon turned back, a bit forced. Juna, I didn't say anything. Juna replied innocently. You were going to do it anyway. The main character was helpless. Juna, it's not that I'm afraid of them, but it's best to call for reinforcements. That way, the hostage will be safer. There are 36 bandits in there and a very dangerous leader. Juna asked for his opinion. So, should I blow the signal whistle? Rayon agreed. Yeah, I think that would be better. Juna blew hard into the flute. The main character seemed puzzled. I'm this close, and I still can't hear the flute. That's why Rimmer gave us this flute. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the cave. That's a silent flute. Everyone charge. They're hunting us. It made even Rayon and Juna terrified. Both of them were stunned. What? How does he have such sharp senses? I was standing right next to it and didn't hear a thing. Rayon told Juna to take the hostage and leave while he stayed behind to hold them off and threaten them. The leader spoke up. You bastard. Do you not know fear coming here? You're pretty reckless. Who are you trying to call with that flute? Rayon replied with an icy face. Who I called is none of your business. Let's make an exchange. The little girl hostage was now trembling, just like her brother. The leader asked back, You want to exchange hostages? The main character replied, If you hand over that child to me, I'll return this man to you. The leader laughed loudly in mockery. Ha! That useless piece of trash's death has nothing to do with me. He's not worth me releasing this kid. He held his sword to the little girl's body, threatening. If you don't want to see this little girl's head roll, drop your sword now. The little girl trembled and sobbed. Hick! Rayon remained calm and replied. All right. He signaled. Juna, fall back. Wait for my signal. He slit the guard's throat with his blade, startling the whole group. Then he drew his sword and finished him off, sending blood splattering everywhere. The bandits were shocked. Arg, you bastard. What the hell did you just do? Without giving them a moment to recover, he hurled his sword forward. The target was the young bandit standing in the back. The blade pierced straight through his chest. He was the one who had held his sword against the little girl. Rayon immediately shouted an order. Renan, create a mist to block their vision. Renan immediately stabbed her sword into the ground. A thick fog began to spread out. The bandits froze as the dense mist enveloped them. They began to panic. Damn it, the fog is blocking everything. Rayon seized the opportunity, scooped up the hostage girl, and ran. When the mist finally thinned out, the bandits realized the hostage had been snatched away. They rushed forward. Damn it, he took the kid and ran. That son of a bitch. Don't let them lose us. If you see them again, kill them on sight. After running for quite a distance, Rayon and Renan finally set the two children down to rest. He spoke up. I think the kids fainted from a cold. It'll be hard to keep running like this. I can't forgive these bandits. If we leave them be, who knows what other atrocities they'll commit against the village. Even though they have the numbers, I have to wipe them out right now. Renan, you stay here and watch over the kids. But Renan noticed the wound on his arm and looked worried. Rayon, your arm is bleeding. He reassured her. It's nothing. I'll deal with them and be right back. But just as he turned to leave, Renan grabbed his shirt. She pleaded softly. Rayon, don't go. You're injured. Fighting now is too dangerous. The instructors will be here soon. Just wait for everyone to come help you. Rayon looked at his friend, his heart softening slightly. Renan kept her gaze lowered. Her eyes were filled with sadness and worry. Rayon comforted her. It's true that every battle is terrifying. Whether it's a seasoned warrior or trainees like us, we all feel it. But do you know what's most terrifying? It's sitting still and doing nothing. Those words seemed to wake Renan up. Rayon continued to explain. The bandits have committed unforgivable, evil acts. People have sacrificed themselves for the village, and others are fighting to protect their loved ones. We can't just close our eyes and ignore their sacrifices. We are swordsmen, so we must fulfill our mission until the very last moment. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before us and protect those who remain. I don't know how your brother treated you, but the more you fear someone, the more their shadow will haunt you. Fear will dig deeper and deeper into your mind. If you keep running from your fear, you'll be tormented by it for the rest of your life. Renan, only you can protect yourself and your loved ones. Then he reached into his shirt, pulled something out, and placed it in her hand. From now on, whatever you do is decided by your own hands, Renan. Then he slowly walked toward the enemy camp. No need to hide in the shadows anymore. Renan stood in silence. A tear lingered on her eyelashes. She had her own secret desires. I want to change. I want to forget. I don't want to be bound by the past anymore. I want to protect what is most precious to me. I won't hide in the shadows anymore. I'll head toward the bright future ahead. I have to stand up. She gripped the wooden squirrel Rayon had given her tightly. Rayon swung a lethal strike, slashing across the throats of 3 bandits. The remaining bandits noticed and started alerting each other. Damn it! Kill him quick! Bastard! Stop him! Stop him now. He's just a kid. The leader shouted in anger. Why can't you idiots stop him? Rayon continued to stare sternly at him. While he was focused, a bandit jumped from behind, aiming to slash down and catch him off guard. He quickly dodged the fatal strike and immediately retreated. The leader also secretly prepared to swing his blade for a sneak attack from behind. You're dead meat, you little rat. A powerful strike slammed down, sending rocks and dirt flying. The leader was stunned. What? The space beneath his blade was empty. He was completely baffled. Where did he disappear to? Rayon appeared right behind him. He spoke with a solemn voice. How long do you plan to wait for an opening like a coward? Then, with a single swing, he sent the leader's head flying before the man could even react. The voices of the remaining bandits began to tremble with fear. Monster! How is he so strong at that age? Is he really just a trainee? He spoke up threateningly. Surrender. Your leader is all ready. But before he could finish, he had to raise his sword to struggle against an incoming object. There was a savage, mocking laugh. Ha! How ridiculous. From among the bandits stepped a man who looked like a wandering swordsman. He mocked. You guys are losing to a kid like that. If this keeps up, we'll just embarrass ourselves when we join the North-South Alliance. You look like you have money, though. You must be from a wealthy family. That makes it even better. I was worried there wouldn't be much ransom money if we caught you. He rushed forward to swing his sword at Rayon while continuing to ramble. God hasn't abandoned me. Gun. He shouted loudly. I'll take you as a hostage. His strike was blocked by Rayon's parrying sword. But Rayon struggled to block the blow, getting knocked back into the wall. Rayon fought hard to defend himself. This guy is the leader of the White Tiger Bandits. He's definitely not a beginner swordsman. He's an official swordsman. Outside, someone shouted, causing both of them to pause slightly. Found them. That bitch and the hostages are here. Meanwhile, outside, Renan was trembling as she blocked a bandit strike. Rayon became worried. Damn it, Renan isn't ready to fight yet. I have to help her. The man seized the chance to launch a strike at him, which he barely managed to block. He was excited. How dare you look away when I'm standing right in front of you? Worried about your friend? His face began to twist. You, and I can have a little more fun. Rayon defended with all his might, anxious. Damn it, the bandit outside is making a huge racket. Bastard, this bitch is using some weird skills. Looks like you've never killed anyone before, huh? He shouted a threat. Hand over the hostages. Stop stalling. As he rushed in, Renan stood firm and full of determination. I have to protect the children at all costs. She gripped the sword in her hand, her heart set. But to do that, I have to kill the person in front of me. Luckily, he isn't too tough of an opponent. Kill him. I can do it. Kill him. Those words repeated in her head like a mantra of resolve. Memories flooded back, but within them carried determination. Don't forget what Rayon said. But the memory of her brother was still too great a haunting presence. She suddenly froze. No, I'm seeing him again. I have to drive that image away. But I can't forget the fear of that day. Can I really protect something like Rayon did? I can't even swing my sword properly in this situation. I am scared. I've never protected anything before. But just as the thought ended, Rayon shouted to wake her up. Renan. Renan instinctively looked toward him. He was smiling reassuringly despite fighting. It's okay. You can do it. Renan looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes. His reassurance was an awakening for the insecure child within her. In her heart, he was reaching out to comfort her. Don't worry. Come here. And when the child's hand reached out, she truly awakened. I have to thank him for giving me courage. Then she swung her sword as if aiming at the shadow of her brother. She rushed quickly at the bandit in front of her. She resolved, thank you for helping me move forward. Her sword pierced the heart of the brutal bandit. Renan was filled with gratitude. Thank you for believing in me. The bandit leader began to complain. Those guys lost to these brats? Useless idiots. But Rayon retorted. She's not just a brat. She is a child who overcame her past on her own, and she has a kinder heart than anyone I've ever known. She is a swordsman who has overcome every trial. Determination filled him. A burning aura manifested. Skill activated. Flamme technique. Fallen floor. He quickly dashed forward, slashing through the brutal leader's neck. After it was over, Rayon began searching the bandit's stash. I plan to check if there are any traps left before the instructors arrive. Then he picked up a flower bud. A two-tone flower, a rare herb. Did they really massacre the whole village just for this? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. What? Is it over already? That's the two-tone flower Wugon had. The speaker was a young man. He was from a North-South alliance, leader of the Eternal Bandits. He asked excitedly, Did you two kill them all? Rayon replied indifferently. I killed them, so what? The man replied, You've got guts. Not only that, but you're good at reading the situation too. Acting like that, you must be confident in your talent, huh? Rayon asked immediately, Are you with the North-South alliance? The man answered honestly, Yes, my name is Sitar. The main character instantly became wary. So he is Sitar. I've heard that name once before. A genius swordsman who joined the North-South alliance with just a single sword, then became the leader of a notorious bandit group in just 10 years. The White Tiger Bandits are nothing compared to him. He is a swordsman with incredibly powerful strength. The other side began to guess Rayon's identity. A child from the direct line of the prestigious Sieghart family, right? Your sword skills aren't impressive yet. You must still be a trainee. What should I do now? He threatened with a casual voice. Should I kill you? Murderous intent poured out from Sitar like a tidal wave. It enveloped the main character. He became extremely defensive. His intent to kill is too obvious. He immediately placed his hand on his sheathed sword. For someone who lived an entire past life as an assassin like me, this is no problem at all. The other side looked surprised. Oh, you can withstand this pressure? You really aren't an ordinary child. The main character didn't let his guard down at his words. He calculated silently. If I attack unexpectedly from behind, I could definitely kill him. But if I attack head-on, there's no way I can win. However, for some reason, I don't want to back down. He slowly drew his sword from its scabbard. Then he challenged boldly. Draw your sword and fight me. The man was surprised, his hand lightly touching his sword hilt. But if I do that, you'll die. Rayon replied calmly. The weak falling to the strong is just the way of the world. Sitar was a bit surprised and amused. Few kids your age can talk like that. Then he retracted his killing intent and raised his hands. After understanding what kind of person you are, I don't want to fight anymore. Killing someone like you would be a waste. But Rayon just replied, A warrior cannot choose where he falls. Sitar was even more surprised. Interesting. Are you sure you're a kid? Or just a collection of life philosophies? Then he turned away, completely unguarded. There's another reason I don't want to kill you. The reinforcement squad has been watching us for a while now. Rayon was surprised and curious. Then the man left, not forgetting to leave a message. If you join the North-South Alliance later, it'll be a lot of fun. Before leaving, he stood on a rock and asked, So what is your name? My name is Rayon. Rayon Sieghart. The man calmly repeated it. Rayon Sieghart. I understand. I hope one day I will hear your name echoing across Mount Tukin and the Jiabu River. Then he kicked off the ground and vanished. Rayon spoke softly. He's gone. Then he turned to Renan. Renan, let's go. She agreed, okay. She called out, Rayon. He instinctively turned, curious. What is it? She asked shyly. Did I do well? Rayon stood frozen for a moment. Then he smiled. Yeah, you were the best. These words made Renan incredibly happy. She smiled radiantly. Finally, everything is over. The main character gave a remark. So my mission, short but turbulent, has come to a close. When we returned with the head of the Snow Tiger Claw Bandit leader, Bowen and Martha were furious because they lost to me again. Rimmer comforted the other trainees for not performing well. He seemed to be giving them advice, but in the end, it turned into him bragging about how amazing his first mission was. Wrath didn't miss the chance to boast about himself either. Listening to those two chatterboxes made my ears feel like they were going to explode. The orphans were decided to be adopted by the Ash Lion family. They seemed to like that because they were very fond of Renan. After completing the mission and returning, Renan and I were summoned to see the Lord. We were both awarded medals for our achievements. I was surprised to be praised by him, but I was even more surprised when he gifted me the two-tone flower. He said it was my spoil of war, so I had the right to keep it, even though it's an incredibly rare divine herb. I guess that's good. At this moment, Rayon seemed surprised. What? Dorian came to visit you? Rayon asked. Why did you come here? Dorian replied. Ah, young master, you're finally back. Dorian said shyly. Well, Madame told me to stop by and check when you finish your mission so I could report back to her. Rayon worried. Did you tell my mother anything? Dorian wiped away tears of happiness and replied. Of course. I told Madame about your touching heroic deeds. But hearing this made Rayon feel dizzy. What the hell did this idiot do? Just then, Rayon's mother burst in with a worried look. Rayon, is it you? The maid Helen also asked. Young master, you've returned. Rayon became anxious. Sylvia will fly into a rage if she finds out I confronted bandits. He tried to justify. No, the thing is I didn't intend to. But then his mother hugged him tightly in a sudden, warm embrace. She rubbed his face and praised him. Well done, Rayon. He was completely surprised. Sylvia said, What's wrong? Did you think I would be angry with you? Rayon replied, You always tell me to be careful. But then Sylvia spoke gently. The reason the head of our family wields a sword is to protect the weak. I heard that he always extended a hand to help those in need. The Sieghart family has always continued his legacy. My dream was also to become a swordsman like that. How could I scold you when you rescued those hostages? She gently placed her hand on his shoulder. I am very proud of you. Maid Helen, standing nearby, also spoke up. We are also very proud to hear about this. Another maid excitedly said, Tomorrow I will go to the main hall. I'll go brag about the young master's story everywhere. Meanwhile, Sylvia was still happily hugging Rayon. My son has grown up and become a real man. Rayon was truly astounded at this moment. I can't understand her at all. Emotions are so complicated. Then he looked behind him. Wait, where's that idiot Dorian? But he had slipped away long ago. Wrath appeared, mocking. Now you remember him? That coward ran away ages ago. Rayon clicked his tongue. Tonight doesn't feel too bad. On Renan's side, she was placing the wooden squirrel Rayon gave her on her bedside table. She happily admired it, recalling the recent memories. She thought to herself, Next time, I will definitely tell him. I have to thank him no matter what. Elsewhere, Rimmer was lying comfortably on a hammock outdoors. He recalled the conversation between the main character and Sitar. At this moment, he looked satisfied. He happily remarked, It's been a long time since I've seen the shadow of the Lord in someone else. It seems this is the seed for the next throne. Everything is just truly beginning now. At the main mansion of the Robert family. There's Robert was writing in his diary. He was still intently writing. Suddenly he paused. Blood from the wound on his hand had seeped a little onto the page. He looked at his hand and thought, The wound still refuses to close. It's been 17 years already. I've tried so many top-tier divine elixirs. I even invited renowned scholars and priests. I've done all that, yet it cannot be healed. A wound that won't heal but doesn't get any worse. It's as if it happened just yesterday. Perhaps it wants to remind me not to forget that day. Is there some deceased soul that doesn't want me to forget him? How ridiculous. I'm not one to dwell on the past. He closed the book and stood up. Just a little more time, and my wish will come true. At this moment, Rayon Sieghart was looking at the system screen. Curse of Misfortune has weakened. Cultivation technique reached 3 stars. Aura of Misfortune reached 3 stars. Sense Master reached 3 stars. Fire Resistance reached 3 stars. You have completed the goal. Become a sword expert. Aura control speed increased. All stats are growing rapidly. Swordsmanship proficiency increased. Footwork and martial arts proficiency increased. Rayon touched the system screen and sighed in relief. Finally reached the expert realm. He happily checked the changes in his body, even though it's only at a beginner level. But I work hard to reach it. Wrath behind him mocked. How ridiculous. Even a swordmaster is just a bug to me. Yet you're already getting arrogant over a little progress? Rayon replied calmly. Not every 15-year-old can reach my level. Even if you scour this continent, you won't find anyone my age stronger than me. Wrath shouted in annoyance. What does age matter? Only idiots bring up age on the battlefield. Age is irrelevant. Weak is weak, that's all. Rayon didn't argue. True, once on the battlefield, no one is obligated to go easy on you just because you're younger. I completely agree. Wrath spoke again. Idiot. At your current level, you couldn't even touch a finger of mine. Actually, not even a fingernail. But Rayon remained indifferent. Wow, is that so? Wrath pressed on. Then why are you smiling? Rayon replied happily. Because I'm happy. My previous life never reached this level. Then he turned away. You also admitted I've grown, didn't you? Hearing this, Wrath was quite surprised. Then he got angry. You think I would praise a human? Especially someone like you? But Rayon remained calm. Then why are you getting angry now? I heard your voice trembling, so I probably guessed right. I've been with you long enough to know what you're thinking. Wrath became even angrier. A human dares to see through me? How annoying. He screamed in a cute way. Rayon just laughed it off. Your wrath can't do anything to me. If you don't regain your powers soon, I'll eat you up. But then wrath turned to mock him. Hearing you spout nonsense reminds me of the old days. Remembering the day in hell when demons came to challenge me. Rayon changed the subject to avoid wrath bothering him. I'm going to stretch. Wrath snapped. Where are you going? Listen to me. Meanwhile, inside the campus, Rimmer was clapping his hands, asking everyone to gather. Everyone stop. That's it for today's training. And then Bun behind him wondered, shouldn't we have 20 minutes of makeup training? But Rimmer ignored him and ran off, making Bun angry. We can make it up tomorrow. That's enough for today. Bun cursed silently in his head. That irresponsible elf. Rayon also spoke up. Then it's over. Whoever is on cleaning duty today, stay behind. Dorian was sneaking open a locker door. He reached into the compartment to grab something. When he closed the door, Martha appeared beside him terrifyingly. She angrily grabbed his shoulder, making him scream. Martha said furiously, "Is cleaning with me that scary?" Dorian turned around nervously and said, "No, it's an honor." Martha turned away angrily. "Training alone keeps me busy enough." She shouted furiously, "What are you guys staring at? I have to clean. Get out, all of you." Rayon, standing next to Rimmer, also felt surprised. Can she really only be calm when she's around me? Rimmer spoke up cheerfully. That kid hasn't changed a bit. I guess she's only calm around you. He turned around in surprise. Instructor Rimmer, I thought you ran away. Rimmer replied, "Oh well, I forgot a few things so I came back." The students were curious. What exactly did he forget? Then he gathered everyone again. Everyone attention, I still have an announcement. It's really important. What time is it anyway? It's about your second mission. Everyone went silent. Then suddenly he laughed and said, "Aha, sorry about that." Below, both Bun and Dorian were bewildered. You forgot something that important? Rayon alone had his own thoughts. It's been almost half a year since the first mission. The time until the second mission is longer than I thought. Are there fewer missions for the family to handle than in my previous life? Rimmer began to explain. Orcs have suddenly appeared and are invading the southern territory. Your mission this time is to eliminate the orcs threatening the villagers and protect the people in the village. In other words, your mission is village defense and monster hunting. Everyone seemed excited. It's hunting orcs. Yeah, this is the kind of mission I've wanted to do all along. Finally, I can test my swordsmanship. Rimmer commented. I guess everyone is excited about the new mission, you rookies. There won't be any instructors accompanying you on this mission. You'll have to go to the village yourselves, and you must work together to complete the mission. Blinn spoke up. What if we end up in a situation so dangerous we can't escape on our own? Rimmer replied. That depends on you. If it's an impossible mission, you must know when to give up. So the leader must have the ability to accurately assess the situation. The important thing is for the leader to predict. What are the worst and best case scenarios for that event? Dorian also spoke up. Wouldn't running away from a mission be evaluated poorly? Rimmer explained. Usually yes, but it depends on the situation. If you're alone amidst 5 monsters and still manage to escape, you should be praised. Hearing this, Dorian was delighted inside. Great, so I can run away without getting into trouble. Then Rimmer announced further. You guys will leave early the day after tomorrow. Everyone was skeptical. In 2 days? Down below, the group started making a fuss. Why is there so little time? That's too rushed. It's already evening now. We only have 1 day left. Rimmer continued to remind them. There are more things you need to prepare for monster subjugation compared to defense or dungeon exploration. You'll mess things up if you aren't fully prepared. So remember to be careful. Bon felt looked down upon and shouted. We'll prepare better than you think. Behind him, Rayon spoke up. That's enough now. Instructor Rimmer has always told us that we won't know when or what the mission will be, even if it's not a time to panic. We should prepare. The more you complain, the less time we have. Everyone started to feel guilty. Yeah, that's true. There's no guarantee we'll have time to prepare once the mission starts. Let's move. Rimmer smiled at that moment. He seemed satisfied. Then he announced further. Also, elite orcs are more aggressive and stronger than you think. Compared to the battles you've had so far, they are much harder because of their overwhelming numbers. There are many of them, so you don't have the advantage in numbers. It will be very difficult to face them one-on-one. It's best if you dodge their attacks instead of blocking them. Pack light and gather here at dawn in 2 days. That is all. At that moment, in the courtyard of Rayon's mansion, he had finished packing his luggage into a small bag. He evaluated a pack with a weight reduction spell cast on it. Clearly, He doesn't intend to help us carry our gear. I assume he's trying to say we have to do everything ourselves. Well, that's fine by me. Wrath appeared again and said, "Idigant brat. You think everything will go as you planned? Unexpected things can happen at any time." Rayon agreed. Well, that's true. But that's irony. Like how you gave me all your stat points. Wrath got angry. I really want to sew that mouth of yours shut. Rayon teased again. Like you could ever do that. Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. He grabbed the doorknob, curious. Who would visit me at this hour? He opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" Then suddenly he froze and stammered in surprise. It was Sylvia standing solemnly in front of him. Sylvia frowned slightly, annoyed. "Rayon, you should let me know if you have a mission." Rayon was confused. "How did you know? Did Dorian tell you?" Sylvia spoke up. "Rimmer told me." Rayon frowned. "That elf." Rayon looked awkward. "I'm sorry." Sylvia softened. She held Rayon's hand and reminded him. Rayon, becoming the top trainee isn't just about representing the other students. You also have a responsibility to guide the other students on a better path. You shouldn't solve the mission alone. You should know how to coordinate to minimize losses and lead everyone to success. Your friends' lives depend on your decisions. Rayon was surprised. "I thought Mom came to scold me, but she's giving me advice." Then Sylvia continued to remind him. Monster subjugation missions seem easy, but they are actually very difficult. Ensure you eliminate every single one to protect the villagers' safety. You should be aware of that when doing the mission. You are no longer a student, but a swordsman. I want you to prove you are a true knight. Someone who can inherit the family's will. Finally, Rayon spoke up. "I thought you came here to scold me." Suddenly, she raised her voice. "I'm very angry." I was both worried and annoyed. However, Sylvia still wrapped her arms around Rayon. She patted him. "This isn't the time to scold you. You should prepare yourself to be scolded when you return. I'm very glad you've shown brighter since starting training, but I have never stopped worrying about you." The two stood hugging under the sunset. The next day, Instructor Rimmer gathered everyone at the appointed location. "Anything can happen. Remember to be extremely careful. Retreat if you feel it's too much for you." The group chorused, "Yes, sir." When he saw no one giving up, Rimmer felt relieved and sat down. "Then go." Usually, it would take about a month. But because we've cleared the path, it should only take about 2 weeks. "Good luck to you all." The students all chorused. "Yes, Instructor Rimmer." Rayon then began to lead the class, then divided them into 4 rows. "We will move according to the formation we discussed." Rimmer stood behind, thinking to himself, "I'm sure they'll be fine." Rayon is not only talented in combat and aura, but also excellent in tactical ability. I'm confident he will complete the mission easily in return. He's only 15, after all. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he performs. A teacher next to him asked Rimmer, "Should we go watch over them? At this distance, they won't notice us leaving." But Rimmer refused. "No need yet. One of them is very sharp." Then he stretched and left. "I'm going to take a nap before I go." The other teachers started discussing. "Is that really okay? Should we follow them yet?" Rimmer seemed smug. "You guys should worry about the monsters instead." At a cave deep in the forest at that moment, a mysterious figure was asking a question. "Are you sure about that information?" Another mysterious figure, seemingly of lower rank, knelt and said, "Yes, we have confirmed it is that village." The other one ordered, "All right, let's go then. You can kill anyone who gets in the way. Move out." Meanwhile, in the forest near the village, Rayon suddenly stopped. His group was facing Kane, the top direct line trainee of the 6th training squad. Rayon spoke up. "Why are you guys here?" Kane asked back, "What about you?" Rayon calculated. "This must be Kane. I heard he entered the 6th training school late due to an injury. Seems he's healthy now. Looking at his physique, he's clearly a talented swordsman." Kane spoke again. "We are on our way to a mission to exterminate monsters." "Why is your team here, Rayon?" "We are also on a monster extermination mission." Kane was surprised. "The same mission? I never heard anyone say that." Rayon was also surprised. "What?" The night before departure, at a nearby tavern, there was a voice speaking. "Rimmer, heard your students did very well on the last mission." "That's right. Heard they are very young, but managed to defeat bandits." Rimmer laughed loudly, smugly. "Told you so. I praise them, but it really is impressive. How about sending them to raid the monsters? I'm sure they'll rush there right away. Then I'll also be rewarded by the family head." Suddenly, he turned around. Someone behind announced, "No, Training School 6 will take this mission. For a raid mission, teamwork is more important. We shouldn't focus on individuals like School 5. School 6 is much more suitable for this mission. Recently, Training School 6 passed the Hell Week training without any issues. So we will take this mission. The speaker was the head instructor of Training School 6, Madam. Rimmer said again, "You're jealous because my kids are getting too much attention, huh? Why not let both teams go together?" Madam wondered, "You want to send 2 training schools on one mission?" Rimmer replied, "We have to wipe out the monsters anyway. Might as well let both teams go together. Competing with each other will be faster, don't you think?" Madam agreed. "Fine, I will ask for the family head's permission. I'm really looking forward to the results." Meanwhile, on Rayon's side, Bun was speaking up. "There must be a mistake. You guys can go back first. We can handle it ourselves." This surprised Kane. He was annoyed. "I can't ignore what you just said, Bun. How long have you been in Training School 5 to become this arrogant? This mission requires teamwork skills. Clearly, our Team 6 is more suitable than your Team 5. Team 5 has little team experience, so you'll definitely run into trouble." Bun also looked annoyed. "Kane, I know your skill level, but don't look down on Team 5. On this side, Rayon seemed to have deduced everything. Rimmer must have known about this beforehand. But why didn't he warn us?" He closed his eyes and thought. Rimmer believes experience is paramount. If so, this mission will be highly practical. Teamwork and tactics are important, but our team lacks both. Maybe he wants Team 5 to fight Team 6, so Team 5 learns how to improve themselves. Yeah, that makes sense. That sly old fox. Well, consider it a good opportunity for those guys to learn. Also, Mom warned me before I left. I can't ignore that. Then finally, he spoke up. "Calm down, you two. Planning to waste time arguing? This isn't getting us anywhere. Let's just make a bet and see." Bun wondered. What? What do you mean by a bet? Why waste energy when we don't know the current situation? Rayon reminded him. They don't want to give up the mission. Neither do you. This mission will have a lot of monsters. It's also a raid mission, so we'll definitely face a tough boss. So let's bet on who will be the commander for this mission. Take down the leader to cause chaos for the rest. How about that? If the main team runs into trouble, it'll be an opportunity for the other team. Sound good? Kane agreed. Rayon continued. All right, let's start from that mountain over there. At this moment, a small group on Bun's side quickly ran off to act. Leading them was Martha. She was excited. The condition is simple. Destroy or capture the opposing team's flag first to win. Much simpler than fighting them one by one. Rayon bent down over the strategy table. Then let's make a plan. But Martha rejected it. Why do that? They're all failures anyway. I'll wipe them out, so just sit there and wait. She was extremely excited now. Found them. With failures like these, no strategy is needed. She rushed forward, swinging her sword at a vanguard standing in front. Her divine sense skill was activated. Senses and perception were heightened to the point. I don't even need to open my eyes to see. Rayon was silently observing the battle. They've started engaging. Renan turned to ask Rayon. Rayon, is it okay to just rush in without a plan like that? Rayon replied. They're all confident they wouldn't listen anyway. Renan asked further. So is there a chance of winning? Rayon replied. We definitely won't lose. We'll lose miserably. At this moment, both Martha and Bun were encountering some surprise. They became annoyed and impatient. Why can't we break through? They're the weakest bunch, but why is their defense so strong? A guy on the other team shouted. You guys aren't the center of the universe. Don't look down on us. At this moment, Martha suddenly panicked. At the end of the day, the sun had set behind the mountain. Martha and Bun's group returned looking disheveled. They didn't dare look at each other out of awkwardness and embarrassment. Rayon finally stood up to remind them. See how easy that was? Now look, it got pushed back. Misjudging is one thing, but the world won't wait for you to improve. Did you look down on them because the Owen Kingdom doesn't value them? Or did you think you'd win just because our last results were good? You guys are thinking like that, aren't you? This is the consequence of fighting without a strategy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Yet you knew neither them nor yourselves. You just held your arrogant heads high, wasting energy and aura only to reveal everything. Techniques shown to the enemy army. So brilliant. They train every day too. Just because we look better doesn't mean we can underestimate them. Renan asked, so we lost. Rayon said, no, there's still a chance. Martha and Bun were surprised. Really? Martha said, if we can beat those bastards, I'll do whatever you want. Rayon asked back, at least you still have the spirit to try, huh? All right then, I will map out the path to victory for our team. Team 6 started gossiping. Training Hall 5 is too easy to beat. Watching them struggle is really refreshing. But someone reminded them, don't let your guard down. Training Hall 5 was able to take down the North and South Alliance with a Snow Tiger Claw. I bet they won't give up. He became cautious. Just as predicted. We will end this. Martha stood in front of them, provoking. Truly a bunch of idiots. If you dare badmouth us one more time, you'll regret it. Then she rushed forward, surprising the whole group. One person ordered, attack the front, fourth formation. Focus your aura to the front. But as he raised his sword high, Martha attacked the opening in his flank. The commander on Team SIXS side was surprised. She attacked the side? At this moment, on the other team's side. Bun also used a similar tactic. Another commander of Team 6 was directing his group. That's a defensive stance. Counterattack, just like we prepared. But then Bun quickly pierced through his defense. Bun mocked. Idiot. Then his sword strike took down 2 vanguards. The squad leader of Team 6 was surprised. How did he change his movement so fast? They changed their fighting style. Both squad leaders on Team 6 were astonished. What the hell happened to make them change their fighting style like this? Over here, Martha was attacking the opponent's defense line like a storm. She seemed excited. He was right. Back to the previous meeting. Rayon had said, why do you think we lost when we are individually stronger? Bun asked, is it because of information and tactics? Rayon confirmed. Exactly. Hall 6 has grasped our personalities and skills. They built tactics around that. However, they didn't prepare anything else because they thought they would win for sure. In the end, we lost humiliatingly in a match we should have won. Dorian worried. So we'll lose again? Martha turned around angrily and threatened. Shut up. Dorian was scared to tears. What? I'm sorry. Rayon continued. Even if we don't consider it a complete loss, we've wasted a lot of stamina and aura. It's true that we are at a disadvantage, but it's not just tactical information. Bun was curious. Rayon, do you have an idea? Rayon analyzed. Kane Sieghart. The top genius of Hall 6 has sharp eyes and intuition. Thanks to that, he could detect opponents from afar and send trainees capable of countering you to fight. Martha muttered. Damn it, Kane Sieghart. Rayon continued his assessment. Martha's strengths are power and durability, but her attacks are too predictable. So he sent swordsmen capable of defending to drain her aura. Bun is fast, but his skills are quite simple. So he sent swordsmen with good adaptability. So how do we win? The simplest way is to change the order of engagement. But I think you guys don't want that. Martha spoke up. I don't like that. I have to win. Bun also chimed in. Sorry, I think so too. Then Rayon proposed a plan. Then you have to fight differently. Martha was surprised. Differently? Rayon explained. Your fighting styles are too rigid. There's still many openings because they aren't good at circulating aura around the body. So find the openings and attack there. Bun, you are weak against opponents who fight based on instinct. But those guys are usually easy to trick. You have to abandon your usual fighting style and deceive them. Martha complained. Sounds good, but haven't you been here from the start too? Bun also chimed in. Sounds like you were just standing there watching us fight. Rayon ignored it and continued. It's true that Kane has sharp senses. Better than the average trainee. But my senses are even sharper. At this moment, Rayon was on the side, using perception to observe the situation. They're doing very well. It seems they won't lose. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Rayon. Shall we begin? Kane Sieghart. Rayon evaluated. Since the situation is different from before, Kane has no choice but to show himself. Kane spoke up. I was wondering why we were losing. Turns out you told them to fight differently? The rumor that you aren't recognized by other trainees was indeed wrong. But Rayon still had no reaction to the provocation. Kane decided, this battle ends here. Rayon, I heard your aura is fire attribute. Kane channeled aura around his sword. Rayon seemed surprised. Kane also has fire attribute aura? Kane continued. Unfortunately for you, I possess the highest level fire attribute aura. I also have more aura than most official swordsmen. Theoretically, you cannot beat me. Rayon finally spoke up. Why do people always babble so much before fighting? Rayon's fire aura also began to blaze around him. Let's start. I'll show you how my fire can overwhelm you. Rayon immediately dashed toward Kane. So fast that he left no afterimage. Kane became confused. Too fast. And those flames too. I heard he not only beat Martha, but also the Prince of Owen. Just as the sword slashed down, Kane managed to dodge in time. His aura isn't as intense as mine, but he's definitely strong. However, Kane began to counterattack. I am stronger. He struggled to confront Rayon head-on. A shockwave of fire exploded between their clash. A sharp aura cut across Kane's face, making him bleed. He lost his composure. Absurd. My fire is weaker? Immediately, Rayon broke through the defense. Kane struggled to block reluctantly. Impossible, he shouted, trying to escape the powerful attack. A shock wave exploded, shaking the entire forest. Kane lay defeated under Rayon's sword tip. Rayon repeated, "Your fire is stronger." Huh? That's right. At this moment, the Hall 5 team gathered. Everyone was surprised. Dorian spoke up. That person is Kane Sieghart. What's he doing here? The best way to turn the tide is to defeat the enemy leader. Did you know this would happen? Bowen continued. Not only that, you were right. They were easily fooled. Even I was. If not for you, I might have failed against Hall 6. Martha also spoke up. Although I don't want to accept it, he's right. If your judgment was wrong, maybe even I would have turned my back on you, but in the end, we won. We have acknowledged your talent and effort. We will listen to you without complaining anymore. Rayon was happy. It seems they've matured quite a bit after this. That's good. This is a Hall 5 I know. Then he gathered everyone. Everyone did a good job. Perhaps everyone understands now the consequences of resting on your laurels and acting thoughtlessly. If this were a real battle, everyone would have lost their lives. Don't forget what you learned today. Kane looked at Rayon with admiration. Rayon Sieghart, he's better than I thought. He's good at fighting and also has great leadership qualities. I thought Hall 5 was full of arrogant people, but turns out was the most arrogant one. Then he approached Rayon. I learned a lot from you, Rayon Sieghart. You taught me never to be negligent and always have a backup plan. I assumed I would definitely win, because I thought I understood you guys well. But I not only lost the team match, but also the duel with you. What I thought was confidence was actually just arrogance. Now I understand how small I am. Thank you. Then he reached out his hand in goodwill. Rayon also smiled. He's much more sincere than those direct line guys. Then he shook hands. You're welcome, Kane replied. As promised, we will dedicate ourselves to you. 2 weeks later, everyone arrived at the designated location. Rayon stood at the head of the group on a large rock. We're here, he spoke up. Below them was the village needing help. A small village with nothing special. Just simply a place where residents farm to survive day by day. This mission isn't a special one either. Just dealing with some monsters that occasionally appear and cause trouble. However, why do I feel like someone is watching? No examiners followed me. Moreover, his aura contains killing intent. It's best to find his location first. Bun, I have a favor to ask you. Bun asked curiously. What? Rayon, are you planning to assign tasks? You will be the leader for this mission. Bun looked confused. Why is that? Rayon explained. In the previous mission, only Renan and I were strong enough to face the Snow Tiger claws, so this time it's better to let you lead. Didn't you say you wanted to surpass me? If so, use what you've learned to prove yourself. Bowen hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Fine, I'll show you. Then he spoke boldly. I will become an excellent commander. Rayon immediately said. Everyone heard that, right? From now on, everyone will follow Bowen's instructions. Everyone chorused in response. Understood. Rayon turned to Martha. Martha, I'll explain to you later. Just act normal. Martha turned her back and walked away. No need to remind me specifically like that. I will follow your arrangement. I'm always normal. Rayon observed her. He was a bit concerned. Then he asked the King of Essence. King of Essence, you also sent someone watching us, right? The King of Essence replied. You knew? Makes sense, after all. You inherited my ability. Rayon asked further. How many of them? The King of Essence smiled slyly and said, If I point it out to you, will you be able to guess? Rayon interrupted. Just one. The King of Essence looked surprised. Rayon explained, because you used the word him instead of them. Thanks for letting me know. The King of Essence became irritable. This guy, he started screaming, but Rayon just ignored it. Still can't be sure there's only one. Even if only one is watching, it's highly likely his accomplices are nearby. I must not let my guard down. After careful consideration, Rayon sighed. This mission probably won't go smoothly. The strange leader from before appeared again. He was waiting for a report from his henchmen. Where did they come from? A subordinate replied. Mostly people from the Sieghart family, sir. The leader said. One of the 6 kings? Nothing to worry about. The subordinate added. I see they're just a bunch of rookies. Since no instructors were seen accompanying them, This is likely their second mission. The leader asked, "Were you detected?" The scout replied, "Of course not, sir. I guarantee, even if they got close, they wouldn't be able to detect me." The leader said smugly, I didn't think those mediocre rookies could detect you either." Then the scout reported again, "But we have controlled the orcs. Since they left, what are these rookies doing here?" The leader replied, "Perhaps the villagers saw the increase in monsters and requested support. Our progress in finding the stone is too slow." "It's because I was too confident," the minion continued. "We searched this place thoroughly, but still haven't found it. Maybe it's inside this village." "Should we attack now, sir?" But the leader objected. "No, just wait." The henchman wondered, "But this is a good opportunity to take down those rookies." The leader said, "Killing a few rookies is easy, but the whereabouts of the Man of Stone will be exposed. That would do more harm than good. Just let them defeat the monsters and return as if they completed the mission." Saying that, the leader put on a helmet. His whole body exuded a furious, murderous aura. Muscles rippled. His appearance became tall and large like an orc. He said, "When they leave, I will attack that village. Destroy everything in my way." Night fell on the gathering area. Everyone was sitting around enjoying dinner. Rayon looked at the person opposite him preparing to eat and thought to himself, "Bun, at first, I was a bit worried about him, but he did better than I expected." Recalling the previous event, the young man continued thinking. He didn't rely on the Sieghart family's reputation to be arrogant. Instead, he prioritized the mission, reassuring the village chief and the people. It can be seen that he is striving to do better, poking the fried egg on the plate with a fork. Rayon told himself, "Maybe I don't need to worry about Bon anymore. Even without me here, Bon and the other trainees can handle the monsters themselves." Looking out the window, where overlapping mountain ranges and pine forests are covered in white snow, Rayon felt a bit uneasy. The one who was watching us on the outskirts of the village is the problem. I'm not quite sure, but it feels like they disappeared into the mountains when we entered the village. Is the Sieghart family testing us? Or is it some other force? Deep in the young man's heart, a feeling of insecurity was always present. Maybe tomorrow there will be an answer, he told himself. The next morning, everyone was observing the ground, where footprints were deeply imprinted on the white snow. Bowen and his teammates were present here. He looked ahead and commented, "Seems like the monsters are around here." An old man in the village once said, "Monsters usually appear at this time of year, but this year their numbers are 3 times higher than usual. We cannot cope with such large numbers. We have detected over 100 monsters so far. That means the total could be over 200, based on the old man's observations and predictions." He gave an approximate number. He approached the blue-haired boy and added, "The problem isn't just the numbers. I'm sure you aren't familiar with the forest terrain here. We will send a guide so you don't get lost. He is the fastest person in the village. I'm sure he will be helpful to you." The young man the old man mentioned was also standing with the group. His name is Kamba, the guide of the snowy mountains. Thinking to himself wearily, "Last night, when the village chief came to find me, I knew something was wrong. But I didn't expect him to ask me to guide the Sieghart family trainees." "Don't worry." A voice rang out, catching the young man's attention. Rayon affirmed, "We guarantee to help you return safely." "Attention, everyone!" Another person shouted loudly. "Trolls usually fight better than other monsters, and goblins and imps often play dirty with poison or traps." Bowen was analyzing the monsters for his teammates. "Even a small wound can be fatal, so absolutely do not let your guard down." "Roger," the crowd responded. Then, the blue-haired boy turned to the side and said, "Training Team 6. Surround that area." The whole group chorused in agreement. "Leave it to us. Then let's start the raid. Destroy the monsters threatening this land. Let's show them the power of the Sieghart family." After the words encouraging fighting spirit, everyone started to act. In the distance were the silhouettes of trolls. Seeing them, Bun did not flinch, leading the vanguard. "Let's go." Meanwhile, the King of Essence said to Rayon, who was still standing in one place observing, "Those idiots are really—" They had been preparing an ambush all this time. Yet suddenly they shouted, revealing their position. "What kind of ambush is that?" Rayon had a different view. They only shouted to be less nervous. This mistake is understandable since it's their first raid mission. At this moment, the King of Essence thought to himself, "This guy should also be on his first mission." But instead of being nervous, he is observing the whole situation. He looks no different from a seasoned veteran. Its eyes looked at Rayon with judgment. At this moment, Bun's group was engaging the giant trolls. The three of them, Martha, Bun, and Renan, simultaneously rushed forward. The black-haired girl looked bloodthirsty, just screaming like that. I will crush all of you. Deal with the goblins and imps first, then attack the trolls. Bun swung his sword, while giving directions to everyone. Another member of the team saw something wrong. Immediately shouted a warning. They broke through the formation. Two trolls are moving in the opposite direction. Kamba saw the monsters rushing over and was extremely panicked. The trolls are coming here. But before they could touch him, they had to get past Rayon, standing tall there. I shouldn't have come here. Ignoring the guide, screaming in fear, Rayon calmly jumped forward. With just a single slash, he took down the first troll. To the second one, he only took one more swing of his sword. Once again, the young man executed swift sword strokes and movements to finish the third one. Rayon slowly sheathed his sword. Remarkably, not a drop of blood landed on him, even though the giant monsters were destroyed. Kamba couldn't even follow the movements just now. When the trolls fell, he realized in shock. Gasp! When did they die? Martha immediately spoke up to ask, Are you hurt anywhere, Mr. Kamba? No. I'm Euphine. I'm Gla. Rayon asked, I want to ask you something. Does this mountain have any urban legends? Something like a great treasure or monsters, for example. The guide stood up and thought, Urban legends? According to legend, there is one story. Hundreds of years ago, there was a fierce battle between the Goblin Kingdom swarming down from the west and the knights here. It is said that the snow buried the Goblin King's ring somewhere in this region. This information made Rayon feel something. He glanced at the young man, then looked ahead. The young man thought, I understand now. Those gazes I feel right now, and even before. It's Eden, with the symbol of a Western dragon, one of the 5 demons. They are notoriously insane. Eden's goal is restoration. Restoring the era when monsters ruled the world. They want to return to that time and view monsters as gods, where a demon is worshipped by people like a religion. But if that were all, they would have been destroyed long ago. They possess the ability to control and tame monsters. Although human, they can also use the abilities of monsters. Their power is on par with the Daris family. That strange power is a secret that even the famous families of the continent do not know. They are hidden like in a locked chest. At the same time, covered by swords stuck down like a warning. Rayon speculated with a serious look. But I know what that secret is. Thanks to Daris Robert, the one who haunted his past life until death. Recalling a mission in his past life. We encountered Eden once while carrying out a mission under Daris's orders. Eden killed the entire Shadow Squad, leaving only me alone in that hellish scene. I didn't realize it then. But this is definitely strange. Daris knew from the start that Eden used mana stones as one of the 6 kings. How could he know that? Why didn't he reveal it to the world? Rayon remembered that haunting face and deduced everything. Wrath behind him was a bit curious, so he asked, What are you thinking about? I can feel a deep rage, full of darkness inside you. Rayon immediately touched his left chest. Thinking of Daris disturbs my emotions. Calm down. Right now, Eden is the important target. The young man closed his eyes to reassure himself. I guess Eden's goal is to find the Goblin King's Mana Stone. Hundreds of years have passed since the Goblin King was defeated here. I'm sure an extremely powerful Mana Stone is buried somewhere. So their plan is definitely to let us complete the mission, so they can find the stone when we leave. If so, at this moment, the frame shifted to the battle, where Bun was rushing towards a troll. That alpha! I will end this with my strongest attack. But suddenly a large explosion occurred, stopping his action. Bun was a bit surprised by the person appearing behind the smoke. Martha was the one who interrupted the fight and said casually, It's mine. Bun just sighed in contempt, truly lacking dignity. Then he turned to tell his teammates, The alpha is dead. Now we just have to deal with the rest. The brothers heard the news and cheered happily. Mr. Kamba, about that Goblin King story. Has anyone seen treasure or jewelry in the mountains since then? Rayon spoke up. Actually, when I was young, the guide shared. The village chief went up the mountain and returned with a red jewel. Something he found on the mountaintop. He recounted seeing something similar to the Mana Stone Rayon was looking for. So where's that jewel now? Most people didn't notice, but the village chief buried it under his house. Rayon was a bit surprised to hear this. The young man then clenched his fist, thinking, The situation is worse than I thought. If Eden doesn't find a mana stone on the mountain. Kamba beside him still didn't understand anything and asked, "Huh, is there a problem? They will burn this village down." The blonde boy thought of the worst-case scenario. "We don't see any more orcs around here." "Same here." People in Bun's team reported back. "We have completed the subjugation." By late afternoon, the village chief and a few core members came to express their gratitude. "Thank you everyone for helping us to this extent. You're truly as skilled as the poets say. Sincerely thank you." "Of course, I am very happy to have helped you," the young man replied. Rayon stood behind observing his teammates being praised. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. "Did everything go according to your plan?" Making the main character startle a bit. Martha was in a tree holding an apple, adding, "Even though I don't know what you want." The young man looked toward the girl. "Martha?" The girl carelessly munched on the apple. Rayon replied, "I'm not sure, but I will tell you when the time comes." Suddenly the girl jumped down, cutting him off. "Don't worry, no matter what happens. I will still follow your orders until the mission ends." The girl walked past the young man, leaving a message. At this moment, Renan walked over to ask, "Rayon, what are you doing here? Are you worried about something? You don't look very happy." The young man simply replied, "I'm fine, no problem. The village chief said he's throwing a party. Let's go." Looking into the distance, he thought deeper about the mysteries only he knew. Eden won't reveal themselves until we leave. The next day, on the outskirts of Sipu village, the sky was clear, rows of trees providing shade. Bun seemed very relieved, thinking, "Perfect," looking out toward the Yekanao. He continued, "We took down all the monsters on Mount Sipu and finished with very few casualties. Although it was the first mission, we completed it excellently." His gaze turned backward, where Rayon was standing and thinking. Maybe that's why Rayon didn't demand to lead anymore. His leadership style had no flaws. I'm not sure why he handed authority over to me. The more he looked, the more questions the young man asked. But then Bun placed his hand on his chest confidently. "I hope he realizes my leadership ability is on par with his." Then the blue-haired boy said to the team, "Let's leave here quickly." Just like that, the group moved until late afternoon. Rayon quietly walked behind. Then suddenly he stopped completely and spoke up. "Everyone stop." The other members of the team found it strange, focusing their eyes on him, asking, "What is it? Can't we keep going?" "It's still too early to set up camp. This is when the mission truly begins," the blonde boy announced. "What do you mean, Rayon?" "Like I said, the mission isn't over yet." "What are you talking about?" Bun didn't quite understand. "We took down all the orcs and cleaned up." "Why would you say that?" The blue-haired boy thought that was enough for the first mission. But Rayon replied, "Our mission is to destroy monsters and protect the village." "So what's the problem?" He interrupted and began to explain. "Someone is watching us." "What?" Recalling when everyone was moving, Rayon had seen a shadow hiding behind a tree branch. He recounted, "They were watching us about an hour ago and then disappeared. You could say it was the instructor, but I clearly sensed killing intent. That hostility was too great to be considered an instructor. I sensed prying eyes even before we set foot in the village. And I saw them disappear when we got far enough from the village." "Are you serious?" Bun didn't expect this hearing it. Martha walked up to the front and asked more. "Wait, even before we arrived. More precisely, when we just set foot on the hill near the village. So the reason you handed authority to Bun was..." She finally realized Rayon's intention. "I hid my presence so I could sense the enemy better." Chiron behind, although equally surprised, kept calm and deduced. Perhaps he sensed this during the bet. His tactical sense, as well as other senses, are far better than the other instructors. "I couldn't even tell someone was watching us." Bowen asked again to be sure. "Is that why you gave command to me?" Rayon admitted, "That's right. I thought if you were the commander, you could take good care of the rookies." Recalling the time, the blue-haired guy commanded troops against the orcs. Rayon praised, "You did very well, too. I'm sure the enemy thought you were the leader of the rookie group because of that, and they didn't pay attention to me." Placing a hand on his fellow clansman's shoulder, Rayon stated, "You are a true Sieghart. I will recommend you as the second-ranked rookie when we return." Bond just lowered his head, a bit embarrassed, thinking, "Damn it, I thought I could stand on equal footing with him." But he was actually just learning more about the enemy, while no one noticed. "I didn't even know about that, and was happy thinking I was his equal. From the start, monsters are species that cannot communicate with other creatures. But in this mission, orcs and goblins work together. That means the enemy used some magic to control the monsters. Rayon assessed. Our first mission is to protect the village. That mission isn't over yet because there is still a potential danger threatening the village. Crimson Eyes lurking at any moment to steal the Mana Stone. Back to reality, he announced. We will return to Mount Sipu, but we have to be very discreet so the enemy doesn't realize we're coming back. It would be good if we had suitable equipment for this, but unfortunately, we don't. But then Dorian walked up. He took out a pile of equipment and showed it to the team. Is this enough equipment for stealth? Rayon immediately asked. Where did you get this pile from? The moss green-haired boy calmly replied. I brought it just in case. You brought 40 of them just in case. Thorough preparation is never redundant. Very good. Although a bit unbelievable, Rayon still praised his optimistic teammate. Then we will do as practice for stealth. Crane, report our current situation to a nearby Sieghart branch. Since you're the fastest in this team. The blonde guy was a bit startled after receiving the order, but he immediately agreed. After that friend left, Rayon turned back and said, Everyone from now on, follow my orders at all costs. I won't accept any actions opposing me. 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary hideout behind Mount Sipu, one of the scouts returned and reported to the leader. They have finally all left. We had to check the other side to be sure, but there were no issues. Then let's start the plan. The leader transformed into a giant orc with an iron helmet on his head. Then he roared extremely loudly. Just like that, heading outside. Surrounding him was a horde of other orcs under his command. Also prepared for the conquest. Kill them all, a command from the Alpha. The orcs ran toward the village, intending to attack. Don't let even one escape. The leader reminded them. At this moment, at a hard-to-detect position, Bun looked down. He saw the orcs moving in a pack, and his voice trembled. Are there really still orcs? The boy showed urgency and offered an opinion. We really have to take them all down this time. But Rayon thought the opposite. Not yet. I thought I told you someone was watching us. Those aren't the eyes of a monster, but of a human. We still haven't identified the enemy's identity. So calmly analyze. But Bun couldn't be like that. He loudly argued. Look at how many orcs are over there. The villagers won't be able to stop all those orcs. The blonde boy calmly presented his personal argument. But if we intervene now and lose, then we will all die. We'd better intervene now if we want to save the village. Bowen replied. Don't you remember the instructor said understanding the mission is extremely important? Not yet time. Rayon reaffirmed. Then the boy told the other members about important information. And we have to be even more careful because the enemy is from Eden. Wait, Eden? Chiron and Martha clearly showed surprised expressions. The black-haired girl asked back. You mean the Eden belonging to the 5 demons? That person could be from Eden or a Lord-class monster. So we need to be extremely careful. Bon looked down and began to absorb what Rayon had just shared. I can understand how strong Eden is. And you're right. The blue-haired boy turned and said to the captain, But if we don't act now, half the people in the village will die. Are we supposed to wait here while the enemy slaughters the people? I thought you were someone worthy of the name Sieghart. But this is wrong. We have to act now. The blue-haired boy had begun to lose patience, his voice a bit harsh. Placing his hand on his chest, Bowen affirmed, That is what a Sieghart swordsman should do. I thought you were someone worthy of the name Sieghart. But this is truly wrong. We have to act now. Bowen had completely lost patience now, his voice full of harshness. Placing his hand on his chest, he affirmed, That is what a Sieghart swordsman must do. Just like that, he ignored his teammates above and rushed down the slope alone with a message. I don't care if you follow me or not. Any of you who believe yourselves to be true Sieghart swordsmen, follow me. I'm going. At this moment, Renan stepped forward and replied. Then the girl also jumped down the slope, preparing to join in stopping the orcs. A few other members also thought, Lord Boone is right. As members of the Sieghart family, being afraid just because the opponent belongs to the 5 demons is shameful. That's right, we are rookies in the 6 Kings Alliance. We're going too. We must quickly protect the village and the villagers. Like a chain reaction. A series of team members followed Ben and moved forward. A rookie was now shouting to his teammates. Training Hall 6. Have you rallied your spirits yet? We will help Training Hall 5 attack the ghosts of Eden. Roger, Commander. At this moment, only a few people remained with Rayon. The boy thought to himself, Everything is happening exactly as I predicted. From my observation, Bun and the other rookies, with their personalities, they wouldn't be able to stand injustice. So they would definitely rush up to stop Eden and the monsters. So I sent Renan a message via Aura to follow them first. With the coordination of Bun, Renan, and Chiron, even Eden will have trouble, just in case something goes wrong. Then he turned and asked the girl leaning against the tree. Martha, why didn't you go? I thought you'd be the first to run off. The girl calmly replied, I told you, I will follow your orders to the end. This made Rayon a bit happy, though he just sighed and smiled slightly. Then the boys said to those remaining, All right, then we will head to the village like them. But hide your presence as much as possible while moving. Eden's reinforcements are definitely hiding somewhere, not on the front lines. Looking toward the mountain ranges, Rayon thought, I can feel very strong killing intent coming from that mountain. Not from the village. Training halls 5 and 6 can deal with the remaining enemies. But if they confront that guy directly, they might be in danger. But that only happens if they face him head-on. Rayon deduced, assassinating him is a different story. Don't confront the orc's attacks directly. Step back and then counterattack. A reminder rang out after slashing a monster to death. A member was coordinating other team members on how to minimize risks. If fighting them alone is too hard, form a team. Remember, if we don't stop them here, the village will be in danger. Bowen was directing, while directly participating in combat. This caused his stamina to decrease severely. These orcs are much more aggressive than the ones we fought yesterday. But if it's just this much, protecting the village won't be a problem. The problem is the one from Eden. Our true enemy is still there. They won't stop here. The guy continued to deduce. At this moment, he sighed a sentence. Damn it, in the end. Rayon was right again. The blue-haired boy immediately told the surrounding teammates. All troops, watch out for threats overhead and those camouflaged in the forest. One of the rookies shouted in panic. Impossible, it's Eden's green phantom core. From the trees, a group of people dressed in black appeared as reinforcements. Bowen saw this scene and knew clearly he had made a fatal wrong move. Wearing ghost masks and hoods, it's definitely them. I guess they would come, but didn't expect so many. A quick glance shows over 40 of them. We have to play our cards right if we want to face this many enemies. Then Bun ordered, you hold off the orcs with the others. Don't let them enter the village. Renan, use cold energy to freeze the legs of the orcs and the green phantoms. I will rush in. Roger. The girl received the order and immediately executed her skill. I will freeze them all, gathering power into her sword. The girl released cold energy all around. White winds solidified into bands of ice. They rushed toward the orcs and held their feet. Ice pillars. This made the monsters unable to move. Bun seized this opportunity, also showing off his own skills. Flowing Swart technique. Autumn wind sword. Immediately after, a leap high into the air, rushing straight at the monsters. The boy spun with his enchanted sword to destroy the monsters in his flight path. But then, he realized the position where he was about to land was in the sights of a green phantom. He spat a hidden weapon from his mouth to assassinate Bun. But luckily the guy still managed to dodge in time. The other members weren't as quick. They could only raise their hands to shield themselves as the sky filled with poison arrows. Poison needles falling from the sky. Use aura to block them, or use footwork to dodge. Bun shouted loudly. But then, a rookie discovered a poison bag had been dropped. Immediately announced, Lord Bun. They threw poison gas bags down. Damn it. This poison is stronger than the kind monsters usually use. Everyone cover your mouths. Realizing the urgent situation, the blue-haired boy immediately ordered everyone. But there were still a few people who couldn't act in time and were poisoned, exhausting their bodies. Forget-toi. I can't even lift my sword. Bowen helplessly gripped his trembling sword. Just in that moment, not only the other members, but I also inhaled it. Poison gas. My body no longer obeys my will. Renan's complexion was also worsening. But the orcs and green phantoms were completely unharmed. If this keeps up, he glanced at his friend and assessed. They will wipe us out, just when things were most desperate. A large explosion occurred in front. The blue head was surprised. This energy, what is this destructive power? Martha, the girl had landed to support, along with other rookies. The girl ordered, let's take the place of these idealistic idiots. Clean up Eden's trash. Don't let a single one escape. Reinforcements. Lady Martha and reinforcements have arrived. Everyone in the team saw this and rejoiced. If they arrived a bit later, we would have collapsed from the poison. Stand up and fight. Bun also secretly rejoiced at this moment. I still haven't seen Rayon. But with Martha and reinforcements, we can turn the tide. If things continue like this, we can win. The assassins, after tasting the swords of the Sieghart swordsman, fled. What kind of rookies are this strong? Let's retreat. Staying means death. But a giant foot blocked their path. You intend to desert the battlefield? At this moment, a terrifying voice rang out, making the whole group feel a heavy pressure. Impossible. This presence is far stronger than anyone I've faced. Green Phantom, the ogre champion capable of human speech. The whole group now faced an enemy on a completely different level. Eden's green war demon. Bowen spoke up to ask, "What is a warrior like you doing here?" The alpha orc replied, "I received a report that you would return here. Did you return because you realized my ambush intent and want to stop it? Compared to rookies, you guys are pretty good. From what I observed, that black-haired woman seems to be the strongest." The leader turned his attention toward Martha. He lifted his giant blade and continued, "But if you know what's good for you and want to keep your lives, you'd better shut up and leave. The reason you have to die here today is because you don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." A gigantic body, but the speed of his moves was terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he swung his bulky blade close to Bowen's neck. A loud noise shook the entire battlefield area. In less than a minute, all three of them were knocked out of combat by the monster. The rookies behind were terrified. All three of them fell with just one hit. Where's Lord Kane? Lord Kane is facing the orcs by the protective fence. Damn it. What about Lord Rayon? There's no way he would stand by and watch this. You can still stand up? The orc praised when he saw Martha still trying to get up. Truly stubborn trash. Of course, since you could sense our presence. But even so, you are just a sprout I will trample underfoot. Mediocre insects. No effort, no strength, and no discipline. Your luck has run out. The orc leader insulted relentlessly. He raised his blade high and declared, "All of you will die here." No. A voice rang out with a flash of fire. Rayon suddenly appeared from behind with his flame technique. "The one who dies will be you," the boy retorted. The boy approached the monster. The distance narrowed. With a single sword strike, he severed one of his arms. Fire art, single flame propagation. Just like that, an arm of the orc fell to the ground. Blood sprayed from the sharp cut. Good. Quite an impressive ambush. The Green Phantom spoke in praise. But it seems you didn't expect I managed to dodge, so the blow didn't hit my neck. The boy turned back with a disappointed face and muttered, "Crazy bastard, sacrificing an arm to dodge the attack. But what I want to do is still ahead." Although it was a surprise attack, cutting off my arm shows your skill isn't bad. A promising Sieghart. But that's all. The giant monster said to the boy. He continued, "Look at your current state. Clearly, you put all your strength into that last attack." Just as he said, I pushed myself too hard to finish with that surprise attack. So now I can't even stand steady. The boy thought to himself while his hands holding the sword trembled. Rayon spoke up. "Are you the leader here? You crazy people always act unpredictably." The monster growled. "You think my superior would show up for a tiny village like this? Looking at your face, you're nothing special, but your mouth is arrogant." The giant swung his blade, preparing for the next blow. "Let's see how long you can keep running your mouth." He immediately rushed toward Rayon with extreme speed. Rayon was a bit surprised by this footwork. He thought, "I haven't fully recovered." However, he hasn't either. He swung his sword to block the attack. The orc didn't expect this. He exclaimed, "You can still block it? You're better than I thought. If I couldn't handle just this, I'd rather quit being a swordsman." Oh, the giant's rage erupted. He decisively swung his blade once more. Thinking like that is good. Brat. While attacking, this guy praised Rayon's will. Both sides swung swords in fierce combat. Bowen, standing nearby, couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? That green war demon took us down with just one hit. Yet he can fight on par with him. Not only that, he's using the exact same sword technique as me. The blue head observed, while secretly admiring. I thought I had caught up to him. Looking at the battle, a feeling of disappointment appeared in Bowen's heart. Martha approached his side and explained. That is his true power. What he showed before was just the tip of the iceberg. However, that's still not enough. It looks even, but he hasn't had time to recover the aura consumed for that sneak attack just now. The two leaders continued to rush at each other, while the other two could only stand and watch and analyze. Martha's face clearly showed worry. Can he defeat the Green War demon? With that little remaining strength? Renan approached from behind. It seemed she was still conscious after the orc's attack. The girl said, "We have to help Rayon." Martha just sighed. "Can't you see we are also exhausted? You're even weaker than us. What can you do? If we rush in, just a small mistake is enough to lose our lives in one hit." "So what?" With eyes full of determination, Rayon still held her sword and moved forward. I thought she would be scared, but she looks even calmer than usual. Does that mean she is completely different now compared to when she chased Rayon? Martha was a bit surprised to see the change in the girl ahead, but also spoke up at this moment. "I feel ashamed that I hesitated. Like Rayon said, we have to help him. Hey, forgot the attack just now. You think the three of us rushing in will make any difference?" Turning his head back, the blue-haired guy affirmed, "Even if that's the case, I can't stand by and watch my teammate die. We are swordsmen of the Sieghart family." Martha had no other choice. She was persuaded by the actions of the two in front. "Whatever, if anything goes wrong, you guys have to take responsibility. Let's risk our lives and fight." Just like that, the group headed toward the battlefield, back to where the skirmish was taking place. The orc assessed, "A rookie lasting this long against me is truly amazing. You are so talented, I want to recruit you to Eden. What is your name?" The boy replied, "Rayon." The monster's eyes became sharper. He asked further, "Wait, are you a direct descendant of Sieghart? Looking at your hair color and eyes makes me suspicious. Seems the blood of the destructive king of the north flows in your veins." From the information the orc knew, he saw the image of Glenn Sieghart in the boy's body. The monster tensed up and continued, "I withdraw the offer just now. In this situation, I will do whatever it takes. Use every measure possible to destroy you right here." He roared a sound that shook the sky. A black aura surrounded the monster leader's body. His speed increased absurdly. In the blink of an eye, he swung his blade close to Rayon's neck. The boy was completely surprised by that action. This crazy bastard, he's even faster than before. Rayon ducked to dodge the blow. Is he draining his life force to burst out power? I barely held on thanks to the ice fire ring, but my body hasn't fully recovered yet. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow behind the orc preparing to sneak attack. Martha seized the moment the monster wasn't paying attention. She left a large scar along his body. The monster leader turned around furiously. "Small fry like you dare?" But then another cold aura suddenly flooded toward the monster. Rayon used ice magic to slow down that monstrosity's movement. Ice aura, Winter's breath. Right after executing the skill, she signaled Bun to act. The guy quickly approached the monster's position. He jumped high, sword in slashing stance. Heavenly flow, sword technique. Continuous flash. Bun attacked continuously at the enemy's weak points. But unfortunately, the boy was still grabbed by his large hand. The monster growled, "You think those petty tricks can take me down? Seems you guys underestimated me too much. If you don't reach the minimum level like that blonde brat, don't dream of touching me." The blue-haired teen, though injured, still smiled confidently. "Like you said with that attack just now, it's hard to take you down. But at least it was enough to buy time." "What? Something below?" Martha was focusing all her power to accumulate energy. Titan Spiritora. Meteor stance. The ground sank under the pressure she emitted. Getting into attack stance, the girl shouted, "Let's see if you can block this." A fatal slash, carrying the power of the Titan. The girl gave the orc absolutely no chance to block. This provoked the monster leader. He shouted loudly, cursing, "You brats." Then he swung his arm hard, throwing Bun towards Martha. Both of them crashed into each other and were thrown back against a tree. Just like that, a boy and a girl slammed into a nearby tree trunk. The orc shifted attention to the sneak attackers earlier and claimed, "Insects should know their place." But Rayon behind him had finished preparing for his own attack. The boy claimed, "It wasn't meaningless. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to everyone's efforts, I had enough time to recover." An abundant energy flared up from Rayon's body. Looking at his fellow clansmen unconscious from supporting him, the boy added, "I promise not to let the opportunity everyone risked their lives to create go to waste. Leave everything to me." The orc sensed the danger level, immediately turned around and asked, "How can you still have so much power? Who exactly are you?" Rayon lifted his sword high and replied, "Eden's green war demon. You should feel honored. This is the first time I'm using this skill on an enemy. I thought I couldn't use it yet, but thanks to the enlightenment I received in this battle, I can now." 10,000 flames combined attack, flame fist wind. A massive pillar of fire erupted in the direction the sword was pointing. The boy's complexion was completely opposite to the intense heat his skill created. The orc leader thought to himself, those flames. They're different from what he showed before. Instinct is telling me they are very dangerous. Whatever the cost, I must kill him right now. With those thoughts in mind, this guy used all his speed to rush toward the boy once again. But just as he rushed in, he also swung his sword down, a sword line straight toward the orc's body. It seemed Rayon's strike speed was slightly faster than the orc's. What remained on the battlefield was the giant's body standing tall but motionless. The boy's eyes remained steadfast as he looked at his enemy. Suddenly the orc's head fell off. Only half remained. Not only that, his entire body split in two and collapsed to the ground. Rayon had his clothes splattered with his blood. His face clearly showed exhaustion along with rapid breaths as he looked down at the corpse at his feet. Bun couldn't hide his surprise witnessing what his friend had achieved. Martha and Bun, as soon as they recovered, approached to express their amazement. Rayon, he actually defeated the Green War Demon, raising the sword stained with enemy blood high. The boy loudly announced to the other brothers, everyone, it's not over yet. The Green Phantom Corps is still here. For the peace and prosperity of the kingdom. Kill them all. As if energized, everyone took out their swords and shouted, yes, sir. A while later, the remaining remnants of the Green Phantom Corps were found and destroyed. Suddenly Bun walked over to Rayon and called out, Rayon Sieghart, you were right. If not for you and the reinforcements intervening in time, maybe we would all be dead. Moreover, the people in the village we were supposed to protect would have died too. The blue-haired teen's face fell as he added, thank you for saving us, and also sorry for not listening to you. It's just, even though you reminded me, I still didn't pay attention to the village. Turning a blind eye to injustice because of weakness is not something a Sieghart swordsman should do. He placed his hand on his chest and declared, yeah, but contrary to the guy's spirit. Rayon just turned his back and replied with a short word, making the blue head freeze a bit. What? You fought with everything you had. I could defeat the Green War Demon partly thanks to you guys. Not only speaking to Bun, but those words were also directed at Renan and Martha behind. Holding the sword in his hand, Rayon showed no comfort. Even if just one person was missing, unforeseeable things could have happened. So, thank you. I mean it. The boy stood among the three expressing gratitude. Bun heard this and felt a bit shy. Immediately turned away with a stammering voice. I don't understand what you're saying, but I will become stronger so this never happens again. That way, I won't need your help anymore. But ignoring the boy's words, Rayon turned to the black-haired girl and spoke. You did well too, Martha. I had a chance to recover thanks to you. Thanks for obeying my orders. The boy walked over and said straight to the girl. Martha smiled slightly. Then the girl left, claiming, if I couldn't even follow orders, then I'd rather die. I'm going to the village to help them. You do whatever you want. Rayon, after the girl left, lowered his head, hands resting on knees for balance, thinking, is it over? It seems the move just now exhausted the boy. He gradually leaned back, losing consciousness. Damn it, I relaxed too soon. I can't feel my legs anymore. But then, Renan lowered herself, catching the boy from behind. Rayon, are you okay? Renan, you were here the whole time? How did you know I was about to fall? The boy was completely surprised by his friend's appearance. Renan thought for a moment, then replied with a poker face. Just like at the training school. It's like all your strength was drained. I feel that way too. Rayon replied with groggy eyes. In his heart, he thought, not only do I care about them, but they also care a lot about me, huh? Thanks, the boy said to the girl. But then something appeared, catching his attention. A system notification board appeared. You demonstrated your ability by surpassing your limits in the difficult battle just now. All stats increased by 1. You successfully ambushed an opponent stronger than yourself. You received a special skill, Shadowless Strike. You defeated an opponent with a higher level than yourself. You received a title, Unshakable Heart. Status window. Name, Rayon. Title, Unshakable Heart. Status, Curse of Misfortune. Special skills, Ring of Fire, 4 stars. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, 3 stars. Aura of Misfortune, 3 stars. Sense Master, 4 stars. Water Resistance, 1 star. Shadowless Strike, 1 star. Agility, 58. Strength, 57. Stamina, 59. Energy, 42. Perception, 64. reading that pile of information. He thought, killing that green war demon yielded quite a good harvest. All stats increased. Also got a new skill and title. I'll check it carefully later. Not letting himself rely on others for too long. Rayon stood up and said to his friend, Renan, I feel better now. You go back to the village and help them. I'll go check around to see if there's any danger left. Reaching a secluded corner, the boy sat on a rock observing his own information. This Unshakable Heart title. More useful than I thought. Unshakable Heart. This title is awarded to those with strong will. Unwavering when facing strong opponents. Effect when fighting an opponent stronger than yourself. Your stats will increase by 3%. Looking at it, Rayon thought, 3% seems low, but as long as I become stronger, that number will be significant. For now, I'll have to fight people much stronger than me, so it will be very useful. Shadowless Strike, 1 star. When performing an assassination strike, your presence will decrease and the critical chance of that strike increases. Shadowless Strike seems to be an assassin-type special skill. If I had it before fighting that guy, maybe I could have killed him right from the first ambush. Rayon deduced. Wrath also appeared at this moment. This guy looked at the boy's stats and couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, just defeating a low-rank monster, and you got this many rewards? This system was created by me. But how can that be? The guy just calmly thanked him. Thanks to you, I'm getting stronger quickly. Thanks, Wrath. This seemed to provoke the cat. It spoke harshly. I won't let you die easily. I will peel your skin, drink your blood, let you die in agony. Do it if you can. Rayon gently waved goodbye and left. Behind, the energy cat screamed loudly. A while later, at the village, the rookies were helping the villagers repair the structures destroyed by the orcs. Bring the wood over here. Where are the debris from earlier? The wooden fence is finished here. Rayon seemed to have woken up from sleep. The boy sat up holding his head and talking to himself. I only intended to rest a bit. Who knew I'd fall asleep? He opened the door and went out. Seeing everyone working actively, the boy thought, seems they finished repairing the fence while I slept. Suddenly a voice rang out toward the boy. Rayon, you're awake? Renan walked over with some water. How do you feel? After a nap, I feel better. Then hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Who's waiting for me? The boy still didn't know what happened while he was sleeping. The people of Abu village. A couple was bowing to express gratitude. Along with the elder, he and all the villagers stood solemnly and spoke up. On behalf of the villagers, we thank everyone, the swordsmen of Zeeghart. Thank you for protecting us. Everyone braved danger to protect us. If not for you guys, maybe this village would have been destroyed. All of this. Everyone felt grateful for having their lives saved. We will always remember this deep in our bones. Rayon was a bit surprised seeing this scene. The guy turned back. His teammates were also here. I can feel it, he said while looking at the friends who had gone through life and death together. Respect from teammates and sincere gratitude from villagers. This is the first time I've felt like this. In my past life, when I lived as an assassin, good deeds were something I never did. My footsteps were only watched by darkness. The only thing that mattered was living or dying. No one knew my name. No one knew my face. It was all because of Darius. Those soulless eyes back then still haunt the boy. All the dirty things I did, the people I killed, just to get recognition from him. But now, I have to live a different life. Thinking of that villain's fake, saintly face in front of the public, he told himself, have I ever thought like this? The boy asked himself while standing between the people and his teammates. Clenching his fist, Rayon continued thinking. I can see ambition rising within me. Desire is taking over my inner self. From now on, I will live as a swordsman. I will witness this scene many more times. The boy looked toward the moon gradually shining and told himself, a light source, though dim, will never go out. That is the ideal of my life. By evening, everyone was happily enjoying a peaceful night on the street. Rayon went to the village chief and asked, Chief, do you have a moment? I have something to ask. Sure. He turned around and agreed. A while later, in a less crowded area, the old man got straight to the point. What do you want to ask about? Do you know who controlled the orcs to attack the village this time? The boy raised the question. Yes, the blue-haired swordsman told me. I heard it was one of the 5 demons. Then, he added, I don't understand why they targeted this village. This is just a small, nameless village. The main character stated. During the battle, I heard him say that you once brought a red jewel back from Mount Abu. The village chief immediately realized. I did find one on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village. No, impossible. Suddenly the old man's tone changed. That's right, Eden is targeting that jewel. Rayon confirmed. This made the old man's brows furrow. You mean all this chaos is because of that thing? I almost destroyed the village with my own hands. We stopped them this time. But as long as the jewel is here, Eden will continue to attack. How can that be? The village chief claimed. After I buried the jewel, the fields became lush and the village warmer, so we considered it a guardian deity. I never imagined it would be a cursed stone attracting Eden. What should we do? Should we dig it up and throw it away now? He asked for the boy's advice. No, I will take it with me. Rayon replied. What? You will. Eden views humanity as sacrifices for their second coming. Even if you throw the jewel away, they will look for it. I will take it back to Sieghart. But then Eden will target Sieghart. We cannot push such danger onto you. The village chief's voice was full of worry for the boy. It's okay. That is the way of the Sieghart family. Rayon placed his hand on his chest and accepted the responsibility. Then the old man fell into deep thought. After a moment of consideration, he bowed his head again to express gratitude. Once again, the Sieghart family has shown us boundless kindness. Once again, Rayon didn't seem to understand the meaning the person opposite wanted to convey. The village chief recounted. Decades ago, when I was just a little older than you are now, the current head of the family, Glenn Sieghart, saved this village once. He recalled the time that man faced the goblins alone. Young Master Rayon was a bit surprised to hear this. I still remember it vividly. He saved the village from a horde of monsters. Just like you. He smiled kindly and treated us with respect. As he spoke, the image of that young man appeared in the village chief's mind. Rayon could only imagine his grandfather's grumpy face, always frowning. Smiled kindly? Truly unimaginable, given his current attitude. Then the village chief turned away. Goodness, this old man's long story has gone on too long. Please follow me. I will take you to where the jewel is kept. Arriving at a plot of land, the old man bent down and dug a hole. It is buried here. I didn't expect what we believed to be a guardian object was actually a cursed thing. Rayon asked, what is the cloth wrapped around the stone? Ah, it is an heirloom cloth of my family passed down through generations. We used it to wrap the stone to hide the glowing red light before burying it. When the object was handed to Rayon, the boy still saw the powerful light from the stone despite the cloth wrapping. After witnessing that treasure, Rayon thought, this is the Goblin King's Mana Stone. If this Mana Stone falls into Eden's hands, a new monster with the power of the Goblin King will be born. He immediately said to the person in front, Chief, first of all, wrap it with the cloth again. Now that makes sense. A voice rang out from somewhere. A tall man, covered in scars. A muscular bald guy had been standing next to them without them noticing. He put his hand on his chin and deduced. The cloth covers the Mana Stone's aura, so that's why they couldn't find it even after scouring the mountain. Otherwise, this village would have turned to ashes long ago. Reflexively, Rayon put his hand on his sword hilt, taking a stance. You bastard, who are you? What? He got that close, and I didn't detect him at all. Me? Who knows? He laughed loudly, then snapped his fingers. An orc mask appeared in his hand. Guess who I am? That mask looks like an ogre's. Are you from the Blood Demon cult? The boy speculated. The bald guy replied. Ho ho, you recognize this mask? Worthy of being an academy student. Your senses are amazing. This guy is from Eden. Someone belonging to the Blood Demon sect. He narrowed his eyes and assessed. And with that unfathomable power, you are the swordsman who destroyed the green ogre. Rayon spoke up, and you must be the superior the green ogre mentioned. He said you wouldn't come here. The guy put on a mask. His body suddenly transformed, and he said, well, it's true I assigned that task to the green ogre. If he hadn't died, then I wouldn't have had to come here personally. In other words, I am here because of you. The guy emitted a disgusting black aura. Rayon felt it and thought, this overwhelming killing intent is paralyzing my body. Not just me right now. Even if all the trainees in Habuna village joined forces, there's no chance of beating him. The King of Essence also appeared and said, frankly speaking, you don't have a single chance of defeating him. And currently, you have two choices. One is to die in despair, trying to resist him. Two is to hand yourself over to me. The energy cat smirked and offered. The guy had finished transforming by now. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. You only have those two choices. Facing an opponent completely out of his league, the cat offered difficult choices for Rayon to decide. At this moment, everyone was still gathering in the village. Bond spoke up. What are you doing here? Martha, standing right next to him, replied. I just came to see if you guys fixed the fence properly. Not bad. Seems you guys have more talent as carpenters than using swords. A sarcastic remark that annoyed Bun. The guy approached her to clarify. If you're done checking, shut up and get lost. The black-haired girl ignored him, continuing to provoke. Hey, you have to remember, don't order your older sister around like that. Only one person has the right to order me around. You know who? Both of them noticed someone with distinctive white hair carrying a fruit basket walking over. What are you doing? Renan replied, I brought fruit. The villagers already picked them. Why did you? Renan clarified her intent. These are fresher. I picked them myself. Martha saw this and sighed. You worry too much, huh? Looking at it, one would think you two are about to get married. The white-haired girl walked past with a cold expression. I'm going. At this moment, from behind their backs, a large explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the entire village. Renan felt something was wrong. Immediately turned back to check. She unconsciously uttered, Rayon. Immediately, she rushed toward the explosion, ignoring the fruit basket lying on the ground. That's Rayon and the village chief's direction. Emergency situation. Grab weapons and alert Kane and the officers immediately. The group moved to the village chief's house. It's the village chief's house. What is happening? Rayon, if you're okay, answer me. But then another explosion erupted right in front of them, along with Rayon holding the village chief being thrown out violently. Rayon, he seems to have held out for a long time. Both of their bodies were now full of wounds. Rayon was out of breath, his head covered in blood. Rayon then threw the village chief to Bun. Catch him. The blue-haired swordsman quickly reached out to catch him. Chief. Rayon struggled to get up and ordered. Everyone, leave here immediately. With serious and urgent eyes. He urged, take the village chief to a safe place. And leave here immediately. Martha felt confused. Want an explanation? What are you talking about? Suddenly, a powerful tremor occurred beneath their feet. I can't breathe. Bun knelt down. Renan and Martha couldn't move either. It feels like my lungs are being crushed. What is this pressure? A large foot stepped forward. Oh my, turns out there are still so many cute ones around here. That shape. That's ogre armor. The whole group exclaimed in unison. Is he one of Eden's leaders? Eden spoke up. You can't even withstand this little pressure? Truly pitiful for those bearing the name Zeekhart. Renan and Martha were stunned, being insulted without being able to do anything. Rayon screamed, do you want to die? Wake up right now. Thanks to his call. The two girls were able to snap out of it, looking toward the blonde friend and listening. If you just stand there like idiots, we will all be destroyed. Focus your aura to overcome the pressure and stand up. Bowen, go evacuate the villagers right now. The blue-haired swordsman received the order and replied, I understand, I'll be right back. Martha, Renan, stay behind and prepare to distract him. The two girls immediately drew their swords, ready to fight. Don't confront him head-on. Just observe the situation. Rayon ordered. The three of them formed a formation to face Eden's strongest. He didn't forget to remind them. Remember what Instructor Rimmer always taught us. We have to surpass our limits. This is the moment. We need to surpass limits both physically and mentally. The ogre smiled maliciously. Haha, I like your spirit. Let's see if this so-called surpassing limits is any use. He revealed a cruel face and contempt. Rayon glanced back and thought, the trainees and villagers are all behind me. Everything will end the moment I take a step back. I have to find an opening and cut off his head. He stepped slightly to the side, taking a stance. I can't delude myself that I can do it. It feels like I'm facing a cliff 10,000 feet high. My past life was already hard, let alone this life. The Eden member spoke leisurely. You act like you're going to attack immediately. But why are you just standing there looking at me? Well, whatever. He crouched low, gaining momentum with both hands on the ground. Legs pushed back. A Godspeed leap. In just an instant, his figure was gone. If you want to attack proactively, then I will come to you. It didn't take long for him to close in and prepare to strike. The boy completely failed to notice until he was right there. He's even faster than before. Immediately, Rayon used his skill. Ten tous en flamme technique. Tearing the sky. A fire attack aimed straight at the monster. He spoke up. 10 flames, huh? Then he swung a punch forward. Immediately, he neutralizing the boy's move. Rayon couldn't believe his move was extinguished so quickly. He hurriedly raised his sword to block the punch. He thought, at least I have to hold out. But the weight of the attack still pushed him back to the rock behind. In the boy's eyes, only shock remained. He is overcoming the flames of the 10,000 flames cultivation. I have to block it. I just barely managed to change the trajectory of the punch and the ring of fire. If I hadn't read the flow of the strike and the fire ring, I would have died right on the spot. Gathering aura around himself once again, the boy intended to try again. Surely they're watching the battle right now. I have to let them see through his movements as much as possible. That is necessary for us to have a 10% chance. No, maybe just a 1% chance of survival. Seeing the brat, rushing in, et then la fait lude. Ha! That's right, that's the spirit. He stomped hard on the ground again, crouching for momentum. Once again, he leaped high into the air. If the flame is extinguished with just one punch, it's no fun. In midair, he was preparing for the next attack. Utilizing gravity, he dove down like a bullet. Rayon couldn't execute a skill in this situation. He was completely passive, but still managed to step back to avoid the Eden leader's powerful attack. A large explosion occurred inside the forest. The orc stood up and assessed. Your flames far exceed the level of ordinary aura. No matter how stupid the green monster god was, I still found it strange that he was defeated. However, seeing your power, I understand now. That makes me feel even more regretful. Fire has no effect on me. Do you know why? Eden stopped attacking and chatted. Of course I know. Using his sword to prop himself up so he wouldn't collapse. The boy replied, the helmet you are wearing has the characteristics of an ogre, the king of the forest. They can destroy a castle even if pierced by countless fire arrows. The blood fanatic can use the ogre's characteristics. Eden replied, you are well aware of this. No matter how much aura you try to release, it is useless against me. What a pity, Rayon claimed. If my flames are meaningless, I just need to use something else. What? The boy then changed his sword stance, as well as the attribute. A cold mist suddenly enveloped the battlefield, around the boy's body. Wait, what is this cold? After seeing what the boy was displaying, the orc assessed. First, fire attribute aura. That was already surprising enough. Yet now you use equivalent water, attribute aura, high-level attributes, and aura controllability at such a young age. Who exactly are you? A question posed to Rayon. The boy replied, do you need to know? Anyway, you'll soon die by my hands. Look how arrogant you are. Eden mokid. Let's see how long that will of yours lasts. Just like that, both rushed to attack each other. At this moment, all the other rookies were also heading toward the explosion. Vaughn walked over and couldn't believe his eyes. The blue-haired swordsman was surprised to see Rayon still holding out until now. The aura he is using is ice instead of fire as usual. He can use two types of aura. Moreover, the surrounding pressure in that aura blade. When did he become a sword expert? Vaughn couldn't help but wonder at Rayon's rapid power progression. Anyone who uses weapons, including swords, is classified based on aura skills. Those new to learning how to use aura are rookies. Those who can infuse aura into weapons are called users. Then those who train aura endlessly and can release it into the environment. Those who can use sword energy are called aura experts. Back to the battle. While observing Rayon and Eden fight, the boy assessed, meaning Rayon has reached the level of an expert using sword energy. That shouldn't have happened. Yet he is fighting with the blood fanatic, someone already famous as an expert. Bowen broke out in a cold sweat witnessing this scene. The blonde boy was still constantly trading blows with the giant orc. Every sword stroke, every punch thrown left huge aftershocks. But despite fighting evenly with the blood fanatic, he still hasn't been able to cause any significant damage. Maybe he's trying to ignore the power gap, too. While analyzing, the blue-haired swordsman suddenly noticed Rayon's gaze directed at him. That look seemed to want to say something. Bun immediately deduced. Rayon just looked straight into my eyes. He wants to create an opening and needs us to coordinate an attack. Since they trained together in Training School 5, they could understand each other through eye contact. At this moment, he also turned to look at Martha and Renan. Both girls understood, immediately nodded in confirmation, gripping the sword firmly in hand. Bun told himself, that's right, we are Ziegharts. We must protect this village. In a moment, all three had the same thought. If Rayon is here, we can do it. Rayon at this moment used ice aura accumulated in his sword to stab at the monster. Eden also used a fist hard as cold steel to retaliate. But it seems this guy sensed a bit of cold air on his arm. Rayon realized that and shouted, "Now, attack!" After the signal, the three teammates jump high into the air, preparing for a finishing blow. We will win. We can win. In Bun's head right now were a series of encouraging words. With all combined strength, they all aimed at the villain's head. But then those yellow eyes looked up. Eden spoke up, "I was waiting for you, insects." He immediately flexed his robust body, creating an extremely powerful wave of energy. Immediately, those in the air were blown away. Bowen thought, that fighting spirit, he can release killing intent around him like an explosion? This bastard is an expert, my ass. He reached the master level already. Back to Rayon's spot. The orc spoke up. I was wondering if I had to chase each one down. You guys are saving me energy. Seeing expressions full of hope turn into complete despair always makes me feel very entertained. You think I'll be pushed back? Swinging his magic-infused fist high, Eden prepared to deliver the finishing blow. All of you must die here today, for the crime of not knowing your place. Rayon was completely exhausted. He tried to get up, but the fist was imminent. With his last bit of strength, the boy shouted, "You aren't the only one waiting for this opportunity." All the killing intent accumulated from his past life as an assassin allowed the ice energy to merge into the 10,000 flames cultivation, focusing entirely on one point. The lotus flower in his consciousness bloomed. Rayon unleashed a new move. 10,000 flames, supreme, stabbing his sword toward the enemy. Attacked unexpectedly, making Eden unable to react in time. Pillars of fire wrapped tightly around the ogre's body, along with chunks of flesh torn apart by the immense power. After that attack, the monster knelt down. Rayon panted from exhaustion. His eyes gradually lost their luster as he whispered a curse. Damn it, he's strong. It seems what just happened wasn't an illusion. Eden, who was blocking Rayon's sword with his bare hands, spoke up. You took advantage of when I focused aura into my attack to find a gap in my defense, right? If I miscalculated by a millimeter, I would have lost my life. However, he suddenly swung a hook punch. A powerful punch slammed straight into the stomach, sending Rayon flying into a tree, breaking the young teen's sword. The leader of the Green Phantoms commented, "If you want to bridge the gap in strength between you and me, it's still a long way off." Clutching the wound just inflicted by the monster, Rayon thought, I thought I could do it if his aura weakened, but I still couldn't pierce his muscle layer. He used aura to reinforce his skin and muscles to stop the sword. So this is the power of an aura master. The person in front of him was truly a terrifying threat now. He was forced to admit his strength. The young teen gritted his teeth in self-blame. My plan is ruined. Using the last of his strength, he shouted, "All Zeegheart rookies. As captain, I order you. Everyone run away from here immediately." Bowen and Renan widened their eyes in shock. He was about to say something, but was cut off by Rayon. "We can't beat him right now. Quickly leave here and evacuate the villagers. There's no time left. Must evacuate the rookies and people to minimize casualties to the lowest level." Decisive with that intention, he signaled to Bowen, "Do you think a Zeegheart member deserves a cowardly death here? If you don't want that, do your duty." Hit right in his pride. Bowen gritted his teeth, calculating. Finally, he made a decision. Everyone retreat. He led the rookies to flee. The blue-haired guy ordered, "Focus on escaping from the blood fanatic. We have to save at least one more person from him." Renan was reluctant to leave. The girl turned back to advise, "Rayon, no matter what, don't die." The boy smiled, gently responding to his teammate. "I know." Just then, the ogre spoke up. "You think those insects can escape my grasp? No, more importantly, you think you can hold me back so others can escape? Wrath, I want to make a bet." The shadow of the spirit cat gradually became clear. "Finally my turn, huh?" The cat commented, "Although you try to bet, it looks like you're about to die. What do you plan to bet on?" "Bet on whether he or you will be the one to die." "Huh, you think you can beat him?" Rayon replied, "Almost impossible. Therefore, to meet the minimum condition, restore my aura and body. In exchange, I will accept your wrath." The boy offered the deal. The cat replied, In this situation, if you die, I can't take over this body either. Fine, I will restore you then. Let me see how you handle my wrath." Finished speaking, intense pain hit Rayon's body. All his muscles felt like they were being crushed. The boy was in so much pain that tears welled up. Hearing the scream of the human in front, Eden felt curious. What is that? You didn't drink ogre blood. I don't understand how you recovered so quickly. Absurd. I told you already, right? You don't need to know. Rayon pointed his sword at the villain again, with his power partially restored. The young teen issued a challenge. Come on, I'll take you on until dawn breaks. A loud shout rang out. Now I expect everyone to act according to orders. Bowen stood before the crowd, speaking to the rookies. Assist the wounded or those having trouble moving. I know everyone is very tired, but we have to move fast. We have no time. Must urgently find a safe shelter. A few people in the team started whispering in confusion. What is happening? Will we be okay? This happens right when we just got here. Martha clenched her fists, speaking up after hearing those whispers. Martha spoke up to remind them. He is facing that monster alone for all of us. The two people next to her turned around. Lady Martha, the girl continued. Even though his arm and ribs are shattered, he continues to fight. Yet what is this attitude of yours now? You plan to stand there and do nothing? A harsh voice rang out. Martha scolded them with a barrage of words. Do you plan to die stupidly here? Bowen was also affected by those words. Martha is right. This isn't the time to be discouraged. Bowen's voice rang out firmly with clenched fists. Then he ordered the rookies. Everyone, hurry up. Crane has gone to the nearest branch to request reinforcements. Family reinforcements are definitely on the way. We have to act quickly before. Suddenly a loud noise rang out from behind. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone discovered a giant blue shadow appearing. Isn't that an ogre? Why is it here? Bowen couldn't understand. Why an ogre? The king of the forest. Came to find us. Another one appeared. Wait, there's another one over here. Everyone was gradually cornered into the middle of the encirclement. We are surrounded by ogres. The ogres are closing in on us. What the hell is happening? Martha seemed to realize something. Impossible. That bastard Eden can control monsters? The reason that blood demon didn't ignore Rayon to rush at us is because he released these ogres. He anticipated this would happen. Seeing this scene, a few people in the team collapsed. They dropped their swords and slumped in despair. We're done for. We'll die without even being able to fight back. Don't give up. Bowen stepped forward, continuing the leadership role to motivate everyone. Rayon is still fighting. If we die meaninglessly here, then I won't have the face to face him anymore. The person fighting to the death alone with the blood fanatic. Martha and Renan also moved close to his side. You're right this time. We have to evacuate everyone and quickly go support Rayon. Right? We can't die here. Rayon's three friends once again took responsibility for opening the way to complete the mission he assigned. That is the minimum we can do for Rayon, who is fighting alone for our safety. A wind suddenly blew past. The three simultaneously rushed forward, but before their blades could touch the monster's flesh, that wind did it for them. Bowen was extremely amazed. This wind, back to where the blood fanatic was facing Rayon. The green giant commented, truly resilient. Don't be stubborn anymore. He reminded the young teen who was now beaten black and blue, lying slumped by a rock. His eyes were somewhat glazed over. The young teen looked to the side. My broken left arm is hindering me. If I cut off this left arm, then I can fight for a little longer. But why do I have to go this far? A thought of self-doubt appeared in his mind. Every muscle in my body is screaming in pain. Why do I have to endure pain that I never even tasted in my past life? And why risk my life fighting this monster? The surrounding space suddenly went dark. He gradually lost his sense of space. Only himself lost and thoughts remained. If it were my past life, I definitely would have run away long ago. He told himself with eyes that had lost all spirit. But then familiar hair and a warm voice rang out. Rayon. Sylvia rushed to hug him and said, I want you to become a proud warrior. A swordsman of the illustrious Sieghart family. That's right, the word Sylvia said back then. In his stupor, he recalled the past, and the memories with the teammates who stood by his side are holding him back in this place. The images of his three friends appeared before his eyes again. Among them is Renan, seemingly indifferent to others but kinder than anyone. Rayon, she didn't start smoothly, but now she is aiming for a respectable goal. Bowen in the last one, she is rough, but with an iron belief, someone I can trust. Martha, the boy gradually regained his strength and stood up. Honestly, saying they don't move me would definitely be a lie. I want to save them. Those who are gradually becoming Sieghart swordsmen. Wrath beside him growled. Did you stall for time so your teammates could escape my control while still enduring my wrath? The boy replied. So you realized it? The energy cat was a bit annoyed. Truly arrogant. Insolent. There's a limit to looking down on me. You really believe you can control your body again? While I kill you and chase after your teammates. Even standing is difficult, so what do you plan to do? This cat continued to increase the punishment, causing another sudden intense pain to hit the boy's body. He knelt in exhaustion, listening to the cat ramble. Even when accepting my wrath. You failed. You can endure the possession, but the moment you hand your body over to me, you will never get it back. Eden saw Rayon's pathetic state and assumed. It seems you have reached your limit too. I just came up with a great idea. He walked past the boy and added, I will leave you for last and go kill your teammates first. Now that sounds much more interesting. Imagine it. Your expression when I tear off each of your teammates' heads right in front of you. Rayon turned his head back and screamed in his mind. No, the rookies can't withstand attacks from a master like the Blood Fanatic, while everyone is escaping. I need to hold him back. The boy looked at that giant back and told himself. Suddenly he spoke up. My name is Rayon Sieghart. Somehow, the blonde teen could still stand up and talk. I am a descendant of the destructive king of the north, Rayon Sieghart, and one day I will become the strongest swordsman on this continent. Until my heart stops beating, you will not be able to leave this place. Holding the sword just broke in by the orc in his hand, the boy added, For your age, that is truly a commendable spirit. His words successfully made the orc turn around. He claimed, Calling you amazing isn't enough to describe it. All right, I will show proper respect to a warrior like you. This guy put power into his punch again. I will remember your name. Looking at the finishing blow getting closer, the boy thought, I have no strength left to dodge this attack. As if accepting fate, the boy closed his eyes, preparing for death. But a gentle breeze blew past him. He opened his eyes. A familiar dark red hair, along with the distinctive ears of an elf, appeared. Rimmer used his sword to block the blow for the young boy. Rayon smiled in relief and scolded. You're late. Sorry, I overslept a bit, Rimmer replied. Now you can leave this to me. The teacher took a stance with his sword, preparing to end the battle with Eden. Sieghart's sword of light? Long time no see. That guy asked. The teacher replied. What are you doing here? Eden glared and asked. Rimmer gathered power into his sword. The man smiled slightly. I can't just stand by and watch trash like you trample on a sprout. The orc side also prepared to attack. He claimed, unexpected, someone at your level was sent to supervise students. Sieghart has become soft, so you struggled to push back a blow of this magnitude. Even your body balance is completely ruined. The rumor that your energy core was broken, making you a cripple, is true, while throwing a punch. The orc also took the opportunity to provoke the guy's spirit. Rimmer blocked the blow lightly and replied, Wrong, you should change your source. Whether past or present, you're slow at getting information. I haven't been away from the front lines long enough for such rumors. You lie so blatantly. The you of the past contained terrifying killing intent. But now, your sword is no different from a passing breeze. The villain assessed. Like that, you can't possibly cut me. After the attack, just now intended to probe, Eden now poured strength to gain the upper hand. An extremely powerful punch was thrown, tearing up a large patch of ground. But Rimmer was still agile enough to dodge the blow. Looking at the scene after the monster's punch, Rimmer commented, This brute. Just like that, Rayon had been pulled out of the fight. Watching his teacher fight, he analyzed, Instructor Rimmer. He is so graceful in the air. It's like he's flying in the wind. Above all, the attacks he unleashes are so perfect I get goosebumps. If Rimmer still kept his power, this battle would basically be decided already. So why is he prolonging the battle? As if for me to watch. His eyes widened as he sensed something. Wait, could it be just like before? He is intentionally showing me his swordsmanship. Still teaching in a situation like this. He looked at the teacher executing incredibly fluid sword skills, even though the opponent in front was the blood warrior. This time, it was the master swordsman's turn to actively rush into attack. While moving, he thought, he's crazy, acting so arrogant, yet still unable to take me down, even though I'm weakened. If this keeps up, that head of yours will be taken. Eden threw a punch in retaliation, but still quick as the wind. The redhead easily slipped past that attack. Die right now. Rimmer thought, sword of light. Stop joking around and fight me seriously. Dealing with him gently has reached its limit. Well, the teaching material has gone crazy. Guess it's time for me to end things. Directing the sentence to the wounded child behind him, Rimmer spoke up. Watch closely, Rayon. This is how a Sieghart fights. From beneath his feet, a massive aura surged around Rimmer's body. And you must learn it. The teacher pointed his sword forward and emphasized, sword field manifestation. This move releases a great wind, covering an entire section of the forest. Eden looked at the power in front of him with worry. That is a storm with the user as the center, plus his aura crushing everything in its range. He did this so I couldn't escape. Then the only way is to crush it head-on. Eden channeled strength into his body, stimulating all muscle bundles in his body to tense up to the max, preparing for the final killing blow. With existing rage, he actively rushed toward the elf, shouting, I will crush you. Sieghart's sword of light. The teacher's steps also began to move. Just like that, both brought their strongest moves to confront for the last time. Sword and fist, two opposing forces about to collide. Then a large explosion occurred in the forest. The two had different standing positions from the start. Eden stood up and spoke. You split half the power from our bodies and aura, then stored all the wind in the calm zone of your sword. Naturally, a sword field should be like that. How did you, someone who isn't a direct descendant of Sieghart, be able to create a sword field? Rimmer smiled and replied, actually, it's not a sword field, but something similar I created by borrowing power from nature. Elves are quite close to nature, after all. Therefore, even when old and weak, a tiger is still a tiger. The orc looked up at the night sky with the full moon and spoke a philosophical sentence, then looked toward the young man. He added, if there's anything I regret, it's that I couldn't kill that guy. I definitely have to kill that brat. This will heavily affect our plan. The elf interrupted. Stop it. How could we hand our little king over to something like you? Eden added, he truly possesses the qualities to become a king. But don't be mistaken. We also have a talent that can match that monster. Today, Eden looked at Rayon and confided, is my defeat Sieghart's sword of light. After the last words, the orc also collapsed from the wounds caused by Rimmer's sword skill. Walking over to his student, the teacher spoke up. You watched very closely, didn't you? Right? That's something you must learn as a member of the Sieghart family. A sword domain is not like the magic of mages. You don't just create a space with mana. It is a domain created through the sublimation of one's spirit and the eruption of their aura. Rimmer explained, a sword domain is created from all of your experiences, your achievements with aura, and even your future. You are a direct descendant, so you will surely be able to use it one day. Seeing the boy's silence, he added, so, until that day comes, you must etch as many experiences onto yourself as possible. After that long lecture, Rimmer asked with his usual carefree smile, you all saw that, right? Rayon turned his head. He saw that Bun, Runa, and Martha had returned at some point. Why are you all here? The group rushed over, calling his name. Rayon, you bastard. You're alive. Rimmer stood to the side, watching the children gather together. Rayon, I'm so glad you're okay. Your wound, is it okay? An elf's body faltered slightly. There are certain conditions that those who are not direct Sieghart descendants must meet to use a sword domain. Experience is a given, of course. There's also compatibility with one's attribute. And above all else, physical strength. It's life force. Therefore, they're essentially consuming their own lifespan. On top of my energy core already being damaged, I also use my sword domain. So just pretending to be okay is already a difficult task. Rimmer thought to himself. But looking at the budding sprouts growing day by day, the man smiled with satisfaction. Well, I have no regrets. Ever since I met that child, he mused. What Rayon showed me when I arrived late to the battlefield was the birth of a new king. A brilliant figure appeared in that child's eyes. In that moment, I made my decision. I will serve this child as my new master. With a damaged energy core, I no longer felt like I was truly living, but it was these children who gave my life meaning. A stream of painful past memories flooded the man's mind. But when he looked back, he saw the light brought by the new recruits of Sieghart. I had been given a new life. Rimmer was happy with that. Watching the children together, he thought, so, even if my lifespan is shortened, I have no regrets. Of course, before I close my eyes, I want to see him become the king of Sieghart. in the mansion of one of the most powerful forces on the continent. Say that again. Glenn asked from his throne. You're saying Rayon confronted the berserk blood demon from Eden? I swear that everything I've said is the truth. There are no exceptions. It wasn't just me. The trainees on this mission, including the members of teams 5 and 6, the children who completed their tasks, and even the villagers of Haben witnessed it. The sight of Rayon fighting the berserk blood demon by himself, the current king of the Sieghart family mused. The level of a berserk blood demon can rival even that of a master swordsman. If what you say is true, then how many injuries did they sustain? Rimmer replied. Most only suffered minor injuries, but Rayon was critically injured after the battle with a berserk blood demon. Yet he held on and survived until I arrived. Do you think I can believe this? Glenn had grounds for his skepticism, but Rimmer didn't hesitate to explain. I know, it sounds absurd, but you will have no choice but to believe it when you see that. Rayon has become a sword expert. My lord, the boy truly survived an encounter with a blood demon, one who possesses power on par with a swordmaster. It was so clear that I used the Elbrun sap without a moment's hesitation. Thinking of the treasure Rimmer had used, Glenn became a bit more convinced. The Elbrun sap? That is a priceless treasure made from the sap of the second world tree, something that 1,000 gold pieces cannot buy. The boy proved himself worthy. After hearing his subordinate's words, the family head let out a faint smile. It seems you're quite biased towards Rayon, aren't you? Biased? Rimmer sighed. I just want to help Rayon and the other children grow stronger. Is that so? Glenn narrowed his eyes. Then he turned to his butler and ordered, Roan, summon the lords. We will hold a meeting when the trainees return. Yes, Lord Glenn. Good work, Rimmer. An unexpected compliment from Glenn. Hearing this, the elf was overjoyed. He walked up to the seated man with an excited tone. How long has it been since I last heard a praise? It must be close to 20 years, right? The patriarch was a bit startled by his spontaneous action. What do you think you're doing? If you were less of a chatterbox, you might hear it a few more times. When will the trainees arrive? Right now, they're probably on a street. A procession of young swordsmen was walking in a line. We're almost there. Rayon was among them. The young man thought to himself with a vacant gaze. Because of Eden's appearance, we're returning later than expected. However, the mission to protect Haben village was a complete success, since the village was heavily damaged after the blood-crazed demon's attack. We also spent some time helping them repair it. As the most seriously injured one of the group, I spent most of my time recovering in the village chief's house. The young man recalled the time he was bedridden. Runa had briefly come to keep him company. Right after I woke up, I was able to confirm the reward for the bet with the vengeful spirit. Of course, Wrath insisted that Rimmer defeated the blood-crazed demon, not me, so he claimed the bet was rigged. It's great that I could get stat points as a reward. The cat looked at the status screen and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, how could this happen? Rayon was just as surprised. What is this? A notification appeared on the system. You have received the trait Frenzy as a reward for winning the bet. You have acquired the trait Indomitable Will after taking extreme physical or mental damage. Your mental power will temporarily increase and your sense of pain will be reduced. Indomitable Will? The young man clicked on the notification to read it again, just to be sure. I didn't expect to get this trait. This way, even if I have to endure the vengeful spirit's wrath, I'll be able to resist it like before. Rayon thought with a happy expression. Seeing the ugly look on the other's face, the energy cat thought, who would have thought this brat would get Indomitable Will? Creating such a good system is like a curse. I created this system so he could get the best qualities, but without that trait, I could have taken over his body by now. Despite his bitterness, the cat still calmed himself down. No, calm down. I still have plenty of time. Although it's very slow, my recovery speed is increasing. And now I've successfully planted the seed of wrath in that fool. He then recalled the moment he unleashed his resentment on the young man in exchange for his recovery. Looking at the patient fiddling with his status screen, the cat thought, even as a human, he may develop quickly, but in the end, I will be the one to win. Just you wait. Your body and soul will be mine soon enough. The moment I win, I will seal you inside an eternalized prison. Back in the present. The trainees were now standing before their commander. This man with a scar over his, I was named Lilon, a frontier general of Sieghart. He spoke up. Welcome back. The group was exhausted after the long journey. Everyone groaned wearily. I just want to go home and sleep. I'm dead tired. Hearing this, Bun offered some encouragement. Just be glad we made it back alive. But some bad news came from the commander. I know you're all very tired, but you can't rest just yet. Rayon looked surprised. Go to the Patriarch's audience hall immediately. He ordered. A short while later, the group had moved to the audience hall. Many nobles were already waiting there. Before the throne of the Zieghard head, the swordsman knelt in respect. We are honored to greet the Patriarch. As usual, whispers filled the air. Is that Rayon over there? He beheaded the green demon and withstood the blood-crazed demon's attack. It seems he's a high-level swordmaster. Or is that just a rumor? Rayon didn't seem to pay much attention to the chatter. At that moment, he was thinking, at first, I was worried about being summoned here. But this turned out to be an unexpected opportunity. Right now, all the high-ranking members of the family are gathered here. During this mission, I realized something. At this rate, I can't avoid being overwhelmed in battles of attrition. So I need to get even stronger. The image of that giant ogre is still a major obstacle I need to overcome. Looking around, I realized, here in this place, right now, it's not just the elders and the family head who are gathered. The commanders of the direct line are here as well. This means that Glenn has taken notice of this incident. With a cautious gaze, Rayon began to formulate a plan. Not only is he skilled in diplomacy, but Glenn is also very fair in his rewards and punishments. If that's the case, there's something I need to do here. I must prove my achievements and learn new sword techniques to become stronger. Glenn then spoke. Rayon, I hear you were the key figure in this incident. I want to hear you report everything, right here and now, he demanded. The young man obeyed. Yes, sir. At first, we received a very warm welcome in Haben village. But then, the demons of Eden attacked the village. Their target was the Goblin King's Mana Stone. Based on what he had gathered, he began his account. Then, just when we thought the mission was over, perhaps because the communication lines were cut, the Berserk Blood Demon launched a surprise attack. As trainees, the casualties would have been immense if we had stubbornly confronted him. So I chose to act as a decoy. Hearing this, Karen felt extremely indignant. He loudly criticized, Rayon, who do you think you are to dare speak such lies? My lord, do you really believe those words are true? In contrast to the other's harsh attitude, the young man just listened in silence. He's only 15 years old, yet he was able to kill Eden's green monster and even fought against the Berserk Blood Demon. He's clearly lying. After figuring out what the other man wanted, the young man turned and asked his friend, Dorian, bring that out. Understood. A moment later, the mossy-haired young man laid out a piece of cloth. Inside was the severed head of the green goblin, along with the head from Eden. Everyone in the audience hall immediately recognized them. The head of the green ogre and the head of the Berserk Blood Demon. So what he just said was all true. Rayon then spoke up. My lord, if you'll forgive my rudeness, may I have your permission to draw my sword? You have my permission. The old man on the throne replied. The young man then drew his sword from its sheath. A flow of mana swirled around the blade. Just as the sword was halfway out, a burst of fire attribute, aura, erupted. Everyone else in the hall was completely stunned. What is that powerful sword, aura, and flame? 10 years ago, at his mana evaluation, his aptitude was only average. Is this really the same person? With that kind of power, he could definitely destroy a green ogre. The young man didn't use words. He used his own sword to prove his strength. Is this enough proof? Seeing this, Karen's heart filled with an uncomfortable feeling. Damn it, that brat. He's already reached that level, and on top of that, he brought back the head of an Eden soldier. There's nothing more I can say to refute him. Captain Millen, and all the trainees of Team 5 and Team 6, listen carefully. You have done very well. Glenn personally praised them. Receiving praise from Glenn, the man we thought would never say such a thing, caused us to act a bit disrespectfully right inside the Great Hall. No matter how difficult the mission, he would usually just say, good job. But for the first time in a decade, he said, very good. Some trainees even secretly wiped away tears. After finishing the report, I gave him the goblin's mana stone and said that Eden's purpose was still unclear. In the end, all the trainees received a bronze medal. I alone received a silver medal. Leaving the family head's hall, Rayon asked himself, did I expect too much? I thought I'd get something more than just a silver medal. In the end, I didn't learn any new techniques. A hint of disappointment appeared in the young man's eyes. Wrath appeared and spoke up. I can't believe you only got a medal for all that. That family head of yours is a real cheapskate. The young man ignored the cat and thought to himself, when I received the 10,000 flames cultivation, I started to trust him a little more. But in the end, suddenly a voice called out, Young Master Rayon, I have something to discuss with you. Rayon? Why is he here all of a sudden? The family's butler approached and proposed. Could you come to the annex at midnight tonight? Tonight? Why so suddenly at that time? The family head has requested me to bring you there. The old man announced with a gentle smile. It seems he wishes to give you your second reward. My lady, the young master has returned. A voice called out. Sylvia and her maid rushed to the gate to welcome the young master home. Rayon, oh my goodness. Like any other mother, Sylvia immediately placed her hands on her son's face. She asked worriedly, I heard you encountered Eden's forces. Is your arm all right? Rayon replied, I'm fine. It's completely healed now. Hugging the child, Sylvia choked up. I'm sorry, Rayon. It's because I said those unnecessary things. Because I said it would be good if you could become a true Sieghart. Her eyes were on the verge of tears. The woman felt incredibly guilty for pushing her son into danger. Because I said that, Rayon, you face those Eden demons all by yourself. Actually, I should be the one thanking you, mother. The young man said something she never expected, and with that, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Rayon spoke. To be honest, when I faced the berserk blood demon, I wanted to run away, because I felt I couldn't win. I even considered using the other trainees as bait. But in that moment, I remember what you said, that you would be happy if I could live like a swordsman of House Sieghart. Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise as she listened to her son's story. Rayon approached his mother and added, Those words helped me stand firm as a swordsman at that moment. The only reason I can stand here so proudly is because of what you said to me. So I'm very grateful to you, mother. Rayon looked at her with a gentle gaze, expressing his gratitude. A tear rolled down Sylvia's cheek. She sobbed. And just like that, the maid also burst into tears. Young master, you look so mature. And the mother knelt down, crying like a child. This left the young man a bit bewildered. What's wrong with you two? Did something happen at home while I was on the mission? That evening, the lights in the mansion were on again. The maid entered Rayon's room and announced, I've received orders to return to the Central Martial Hall, and I believe they're going to eliminate me. Looking at the dejected girl before him, the young man thought to himself, she'll definitely be punished for failing to get information about me becoming a sword expert, and partly because they were surprised by what happened in the observation room. I can't just abandon Yulia, a double agent, the one I worked so hard to save. With that thought, the blonde-haired youth called out, Yulia, if you want to live, do exactly as I say. What? She replied, startled. Don't go back there. Instead, send a letter saying you become Rayon's personal attendant. My mother, who is worried about my physical condition, chose you, so they won't suspect a thing. Instead, they'll think you have an easier opportunity to gather information. Rayon continued, if you're afraid of being suspected, just say that I'm about to complete my treatment. Currently, only the family head and Instructor Rimmer know about this. The girl was completely surprised by this proposal, but continued to listen in silence. That way, they'll think you're still useful. If you agree, go and report to them quickly. And if you don't want to be discovered, remember to stay calm. The young man added as a reminder. The maid left, stammering a reply. I understand. At that moment, Wrath appeared from behind and spoke. Every action, every gesture is pathetic. How long are you going to keep using that useless spy? Rayon looked ahead and spoke his thoughts. She's not useless at all. Yulia can become a trap for Karen. And just like me in the past, the young man thought, I can't just stand by and watch her be used and then thrown away like that. He said, thinking of the girl walking down the hall. Looking out the window, he thought to himself, the last thing to do today is... A short while later, at the Sieghart mansion, the young man entered the family's meeting hall and bowed. I have come as you commanded. My lord, there's no need for such formalities. Rayon, he replied. I'll skip the pleasantries and ask you something directly. What was the key technique you used during this mission? Why is he asking this? The young man pondered for a moment. Then he answered, As a swordsman who stakes his life on every move, I use the one step, the basic movement technique for trainees. Glenn rested his chin on his hand and commented, "One step, you say? Although it's a useful skill, even as you grow stronger. Its movements are too simple. It will be very limited when facing a strong enemy." He stood up and continued, "All right, I've decided on your reward." He stepped down from the dais. Flinging his cloak behind him, he said, "I will personally teach you a more worthy footwork technique." Rayon thought in astonishment. "No way. Glenn is going to teach me personally?" Standing in the middle of the great hall, he began to circulate his energy and warned, "Watch carefully. You only have one chance." Each footstep radiated powerful streams of fire energy. Just like that, Glenn demonstrated his footwork. Rayon watched, marveling to himself. The footwork of the strongest swordsman on the continent. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Knowing how lucky he was, the young man used every second to observe. I've never seen movements like Glenn's, though incredibly fast and powerful. They were as smooth as a feather gliding across water. Nowhere else on this continent could one see such vastness and freedom, though it only lasted for a moment. It displayed absolute perfection, something so profound that even with the ring of fire, I would struggle to comprehend it. Glenn called this the harmony steps. After a moment of analysis, the system displayed a notification. The ring of fire has observed the harmony steps almost perfectly. With the first steps of the harmony steps, the rate of comprehension for true heaven has increased. Then, the family head asked, "Did you see it clearly?" "I'm sorry, but with my current abilities, I couldn't see it all. I still had difficulty observing your one step." "My lord," Glenn replied without emotion. "Is that so? My part here is done. You may leave." With that, he turned back to his throne, allowing the boy to depart. "That is your reward for foiling Eden's plot. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you. I'm deeply grateful. I will take my leave now." The young man bowed and prepared to leave. A moment later, his figure disappeared behind the door. Butler Rayon let out a loud laugh. "Ha, I never expected you to teach him the harmony steps. But it's still a bit concerning. Didn't you teach him personally?" "My lord, I'm just worried that Rayon will find it difficult to learn this technique." The old man continued to express his opinion, while Glenn just sat in silence. Then the family head spoke. "Rayon, in just a moment, Rayon grasped half of the first step of the harmony steps. True heaven." Recalling the moment he demonstrated the skill, he looked at the young man's eyes and thought. The boy used his instincts to comprehend it. The harmony steps are built upon that initial step, though he probably doesn't know how important it is. He will eventually realize the significance of that first step, because I'm certain that one day, that boy will definitely be able to perform the harmony steps. Meanwhile, outside, Rayon and Wrath were on their way back. "A few days have passed since I learned the harmony steps from Glenn. I've been practicing continuously with the system's help, but I still haven't fully mastered it." Wrath was still grumbling beside him. "I told you, this isn't something you can just learn." After numerous attempts, the young man was still doubtful. "I thought I had grasped some of it after a few tries." "Rayon!" A loud shout startled the young man. Sylvia leaped over the garden railing, rushing towards him with an angry expression. "I told you to rest. What do you think you're doing?" The young man and the cat witnessed the scene and wondered to themselves, "Is this really someone with a damaged energy core?" In terms of speed alone, she's on par with Rimmer. She approached with a displeased expression. "You promised me, until you're fully recovered. You promised you would rest properly." Rayon quickly tried to explain. "I understand, mother. Please calm down. My mother is scarier than a demon from the underworld." The young man had no choice but to obey, sitting listlessly on a swing. In the end, Sylvia forbade me from practicing the harmony steps. "Just try and let me catch you one more time." Even though I tried to avoid her to practice, Helen and the other maids also joined in to supervise me. So I couldn't practice anymore. "Young master, you're not planning to practice again, are you?" He could only sigh and sit still. They're strangely excited about this. But then he smiled. Resting like this isn't so bad. Suddenly, a maid rushed over, calling for him. Young master, it's an emergency. Cardin is bringing people to our building." That young master, with his hands in his pockets, was swaggering over with a butler. Rayon immediately asked the maid, "What reason does he have to come to this annex building?" "We don't know the reason either." As soon as he arrived, he started getting physical with the madam and the maids. Hearing this, his expression, Rayon's face suddenly hardened. At the front door, the young master spoke. You have a visitor, yet you leave the garden in such a mess? What's this? Did you just say you didn't receive a letter announcing my visit? Sylvia, dressed neatly, replied, We truly did not receive any letter. Hearing this, he advanced on her. Are you implying my head butler made a mistake? Or are you trying to accuse me of being a liar? The lady just bowed her head and replied, I didn't mean that. I will go and prepare immediately. Please wait a moment. Sylvia even had to kneel and pull weeds at his unreasonable demand. I don't like this one bit. Cardin recalled the achievement he had just accomplished. The whole family should be paying attention to me, because I destroyed a branch of the white blood cult. That's how it should have been. But no one cared in the slightest about what I did. The entire family's attention was focused on that brat, Rayon. He was completely overshadowed, as the elders only talked about Sylvia's son defeating the Blood Corpse warrior. How dare a lowly child from a collateral branch overshadow my achievements? With that jealousy, he took his anger out on Rayon's mother. How much longer are you going to make me wait? Then he spat. It landed right on the lady's hand. Helen, finding it unjust, spoke up. Young Master Cardin, even if you are from the direct line, this is going too far. Who do you think you're raising your voice to? He showed no mercy. A single slap sent the maid tumbling to the ground. He even stepped on her clothes and shouted, I am a direct descendant of this family, and I am your master. Even if I killed you right now, the most I get is 2 days of confinement. And yet, someone like you dares to shout at me. Helen could only tremble in fear. Seeing this, Sylvia immediately intervened. Stop. Judy, beside her, also rushed to stop him. Lady Sylvia, be careful. I can't let Lady Sylvia get hurt. I have to stop him quickly. But then his attention shifted to someone else. Oh, could you be Rayon? You've come at the right time. I was just wanting to see you. The blonde-haired young man stepped out with a sword in his hand. He saw the sword and began to mock him. What are you holding in your hand? Don't tell me you're planning to point that thing at me. I'm from the direct line, you know. He was still smiling with an arrogant attitude. If you know what's good for you, put it away before things get worse. The red-haired man introduced himself. My name is Cardin Sieghart, son of Baldur Sieghart, master of the Kimahal. But before he could finish his sentence, a swoosh sound was heard. Rayon's sword was already at his neck. He cut him off with eyes as cold as ice. So what? But immediately, his sword was blocked by the butler next to him. You lunatic! A curse rang out, which annoyed Rayon. He punched the man who dared to block his sword right in the face. The red-haired man shouted, Do you know who you're attacking? The young man replied calmly, Of course I do. Some thieves who broke into my house. He once again raised his sword, preparing for the next blow. Seeing this, Radin broke out in a cold sweat. What nonsense are you talking about? I am the rightful master of this house. No, you're wrong. The young man gave the arrogant punk a knee straight to the stomach. He collapsed after the attack, groaning. You bastard, you'll pay for this. Rayon replied calmly. You're nothing like our master. Besides, the annex building is not your house. This place is my family. He raised his sword over his head, preparing for the finishing blow aimed at his life. A blade knows no mercy. The sharp weapon swung down. Radin couldn't react in time. He could only scream in despair. But then, a person in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere. Stop, Rayon. This uniform. Is he from the Heavenly Sword Division? A swordsman who works directly for the family head. Why is he here? The young man wondered, looking at the man. Seeing this, Radin took advantage of his position to tattle to the Heavenly Sword Division. The Heavenly Sword Division? Kill this mad dog for me right now. A mere member of a collateral branch dares to attack me. A member of the direct line. The butler quickly helped Radin to his feet. But the man from the Heavenly Sword Division stated, We only take orders from Lord Glenn. You should also stop, young Master Radin. You're just a dog protecting its master. How dare you? The butler whispered, stopping his master's mouth from going too far. That's enough, young master. Let's retreat for now. If you oppose a swordsman from the Heavenly Sword Division, it will only cause more trouble. The other man was furious but could do nothing. He could only grind his teeth. He left, leaving behind a threat. I will never forget what happened today, Rayon. Just you wait. For the crime of pointing your sword at a member of the direct line, I will make you suffer a humiliation and pain worse than death. Despite the others rambling, the young man didn't respond. At that moment, Helen also spoke up. I'm sorry, my lady. It's because I didn't do my duty properly that. Sylvia worriedly touched the maid's face and replied, No, You were very brave to stand up and protect me. Helen, you did nothing wrong. Sylvia added. Don't worry about what happened today. I will handle it. But she was immediately cut off. No, let me handle it. Rayon stood before the two of them and affirmed. That blatant provocation, I will settle everything. So don't worry, mother. Just trust me. Sometime later, the two of them were once again in the family head's mansion. At that moment, Glenn called out to his two grandsons. Stand up, he began. I heard a disrespectful incident occurred yesterday. That's right, my lord. Rayon recounted with an innocent and aggrieved expression. I sent a letter saying I wanted to visit Rayon. But not only did that mansion ignore me and not welcome me, Rayon also attacked both me and my butler. If something had happened, I might have died at his hands. The boy just stood to the side, listening to the other add fuel to the fire. This guy seems to be better at acting than wielding a sword. What Yulia told me about him matches perfectly with what I'm seeing now. Rayon then had to speak up. My lord, what he has reported is all a lie. The way he shouted, his face red with anger, and the way he used his power are still vivid in my mind. Hearing this, the other lost his composure and grabbed the boy's collar. You bastard, that's enough. A voice stopped the two of them. A fiery pressure radiated out. Have you two forgotten who else is here? Hearing that, Rayon broke out in a sweat. Glenn closed his eyes in annoyance and stated his view. If you're not lying, then I will call a witness who saw everything. He snapped his fingers. Immediately, a black-robed figure appeared and bowed. Vekel of the Heavenly Sword Division. At your service, my lord. Tell me what you saw. The man began his account. Young Master Rayon claimed he had sent a letter that day. However, Rayon's mansion did not receive any such letter. While Lady Sylvia and the maids were gardening as usual, Lord Rayon suddenly burst in. Rayon stood behind, thinking to himself, this is surprising. I thought this person would support the family of the direct descendant, instead of the despised people in the annex. But he's telling the truth. Rayon, yes. The other boy answered nervously to the family head's call. He glared at him and said, this seems different from what you reported. Are you trying to lie to me? That is, my lord. The boy stammered, preparing to explain. The important thing is that a member of a collateral branch dared to attack someone from the direct line. This is something that could shake the very foundation of our family. While that is true, it seems this is a fault on both sides. Hearing this, the other boy's expression revealed his grievance. So both of you will receive appropriate punishment. Rayon still tried to gain an advantage. My lord, just a punishment? If you let this brat live? Rayon also spoke up. My lord, I will gladly accept my punishment. But before that, there is something I wish to do. Something you need to do? Yes. He cursed my mother in front of everyone and used force against the maids. The young man clearly remembered what the other had done. Yet I have not received any apology from him. With a determined gaze, the young man declared his resolve. Glenn's face darkened as he said, I'm pretty sure I said this was a fault on both sides. And yet both of you dare to raise your voices like this. The old man began to release his aura as a show of force. Do you remember who you were talking to? Rayon thought to himself. It feels like the entire hall is about to be crushed under his aura. A great tremor made both youths feel oppressed, but Rayon still placed a hand on his chest and stated his view. About that, my lord, you once said that this is a land of swordsmen. Therefore, I believe a swordsman must prove himself with his sword. Please allow us to have a duel. Rayon stated his intention clearly and requested Glenn's approval. The family head, after a grunt, seemed to agree. This sounds interesting. Very well. I grant you two a duel. In 1 week. The match will take place at the main training ground. He announced the time and place. Is that so? So you and that kid are finally going to duel. That's right, father. Rayon was now in his father's private room, tattling about the incident. The red-haired boy recounted. He even stood before grandfather and brazenly issued a challenge to a duel. The condition we set is that if you win, we will cripple his Danteon, and if you lose, you and your butler will personally apologize to the people of the annex. Furthermore, the true Marshal Hall will no longer be allowed near the annex. No matter how talented he is, in the end, he's just a child born between Sylvia and some nobody. Show him why you are from the direct line. This man was Balder, Rayon's father. Seeing his son's spirits lifted, he said, Don't worry, father. I was just careless and unprepared last time. But this time, I've reached the intermediate level of an aura expert. He can't defeat me. The The father laughed loudly. Huh, that's my son. But in any case, remember not to get too excited and accidentally kill him. Killing someone in a duel will cause trouble, so just severing the tendons in his arm will be enough. Cripple him to completely extinguish his hopes. Like father, like son. Both of them were just as vile. Yes, I understand. Father. The boy clenched his fist, showing his determination. At the annex, Sylvia and Helen were on the upper floor, watching the young master train intently. Helen worried. The young master is about to duel Lord Rayon. Are we really just going to stand here and do nothing? He is an intermediate level master, but our young master has only reached the novice level. Perhaps it's not too late to stop him, the maid said worriedly to her lady. The mother's mind was also in turmoil, worried for her son. As Helen said, this duel is too dangerous. Rayon wouldn't be in this situation if he weren't so hot-headed. Although he may not look it, Balder practices the soft sword style. A sword style that is unpredictable and ever-changing, specializing in targeting an opponent's openings. And Rayon learned that from his father. So when he enters a battle, he becomes a completely different person. Sylvia was analyzing her son's upcoming opponent. However, the look in Rayon's eyes at that time, she unconsciously recalled the moment the young man told his mother he could handle everything. Then she replied to the maid, "Let's just trust in him. My lady, are you really going to let this happen?" The maid asked worriedly. To be honest, I'm very anxious too. But there must be a reason why Rayon was so confident when he asked us to trust him. So for now, the lady of the house added, "Let's trust in Rayon." She looked towards her son, who was training diligently. At that moment, Yulia came to the young master's training ground and called out, "Young master, I brought your lunch." The young man was a little surprised. "Young master?" "Yes, I prepared some sandwiches to make it easier for you to eat. You've been exercising quite a lot. So please eat slowly to avoid upsetting your stomach." "I know. Thank you." The young man took the meal from the maid's hands and replied. But then something surprised the young man. In his hand was a book. After opening it and skimming a few pages, he determined it contained all the information about the illusory sword style that Rayon practiced. Moreover, the content was very neatly organized, easy to grasp at a glance. Could she really gather all this information in just one day and compile it into a book? Looking at the amount of work Yulia must have done, the young man couldn't help but be amazed. Looking at the girl, he noted further. Besides, she even stood up to protect my mother back then. And now she's proactively brought information about the family without being asked. "Thank you, Yulia." The young man looked at the orange-haired maid and silently expressed his gratitude. Time passed. Both sides prepared in their own ways. One side trained persistently. The others simply lay around and enjoyed themselves. The day of the duel finally arrived, attracting the attention of everyone in the estate. The two young men arrived at the dojo, where they would conduct their duel. Rayon placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and thought to himself, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Since that day, you have no idea how much I've looked forward to the day I could cut off your head." His gaze was fixed on his opponent, muttering words filled with killing intent. Of course, in his mind, "I will crush your body, making it impossible for you to ever hold a sword again." The referee in the middle gave a signal. "All right, both sides, ready." Taking advantage of the moment, the red-haired man opened his mouth to provoke him again. "I'm really looking forward to seeing the look on your face after this duel. I wonder if you'll even have the chance to see it." Rayon replied as soon as the drum sounded, along with the referee's declaration. "Let the duel of swordsmanship begin." Rayon was the one to attack first. He rushed forward and shouted, "Your empty boasts won't work anymore." A thrust carrying fire aura. But instead of aiming at his opponent, this guy stabbed at empty air. It turned out Rayon had disappeared too quickly, leaving the other confused. He disappeared? Swoosh! In just a flash, Rayon was behind him, gently placing his sword against his neck. This made Rayon break out in a cold sweat as he thought, "When did this bastard get here? And right behind me, too." Rayon also gave a cold warning. This is the first time. Putting his sword aside, the young man decided to fight this guy hand-to-hand. "Today, you will die 8 times. The first punch landed squarely on the face of the direct line young master, distorting his features. The force of the blow was so strong that it sent the enemy flying a considerable distance. He coughed up blood, struggling to get up. Rayon thought to himself, "What just happened?" I couldn't see his movements at all. What did you do? The young man calmly picked up his sword and continued. Get up. What are you waiting for? Rayon growled. I told you. Today, you will die at least 8 times. Once for your lie about delivering a letter. The direct line brat was now furious. He roared as he swung his sword. You arrogant bastard. I'll make you regret not finishing me with that first blow, but without waiting for the others' turn to strike. Rayon took the initiative, stepping forward at an incredible speed, which slightly overwhelmed the red-haired man. But his sword had already swung down. Once again, his attack hit nothing but air, leaving him confused as he thought. He disappeared again. I thought I was sure to hit him this time. I'm on your left. The young man responded with a pommel strike straight to the young master's face, making Rayon cry out in pain. Rayon, standing behind him, continued. This is the price for spitting on the flower my mother nurtured. Another punch, he added. This is the punishment for trampling on my mother's flower. Yet another punch aimed straight at his face. And this is the punishment for hitting Helen. While being punched until he was dizzy, Rayon still wondered why the enemy before him was so different. This can't be right. This shouldn't be happening. He's only using the star-connecting sword and the river-splitting kick. Besides, I'm sure he's only a novice-level master, a realm much lower than mine. The next blow was about to land on his face. But the man was still just wondering where Rayon's strength came from. So why am I losing to him? By the time he finished the question, the punch had already landed squarely on the cheek of the fool who dared to touch the main character's family. Helen, watching from the side with the young man's mother, couldn't help but be surprised. Young Master Rayon could have ended the match with the very first blow, but he's deliberately giving his opponent chances only to corner him again. He's not just doing this to win. The maid analyzed. That means her hand trembled slightly, covering her mouth. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. He's avenging the violence directed at us. Even though we are just worthless maids. Even though we are not considered human in this house. Where bloodline determines all power. He is fighting someone from the direct line for our sake. And he's destroying him. Sylvia also felt a stir in her heart and called his name. Rayon. She recalled a memory from long ago. Because my father only sought power. This house grew colder over time. I always felt lost, even though I was from the direct line. In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore. So I ran away from that house. Her footsteps carried her further and further away from the place that gave her everything but love. Looking at Rayon, her son who was fighting to release his frustrations, she thought that she should have relied on her own strength to overcome these cruel adversities. That is what he is showing us right now. No matter how weak we are, we still need to have a strong will. After disarming his opponent, Rayon prepared to land another punch on the despicable man before him and fight until the very last moment, no matter who the opponent is, so they won't dare to cross the line again. Sylvia thought that was what she should have been able to do. On the dueling ground, Rayon could only gape before receiving another punch to the face. The child is showing us that we need to move forward, instead of just running away. At the same time, the red-haired man was officially knocked out. The referee, standing to the side, announced, Rayon has been incapacitated. The outcome of the duel has been decided. The winner of this match is... Rayon showed no emotion. The young man simply stared with a soulless gaze at the defeated man lying on the ground. The winner of this duel is Rayon. The referee announced loudly. Balder, watching from above, couldn't contain his indignation. He yelled at his disgraceful son lying on the floor. Rayon, what is this mess? Rimmer, in another section, was celebrating. Ha! I told you Rayon would win. Despite the others looking at him strangely. In the recruits area, Dorian, Runa, Martha, and Ben were also celebrating their friend's victory. Rayon, that's right. That's our young master. I knew he would win. Roan, beside the family head, remarked, I have served House Sieghart for a very long time. But this is the first time I've seen people cheering for someone from a collateral branch without caring about his status. Glenn thought to himself, it's indeed surprising that his friends are cheering for him regardless of his status. But what surprised me the most was what happened during the match. Although he still lacks experience, the boy was able to use the harmony steps. He recalled the moment the child approached Rayon with the footwork he had only demonstrated once before. The harmony steps is a footwork I created after experiencing the darkness in my mind and overcoming temptations. It's not a martial art that an ordinary warrior could learn even in a lifetime. Yet Rayon learned it in just 2 weeks. The old man looked at his grandson and marveled to himself, along with the popularity the boy has gained at his age. Right now, the entire arena was chanting Rayon's name. Rayon remembered the past. Glenn thought back to his own past. I was too hungry for power. Power is the measure of value in this family, and I am too old to change that. But having been born into the direct line and being aware of the injustice towards the weak, one day, that boy could completely change this family. The head of the family then left his seat and said to the butler, "The match is over. Fulfill the boy's conditions." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He turned back and said to the butler, "Roan, cut the funding for the true martial hall by half. Use any excuse if necessary." The older man could only smile wryly and agree. The conditions for the duel were carried out immediately under Glenn's orders. Radin confessed his wrongdoings in front of everyone. He knelt before my mother and the maids and apologized to them. The true martial hall was also forbidden from approaching the annex. Under Rayon's protection, the maids could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The tension on their faces eased, and they shed tears of happiness. The incident was finally over, and we returned home together. Rayon held his mother's hand. Together with the maids, they left the arena. Outside, Sylvia couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "Son, when did you get so strong?" I was so surprised. Rayon was a bit awkward and deflected. "I'll explain later, so please stop clinging to me." At another location, a woman with a scar on her cheek looked at the mother and son and remarked, "At times like this, he looks like a normal boy, but his presence is completely different from before." The woman with silver hair standing next to her replied, "With that level of skill, Rimmer was definitely telling the truth about him surviving the berserk blood demon." The man behind them also chimed in, "Right? Both his footwork and his swordsmanship are nearly perfect. That's more than just talent. If he joined my unit, he would be extremely useful." The scar-faced woman noted. The man didn't hide his intentions. "I'm taking him for the Black Tiger unit as soon as he graduates." Before he could finish, the scar-faced woman cut him off. "Forget it. You don't stand a chance." The silver-haired woman remained calm. "Well, it's true that the trainees from the 5th training ground are about to graduate. Once they finish their graduation test, they will have to choose their path as true swordsmen." Thinking back, although Rayon is the most prominent now, he's not the only outstanding one from the 5th training ground. Martha, Bun, and Renan, all three have enough talent and strength to reach the top anywhere. The upcoming selection is going to be very interesting. She spoke about Rayon's 3 other friends with excitement. Back home, in his private room, Yulia approached and asked, "Young master, did you plan all this when you requested the duel?" "You could say that," the young man replied. "I was going to win no matter what." The woman smiled faintly and shared her feelings. "You are truly frightening, but you are also incredibly kind. Even more than that." Yulia stood at attention and said, "I'm truly grateful to you for saving me from Lord Karen back then. Please get some rest. I'll take my leave." Then she turned and left. Rayon was a bit speechless. He looked out the window and thought to himself. Yulia's expression just now was genuine. Considering her reaction and how she tried to protect Sylvia, those must be her true feelings. I guess I can tell her now that the poison from before was fake. The next morning, at the main building of the mansion, Rimmer arrived with a handful of new gold rings and cheerfully announced, "Greetings, my lord." The 2 men before him were speechless at his attitude. Glenn immediately asked, "Where did you get all that jewelry?" Rimmer replied, "I made a bet with that old man. I mean, the master of the true martial hall. It's all thanks to Rayon. Furthermore, I've earned enough elixirs for all the trainees at the 5th training ground." He smiled with great confidence. "Are you saying you just extorted my son?" The old man thought. "Let me take a sip of tea to calm down." Glenn surmised, "Showing off your jewelry isn't the reason you came here. Get to the point, right? I'll get straight to it. I'm here to make a proposal." Rimmer sat down and began his story. "A proposal? I thought I had completely entrusted you with the training." "This isn't about training," the elf man said directly. "Please allow me to change the trainee's graduation test." "Change the test. Be more specific." Roan stroked his beard considering it. The instructor argued, "The current test only consists of gaining the instructor's acknowledgement or sparring matches. However, these kids have already fought against the trainee knights of the Owen Kingdom, and during their second mission, they crossed a giant mountain in a life-or-death battle. Even though they are just trainees, they have overcome countless challenges. from white armored soldiers to even ogre monsters. Based on that, Rimmer asserted, therefore, the trainees of the 5th training ground need a new challenge. Meaning, I'm thinking about survival, forcing the trainees to survive in harsh conditions. If they can survive, without receiving any outside help or relying on their family name, they will reach an even higher level, even if they can't immediately become official swordsmen. What do you think? It's a pretty good proposal, right? He leaned forward, extending his hand in anticipation of agreement. Glenn took a moment to think. Then, instead of answering, he remarked, "You've changed." The family head added, "Your face was always gloomy since the day your energy core shattered and you had to withdraw from the front lines. But you haven't been like that since you met the kids at the 5th training ground. Your face is now filled with ambition, just like those trainees." The elf man listened silently to the old man's observation, but then he waved his hand in embarrassment. "Wait, you're making me blush." Rayon, standing to the side, also chimed in. "I agree. Instructor Rimmer's expression is much better now." The instructor scratched his head and confessed, "I just realized I have more talent for training kids than for being a swordsman. Besides, I will train the next king to succeed you, with my own 2 hands." Are you talking about Rayon? Who knows? It could be Bun, Martha, or even Renan. Instead of answering the family head's question directly, the instructor deliberately equivocated. This made the old man smile with interest. "I see." He left his seat, walked behind it, and ordered, "Prepare a report on the graduation test within a week. I will consider this conversation to have never happened if you fail." Suddenly, the red-haired man pulled out a stack of documents and replied, "Why wouldn't I? I've already prepared everything," Rimmer said with a radiant expression. One morning, the trainees had gathered at the training ground. Everyone huddled together, whispering. He told everyone to gather, but he didn't show up. It's always like this. Instructor Rimmer is never on time. He probably spent last night gambling or at a tavern and only came back this morning. Just as they finished talking, the damn instructor kicked the door open. He greeted them as if his tardiness was no big deal. "Sorry, I'm a little late. On my way here, I stopped by an orphanage." Boone scolded him in frustration. "If you're gonna lie, at least come up with a more believable reason." "I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth." Approaching the kids, Rimmer said, "Anyway, I have a very important announcement for you all today. I thought a lot about this, but seeing you all today, I've made my decision. To put it simply, your graduation exam is about to begin. You can't remain trainees forever." One of the recruits spoke up. "I heard the graduation exam is usually a sparring match or earning the instructor's recognition." Rimmer laughed loudly and said, "That's usually the case. But your exam this time will be a little different." "What? What do you mean?" The red-haired man recalled and reasoned. "You've all accumulated enough experience. The battles with Owen, real combat experience with the Southern and Northern Alliances, even if the opponents were just grunts. Furthermore, during the last mission, you survived a surprise attack from Eden. Therefore, instead of a meaningless match, you will step out into the world on your own, to see for yourselves just how vast it is." As he spoke, the instructor pointed up at the blue sky. "The theme of this graduation exam is survival. For 1 month, you will have to temporarily leave behind your identity as a Zieghart trainee and survive in different parts of the continent with only a sword in hand. Of course, I've also prepared an alternative test for those who are afraid." Hearing this, some trainees began to show clear signs of anxiety. Bun walked over to Rayon and asked, "Rayon, are you participating?" "Of course, I'm participating," the young man replied. "Then I'll participate too." The girl seemed to prefer hearing others' decisions before making her own. Bun also reasoned. The instructor must have his reasons. "I'll go too." Martha beside them added, "Since the day I was born, I've been all too familiar with survival." Rimmer heard the words of these talented students and said, "Hey, it's not just Rayon. Aren't you all deciding a bit too easily? Do you have any idea where I'm planning to send you?" Looking at Rayon, the instructor offered a reminder. "Especially you, Rayon, because you're the top trainee. Your decision might make others follow without thinking it through." The young man replied, "It will surely be a difficult journey, but I fully understand that my friends are not making their decisions lightly. Besides, instructor, you would never give us a challenge that we couldn't overcome." Hearing this, the instructor couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he held up a piece of paper and said, "You are praiseworthy, but that doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Now, I will tell you your destinations. The Levin Desert for Bun, the Kadam Forest for Runa, Satan's Gorge for Martha, and finally, Haben Castle in the east for Rayon. Hearing this, the young man pondered for a moment. Haben Castle? Seeing the young man's expression, Rimmer provided more information. It's a battlefield where they have to fight monsters emerging from the North Sea and the Stalin Mountains every day. The place is so harsh that people call it a hellish battlefield, because they don't even have time to sheath their swords. The others will have it tough too, but you'll have to suffer the most. The instructor leaned in and spoke privately to the young man. All right, prepare yourselves well. You have about a month until your departure. Rayon immediately went home to prepare for his training. In the distance, Sylvia and Helen were watching. The maid spoke up. My lady, don't you think the young master has been training too much lately? He's been practicing his swordsmanship for days on end. He's even cutting back on his sleep. Honestly, I wish he would refuse that test. After all, it's an extremely dangerous place. Helen had her own reasons to feel worried. Sylvia looked at her son and said, That's true, but this is also an opportunity for Rayon to grow, because Haben Castle is his graduation test. He must be trying to get into his best condition. We just need to support him quietly from behind so he can focus entirely on his training. Beads of sweat began to roll down the young man's face. Rayon, while swinging his sword, thought to himself, I'm exhausted from increasing my training intensity to the maximum for the past week after hearing the details of the exam. But even so, I can't shake the feeling that it's still not enough. The monsters at Haben Castle have hides so thick and bodies so large that a sword blade might not even be able to cut through them. Because Sieghart's swordsmanship has a balance between offense and defense, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. He envisioned the fearsome enemies he would have to face in order to strategize. Clenching the sword in his hand, the young man continued, Although I can use the sword techniques from the cultivation of 10,000 flames, these are extremely powerful moves. So the aura consumption is also very high. That makes them dangerous in a prolonged battle. The Ring of Fire has helped compensate for this for a long time. But I can't rely on the cultivation of 10,000 flames and the Ring of Fire forever. Rayon touched his chest, where the Ring of Fire was, and pondered for a moment. There are 3 weeks left until departure. I need both information about Haben Castle and a technique that can supplement the cultivation of 10,000 flames. And so, he continued to swing his sword, gazing into the distance. He wondered, to get what I need, I'll have to make an investment. A short while later, Glenn asked again, So you want to use your silver tablet to exchange for a new sword skill? Yes, my lord. Rayon had come to the family head's mansion to find something useful. The old man said, How you use your silver tablets is up to you. But didn't you say before that you would use them for something else? That's right. I intended to use those tablets to restore my mother's status in the direct line. Knowing that, you still decided to use the silver tablet? Glenn asked once more. Rayon reasoned. I realized something from the mission in Cypre Village and the duel before. I heard. Your performance in that mission was truly impressive for your current strength. But the reward was only a silver tablet, not a gold one. It was then that I remembered what you once said, that it wouldn't be easy to achieve. With all due respect in his heart, Rayon continued, Since I need a gold tablet to restore my mother's status in the direct line, instead of accumulating silver tablets, which don't make a significant difference, it's better for me to use those silver tablets to make myself stronger. Then I can collect the gold tablets later. Glenn tossed the book in his hand and replied, Indeed, if you're planning to go to Haben Castle, this is the most logical choice. The book flew towards the young man. You can choose something else if you don't trust me. The words on the book read, Fangs of Frenzy, looking at what he got from the silver tablet. The young man thought to himself, At least Glenn has ensured my reward is worthy. Since he chose it himself, its effectiveness is surely guaranteed. He then knelt down in respect. I accept this manual. Thank you, my lord. The old man replied. I understand. Train well with it. Then I will take my leave. But he was stopped by the family head. Before that, let me ask you a question. Since you came here to get a manual for a new sword style, you must understand what kind of place Haben Castle is. Are you not afraid, knowing your graduation test will take place there? Why didn't you refuse it? Rayon answered his question. I realized something after fighting Eden. What did you realize? Rayon reasoned. The experience from an unexpected life-or-death battle brought me growth equivalent to a year of training on the practice grounds. I realized that to become stronger, I must overcome situations that force me to break my limits. Besides, Instructor Rimmer would never give me a challenge I couldn't overcome. I'm sure it will be a difficult and painful journey, but I believe it will make me strong enough to be grateful for having gone through it later. I see. Glenn's eyes were thoughtful. Rayon Zieghart, before you leave, let me tell you one last thing. There isn't just one way to use a sword. Broaden your mind. The old man offered a piece of cryptic advice, but Rayon still expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your advice. Rimmer suddenly appeared from behind the family head and said, This is why I can't help but adore Rayon. He completely understood my intentions. As an instructor, there's nothing more satisfying than when a student understands your heart. He's certainly different from that loudmouth bun or the sharp-tongued Martha. In the instructor's voice, there was a hint of resentment. Glenn, from behind, remarked, What a terrible teacher, speaking ill of his students behind their backs like that. The elf man replied, By the way, I didn't expect you to give him the fangs of frenzy. After all, that's worthy of a gold tablet. Your love for your grandson is as vast as ever. Hearing this, Glenn became annoyed. You talk too much, Rimmer. Actually, I've been talking less lately. But the Fangs of Frenzy is a rather violent sword style. I'm worried whether Rayon can control it, since I gave the book to the boy. My part is done. Glenn said, The rest depends on whether the boy can learn it or not. Outside, Wrath and the young man began to study the book. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Rimmer continued to poke fun. Although you say that, you gave him a very important piece of advice. That's a grandfather's love for his grandson. Glenn's veins were now visibly throbbing with anger due to that annoying man. He immediately used a spell on Rimmer and said, I can't take this anymore. After binding the elf with energy, he stepped down and said, Since you still have the energy to talk so much, you must have fully recovered from the aftereffects of the last battle. Rimmer, now flustered, spoke up. Wait, please calm down. My lord, I haven't fully recovered yet. Raising a hand covered in aura, the head of House Zieghart prepared for a mighty slap. Since you seem to have recovered somewhat, I will teach you a lesson. My lord, I'm sorry. Rimmer begged, his face pale. Just as Rayon left, from inside the mansion, a blood-curdling scream rang out, startling him. A while later, night had fallen. He sat in his private room and said to himself, Is this sword style really only worth a single silver tablet? He read, slowly mulling it over. This sword style is definitely Fangs of Frenzy. True to its name, this is a type of intuitive swordsmanship that has reached the highest level. With relentless, non-stop attacks on the opponent, always ready to tear out the enemy's throat, like the fangs of a wild beast. However, intuitive swordsmanship cannot be grasped through theory alone. It can only be achieved through real combat experience. That's why Rayon asked Bowen to help him practice. That's why I've been constantly dueling with the other trainees, to gradually comprehend the Fangs of Frenzy. And I've been swinging my sword non-stop until the day before the graduation exam. It needs to be more precise, more ferocious. I won't stop until I reach a higher realm. Rayon asked his friends to help him master the new technique, until no trainee had the strength to spar any longer. Finally, I got closer to the true meaning of the Fangs of Frenzy before the day of departure. And so, time flew by. In the dojo, many were exhausted to the point of terror by him, until the final night before the graduation exam. Yulia was now carefully tending to his wounds. She spoke softly. Young master, your body has been covered in bruises lately. You've been pushing yourself too hard. Besides, the graduation exam is tomorrow. If the madam knew you were injured like this, she would be very worried. Rayon replied, I did go a bit overboard, since I've been sparring every day to learn the Fangs of Frenzy. She gently dabbed a gauze pad on the bruises on his skin. Countless pain relief patches were stuck all over his body. Yulia said, That's why you need me to treat you like this. That's right. And Yulia, before I leave, there's something I want to make clear to you. I am listening. Young Master Rayon spoke. Back then, I lied to you about forcing you to swallow a poisonous insect. Seeing her silent response, he understood the situation. So you knew all along? I can tell from your silence. Yulia replied, I wasn't completely sure. I just had my suspicions. Suspicions? The maid recalled the time she first met him. Yes, at first, I really thought it was a poisonous insect. I didn't dare to think it was just a lie. I was terrified back then, and all I could think about was my desire to live. However, I gradually felt at ease with the warmth of everyone in the annex. And the young master treated me like a real person, without asking for anything in return. You even prepared an escape route for me to avoid suspicion from the Martial Art Hall, all just to save me. She recalled her time living with Lady Sylvia's small family. And after a few things happened, I was able to realize the truth. The way the young master looked at Lady Sylvia and his eyes. Every time you warned me, you were to try to protect this annex. In her heart, she thought of Helen and his mother. That's why I initially thought you probably didn't use a poisonous insect. But I still wasn't completely sure. Because back then, it was all just suspicion. Why are you suddenly telling me now? Yulia asked curiously. Because you've changed. Yulia, just as you've been watching me, I've also been keeping an eye on you. All this time, you've been acting behind a mask. But your true feelings have started to show. Rayon shared. Even on the day the family came to cause a commotion at the annex. You were truly ready to rush forward to protect my mother and Helen. Furthermore, the information about Haben Castle on my bed. You prepared that, didn't you? Thanks to you. Those things were a great help. He held up the book and asked again. Thank you, Yulia. However, after hearing those words, the maid's expression was still troubled. She began, I have a younger brother. I don't know where he is or what he's doing now, because we were separated back then, when we were sold into slavery. But because they said I would get to see him again one day, I was forced to obey their orders. The girl recalled the time she and her brother were separated to be sold. Each drifted to a different place. I'm sorry, young master. As she said this, tears began to stream down Yulia's cheeks. Suddenly, Rayon spoke. I will save your brother. The words startled her. Putting on his coat, he said, as long as Karen is targeting me, we'll have to face each other sooner or later. And when things with Karen are settled, I will find your brother for you, by any means necessary, as long as he's still alive. Yulia asked with a choked voice, I want to ask one thing. Why did you tell me the truth about the poisonous insect? What if I reported this information to Lord Karen? Rayon smiled confidently and replied, I'm guessing you won't. So what's your decision? The girl let out a bitter laugh. That's a ridiculous answer. I will follow you. My lord, Yulia declared firmly. Please command me as you see fit. All right, I'm entrusting this annex to you while I'm away. Hearing his command, Yulia respectfully knelt. Yes, young master. Please rest assured and leave it to me. A meaningful night passed just like that. And then, the morning of the graduation exam arrived. Everyone had their luggage ready for the journey. Standing on a high platform was Rimmer. He announced loudly, it's time to begin your graduation exam. Your mission is to survive on your own for 1 year and then return. If you can overcome this challenge, you will surely ascend to a new level. Now it's time for the top trainee to say a few words. Hearing this, Rayon thought to himself, he always makes me do these troublesome things. It doesn't suit me at all. But still, I am a class leader. He stepped forward. Turning to face his classmates, he began to speak. There's a saying that a warrior who survives their first battle will never fall easily. And all of you have been through your first battle, even though it was an unexpected event. Everyone survived and completed the mission, even in a situation where it seemed there was no choice but death. That is why you will never fall. Just as the saying goes, the young trainees standing below, each and every one of them, listened intently to his every word. Hone yourselves and return here, with strength worthy of the name of the 5th training ground. Rayon declared loudly, we must win and return alive. Let's go. After that rallying cry, the trainees were filled with a great source of motivation. They all shouted in unison in response. Rimmer, standing behind, watched this scene with a satisfied smile. He followed the young man's back with his eyes and thought to himself, from the very beginning, I knew you were no ordinary person. Your extraordinariness lies not only in your strength, but also in a calm mind that surpasses your age. A personality strong enough to greatly influence those around you. A spirit that trains more diligently than anyone else. Never complacent with your natural talent. The elf instructor continuously marveled at Rayon's attitude. Furthermore, in our final sparring match, he recalled that moment. You seem to have grasped the fangs of frenzy in just a brief moment. The instructor had seen the image of a fierce beast appear in his sword path. You've amazed me once again. Returning to the present, Rimmer said to Rayon while showing off the wound on his wrist that he had caused. I went out of my way to take the time to spar with you, just because you had defeated all the other trainees. And this is the result. Instead of being grateful to me, You had the heart to injure your own instructor. How disrespectful. But it seemed that, instead of being truly angry, the instructor felt happy to see a student strong enough to injure him. Looking at the young man, the instructor silently wished him well. Survive and come back. Rayon, because I would greatly regret not witnessing the birth of a new king. Now, kids, say goodbye to your instructor. The group then bowed in unison and shouted, "Thank you for everything you've done for us until now, instructor. All right, I'll be waiting for you here. So become even stronger and then come back." Rimmer replied. Beside him, Bun approached Rayon and said, "Rayon, this year I'm going to give it my all to become stronger. So you'd better get stronger too. Don't disappoint me." "Me too. Don't you dare die out there, because I still owe you a debt. If you dare to die, I'll find you and beat you up." Martha also came over to give him some final words of advice. It made me a little awkward. Don't they know how to say anything sincere? Just then, Runa ran up and called his name. "Rayon, take this with you." The girl offered him a box. "It's cake. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" "It's okay. I have plenty more." The girl replied to the young man's question. "Thank you for the precious gift. I'm leaving now too. Have a safe journey." And just like that, Runa waved goodbye to the young man and prepared for her own journey. Well then, it seems there's still something left to do. We should get going. Dorian looked down at his half-dead friend on the ground with fear. Why do I have to go to Haben Castle with him? While dragging the body of the green algae-headed swordsman, Rayon added, Before that, we have one more place to stop by." Dorian asked curiously, "Where are we going?" "The commercial city of Camelon." Rayon smiled and answered, "Let's get some good gear before we head into battle." The sign read, "The commercial city of Camelon." At the central market, Rayon and Dorian were walking through the bustling street. The young man looked at the stalls, actively trying to attract customers, and thought, goods are everywhere. Buyers and sellers are bustling about. But I can't find what I need. It seems the real goods can only be found in the black market. The young man with the green algae-colored hair called out from behind, "Young master, what you're looking for isn't here, is it? You've been walking for a while without stopping. So, are you planning to go down below?" Rayon asked back, "Down below? You know about Camelon's black market?" "Of course," Dorian replied. This made me a little curious. "Isn't this your first time here? How do you know about the existence of the black market?" The young man confidently puffed out his chest and said, "I may not look like it, but I grew up in a merchant guild. I'm very familiar with things like this." Remembering when Dorian brought out a whole pile of cloaks and deodorizing tools during the mission on Mount Cyprus, Rayon realized, so that explains everything up until now. I'd already guessed some of it. It turns out he really does come from a merchant family. No need to beat around the bush with him anymore, since he brought it up himself. With that thought, the young man replied, "All right then, let's head down to the black market right away." But Dorian argued, "To get into the black market, you have to go through a secret passage. Young master, do you know the way to the black market?" This startled me a bit. About that, I heard about it from Instructor Rimmer. The young man made up an excuse to cover it up. If Rimmer heard this, he'd probably be speechless. "When did he tell you?" Dorian, however, believed him completely. "Oh, right. That makes sense. I heard there's a casino in the black market. If so, he would definitely know the way. Then let's go inside." The two of them found 2 black cloaks and entered a shop hidden in an alley. And just like that, they conveniently made their way inside. It took a while for the two of them to reach the entrance of the black market, which was hidden by a thick curtain. The commercial city of Camelon, the underground black market. Seeing the scale of the place, Dorian exclaimed, "The black market is huge. I can't get used to it. Besides, this place is even cleaner than the market above ground." "Did you find what you were looking for?" The mushroom-headed boy marveled. He asked as they walked. Rayon took a book from his pocket and replied, "I'll have to check the auction catalog to know for sure." Afterward, the two of them found a temporary place to rest and study it. Inside one of the pages, there was a picture of some kind of butterfly. Rayon thought to himself, "Found it. Hef." As expected, it's up for auction. The auction will take place tonight. The starting price is 10 gold coins. Dorian looked at the page and asked, "Are you planning to buy it? This is quite expensive." Rayon also thought to himself, "That's right. I can buy it by using all of my current travel funds. But that's too risky. Maybe I should find a pawn shop or something to gather more money." "Let's go, Dorian." "Where are we going, young master?" He replied immediately, "To the pawn shop. I need to sell a few things for cash before the auction starts. An hour later, the young man seemed to have gathered enough money. Dorian asked, "Are you done selling?" "Young master, but why are you still looking around instead of going straight to the auction house?" "I'm seeing if there's anything useful," Rayon replied. After observing the area in the underground city for a while, the young man thought, "There's still time before the auction begins, and I have some extra money for the auction now. Even so, there's nothing worth buying. Usually, they're undervalued treasures, just waiting for the right buyer to find them. It's a shame. All right, we should head to the auction house." While analyzing the situation, the young man suddenly noticed something. It made him exclaim, That's the ring of the first Zieghart patriarch. I saw in the memories that flooded my mind when I learned the 10,000 Flames cultivation. I can't believe I found it here." Entering the shop, the young man asked immediately, "Shopkeeper, how much for this?" The man replied enthusiastically, "You got a good eye. That ring can enhance your strength and clear your mind. Just give me 5 gold coins and—" Before he could finish his sentence, Dorian rushed forward and shouted in the shopkeeper's face, "5 gold coins? Who do you think you are, trying to rip us off like that? It's obvious you bought it for 5 silver coins." He slammed his hand on the counter. The mushroom-haired boy argued, "Listen to me. You said this ring enhances strength and clears the mind. But if its mind-clearing effect was really worth 5 gold coins, it would be sold in a specialized magic tool shop, not in a rundown place like this. So, is its strength-enhancing effect superior? It certainly can't compare to an ogre's gauntlet or an ogre's ring. Furthermore, this ring isn't even properly engraved. It just has a few simple patterns. The only noteworthy feature is its smooth surface. But it's not even pretty or cool, and it's full of cracks. Looking at it, it's hard to tell if it's gold or brass. Honestly, if you threw it in that trash can, no one would bother to pick it up, yet you're demanding 5 gold coins? So I'll offer a different price. 1 gold coin." After that verbal barrage, Dorian finally sealed the deal with a price 5 times cheaper. The shopkeeper, whose soul had seemingly left his body, whispered in acceptance, "You can have it." The mushroom-haired boy then turned and gave Rayon a thumbs up, which made even Rayon praise him. "Good job, Dorian." A moment later, Wrath's spirit appeared and remarked, "Oomph, it seems this ring does hide some kind of secret. By the way, didn't he seem like a completely different person just now?" Rayon replied in his mind, "Dorian is very good at negotiating, but it seems he still doesn't have an eye for quality. Anyway, this is a huge score." Suddenly, at that moment, an orange-haired woman approached and spoke. "Wait, have you already paid for that ring?" "Yes, I have." The woman in front of Rayon was wearing a mask to hide her identity. Behind her stood a tall man, dressed like a butler. The girl made an offer. "Sell it to me, no matter how high the price. I'll pay you 10 times what you paid for it. Judging by your appearance, you must be an adventurer in dire need of money. That should be more than enough." Both Dorian and the shopkeeper's jaws dropped in astonishment. Upon hearing those words, 10 times. I bought it for 50 silver coins. Is it really that valuable? The green-haired boy quickly urged Rayon. Sell it, young master. She wants to buy that cheap thing for 10 times the price." Rayon calmly looked at the girl. He silently assessed the woman. She knows how valuable this ring is, and from the way she's talking, she's clearly implying it's worth at least 100 gold coins. Rayon was a bit more careful as he touched the box containing the ring. "Sorry, but I must refuse," Rayon replied. "Then I'll pay 20 times the price." "No, 30 times that price." The girl made another offer. "I'm still not selling." 50 gold coins. "I already said no." With a calm demeanor, he turned away and said, "Sorry, but I don't make a habit of selling my things, no matter how much you offer. I'm not selling." This made the young lady a bit uncomfortable. The butler behind her stepped forward to intercede. "I don't know where you're from, but you'd better watch your manners. If you dare to oppose her, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself." Rayon replied, "Should I change my mind just because of her status? I don't care about things like that. So stop bothering me and leave." That statement made the girl's eyes widen in surprise. Although her face was covered, it was clear that now, the mysterious woman was probably starting to get annoyed. "Who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Stop resisting and hand it over while I'm still being polite." Rayon just glanced at her and replied, "How unreasonable. Just because I don't want to sell the item? Are you trying to show off your noble birth in front of me? Can we just stop here?" The woman with orange hair stepped forward. You don't know how scary this world can be. Think carefully about why people always have to bow their heads to others. If you don't want to die a miserable death on the road one day, forgotten and unknown to anyone. If that's all, then I'll take my leave. The young man replied gently and left the shop. Her body trembled with anger. The girl said to the butler, "Let's go to the auction house." Right now, people who just left the pawn shop will often head there. If he came here, it's very likely he'll participate in the upcoming auction. I will definitely snatch away whatever he wants to buy, by any means necessary. With determined eyes, this girl decided to retaliate. A short while later, at the auction house, the auctioneer was calling out the prices buyers were willing to pay. Dante's necklace. 70 gold coins. Congratulations to the winner of this auction. Next up is the silver mana stone. Next are the frenzied flames. Alright, the next item is... It seems the goods this time are highly sought after. Every item has quite a few people raising their paddles. Rayon sat to the side, observing silently, and thinking, nothing has interested me yet. Has the black butterfly not appeared yet? Next, a noble item, the black butterfly, a species of butterfly that lives on mana stones. Hearing this, Rayon's demeanor changed. The black butterfly. The man pulled back the red curtain. Inside was a cage holding the insect the young man needed. The introduction began. It is highly prized as a decoration thanks to its faint, shimmering light. Of course, its drawbacks are a short lifespan and expensive upkeep, as it only eats mana stones. But nothing can compare to the beauty of this butterfly. Let the bidding begin. As soon as the call was made, bids were placed. 2 gold coins, 5 gold coins, 7 gold coins. Rayon stood up and called his price. 13 gold coins. This made the people below look up curiously. The young man observed the guests' expressions. Whispers spread below. With such a high price, no one wanted to bid further. After all, 13 gold coins was too expensive for a decorative butterfly. 50 gold coins. A huge, unexpected price was called out. The auctioneer looked up above Rayon and cheered. 50 gold coins. We are about to reach a record-high price. I don't think anyone will bid higher. Even Rayon was speechless. Sold. After the auctioneer's announcement, the masked girl smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. The butler asked, "Are you only bidding on that black butterfly?" That guy showed no interest in any other items. Not to mention, he bid higher than usual for that butterfly. The black butterfly is definitely what he wanted to buy. The girl affirmed, "I have nothing more to do with that useless fool." Dorian said frantically to Rayon, "That's the woman from before. She's not even trying to hide her ill intentions. What should we do now? It'll be a while before another black butterfly is auctioned." Rayon reassured his friend. "Dorian, don't worry about it. Go out and find me some gear for a night operation. Why do you suddenly need that kind of attire?" Rayon stated his intention clearly. "I'm going to steal the butterfly she bought." What? Every top assassin on the continent has their own specialty. Speed, fluidity, or sharpness are some people's advantages. But in my past life, I was known as the best at concealment among them. Rayon recalled. Right now, he was dressed in black, completely covered, observing the butterfly cage placed in the room. The key is the main footwork I used in my past life. Shadowless steps. I thought I wouldn't need to use it in this life since I learned the supreme fire steps. But surprisingly, I have to use it again. 10 minutes ago. Here's the cloak you requested. Young master. Dorian prepared and brought it. Rayon put it on and replied, "Good. You found such a good one in such a short time. Did you find any more information about that woman?" The mushroom-headed boy scratched his head and replied, "Actually, what is it? Why are you hesitating?" The main character's friend said, "Young master, I think we should stop. I heard that she is actually Princess Zerna of the Bangkok Kingdom. From a young age, she showed extraordinary magical talent. But more than that, she also possesses an outstanding ability to appraise ancient artifacts, which made her especially favored by the king. It's a shame, but we should give up this time and wait for another chance." Rayon replied, "That means she's very likely a VIP guest of the black market." The young man wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked excited. They must still be conducting additional verification for the auctioned item. And unlike normal participants, the princess's item certainly hasn't been taken to her private room yet. Because she's a VIP, now is the safest time to act. While the black market is still holding the item. I'll be right back. Dorian. And just like that, the young man left using his footwork. despite his friend's attempts to hold him back. Wait, young master. Wait a minute. Back to the present. Rayon thought to himself while observing the staff playing cards. As expected, the princess's item hasn't been taken away yet. The staff members looked at the butterfly cage and chatted, spending a ton of gold just to buy a useless decorative butterfly like this. No matter how I think about it, I can't understand what these rich people are thinking. The other person replied, they must have their reasons. Anyway, forget it. Just flip your card already. Rayon carefully observed the item he intended to steal and thought, the black butterfly is over there. There are staff members next to it, but they're busy playing. In this situation, the young man extended his hand. A thread of energy flowed from his hand. The butterfly in the cage seemed to sense the aura. Rayon thought, the black butterfly is usually kept in an open cage, because it will die if confined in a closed space. This species tends to cling to mana stones to absorb pure mana. So as soon as it senses the aura of the 10,000 flames technique, which is even purer than the mana in a mana stone, it will surely escape the cage on its own. And just like that, the butterfly flew over and landed on his finger. It was just that simple. It didn't take long for Rayon to reclaim what he had failed to win at auction. At that moment, a staff member seemed to notice. What's wrong? Why are you distracted? Flip your card. It's your turn. Huh? Where's the butterfly? What? The butterfly is gone? The two of them jumped up in a panic, asking each other, damn it, hurry up and find where it flew off to. Meanwhile, Rayon had already left with the butterfly. At that moment in the lobby, Dorian was still pacing anxiously, waiting for news from his friend. He bit his finger and thought, if the young master gets caught in this situation, it could become a diplomatic issue with the Banhwa Kingdom. My heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest. No matter how I think about it, I should have stopped him. It seemed this young man was in a state of extreme crisis. Then suddenly, Rayon appeared and asked, Dorian, what are you doing? He turned around, startled, and asked, young master, when did you get here? Just now. You look like you've just seen a ghost. Rayon replied, wait a minute, the fact that you're back means... Dorian vaguely guessed. Yeah, I succeeded, touching the pouch hanging at his waist. He announced the good news. Really? Then, let's go back. But suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Oh, hello. What an unexpected meeting. Princess Zerna approached with a condescending attitude, teasing the two young men. How does it feel? Is it frustrating? You must have realized during the auction just now. But you can't win against me. It's not too late. If you hand over the ring, I can give you the black butterfly. Think carefully, because this is the last chance I'm giving you. While she was still savoring her victory, Rayon extinguished it with a single sentence. Are you deaf? I already said it's not for sale. The girl's attitude returned to its usual crankiness. It seems you'll never understand when I'm being civil. You don't want to leave this black market in one piece, do you? That's right, my lady. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out. The staff member who was guarding the item earlier had run over. Zerna snapped in annoyance. What is it? Can't you see I'm talking to them? I'm sorry, but actually, the black butterfly has disappeared. Someone must have stolen it. Rayon, from behind, took this opportunity to mock her. Oh no, it seems you're in trouble. Glancing over at Rayon, the girl thought to herself. It was definitely him. Looking at Rayon's appearance, the girl analyzed that sarcastic remark just now along with that mocking smile. Those are the gestures I usually use to tease others. I don't know what he did, but he definitely stole the black butterfly. The girl approached him. I thought you were just arrogant, but it turns out you're a lowly thief. Do you know who I am? Do I need to? Rayon maintained his indifferent attitude as he answered the girl. But then the young lady removed her mask and revealed her identity. I am Princess Zerna of the Banhwa Kingdom. How dare you show such arrogance towards me? Princess Zerna of Banhwa. Full name, Zerna Ruin Banhwa. I'll make it so you can never steal anything ever again. Then her butler stepped forward, hands ready to give the young man a beating. Deal with him. After receiving the order, the butler rushed towards Rayon. Then suddenly, Rayon retorted, Princess of Banhwa, or whatever. So what? He wasn't going to back down either. The young man prepared to throw a punch in response. With just one blow, he knocked out the butler. Taking a punch, the man's eyes rolled back as he coughed up blood and collapsed. And just like that, Rayon sat on the man and rained down punches on his face until he was unrecognizable. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Zerna exclaimed in panic, blaming the butler. What are you doing? How can you not even win against a trashy thief like him? Wait a minute over there. A voice called out from somewhere. Is that you? Both Rayon and Zerna suddenly froze upon hearing the familiar sound, along with footsteps slowly approaching. The girl thought to herself, that voice, Roa's. The blonde-haired young man approached and greeted them. Zerna, you're here too? You two know each other? The girl turned and asked, you know this person? Of course I do. I told you before that there was a true sword genius in Sieghart, right? That's him. The handsome young man replied. Rayon. The girl's expression was one of shock when she heard the name. Sieghart is the power under the Northern Tyrant. Now that I think about it, I've heard that the Northern Tyrant also has the same blonde hair and red eyes. No way. Is he really of that bloodline? Zerna was a bit flustered. What did you just call me? A lowly thief? Rayon's voice startled the woman before him. About that, I think I've been patient enough. Don't you think so? Can I consider this an accusation from the Banka Kingdom against Sieghart? At this point, the young man used the voice of a person of power to intimidate her. This is your last chance. Apologize now, and I'll overlook this as a childish princess's mistake. Zerna stammered in reply. I didn't know who you were. Rayon continued to apply pressure. Otherwise, I will send a formal protest to the Banka Kingdom for you treating me like a thief, picking a fight with me, and all your disrespectful behavior up to now. The orange-haired girl was now grinding her teeth in anger. But for the sake of the bigger picture, she still had to bow her head and admit fault. I am very sorry. Please forgive me. Rayon then turned to leave, leaving a message behind. All right, I don't want to make a big deal out of it either. So let's just stop here. Make sure to mind your attitude in the future. You wouldn't want to disgrace your kingdom, would you? Hearing these words, a hidden fire ignited within Zerna. Dusk fell over the city of Camelon. Did I come a bad time? The three of them, Dorian and Rayon, were sitting on the porch, talking. Rayon replied, not at all. Thanks to you, I avoided a false accusation. I'm glad to hear that. He sounded a bit formal. If you're worried about Zerna, don't be. I'll gently reprimand her. Yes, thank you for your concern. By the way, what brings you to Camelon? The handsome young man asked. Rayon replied, I came here on a mission. But Sieghart is quite far from Camelon, isn't it? We're on our way to our graduation test, and just stopped by to buy some equipment. You're on your graduation test. What kind of equipment are you looking for? Rayon answered, I'm looking for a sword. My current sword isn't bad, but I've been using it for too long. He took a sip of tea and then suggested, in that case, I'll recommend a good place for you. In the corner of the West Gate district of Camelon, there's a forge. It's a small shop, but the blacksmith there is extremely skilled. I'd love to introduce you to him myself, but because of my mission, I can't go with you. Rayon replied, just telling me about this is more than enough. I'm grateful. And so, the handsome young man left first. All right, I'll be going now. I'll be waiting for you to visit Owen. Yes, I'll visit after my graduation test. Good luck. Dorian sighed after the man was out of sight. We were saved. I didn't expect you to act so recklessly. Young Master Rayon sat down. The tension on his face also eased a bit. I told you. I had a plan. Anyway, it was lucky that he helped us. A short while later, the two of them packed their bags and moved on. Dorian asked, are we going straight to the forge? No, we'll go to the forge tomorrow. Tonight, I have some personal business to take care of. That night, the young man sat alone in a dark room. There was only the faint light from the moon, holding the black butterfly in his hand. Rayon spoke. Black butterfly, it's time for you to fulfill your duty. The black butterfly cannot digest mana, even if it absorbs it. The two-colored flower can never accumulate mana. The two of them must meet to free themselves from their curse. Rayon observed both items in his hands and thought. The two-colored flower can only become a high-grade elixir, possessing both fire and water energies, only after absorbing the mana accumulated in the black butterfly. Very few people know this fact. Even I only know because I trust the main character's memories. And so, Rayon swallowed the flower. A text box appeared on the system's notification panel. A chain of the frost curse has been broken. The endurance of the energy core and mana circles has increased. Your energy has increased significantly. Your mental strength has increased significantly. All your stats have increased. Status window. Name, Rayon Sieghart. Title, Indomitable Soul. State, Frost Curse, 4 chains. Traits, Wrath, 5-star. Ring of Fire, 3-star. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, 3-star. Fire Resistance, 3-star. Ice Aura, 3-star. Water Resistance, 4-star. Curse of Blood Marrow, 1-star. Formless Strike, 1-star. Indomitable Will, 1-star. Strength, 72. Stamina, 66. Perception, 79. Agility, 73. Energy, 70. Wrath, 10. Rayon seemed pleased looking at the stats. The next morning, the two had finished packing their things. Rayon said to his friend, "Dorian, let's go to the forge." "What's going on?" The mushroom-headed friend felt something different about the young master. Observing the young man's back, he thought to himself, his energy and aura suddenly increased dramatically overnight. What happened last night? Dorian couldn't have imagined. At first, I was just curious. He was considered the shame of the family and was looked down upon by the direct line members and everyone else in the family. Yet he endured it silently and focused on his training. However, after getting to know him, I realized a few things. Dorian recalled the first time he met Rayon. He was more worthy of the name Sieghart than anyone in Squad 5. So even when the teams were split up, Team 5 still decided to follow Rayon. It wasn't just Dorian. The others also followed in the young man's footsteps. Back to the present. He calculated, if I can borrow his strength, maybe my family's problems will also be solved. Dorian closed his eyes and admitted, that's not the only reason I'm following him. Dorian, snap out of it. Rayon's call rang out. Why are you just standing there? We need to quickly get a sword from the forge and set off immediately. Let's go. It's still quite a ways off. Rayon reminded him. The mushroom-headed boy smiled faintly. I will follow him and become stronger. As long as I'm with him, it doesn't matter where we go. Then the young man trotted over to where his friend was waiting. I'm coming, Rayon added. I'll be checking your sword stance on the way to Haben Castle. I see you still have a lot to fix. At that moment, Dorian felt like he was bleeding internally and thought, I'll probably be fine. A short while later, the two appeared before a building billowing with smoke. Excuse me, I've come on Gen's recommendation. A muscular man, sitting with his back to them, replied, You're here on the word of the third Prince of Owen? That's right. I came here believing that. A place he recommended would be more trustworthy. Rayon replied to the man. The old man mumbled, That brat recommended this place? No way that happened. Huh. When he turned to look at the young man, the old man was a bit surprised. Although this kid looks very young, his cultivation is probably on par with Gen's. Though it may not be perfect, this energy is like a great sword, both sharp and steady. He silently assessed. Then, the blacksmith said to the two young men, I can't believe it. Even though you're young, you're no pushover. Your energy is different from the third prince's. Are you from Sieghart? Dorian whispered to Rayon. How did this blacksmith know when we haven't said anything? Wrath appeared and explained. That's how true artisans are. They can recognize where their customers come from and what their potential is. Rayon sighed. You talk too much. The old blacksmith added. I've met many young swordsmen, but I've never met anyone like you. Rayon spoke up. My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Rayon Sieghart. And I'm Dorian. His friend beside him quickly introduced himself as well. I am Kubrit, an old man who can't die yet, so I keep swinging my hammer. Hearing this, Rayon recalled some information about Kubrit, the creator of countless superior pieces of equipment in the kingdoms of Owen and Van Gien. His fame has spread far and wide, across the continent. I never thought I'd find Kubrit working in such a remote forge. The legendary blacksmith asked, So why did you come looking for me, kid? The young man placed a hand on his chest in respect and replied, I need a good sword to continue my journey. Meaning you want me to forge a sword for you? Not exactly. I'm not a true swordsman yet, and I've also promised someone that he would forge my first sword. Is that person Vulcan? He guessed. That's right, the young man replied. Kubrit then laughed loudly. Just as I thought. No wonder that old man declared he wouldn't retire. So it's because he's forging a sword for you. I can't steal a swordsman that Vulcan has already chosen, but you still need a temporary sword before becoming an official swordsman. The items in this workshop are all top quality. Take whichever one you like. The old man said generously to the young man. Dorian, standing beside him, was overjoyed to hear that. He asked for permission. Mr. Kubrit, can I take one too? I'm in a good mood. You can pick one too. Thank you, sir. And so, the two of them spent the afternoon looking around the workshop. A short while later, in the display room, Rayon picked up a sword and examined it. His reputation across the continent is well-deserved. Every sword here is exquisitely crafted. I'd be satisfied even if I just picked one at random. But suddenly, the young man noticed a stream of black energy leaking from a bucket. That's a sword tainted with evil energy. It stood out more than all the others. Dorian was continuously praising the old man's products. The swords here are incredible. They're all so good, I don't know which one to choose. Of course, I'm the one who made them, kid. You can choose any sword you like. But then the old man was startled as he sensed something. Wait, this energy. He turned his head to check. Rayon had at some point picked up that black sword to examine it. His eyes looked as if he were mesmerized by that demonic object. The old man warned, "Hey, go grab one of the great swords around here." "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Dorian was a bit confused. But the old man snapped, demanding, "The sword that kid is holding is a demon sword. You have to get that sword out of his hand before its demonic energy consumes him." "I don't think that's necessary." Dorian stated his opinion. "What are you talking about? Can't you see how dangerous that energy is?" "Huh?" When the old man looked back at the young man, he was horrified once again. "What is this?" "A terrifying amount of demonic energy is radiating out." "But why isn't any of it entering that kid?" Observing the situation, Hubert assessed. Wrath judged with a contemptuous tone. "You're a lowly insect. How dare you approach my vessel?" In his mind, the soul cat was threatening the energy that dared to invade Rayon. "How dare you be so disrespectful? I will freeze you and shatter you into tiny pieces." The cat continued its verbal assault. "Stop it." A voice intervened. This annoyed Wrath, who complained. "This thing dared to touch my property. Why should I stop? Without me, you would have been consumed by the demonic energy." The young man looked at the sword in his hand and replied, "I don't belong to you. And even without you, I wouldn't be consumed by the demonic energy." Hubert approached to check on the situation. "Are you all right?" Rayon replied, "I'm Fine, and this is no ordinary sword." "What kind of sword is this?" The old blacksmith's voice grew heavy as he answered. "A failed sword. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, but this is a demon sword. To the south, there's a small village called Ceylon." The old man recounted. A village where the people believed in the birth of the divine tree, Odolo. They lived a peaceful life, relying on each other. But one day, the white blood cult attacked Ceylon and massacred half the village. The rest were all taken away by them, in the brutal way they always do. A bloody tragedy unfolded. In the end, no one in that place survived. The renowned blacksmith continued. "After hearing about the tragedy in Ceylon, I bought a branch of the Odolo tree to forge this sword, in an attempt to soothe the souls of those victims. But that was a mistake. The moment the sword was completed, the hilt and blade, which were originally white, were suddenly stained a brilliant red. Instead of soothing the souls of the Ceylon villagers, their resentment became deeply embedded within the sword. No one could wield it. So I threw this sword into a corner of the warehouse. I really don't understand how you can maintain your sanity like this." He looked at the young man with curiosity. Rayon suddenly closed his eyes and felt it. "The memories of the villagers are flowing into my mind through this sword. The injustice they suffered, along with that rage, the helplessness and exhaustion they had to endure. They were truly massacred by the white blood cult in a most horrific way." Rayon absorbed every wisp of resentment into his body to understand the sword. Then he exclaimed, "I still have so much to achieve. This also means I don't have much time, and it will be difficult to avenge everyone. But if I encounter the white blood cult, I will definitely not spare them. Will you come with me?" The young man asked the sword. Hubert discovered that the demonic energy had returned to the sword. Did it just acknowledge that kid as its master? Rayon reasoned that the sword was made to soothe souls. "From now on, your name will be the True Spirit Sword. While you are with me, thank you for giving me such a fine sword. You not only gave me the True Spirit Sword, but also a regular sword to use." Hubert replied, "Don't worry about it. Having a rising star use one sword is the highest honor for a blacksmith." Rayon then left, leaving a message behind. "If you ever come to Sieghart, I will definitely treat you with the utmost hospitality. I hope you can pass this test safely, kid." The two of them said their goodbyes. The old man watched the backs of the two youths as they slowly disappeared from view. Then he recalled the moment the young man tamed the demon sword. "I thought this kid was just talented, but he was able to wield that sword, and even became its master. Man and sword as one. No, something even more than that. He concluded, the name Rayon Sieghart will shake the world once more. Hubert affirmed. After leaving Camelon and heading north for a few days, the surroundings were covered in white snow. The two of them took out warmer clothes to wear. After gradually getting used to this repetitive scenery, it seemed that on their journey, Rayon and Dorian had encountered quite a few bloodstains splattered on the road or nearby walls. Phew, we're finally here. Before the two of them was a magnificent structure. Rayon thought to himself, I've finally arrived at Haben Castle to receive my test. Dorian pinched his nose and showed a disgusted expression. What is that smell? Meanwhile, Wrath emerged. He exclaimed with glee, Ah, this smell. The smell of the battlefield brings this king back to life. Rayon looked at his half-dead friend and asked, Dorian, we just got here. Why do you look like that already? We didn't face any difficulties on the way here. Are you serious? Dorian exclaimed, frustrated. Since we left Camelon, the weather has gotten colder and colder. And you said because it's cold, we need to move more. So from morning till night. Except when we were moving, you kept making me analyze how to use a sword. And on top of that, when it was your turn for watch duty, you kept swinging your sword. I've lost several nights of sleep because of you. The mushroom-headed young man complained with great frustration. Because of that, I've never been able to sleep well. And you say I haven't experienced any difficulties? Raph, on the side, also chimed in. Even a sheep gets to rest on time. With this kind of training, even I'm losing sleep because of you. Rayon just sighed and remained silent. At that moment, footsteps approached. Are you two mercenaries? You're later than I thought. The man wore a black military uniform, with a long cloak over it. Followed by two guards, he introduced himself. I am Tarion, the vice commander of Haben Castle. I will be responsible for guiding you during your time here. Rayon looked at his friend who had passed out from exhaustion and said, Yes, we'll be in your care. Is that guy okay? Tarion asked. Rayon replied, It's just a normal reaction. Please don't pay him too much mind. Then follow me. While dragging his friend's body, Rayon reminded Dorian, Hurry up and stand on your own 2 feet. Just let me go home. The other boy whispered. Going inside, they happened to see many injured people, even the elderly, women and children. The young man thought to himself, Seeing in person, things are worse than I thought. These walls are proof of being destroyed and rebuilt. The weary expressions on the villagers' faces and the smell of blood coming from the walls, along with the stench of death in the air. Looking over at the snowy hill nearby, the young man saw long rows of graves, just as Yulia described. She has surely never been here before, but in just a short time, Rayon thought of the maid and the information she had provided. At that moment, a woman carrying a bag of ingredients suddenly noticed the two of them entering. This woman was from the tavern. Her name was Iwa of the Swift Mist. She thought to herself, I've never seen those two before. Who are they? Mercenaries. The old man beside her turned around and asked, What are you doing over there, Iwa? We need to prepare to open. I'm coming right now. Grandpa. And just like that, the girl turned and left. At the same time, Rayon, curious about the voice, glanced over. The young man was a bit confused. A short while later, in a room inside the main building, a voice called out, Commander, may I enter? The mercenaries you mentioned. No, the trainees from Sieghart have arrived. And so, Rayon and Dorian were brought to meet the master of the castle. The man before them was sitting behind a desk, looking elderly. His hair had turned silver. He was the commander of Haben Castle, Milan and Tyrion. The man then spoke. Welcome, trainees of Sieghart. I am a commander of this castle. Milan and Tyrion. It seems they know we're from Sieghart, and that must be Milan and Tyrion. Rayon thought to himself, the one known as the Giant of the North, who has protected Haben Castle for the past 20 years. Raph, from behind, commented, That gaze. It's been a long time since I've seen a true warrior. Of course, that's the gaze only a warrior who has protected this place for decades could have. Rayon replied, You feel it too? Milan added, Everyone in this castle who knows your identities is here. Otherwise, it's kept a secret. And I know why Rimmer sent you here. He wants you to gain more experience before you return. Looking at the two young men, the commander spoke his thoughts, but then he leaned forward, his hands clasped together. His gaze was stern, and his voice dropped. But there's no such thing as training or guidance here. A private tutor, warm meals, and a comfortable place to sleep. We have none of that. Only a bone-chilling wind and endless battles. If you two are expecting a comfortable experience, then turn back right now," he warned. Hearing this, Dorian was overjoyed. Can we really?" But he was immediately silenced by Rayon's signal. Then he replied, "We came here to become stronger. We can accept any battlefield or circumstance." Hearing this, Milan's tone returned to normal. "I like your attitude, kid. But let's see how long it lasts. From now on, your status will be the same as the soldiers, and you'll start from the lowest rank," he ordered. "Tyrion, assign these 2 kids to the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad." "I'll do it right away." Milan and Tyrion ordered the person beside him. "Whether it's reconnaissance or combat, let them experience it all. Now lead these kids to their quarters. We'll take our leave." "Yes, Commander." Afterward, he led the 2 young men out of the room. "You two, follow me." The room became quiet again. Tyrion said bluntly, "I don't like them." Milan replied, "What do you mean?" As you can see, Dorian is trembling with fear, and Rayon is too relaxed. It's as if that kid came here for a vacation. They won't learn anything. They'll only cause trouble. And another thing, looking at that flower bracelet on Rayon's wrist, I can't see him as a warrior. It would be better to send them back quickly. It only took a moment for the vice commander to observe every detail and analyze it for Milan and Tyrion. But he was interrupted by the man. "I understand your point, but appearances aren't everything. Look at the information in this letter." He said that. They have already passed the rigorous training of House Sieghart. Those 2 kids are not as naive as they look. Before you judge, let's observe them a little more. For now, just go and observe. Tyrion reluctantly followed his superior's orders. The commander added, "Actually, I don't know why they want us to send a report on these 2 kids every 2 weeks. Is that the letter Sir Rimmer sent?" He denied it. "No, it was the head of House Sieghart himself. From him personally?" Tyrion was a bit surprised when the identity of the head of Sieghart was mentioned. "Are you saying the Northern Tyrant himself requested it?" "That's right. He requested that I report all of their actions. This is the first time I've encountered such a case. And he even gave special instructions." Milan recalled, "I really don't know what he wants." At that moment, the Northern Tyrant was enjoying tea in his hall. Back to the 2 young men. Rayon was a bit surprised when he looked at his room. "Dorian, where did you find the time to clean this place up?" The algae-haired friend showed off a relatively tidy room and replied to Rayon, "I cleaned it while you were in the washroom." Rayon recalled, "Just a moment ago, this place was a wreck." Walking over to the curtain, the young man touched it to check the fabric and asked worriedly, "And where did you get all this stuff?" "This yellow curtain?" Dorian answered casually, "Of course, it was already prepared in my bag. You didn't bring every color, did you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man pulled out a few other options and showed them off happily. "Of course I did. Banners are essential. Red, yellow, green, you name it. Do you need anything else?" His surprise gradually turned into an expression of fear. Rayon thought to himself, "What in the world is that bag?" At that moment, a man entered and urged them, "Newbies, are you done unpacking?" He wore a white military uniform. His face looked very confident as he began to introduce himself. "I am the captain of the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad, Raiden. I know you kids just arrived, but hurry up and get ready to depart. We've just received a request for a scouting mission." Back at the Sieghart mansion, Glenn spoke. "What wind brings you here?" Rimmer, with his usual cheerful demeanor, teased the old man. "My lord, I know everything. Rumor has it you're secretly keeping tabs on Rayon's current situation. Come to think of it, you're quite worried about your grandson, aren't you? Thinking of being found out." The old man looked annoyed. The old man held his head and thought, "I heard Rayon has been spending a lot of time with this gambling addict lately. He must have told him everything. That's why I told him to keep it a secret." Rimmer reasoned, "Isn't this fun?" He found the 2-colored ice flower during the snow tiger hunt, made it bloom, and absorbed it. He dealt a direct blow to the pride of that notoriously arrogant princess of the Bangkok kingdom. Glenn replied, "My student becoming a thief and causing the princess of a neighboring kingdom to get angry. And you call that fun? I'll accept you calling him a thief, but the princess's failure isn't his fault." Rimmer burst out laughing and analyzed. He was just responding to her provocation. Even when the secret party was held, they couldn't figure out who stole the black butterfly. So won't it be even more fun when more news about him comes out later? Unfortunately, there won't be a second time. I've ordered them all to withdraw, the family had announced. "Huh? What?" The teacher reacted with surprise. Weren't you curious about his next move? I even heard he just received a sword from Kuberit. The northern tyrant closed his eyes and said, "The reason I dispatched them was to prevent any interference in the family's affairs. So I've had them all withdraw." "Ah, so instead you're filtering the reports from Habencastle." Rimmer was so perceptive that the old man before him felt annoyed. Then he turned to glare at the butler, as if he already knew the reason. "Rayon," the poor old man explained. "I haven't said anything this time." The elf man continued, "I think you're suspecting the wrong person. Isn't it obvious that you're in contact with Habencastle? Instead of abusing your authority to do things like that, why not just say, 'My grandson is the best'? It wouldn't kill you, would it? If things continue smoothly, the misunderstandings with the collateral branch will be resolved. That's good for you. Your relationship with Sylvia will also improve. So this is beneficial for everyone." Rimmer concluded, but then Glenn suddenly left his seat. He loomed over him with an unusually large aura. "It seems my lesson last time wasn't enough for you." Seeing this, the red-haired man knew this was not going to end well. He tried to find a way out. "I have somewhere to be." "That's right, I have to go. Goodbye, my lord." But the old man didn't stop. He even cracked his knuckles as he walked. "I must ensure this lesson is deeply ingrained in your head." And so, a terrifying sound once again echoed through the mansion. All the way in Haben, Rayon could still feel it. "I think I hear screaming from somewhere." The squad captain led the two to a place. Then he introduced it. "This is Mount St. Helene, based on the number of monsters. And the thick snow here, according to Habencastle. This place is like hell on earth." Rayon added, "The view is spectacular, isn't it?" "It's a beautiful sight, truly beautiful." Rayon replied, "In that case, before we begin this scouting mission, shall we have a little test? I need to see what your experience level is." The captain of the third squad proposed. Looking at the footprints left on the ground, he asked the two of them, "Where do you think these tracks came from?" Dorian thought, "They're quite large. Could it be an ice troll?" Rayon had a different idea. It wasn't caused by a troll. It wasn't. He crouched down to get a closer look. Rayon assessed. A troll's footprint is shaped like a human's. Plus, it's much larger and deeper than this. These tracks seem to belong to some kind of four-legged animal. "I'd guess it's a Kerry mountain goat." Rayon, standing to the side, was somewhat amazed in thought. He figured that out with just one look. He then asked, "So, can you tell me when these tracks were made?" Rayon replied, looking at the trampled ground, "The track isn't very hard. So it must be from yesterday. If we head west, we can definitely catch them." "Then what about this?" The squad captain continued to test the kid's skills by pointing at a scratch on a tree trunk. The young man answered easily. "The mark of a direwolf." Looking at the scratch part of the tree base, he continued his analysis. Direwolves usually leave sharp, deep claw marks on trees and rocks to mark their territory. But this one is dead. "How could you?" Before he could finish, Rayon explained, "Direwolves tend to stay in the territory they've marked. This claw mark is too old. That means it's dead." Looking at the new recruit, Rayon couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. What the hell is this guy? How does he know all of this? This squad has a tradition of hazing new guys. But for the reconnaissance squad of Habencastle, it's not just about running errands or a few punches. It's about making the new guys realize that book knowledge is useless in the real world. To show them how dangerous this place is. But in the end here, it's turned into a thinking exercise for me. Rayon recalled and looked at Rayon. This guy thought, how on earth does this guy know all of this? So much for hazing the new guy. Seeing that this target was a tough nut to crack, Rayon turned away. He shifted his attention to Dorian, handing the mushroom-headed young man a small branch. He ordered, "Go and find out the origin of these tracks immediately." "Why me?" The young man was a bit surprised. Rayon grabbed the young man's head. "You idiot. You don't even know this? This is... Young master. Help me." Rayon, on the side, showed no interest in thought. "I'll just leave Dorian to it. I'll go check out the surroundings. Thanks to my legendary senses, I can get a full grasp of the situation around me." While he was thinking, the demon's sword at his waist suddenly reacted. Rayon picked it up and noted, "The true spirit sword is scouting the surroundings on its own and reporting the situation to me through its spiritual power." The young man recalled, "Actually, ever since we got here, it's been doing that. It absorbs the spiritual power from the monsters I've killed and transfers it to me. Thanks to that, I've acquired a skill related to spiritual power. It's trying its best to help me. Come to think of it, that's pretty great." Wrath emerged from his body and snapped. You damn bastard. What do you think you're doing? The king's legendary senses are clearly much better. So how dare you use that piece of trash? Rayon replied. I value it because it always tries to help me. Thanks to it, I don't need to use your power. Hearing this, the energy cat was completely speechless. But then it tried to justify itself. Legendary senses are just a small part of my power, but it's still much better than that parasitic sword. How would I know if it's good or bad? I, the king, am the greatest and most powerful king in the world. Finding the cat too noisy, Rayon walked away. This only made Wrath even more furious. You arrogant brat. Just ignore me then. More importantly, the young man spoke up. Since this power comes from you, the one who's always trying to take over my body, I don't know what side effects it might have. The cat then reasoned. No need to worry about such things, because the technique I'm about to teach you will use the divine power you possess. I, the king, will guide you in the true method of using cold energy, unlike any method you've known before. Wrath flew up high and looked down with a superior air. Rayon was a bit cautious. An unexpected reward? A moment later, the young man entered a meditative state. Beside him, the energy cat explained, the name of the technique is Glacia. It's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to learn this technique. You can only learn it if you possess extremely pure cold energy. With your meager talent, you'll have to put in a great deal of effort over a long period to learn it. Focus and relax. Looking at him, it continued to instruct. Connect the cold energy in your body with the cold energy of this place. Hold it and look at my cold energy. What does it look like? Rayon replied that his cold energy seemed to have merged with the snow on the ground. The cat explained, that's just a surface phenomenon. It's not cold energy with snow. It's cold energy merging with cold energy. That is the essence of this method, connecting cold energy with cold energy. After trying, Rayon thought to himself, this is so difficult. I've never thought of using cold energy like this. It'll probably be very hard for me to learn. The young man then closed his eyes again, determined to try once more. Instead of trying to connect directly, what I need to do is hold the image of the connection in my mind. That way, I can visualize things that are far away as if they were right in front of me. In fact, all the cold energy in this place has become my sight, my hearing, and my sense of touch. Relaxing himself, the young man could now feel the space around him while meditating. The world is slowing down, he thought. A moment later, the young man opened his eyes and stood up. Isn't it me who's slowing down? My body feels heavy. But as he took a step, he felt it. Every sense was becoming absolutely sharp. I can see Dorian being bullied by Raiden, as well as the fierce wolf that just successfully hunted its prey. Rayon could see things from very far away. He realized he could not only see who was there, but also see their activities clearly. This is insane. Perhaps because this is the first time, the distance I can see is very short, and the duration is not long. But then, something in his field of vision startled him. It was a danger approaching. Rayon immediately returned to the other two to report. Captain Raiden, what's wrong? He reported that a mole shark was tunneling underground and preparing to surface. Raiden knew of this creature and looked worried. A mole shark is coming here? The squad captain reasoned. This is the territory of the Stalin Mountain monsters, so an aquatic monster like a mole shark can't be here. There aren't even the characteristic ground vibrations of this species. But Rayon insisted. I'm serious. It's coming. How is that possible? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground behind the captain exploded. What? Both Raiden and Dorian stared wide-eyed. In front of them, several monsters had surfaced. There really are mole sharks. The mole sharks really came here? Raiden gripped his sword, preparing to fight. He thought to himself, I have to focus. It's just me and the rookies here. I have to get out of here to warn the rest of the team. But in his tension, it seemed the man had accidentally taken a wrong step, making a sound. This drew even more attention from the monsters. The shark in front let out a loud roar. Raiden panicked. Damn it. Why did my foot have to slip? And at the worst possible moment, too. But immediately, Rayon used his sword technique. He dashed past the monster, leaving countless cuts on its skin. Blood splattered everywhere. Turning his head, he said to the captain, I'll hold off the sharks. So, Captain Raiden, you should go call the other members. He added, I know you can't trust me yet, but at least trust in my sword. After hearing those words, he grabbed Dorian and moved. At the same time, he left a message. Be careful Rayon, dodge them and survive until reinforcements arrive. Returning to the battle, he looked ahead and exclaimed, "Now, then, shall we begin?" Two more mole sharks were still in front, eager to tear him apart. At that moment, the monsters charged, attacking Rayon simultaneously. But the young man showed no signs of fear. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a swift attack. Drawing his sword, he used the technique Glenn had given him before the test. Rayon easily left a large hole in the first shark's body. Looking at the damage the skill had just caused, he noticed that the effect of the frenzied sword was better than he thought. Normally, these are opponents that would require me to use my aura. While he was analyzing, from behind, another shark attacked, but the young man's footwork was good enough to dodge to the side. He reasoned that he could now hold his own with just swordsmanship. What helped me make good use of the sword's abilities and predict the shark's movements was the fact that my cold energy had merged with the surrounding environment. Is this the power of Glacia? So the correct way to use that power is, while fighting, the young man gained experience. To sharpen my senses through practical experience. As soon as he had taken down a few more sharks, Rayon found himself gradually adapting to both the frenzied sword and Glacia. I feel like I can defeat opponents at this level. I'm learning new things faster than I imagined. It was the right decision to come to Haben Castle, where there are many opportunities for experience. And so, he sheathed his sword again. At the same time, Rayon and the reinforcements arrived. He called out, "Rayon, are you okay? I've brought reinforcements." "Fall back." "Huh?" But then he stared wide-eyed at what was in front of him, observing the pile of monster corpses lying everywhere. He thought to himself, did he defeat all those sharks by himself? Those are monsters that could be fatal even if the whole team attacked at once. Who is this guy? Looking at him, Rayon couldn't help but question his identity. In the silence, Rayon thought, he must be speechless. After all, he didn't trust a rookie and nearly put everyone in danger. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't, although his pride has been hurt. He's not like that. Suddenly, a sound came from Rayon's throat. "I'm sorry. Thanks to you, we survived." Surprisingly, the squad captain walked over and bowed his head, admitting his fault. With downcast eyes, he said, "Because I didn't trust you, a dangerous situation occurred. I won't use the excuse that I have more experience than you." "Thank you, Rayon." At that moment, Rayon thought to himself, I didn't expect him to apologize so quickly. The young man placed a hand on the captain's shoulder and replied, "It's all right, Captain Rayon. I wouldn't trust someone who just joined the squad either. Now I understand what kind of person you are." Suddenly, the long-haired man spoke up, startling Rayon. "What? You mean, did he figure out I'm a coward?" Rayon grabbed the guy next to him and shouted excitedly, "You're an angel sent from the heavens to save us." Rayon, slightly flustered, tried to deny it. "What? No." But ignoring the rookie's explanation, the older man turned around and announced to the rest of the squad, "To celebrate our rookie's first mission and our squad's success, tell everyone to head back and gather at the pub. It's on me." Everyone nearby was shocked. Our stingy captain is doing what? We've got no reason to turn down free booze. Let's move. By evening, at the pub, everyone was laughing and chatting happily. "Haha, you're exaggerating, sir." "No, I'm serious." He cut them all down, then turned back and told me to trust in his sword. Rayon tried to recount Rayon's feats to the other soldiers, but his teammates didn't seem to buy it. If he's really that strong, why would he come here as a rookie? And just look at him. He doesn't even look 17 yet. How does that make any sense? Are you doubting my word and our rookie? You bastards. Rayon glared at the two men and cursed. At that moment, wrath appeared. With eyes full of curiosity, he savored the sensation. The combination of rich cheese and tart pineapple. It is truly the pinnacle of flavor. Rayon chewed his pizza, thinking, is there really a reason we have to eat it like this? But something fell off. Dorian, sitting next to him, spoke up. "Young master, your taste buds seem quite unique." "Me?" The bowl-cut boy opined. "I tried garlic pizza once, but I couldn't stomach it." Hearing this, the energy cat leaped up and turned to scold him. "What? You uncultured swine know nothing of flavor. How dare you?" Suddenly, a girl walked over and struck up a conversation. Wow, the rumors were true. The girl said the new rookie in the scouting squad has a face even more impressive than his swordsmanship. The pub waitress, Iva, spoke enthusiastically. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Eva." We have other items on the menu. Would you like to take a look? Rayon replied coolly. Sure, thanks. At the same time, both the boy and the cat looked at the menu. Wrath exclaimed, Oh ho! Even though this is a remote backwater, the menu is surprisingly rich. Wait, this king wants to eat that mint chocolate ice cream. Rayon didn't think that sounded very appetizing. He immediately replied, I really don't want to eat that. The waitress guessed with a proud look. Perhaps you're interested in the mint chocolate ice cream? Our tavern serves the best version of it. Rayon hurriedly replied, No, But she didn't stop talking. The mint grown near Haben Castle has a much fresher taste than anywhere else. The energy cat turned to the boy and snarled, You ungrateful bastard. This king taught you a secret technique. And this is how you repay me? I get it, calm down. Seeing that the creature wouldn't shut up, Rayon had to give in. He thought to himself, Why does a pub even have mint chocolate ice cream? Though baffled, Rayon raised his hand to order. I'll take 1 mint chocolate. Hey, rookie. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Did you really defeat 6 sharks by yourself? The energy you give off doesn't feel that strong. One of the squad members turned to ask. Another sitting next to him added, Don't get us wrong. I'm just curious. How are you so strong at such a young age? Anyway, thank you. We all appreciate it. Rayon replied gently. Thanks, but I think you guys are praising me too much. What do you mean? Someone at your level will get promoted immediately. I just wanted to chat casually with you before that happens. So don't worry about it. Exactly. When else will we get a chance to talk to you like this? Another chimed in. Dorian also spoke up. They're right, Rayon. You really achieved something huge. Rayon felt a bit awkward and thought, I'm still not used to being praised like this. Just then, the waitress returned with a heaping cup of ice cream. Here's your mint chocolate ice cream. Wrath immediately urged him. Eat it quickly. After putting a spoonful in his mouth, the cat excitedly described the sensation. The freshness spreads instantly. And just before it gets too sharp, the sweetness of the chocolate rushes in. Just like this king. Cold, yet sweet. Hey, Wrath. I get a similar feeling when using Glacia. Rayon shared his thought. But there isn't just one way to use it, right? The cat looked intrigued. Oh, you figured out? You guessed correctly. Like the cultivation techniques you humans use. It is a method to utilize frost energy with maximum efficiency and power. So I can use it for both attack and defense? The boy asked further. Of course. It is a magnificent skill. It heightens your senses and bolsters both offense and defense. The cat added. Of course, for this king, it's trivial. But for someone talentless like you might achieve something after a year of hard training. A year is too long. Rayon lamented. The cat scoffed. You think it's easy? That's only if this king stays by your side and instructs you for a whole year. Then, do you dare to make a bet with me? Rayon suggested. A bet? Whether I can master Glacia in 6 months or not. Rayon laid out the terms. The cat pondered. 6 months? Meanwhile, the boy analyzed the creature's expression. He seems hesitant because he's lost every time so far. Fine then, 5 months. Don't you think that's worth betting on? The boy decided to raise the stakes for himself. Hearing this, Wrath seemed swayed. Fine, it's a deal. The cat agreed immediately. Wrath has accepted the bet. A system notification window appeared.